With Fire and Sword. By Henryk Sienkiewicz. Introduction. The history of the origin and career of the two Slav states, Poland and Russia, is interesting not merely because it contains a vast number of surprising scenes and marvelous pictures of life. Not merely because it gives us a kaleidoscope as it were of the acts of men, but because these acts in all their variety fall into groups which may be referred each to its proper source and origin. And each group contains facts that concern the most serious problems of history and political development. The history of these two states should be studied as one, or rather as two parts of one history, if we are to discover and grasp the meaning of either part fully. When studied as a whole, this history gives us the life story of the greater portion of the Slav race placed between two hostile forces, the Germans on the west, the Mongols and Tartars on the east. The advance of the Germans on the Slav tribes and later on Poland presents, perhaps, the best example in history of the methods of European civilization. The entire Baltic coast from Lubeck eastward was converted to Christianity by the Germans at the point of the sword. The duty of rescuing these people from the errors of paganism formed the moral pretext for conquering them and taking their lands. The warrior was accompanied by the missionary, followed by the political colonist. The people of the country deprived of their lands were reduced to slavery. And if any escaped this lot, they were men from the higher classes who joined the conqueror in the capacity of assistant oppressors. The work was long and doubtful. The Germans made many failures, for their management was often very bad. The Slavs west of the Oder were stubborn, and under good leadership might have been invincible, but the leadership did not come, and to the Germans at last came the Hohenzollerns. For the serious student there is no richer field of labor than the history of Poland and the Slavs of the Baltic, which is inseparable from the history of Mark Brandenburg and the two military orders. The Teutonic Knights and the Knights of the Sword. The conquest of Russia by the Mongols, the subjection of Europeans to Asiatics, not Asiatics of the south, but warriors from cold regions led by men of genius. For such were Genghis Khan, Tamerlane, and the lieutenants sent to the west, was an affair of incomparably greater magnitude than the German wars on the Baltic. The physical grip of the Mongol on Russia was irresistible. There was nothing for the Russian princes to do but submit if they wished to preserve their people from dissolution. They had to bow down to every whim of the conqueror, suffer indignity, insult, death, that is, death of individuals. The Russians endured for a long time without apparent result. But they were studying their conquerors, mastering their policy. And they mastered it so well that finally the Prince of Moscow made use of the Mongols to complete the union of eastern Russia and reduce all the provincial princes of the country, his own relatives, to the position of ordinary landholders subject to himself. The difference between the Poles and Russians seems to be this, that the Russians saw through the policy of their enemies, and then overcame them. While the Poles either did not understand the Germans, or if they did not overcome them, though they had the power. This Slav history is interesting to the man of science, it is interesting also to the practical statesman, because there is no country in the Eastern Hemisphere whose future may be considered outside of Russian influence. No country whose weal or woe may not become connected in some way with Russia. At the same time there are no states studied by so few and misunderstood by so many as the former Commonwealth of Poland, whose people, brave and brilliant but politically unsuccessful, have received more sympathy than any other within the circle of civilization, and Russia, whose people in strength of character and intellectual gifts are certainly among the first of the Aryan race. Though many men have felt free to describe them in terms exceptionally harsh and frequently unjust. The leading elements of this history on its western side are Poland, the Catholic Church, Germany, on the eastern side they are Russia, Eastern Orthodoxy, Northern Asia. Now let us see what this western history was. In the middle of the 9th century Slav tribes of various denominations occupied the entire Baltic coast west of the Vistula. A line drawn from Lubeck to the Elbe, ascending the river to Magdeburg, thence to the western ridge of the Bohemian Mountains, and passing on in a somewhat irregular course, leaving Carinthia and Styria on the east, gives the boundary between the Germans and the Slavs at that period. Very nearly in the center of the territory north of Bohemia and the Carpathians lived one of a number of Slav tribes, the Polyane, or men of the plain, who occupied the region afterwards called Great Poland by the Poles, and now called South Prussia by the Germans. In this Great Poland political life among the northwestern Slavs began in the second half of the 9th century. About the middle of the 10th, Mieczyslaw, the ruler, received Christianity, and the modest title of Count of the German Empire. Boleslav the Brave, his son and successor, extended his territory to the Upper Elbe, from which region its boundary line passed through or near Berlin, whence it followed the Oder to the sea. Before his death, in 1025, Boleslav wished to be anointed king by the Pope. The ceremony was denied him, therefore he had it performed by bishops at home. About a century later the western boundary was pushed forward by Boleslav Rymouth, 1132–1139, to a point on the Baltic about halfway between Stettin and Lübeck. This was the greatest extension of Poland to the west. Between this line and the Elbe were Slav tribes, but the region had already become marches, where the intrusive Germans were struggling for the lands and persons of the Slavs. The eastern boundary of Poland at this period served also as the western boundary of Russia from the headwaters of the western branch of the river San in the Carpathian Mountains at a point west of Przemysl, in the Galicia of today, to Brest-Litovsk. From which point the Russian boundary continued toward the northeast till it reached the sea, leaving Pskov considerably in Yuriev, now Dorpat, slightly to the east, that is, on Russian territory. Between Russia, north of Brest-Litovsk and Poland, was the irregular triangle composing the lands of Lithuanian and Finnish tribes. From the upper San the Russian boundary southward coincided with the Carpathians, including the territory between the Pruth to its mouth and the Carpathians. This boundary between Poland and Russia, established at that period, corresponds as nearly as possible with the line of demarcation between the two peoples at the present day. During the 2 centuries following 1139, Poland continued to lose on the west and the north, and that process was fairly begun through which the Germans finally excluded the Poles from the sea, and turned the cradle of Poland into South Prussia, the name which it bears today. At the end of the 14th century a step was taken by the Poles through which it was hoped to win in other places far more than had been lost on the west. Poland turned now to the east. But by leaving her historical basis on the Baltic, by deserting her political birthplace, the only ground where she had a genuine mission, Poland entered upon a career which was certain to end in destruction. Unless she could win the Russian power by agreement, or bend it by conquest, and then strengthened by this power, turn back and redeem the lost lands of Pomerania and Prussia. The first step in the new career was an alliance with Jagiello, of Lithuania, from which much was hoped. This event begins a new era in Polish history. To this event we must now give attention, for it was the first in a long series which ended in the great outburst described in this book, the revolt of the Russians against the Commonwealth. To reach the motives of this famous agreement between the Lithuanian prince and the nobles and clergy of Poland, for these two estates had become the only power in the land, we must turn to Russia. Lithuania of itself was small, and a prince of that country, if it stood alone, would have received scant attention from Poland, but the Lithuanian Grand Prince was ruler over all the lands of western Russia as well as those of his own people. What was Russia? The definite appearance of Russia in history dates from 862, when Rurik came to Novgorod, invited by the people to rule over them. Oleg, the successor of this prince, transferred his capital from Novgorod to Kiev on the Dnieper, which remained the chief city and capital for 2 centuries and a half. Rurik's great-grandson, Vladimir, introduced Christianity into Russia at the end of the 10th century. During his long reign and that of his son Yaroslav the Lawgiver, the boundary was fixed between Russia and Poland through the places described above, and coincided very nearly with the watershed dividing the 2 river systems of the Dnieper and the Vistula, and serves to this day as the boundary between the Russian and Polish languages and the Eastern and Catholic churches. In 1157 Kiev ceased to be the seat of the Grand Prince, the capital of Russia. A new center of activity in government was founded in the north, first at Suzdal, and then at Vladimir, to be transferred later to Moscow. In 1240 the conquest of Russia by the Tatars was complete. 500,000 or more of armed Asiatics had swept over the land, destroying everything where they went. A part of this multitude advanced through Poland, and were stopped in Silesia and Moravia only by the combined efforts of Central Europe. The Tatar dominion lasted about 250 years, 1240 to 1490, and during this period great changes took place. Russia before the Tatar conquest was a large country, whose western boundary was the eastern boundary of Poland. Liberated Russia was a comparatively small country, with its capital at Moscow, and having interposed between it and Poland a large state extending from the Baltic to the Black Sea. A state which was composed of 2/3 of that Russia which was ruled before the Tatar conquest by the descendants of Rurik. A state which included Little, Red, Black, and White Russia, more than 2/3 of the best lands, and Kiev, with the majority of the historic towns of pre-Tatar Russia. How was this state founded? This state was the Lithuanian Russian Litva I Rus, Lithuania and Russia, as it is called by the Russians, and it rose in the following manner. In the irregular triangle on the Baltic, between Russia and Poland of the 12th century, lived tribes of Finnish and Lithuanian stock, about a dozen in number. In the 13th and 14th centuries these were all conquered, the Prussian Lithuanians from the Niemen to the Vistula, by the Teutonic Knights, aided by crusading adventurers from Western Europe. The others, Lithuanian and Finnish, by the Knights of the Sword with the exception of 2 tribes, the Lithuanians proper, on the upper waters of the Niemen and its tributaries, and the Jmuds or Samogitians on the right bank of the same river. Lower down and between the Lithuanians and the sea. These 2 small tribes were destined through their princes remarkable men in the fullest sense of the word to play a great part in Russian and Polish history. It is needless to say much of the Lithuanians, who are better known to scholars than any people, perhaps, of similar numbers in Europe. The main interest in them at present is confined to their language, which, though very valuable to the philologist and beautiful in itself, has never been used in government or law, and has but one book considered as belonging to literature. The 4 Seasons, by Donelaitis. Though small, the Lithuanian country, ruled by a number of petty princes, was as much given to anarchy as larger aggregations of men. United for a time under Mindaug by reason of pressure from outside, the Lithuanians rose first to prominence under Gedimin, 1315 to 1340. Who in a quarter of a century was able to substitute himself for the petty princes of western Russia and extend his power to the south of Kiev. Gedimin was followed by Algird, who with his uncle Kystot ruled till 1377. During which time the domains of the Lithuanian prince were extended to the Crimea, and included the whole basin of the Dnieper with its tributaries, together with the upper Dwina. Gedimin and Algird respected in all places the clergy of the Eastern Church, and thus acquired rule over a great extent of country with comparative ease and rapidity. Algird, who had completed a great state, left it to his sons and his brother Kystot. Yehalo, one of these sons, had Kystot put to death, his brothers and cousins fled, Yehalo became sole master. At this juncture the nobles and clergy of Poland effected an arrangement by which Yehalo, on condition of becoming a Catholic, introducing the Catholic religion into Lithuania, and joining the state to Poland, was to marry the Queen Jadwiga, the last survivor of the royal house, and be crowned King of Poland at Krakow. All these conditions were carried out, and with the reign of Yehalo Polish history assumes an entirely new character. With the establishment by Gedimin and Algird of the Lithuanian dynasty and its conquests, there were 2 Russias instead of one, Western Russia, ruled by the house of Gedimin, and Eastern Russia, ruled by the house of Rurik. It had become the ambition of the Lithuanian princes to unite all Russia. It had long been the fixed purpose of the princes at Moscow to recover their ancient patrimony, the lands of Vladimir and Yaroslav. That is, all western Russia to the Polish frontier, consequently all the lands added by the Lithuanian princes to their little realm on the Niemen and its tributaries. This struggle between the 2 houses was very bitter, and more than once it seemed as though Moscow's day had come, and Vilna was to be the capital of reconstituted Russia. When the question was at this stage, Yehalo became King of Poland. The union, purely personal at first, became more intimate later on by means of the two elements of Polish influence, the church and the nobility. Catholicism was made the religion of the Lithuanians at once. And 27 years later, at Horodlo, it was settled that the Lithuanian Catholics of the higher classes should receive the same privileges as the Polish nobility, with whom they were joined by means of heraldry, a peculiar arrangement, through which a number of Lithuanian families received the arms of some Polish house, and became thus associated, as the original inhabitants of America are associated under the same totem by the process of adoption. Without giving details, for which there is no space here, we state merely the meaning of all the details. Lithuania struggled persistently against anything more than a personal union, while Poland struggled just as persistently for a complete union. But no matter how the Lithuanians might gain at one time or another, the personal union under a king influenced by Polish ideas joined to the great weight of the clergy and nobility was too much for them. And the end of the whole struggle was that under Sigismund Augustus, the last of the Jagiellon kings, a diet was held at Lublin in which a union between Poland and Lithuania was proclaimed against the protest of a large number of the Lithuanians who left the diet. The king, who was hereditary Grand Duke of Lithuania, and childless, made a present to Poland of his rights, made Poland his heir. The petty nobility of Lithuania were placed on the same legal footing as the princes and men of great historic families. Lithuania was assimilated to Poland in institutions. The northern part of West Russia was attached to Lithuania, and all southern Russia merged directly in Poland. If the work of this diet had been productive of concord, and therefore of strength, Poland might have established herself firmly by the sea and won the first place in Eastern Europe. But the Commonwealth, either from choice or necessity, was more occupied in struggling with Russians than in standing with firm foot on the Baltic. Sound statesmanship would have taught the Poles that for them it was a question of life and death to possess Pomerania and Prussia, and make the Oder at least their western boundary. They had the power to do that. They had the power to expel the two military orders from the coast, but they did not exert it, neglect which cost them dear in later times. Moscow would not have escaped the Poles had they been masters of the Baltic, and had they, instead of fighting with Cossacks and Russians, attached them to the Commonwealth by toleration and justice. The whole internal policy of Poland from the coronation of Jagiello to the reign of Vladislav IV was to assimilate the nobility of Lithuania and Russia to that of Poland in political rights and in religious profession. The success was complete in the political sense, and practically so in the religious. The Polish nobility, who were in fact the state, possessed at the time of Jagiello's coronation all the land, and owned the labor of the people. Later on they ceased to pay taxes of any kind. It was a great bribe to the nobles of Lithuania and Russia to occupy the same position. The Lithuanians became Catholics at the accession of Jagiello, or soon after. But in Russia, where all belonged to the Orthodox Church, the process was slow, even if sure. The Princes Ostrorog and Dominik Zaslavsky of this book were of Russian families which held their faith for a long time. The parents of Prince Yeremy Vishnevetsky were Orthodox, and his mother on her deathbed implored him to be true to the faith of his ancestors. All had been done that could be done with the nobility. But the great mass of Russian people holding the same faith as the Russians of the East, whose capital was at Moscow, were not considered reliable. Therefore a union of churches was effected, mainly through the formal initiative of the King Sigismund III. And a few ecclesiastics, but rejected by a great majority of the Russian clergy and people. This new or united church, which retained the Slav language with Eastern customs and liturgy, but recognized the supremacy of the Pope, was made the state church of Russia. From this rose all the religious trouble. The Russians, when Khmelnytsky appeared, were in the following condition: their land was gone. The power of life and death over them resided in lords, either Poles or Polonized Russians, who generally gave this power to agents or tenants, not infrequently Jews. All justice, all administration, all power belonged to the lord or to whomsoever he delegated his authority. There was no appeal. A people with an active communal government of their own in former times were now reduced to complete slavery. Such was the Russian complaint on the material side. On the moral side it was that their masters were filching their faith from them. Having stripped them of everything in this life, they were trying to deprive them of life to come. The outburst of popular rage against Poland was without example in history for intensity and volume, and this would have made the revolt remarkable whatever its motives or objects. But the Cossack War was of worldwide importance in view of the issues. The triumph of Poland would have brought the utter subjection of the Cossacks and the people, with the extinction of Eastern Orthodoxy not only in Russia but in other lands. For the triumph of Poland would have left no place for Moscow on earth but a place of subjection. The triumph of the Cossacks would have brought a mixed government, with religious toleration and a king having means to curb the all-powerful nobles. This was what Khmelnytsky sought, this was the dream of Ossolinski the Chancellor, this, if realized, might possibly have saved the Commonwealth, and made it a constitutional government instead of an association of irresponsible magnates. It turned out that the Cossacks and the Uprising people were not a match for the Poles, and it was not in the interest of the Tartars to give the Cossacks the fruits of victory. It was the policy of the Tartars to bring the Poles into trouble and then rescue them. They wished the Poles to have the upper hand, but barely have it, and be in continual danger of losing it. The Battle of Berestechko, instead of giving peace to the Commonwealth, opened a new epoch of trouble. Khmelnytsky, the ablest man in Europe at that time, could be conquered by nothing but death. Though beaten through the treachery of the Khan at Berestechko and perhaps also by treason in his own camp, he rallied, concluded the Treaty of Bely-at-Surkov, which reduced the Cossack army from 40 to 12,000 men. But left Khmelnytsky hetman of the Zaporogians. That was the great mistake of the Poles. Every success was for them a failure so long as Khmelnytsky had a legal existence. The Poles, though intellectual, sympathetic, brave, and gifted with high personal qualities that have made them many friends, have been always deficient in collective wisdom. And there is probably no more astonishing antithesis in Europe than the Poles as individuals and the Poles as a people. After Berestechko the Poles entered the Ukraine as masters. Vishniovetzky went as the ruling spirit. To all appearance the time of his triumph had come, but one day after dinner he fell ill and died suddenly. The verdict of the Russian people was, the Almighty preserved him through every danger, saved him from every enemy, and by reason of the supreme wickedness of Yerema, reserved him for his own holy and punishing hand. The old order of things was restored in Russia, landlords, garrisons, Jews, but now came the most striking event in the whole history. Moldavia, the northern part of the present Kingdom of Romania, was at that time a separate principality, owning the suzerainty of the Sultan. Formerly it had been a part of the Russian Principality of Galicia, joined to Poland in the reign of Casimir the Great, but connected, at the time of our story, with Turkey. The Poles had intimate relations with the country, and sought to bring it back. The Hospodar was Vasily Lupul, a man of fabulous wealth, according to report, and the father of 2 daughters, whose beauty was the wonder of Eastern Europe. Prince Radziwill of Lithuania had married the elder, the younger, Domina, Rosanda, was sought in marriage by 3 men from Poland and by Timofey Khmelnytsky, the son of Bogdan. The first of the Poles was Dmitry Vishniovetzky. The second was Kalinowski, the aged hetman of the crown, captured by Khmelnytsky at Korsun, but now free in more ambitions than any man in the Commonwealth of half his age, which was then near 70. Lupul, who had consented to the marriage of his daughter with young Khmelnytsky, preferred Vishniovetzky, whereupon Bogdan exclaimed, "We will send 100,000 best men with the bridegroom." 36,000 Cossacks and Tartars set out for Yassy, the residence of Lupul. Kalinowski, the Polish hetman, with 20,000 men, barred the way to young Khmelnytsky at Batyg on the boundary. It was supposed that Timofey was attended by a party of only 5,000, and Kalinowski intended to finish a rival and destroy the son of an enemy at a blow. This delusion of the hetman was probably caused, but in every case confirmed, by a letter from Bogdan, in which he stated that his son, with some attendants, was on his way to marry the daughter of the Hospodar. That young men are hot-headed and given to quarrels, blood might be spilled, therefore he asked Kalinowski to withdraw and let the party pass. This was precisely what Kalinowski would not do, he resolved to stop Timofey by force. The first day, 5,000 Cossacks and Tartars, while passing to the west, were attacked by the Poles, who pursued them with cavalry. When a good distance from the camp, a courier rushed to the hetman with news of a general attack on the rear of the Polish army. The Poles returned in haste, pursued in their turn. Young Khmelnytsky had fallen upon a division of the army in the rear of the camp, and almost destroyed it. Darkness brought an end to the struggle. No eye was closed on either side that night. One half of the Polish army resolved to escape in spite of the hetman. At daybreak they were marching. "They shall not flee," said Kalinowski, "stop them with cavalry, open on the cowards with cannon." One part of the Polish army hurried to stop the other. There was a discharge of artillery, some of the fugitives rushed on, but most of them stopped. Then a second discharge of artillery, and a battle began. The Cossacks gazed on this wonderful scene. When their amazement had passed, they attacked the enemy, and indescribable slaughter began. It was impossible for the Poles to reform or make effective defense. At this moment the army servants, many of whom were Russians, set fire to the camp. Outnumbered and panic-stricken, thousands of Poles rushed into the bug and were drowned. The Cossacks, with Berestechko in mind, showed mercy to no man. And of the whole army of 20,000, less than 500 escaped. The peasants in all the country about killed the fugitives with scythes and clubs. Those who crossed the river were slaughtered on the other bank. Among them was Samuel Kalinowski, son of the hetman. Then Kalinowski himself, seeing that all was lost, cried, "I have no wish to live, I am ashamed to look on the sun of this morning," and rushed to the thick of the fight. He perished. And a Nogai horseman raced over the field, while from his saddle-bow depended the head of the hetman with its white streaming hair. After the battle the body was discovered, on it the portrait of Donna Rosanda and the letter of Bogdan. Farther on, near the bug, was a division of 5,000 Germans under command of Henryk Sienkiewicz, the gifted chief who had fought at Zbaraj. Attacked in front by the Cossacks, they stood with manful persistence till Karak Mirza, the Nogai commander, at the head of 14,000 men, descended upon them from the hills of Bodog like a mighty rain from the clouds or a whirlwind of the desert, as the Ukraine chronicler phrases it. Split in the center, torn through and through, the weapons dropped from their hands, they were ridden down and sabred by Nogais and Cossacks. Sobieski perished, Siemski, commander of artillery, was killed. A year later the Poles at Khmelnytsky were in greater straits than ever before. They were surrounded by Khmelnytsky and the Khan so that no escape was possible, but they had more gold to give than had the Cossacks. They satisfied those in power, from the Khan downward, with gifts, and covenanted to let them plunder Russia and seize Russian captives during 6 weeks. On these conditions the Tartars deserted Khmelnytsky, peace was concluded, and the Polish army and king were saved from captivity. This was the last act of the Cossack-Tartar alliance. Khmelnytsky now turned to Moscow. The Zaporozhian army took the oath of allegiance to Alexis, father of Peter the Great. Lithuania and western Russia were overrun by the forces of Moscow and the Cossacks. The Swedes occupied Warsaw and Krakow. Karl Gustav, their king, became king of Poland. Jan Casimir fled to Silesia. Again the Polish king came back, but soon resigned, and ended his life in France. The eastern bank of the Dnieper, with Kiev on the west, went to Russia. But it was not till the reign of Catherine II that western Russia was united to the east, and Prussia and Austria received all the lands of Poland proper. I feel constrained to ask kindly indulgence from the readers of this sketch. I am greatly afraid that it will seem indefinite and lacking in precision. But the field to be covered is so great that I wrote with 2 kinds of readers in view, those who are already well acquainted with Slav history, and those who do not know this history yet, but who may be roused to examine it for themselves. I hope to give a sketch of this history in a future not too remote, with an account of the sources of original information, so that impartial students, as Americans are by position, may have some assistance in beginning a work of such commanding importance as the history of Poland and Russia. Jeremiah Curtin. Washington, D.C., April 4, 1890. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Chapter 1. The year 1647 was that wonderful year in which manifold signs in the heavens and on the earth announced misfortunes of some kind and unusual events. Contemporary chroniclers relate that beginning with springtime myriads of locusts swarmed from the wilderness, destroying the grain and the grass. This was a forerunner of Tartar raids. In the summer there was a great eclipse of the sun, and soon after a comet appeared in the sky. In Warsaw a tomb was seen over the city, and a fiery cross in the clouds. Fasts were held and alms given, for some men declared that a plague would come on the land and destroy the people. Finally, so mild a winter set in, that the oldest inhabitants could not remember the like of it. In the southern provinces ice did not confine the rivers, which, swollen by the daily melting of snows, left their courses and flooded the banks. Rainfalls were frequent. The steppe was drenched, and became an immense slough. The sun was so warm in the south that, wonder of wonders. In Bratslav and the wilderness a green fleece covered the steppes and plains in the middle of December. The swarms in the beehives began to buzz and bustle. Cattle were bellowing in the fields. Since such an order of things appeared altogether unnatural, all men in Russia who were waiting or looking for unusual events turned their excited minds and eyes especially to the wilderness, from which rather than anywhere else danger might show itself. At that time there was nothing unusual in the wilderness, no struggles there, nor encounters, beyond those of ordinary occurrence, and known only to the eagles, hawks, ravens, and beasts of the plain. For the wilderness was of this character at that period. The last traces of settled life ended on the way to the south, at no great distance beyond Chigirin on the side of the Dnieper, and on the side of the Dniester not far from Uman. Then forward to the bays and sea there was nothing but steppe after steppe, hemmed in by the two rivers as by a frame. At the bend of the Dnieper in the lower country beyond the cataracts Cossack life was seething, but in the open plains no man dwelt, only along the shores were nestled here and there little fields, like islands in the sea. The land belonged in name to Poland, but it was an empty land, in which the Commonwealth permitted the Tartars to graze their herds, but since the Cossacks prevented this frequently, the field of pasture was a field of battle too. How many struggles were fought in that region, how many people had laid down their lives there, no man had counted, no man remembered. Eagles, falcons, and ravens alone saw these. And whoever from a distance heard the sound of wings and the call of ravens, whoever beheld the whirl of birds circling over one place, knew that corpses or unburied bones were lying beneath. Men were hunted in the grass as wolves or wild goats. All who wished, engaged in this hunt. Fugitives from the law defended themselves in the wild steppes. The armed herdsman guarded his flock, the warrior sought adventure, the robber plunder, the Cossack a Tartar, the Tartar a Cossack. It happened that whole bands guarded herds from troops of robbers. The steppe was both empty and filled, quiet and terrible, peaceable and full of ambushes, wild by reason of its wild plains, but wild, too, from the wild spirit of men. At times a great war filled it. Then there flowed over it like waves Tartar chambuls, Cossack regiments, Polish or Wallachian companies. In the night time the neighing of horses answered the howling of wolves, the voices of drums and brazen trumpets flew on to the island of Ovid and the sea, and along the black trail of Kuchman there seemed an inundation of men. The boundaries of the Commonwealth were guarded from Kamenets to the Dnieper by outposts and stanitsas. And when the roads were about to swarm with people, it was known especially by the countless flocks of birds which, frightened by the Tartars, flew onward to the north. But the Tartar, if he slipped out from the Black Forest or crossed the Dniester from the Wallachian side, came by the southern provinces together with the birds. That winter, however, the birds did not come with their uproar to the Commonwealth. It was stiller on the steppe than usual. At the moment when our narrative begins the sun was just setting, and its reddish rays threw light on a land entirely empty. On the northern rim of the wilderness, along the Khmelnytsky to its mouth, the sharpest eye could not discover a living soul, nor even a movement in the dark, dry, and withered steppe grass. The sun showed but half its shield from behind the horizon. The heavens became obscured, and then the steppe grew darker and darker by degrees. Near the left bank, on a small height resembling more a grave mound than a hill, were the mere remnants of a walled stanitsa which once upon a time had been built by Fyodor Buchatsky and then torn down by raids. A long shadow stretched from this ruin. In the distance gleamed the waters of the widespread Khmelnytsky, which in that place turned toward the Dnieper. But the lights went out each moment in the heavens and on the earth. From the sky were heard the cries of storks in their flight to the sea. With this exception the stillness was unbroken by a sound. Night came down upon the wilderness, and with it the hour of ghosts. Cossacks on guard in the stanitsas related in those days that the shades of men who had fallen in sudden death and in sin used to rise up at night and carry on dances in which they were hindered neither by cross nor church. Also, when the wicks which showed the time of midnight began to burn out, prayers for the dead were offered throughout the stanitsas. It was said, too, that the shades of mounted men coursing through the waste barred the road to wayfarers, whining and begging them for a sign of the Holy Cross. Among these ghosts vampires also were met with, who pursued people with howls. A trained ear might distinguish at a distance the howls of a vampire from those of a wolf. Whole legions of shadows were also seen, which sometimes came so near the stanitsas that the sentries sounded the alarm. This was generally the harbinger of a great war. The meeting of a single ghost foreboded no good either. But it was not always necessarily of evil omen, for frequently a living man would appear before travelers and vanish like a shadow, and therefore might easily and often be taken for a ghost. Night came quickly on the Khmelnytsky, and there was nothing surprising in the fact that a figure, either a man or a ghost, made its appearance at the side of the deserted stanitsa. The moon coming out from behind the Dnieper whitened the waste, the tops of the thistles, and the distance of the steppe. Immediately there appeared lower down on the plain some other beings of the night. The flitting clouds hid the light of the moon from moment to moment, consequently those figures flashed up in the darkness at one instant, and the next they were blurred. At times they disappeared altogether, and seemed to melt in the shadow. Pushing on toward the height on which the first man was standing, they stole up quietly, carefully, slowly, halting at intervals. There was something awe-exciting in their movements, as there was in all that steppe which was so calm in appearance. The wind at times blew from the Dnieper, causing a mournful rustle among the dried thistles, which bent and trembled as in fear. At last the figures vanished in the shadow of the ruins. In the uncertain light of that hour nothing could be seen save the single horseman on the height. But the rustle arrested his attention. Approaching the edge of the mound, he began to look carefully into the steppe. At that moment the wind stopped, the rustling ceased, there was perfect rest. Suddenly a piercing whistle was heard, mingled voices began to shout in terrible confusion, Allah! Allah! Jesus Christ! Save! Kill! The report of muskets re-echoed. Red flashes rent the darkness. The tramp of horses was heard with the clash of steel. Some new horsemen rose as it were from beneath the surface of the steppe. You would have said that a storm had sprung up on a sudden in that silent and ominous land. The shrieks of men followed the terrible clash. Then all was silent, the struggle was over. Apparently one of its usual scenes had been enacted in the wilderness. The horsemen gathered in groups on the height, a few of them dismounted, and examined something carefully. Meanwhile a powerful and commanding voice was heard in the darkness. Strike a fire in front. In a moment sparks sprang out, and soon a blaze flashed up from the dry reeds and pitch pine which wayfarers through the wilderness always carried with them. Straightway the staff for a hanging lamp was driven into the earth. The glare from above illuminated sharply a number of men who were bending over a form stretched motionless on the ground. These men were soldiers, in red uniforms and wolfskin caps. Of these, one who sat on a valiant steed appeared to be the leader. Dismounting, he approached the prostrate figure and inquired. "Well, Sergeant, is he alive yet, or is it all over with him?" "He is alive, but there is a rattling in his throat, the lariat stifled him." "Who is he?" "He is not a Tartar. Some man of distinction." "Then God be thanked." The chief looked attentively at the prostrate man. "Well, just like a hetman. His horse is of splendid Tartar breed, the Khan has no better," said the sergeant. "There he stands." The lieutenant looked at the horse, and his face brightened. Two soldiers held a really splendid steed, who, moving his ears and distending his nostrils, pushed forward his head and looked with frightened eyes at his master. "But the horse will be ours, Lieutenant," put in, with an inquiring tone, the sergeant. "Dog believer. Would you deprive a Christian of his horse in the steppe? But it is our booty." Further conversation was interrupted by stronger breathing from the suffocated man. "Pour Gorailka into his mouth," said the lieutenant, undoing his belt. "Are we to spend the night here?" "Yes." "Unsaddle the horses and make a good fire." The soldiers hurried around quickly. Some began to rouse and rub the prostrate man, some started off for reeds to burn, others spread camel and bear skins on the ground for couches. The lieutenant, troubling himself no more about the suffocated stranger, unbound his belt and stretched himself on a burka by the fire. He was a very young man, of spare habit of body, dark complexion, very elegant in manner, with a delicately cut countenance and a prominent aquiline nose. In his eyes were visible desperate daring and endurance, but his face had an honest look. His rather thick mustache and a beard, evidently unshaven for a long time, gave him a seriousness beyond his years. Meanwhile 2 attendants were preparing the evening meal. Dressed quarters of mutton were placed on the fire, a number of bustards and partridges were taken from the packs, and 1 wild goat, which an attendant began to skin without delay. The fire blazed up, casting out upon the steppe an enormous ruddy circle of light. The suffocated man began to revive slowly. After a time he cast his bloodshot eyes around on the strangers, examining their faces, then he tried to stand up. The soldier who had previously talked with the lieutenant raised him by the armpits, another put in his hand a halberd, upon which the stranger leaned with all his force. His face was still purple, his veins swollen. At last, with a suppressed voice, he coughed out his first word, "Water." They gave him Gorailka, which he drank repeatedly, and which appeared to do him good, for after he had removed the flask from his lips at last, he inquired in a clear voice, "In whose hands am I?" The officer rose and approached him. "In the hands of those who saved you." "It was not you, then, who caught me with a lariat?" "No, the saber is our weapon, not the lariat." "You wrong our good soldiers with the suspicion. You were seized by ruffians, pretended Tartars. You can look at them if you are curious, for they are lying out there slaughtered like sheep." Saying this, he pointed with his hand to a number of dark bodies lying below the height. To this the stranger answered, "If you will permit me to rest." They brought him a felt-covered saddle, on which he seated himself in silence. He was in the prime of life, of medium height, with broad shoulders, almost gigantic build of body, and striking features. He had an enormous head, a complexion dried and sunburnt, black eyes, somewhat aslant, like those of a Tartar. Over his thin lips hung a mustache ending at the tips in 2 broad bunches. His powerful face indicated courage and pride. There was in it something at once attractive and repulsive, the dignity of a hetman with Tartar cunning, kindness, and ferocity. After he had sat a while on the saddle he rose, and beyond all expectation, went to look at the bodies instead of returning thanks. "How churlish," muttered the lieutenant. The stranger examined each face carefully, nodding his head like a man who has seen through everything. Then he turned slowly to the lieutenant, slapping himself on the side, and seeking involuntarily his belt, behind which he wished evidently to pass his hand. This importance in a man just rescued from the halter did not please the young lieutenant, and he said in irony, "One might say that you are looking for acquaintances among those robbers, or that you are saying a litany for their souls. You are both right and wrong. You are right, for I was looking for acquaintances, and you are wrong, for they are not robbers, but servants of a petty nobleman, my neighbor. Then it is clear that you do not drink out of the same spring with that neighbor. A strange smile passed over the thin lips of the stranger. And in that you are wrong, muttered he through his teeth. In a moment he added audibly, but pardon for not having first given thanks for the aid and effective succor which freed me from such sudden death. Your courage has redeemed my carelessness, for I separated from my men. But my gratitude is equal to your goodwill. Having said this, he reached his hand to the lieutenant. But the haughty young man did not stir from his place, and was in no hurry to give his hand. Instead of that he said, I should like to know first if I have to do with a nobleman, for though I have no doubt you are one, still it does not befit me to accept the thanks of a nameless person. I see you have the mettle of a knight, and speak justly. I should have begun my speech and thanks with my name. I am Zinovy Abdank, my escutcheon that of Abdank with a cross, a nobleman from the province of Kiev. A landholder, and a colonel of the Cossack regiment of Prince Dominik Zaslavsky. And I am Yen Skshetuski, lieutenant of the armored regiment of Prince Yeremy Vishnevetsky. You serve under a famous warrior. Accept my thanks in hand. The lieutenant hesitated no longer. It is true that armored officers looked down on men of the other regiments, but Pan Yen was in the steppe, in the wilderness, where such things were less remembered. Besides, he had to do with a colonel. Of this he had ocular proof, for when his soldiers brought Pan Abdank the belt and saber which were taken from his person in order to revive him, they brought at the same time a short staff with a bone shaft and ivory head. Such as Cossack colonels were in the habit of using. Besides, the dress of Zinovy Abdank was rich, and his educated speech indicated a quick mind and social training. Pan Yen therefore invited him to supper. The odor of roasted meats began to go out from the fire just then, tickling the nostrils and the palate. The attendant brought the meats, and served them on a plate. The two men fell to eating. And when a good-sized goatskin of Moldavian wine was brought, a lively conversation sprang up without delay. A safe return home to us, said Pan Yen. Then you are returning home? Whence, may I ask? Inquired Abdank. From a long journey from the Crimea. What were you doing there? Did you go with ransom? No, Colonel, I went to the Khan himself. Abdank turned an inquisitive ear. Did you, indeed? Were you well received? And what was your errand to the Khan? I carried a letter from Prince Yeremy. You were an envoy, then. What did the prince write to the Khan about? The lieutenant looked quickly at his companion. Well, Colonel, said he, you have looked into the eyes of ruffians who captured you with a lariat, that is your affair. But what the prince wrote to the Khan is neither your affair nor mine, but theirs. I wondered, a little while ago, answered Abdank, cunningly, that His Highness the Prince should send such a young man to the Khan. But after your answer I am not astonished, for I see that you are young in years, but mature in experience and wit. The lieutenant swallowed the smooth, flattering words, merely twisted his young mustache, and inquired. Now do you tell me what you are doing on the Omelnik, and how you come to be here alone? I am not alone, I left my men on the road. And I am going to Kudak, to Pan Grodzitsky, who is transferred to the command there, and to whom the Grand Hetman has sent me with letters. And why don't you go by water? I am following an order from which I may not depart. Strange that the Hetman issued such an order, when in the steppe you have fallen into straits which you would have avoided surely had you been going by water. Oh, the steppes are quiet at present. My acquaintance with them does not begin with today. What has met me is the malice and hatred of man. And who attacked you in this fashion? It is a long story. An evil neighbor, lieutenant, who has destroyed my property, is driving me from my land, has killed my son, and besides, as you have seen, has made an attempt on my life where we sit. But do you not carry a saber at your side? On the powerful face of Abdank there was a gleam of hatred, in his eyes a sullen glare. He answered slowly and with emphasis. I do, and as God is my aid, I shall seek no other weapon against my foes. The lieutenant wished to say something, when suddenly the tramp of horses was heard in the steppe, or rather the hurried slapping of horses' feet on the softened grass. That moment, also, the lieutenant's orderly who was on guard hurried up with news that men of some kind were approaching. "Those," said Abdank, "are surely my men, whom I left beyond the Tasmana. Not suspecting perfidy, I promised to wait for them here." Soon a crowd of mounted men formed a half-circle in front of the height. By the glitter of the fire appeared heads of horses, with open nostrils, puffing from exertion. And above them the faces of riders, who, bending forward, sheltered their eyes from the glare of the fire and gazed eagerly toward the light. "Hey! Men, who are you?" inquired Abdank. "Servants of God," answered voices from the darkness. "Just as I thought, my men," repeated Abdank, turning to the lieutenant. "Come this way." Some of them dismounted and drew near the fire. "Oh, how we hurried, Batko! But what's the matter?" "There was an ambush. Vedko, the traitor, learned of my coming to this place, and lurked here with others. He must have arrived some time in advance. They caught me with a lariat. God save us! What Poles are these about you?" Saying this, they looked threateningly on Pan Skshetuski and his companions. "These are kind friends," said Abdank. "Glory be to God! I am alive and well. We will push on our way at once. Glory be to God for that. We are ready." The newly arrived began to warm their hands over the fire, for the night was cool, though fine. There were about 40 of them, sturdy men and well armed. They did not look at all like registered Cossacks, which astonished Pan Skshetuski not a little, especially since their number was so considerable. Everything seemed very suspicious. If the Grand Hetman had sent Abdank to Kudak, he would have given him a guard of registered Cossacks, and in the second place, why should he order him to go by the steppe from Chicherin, and not by water? The necessity of crossing all the rivers flowing through the wilderness to the Dnieper could only delay the journey. It appeared rather as if Abdank wanted to avoid Kudak. In like manner, the personality of Abdank astonished the young lieutenant greatly. He noticed at once that the Cossacks, who were rather free in intercourse with their colonels, met him with unusual respect, as if he were a real hetman. He must be a man of a heavy hand, and what was most wonderful to Skshetuski, who knew the Ukraine on both sides of the Dnieper, he had heard nothing of a famous Abdank. Besides, there was in the countenance of the man something peculiar, a certain secret power which breathed from his face like heat from a flame, a certain unbending will, declaring that this man withdraws before no man and no thing. The same kind of will was in the face of Prince Yeremy Vishnevetsky. But that which in the prince was an inborn gift of nature special to his lofty birth and his position might astonish one when found in a man of unknown name wandering in the wild steppe. Pan Skshetuski one deliberated long. It occurred to him that this might be some powerful outlaw who, hunted by justice, had taken refuge in the wilderness or the leader of a robber band, but the latter was not probable. The dress and speech of the man showed something else. The lieutenant was quite at a loss what course to take. He kept simply on his guard. Meanwhile Abdank ordered his horse. "Lieutenant, 'tis time for him to go who has the road before him. Let me thank you again for your succor. God grant me to show you a service of equal value. I do not know whom I have saved, therefore I deserve no thanks. Your modesty, which equals your courage, is speaking now. Accept from me this ring." The lieutenant frowned and took a step backward, measuring with his eyes Abdank, who then spoke on with almost paternal dignity in his voice and posture. "But look, I offer you not the wealth of this ring, but its other virtues. When still in the years of youth, a captive among infidels, I got this from a pilgrim returning from the Holy Land. In the seal of it is dust from the grave of Christ. Such a gift might not be refused, even if it came from condemned hands. You are still a young man and a soldier, and since even old age, which is near the grave, knows not what may strike it before the last hour, youth, which has before it a long life, must meet with many an adventure. This ring will preserve you from misfortune, and protect you when the day of judgment comes, and I tell you that that day is even now on the road through the wilderness." A moment of silence followed. Nothing was heard but the crackling of the fire and the snorting of the horses. From the distant reeds came the dismal howling of wolves. Suddenly Abdank repeated still again, as if to himself. "The day of judgment is already on the road through the wilderness, and when it comes all God's world will be amazed." The lieutenant took the ring mechanically, so much was he astonished at the words of this strange man. But the man was looking into the dark distance of the steppe. Then he turned slowly and mounted his horse. His Cossacks were waiting at the foot of the height. "Forward! Forward! Good health to you, my soldier friend," said he to the lieutenant. "The times are such at present that brother trusts not brother. This is why you know not whom you have saved, for I have not given you my name." "You are not Abdank, then?" "That is my escutcheon." "And your name?" "Bogdan Zinovi Khmelnytsky." When he had said this, he rode down from the height, and his Cossacks moved after him. Soon they were hidden in the mist and the night. When they had gone about half a furlong, the wind bore back from them the words of the Cossack song. "O God, lead us forth, poor captives. From heavy bonds. From infidel faith. To the bright dawn. To quiet waters. To a gladsome land. To a Christian world. Hear, O God, our prayers. The prayers of the hapless. The prayers of poor captives." The voices grew fainter by degrees, and then were melted in the wind sounding through the reeds. Chapter 2. Reaching Chigirin next morning, Pan Skshetuski stopped at the house of Prince Yeremy in the town, where he was to spend some time in giving rest to his men and horses after their long journey from the Crimea, which by reason of the floods and unusually swift currents of the Dnieper had to be made by land, since no boat could make head against the stream that winter. Skshetuski himself rested a while, and then went to Pan Zatsvilikhovsky, former commissioner of the Commonwealth, a sterling soldier, who, though he did not serve with the prince, was his confidant and friend. The lieutenant wanted to ask him if there were instructions from Lubny, but the prince had sent nothing special. He had ordered Skshetuski, in the event of a favorable answer from the Khan, to journey slowly, so that his men and horses might be in good health. The prince had the following business with the Khan. He desired the punishment of certain Tartar Mirzas, who had raided his estates beyond the Dnieper, and whom he himself had punished severely. The Khan had in fact given a favorable answer, had promised to send a special envoy in the following April to punish the disobedient. And wishing to gain the goodwill of so famous a warrior as the prince, he had sent him by Skshetuski a horse of noted stock and also a sable cap. Pan Skshetuski, having acquitted himself of his mission with no small honor, the mission itself being a proof of the high favor of the prince, was greatly rejoiced at the permission to stop in Chigirin without hastening his return. But old Zatsvilikhovsky was greatly annoyed by what had been taking place for some time in Chigirin. They went together to the house of Dopula, a Wallachian, who kept an inn and a wine shop in the place. There they found a crowd of nobles, though the hour was still early, for it was a market day, and besides there happened to be a halt of cattle driven to the camp of the royal army, which brought a multitude of people together. The nobles generally assembled in the square at Dopula's, at the so-called Bellringer's corner. There were assembled tenants of the Khmelnytskys, and Chigirin officials, owners of neighboring lands, settlers on crown lands, nobles on their own soil and dependent on no one, land stewards, some Cossack elders, and a few inferior nobles. Some living on other men's acres and some on their own. These groups occupied benches at long oaken tables and conversed in loud voices, all speaking of the flight of Khmelnytsky, which was the greatest event of the place. Zatsvilikhovsky sat with Skshetuski in a corner apart. The lieutenant began to inquire what manner of phoenix that Khmelnytsky was of whom all were speaking. "Don't you know?" answered the old soldier. "He is the secretary of the Zaporozhian army, the heir of Subatov, and my friend," added he, in a lower voice. "We have been long acquainted, and were together in many expeditions in which he distinguished himself, especially under Tetera." Perhaps there is not a soldier of such military experience in the whole Commonwealth. This is not to be mentioned in public, but he has the brain of a hetman, a heavy hand, and a mighty mind. All the Cossacks obey him more than Koshivoy and Ataman. He is not without good points, but imperious and unquiet, and when hatred gets the better of him he can be terrible. What made him flee from Chigirin? Quarrels with the Starosta Chaplinsky, but that is all nonsense. Usually a nobleman bespatters a nobleman from enmity. Khmelnytsky is not the first and only man offended. They say, too, that he turned the head of the Starosta's wife, that the Starosta carried off his mistress and married her. That afterward Khmelnytsky took her fancy, and that is a likely matter, for woman is giddy, as a rule. But these are mere pretexts, under which certain intrigues find deeper concealment. This is how the affair stands. In Chigirin lives old Barabash, a Cossack colonel, our friend. He had privileges and letters from the king. Of these it was said that they urged the Cossacks to resist the nobility. But being a humane and kindly man, he kept them to himself and did not make them known. Then Khmelnytsky invited Barabash to a dinner in his own house, here in Chigirin, and sent people to Barabash's country place, who took the letters and the privileges away from his wife and disappeared. There is danger that out of them such a rebellion as that of Ostranitsa may arise, for, I repeat, he is a terrible man, and has fled, it is unknown whither. To this Skshetuski answered, he is a fox, and has tricked me. He told me he was a Cossack colonel of Prince Dominik Zaslavsky. I met him last night in the steppe, and freed him from a lariat. Zatsvilikovsky seized himself by the head. In God's name, what do you tell me? It cannot have been. It can, since it has been. He told me he was a colonel in the service of Prince Dominik Zaslavsky, on a mission from the Grand Hetman to Pan Grodzitsky at Kudak. I did not believe this, since he was not traveling by water, but stealing along over the steppe. He is as cunning as Ulysses. But where did you meet him? On the Omelnik, on the right bank of the Dnieper. It is evident that he was on his way to the Sach. He wanted to avoid Kudak. I understand now. Had he many men? About 40. But they came to meet him too late. Had it not been for me, the servants of the Starosta would have strangled him. But stop a moment. That is an important affair. The servants of the Starosta, you say? That is what he told me. How could the Starosta know where to look for him, when here in this place all were splitting their heads to know what he had done with himself? I can't tell that. It may be, too, that Khmelnytsky lied, and represented common robbers as servants of the Starosta, in order to call more attention to his wrongs. Impossible. But it is a strange affair. Do you know that there is a circular from the hetman, ordering the arrest and detention of Khmelnytsky? The lieutenant gave no answer, for at that moment some nobleman entered the room with a tremendous uproar. He made the doors rattle a couple of times, and looking insolently through the room cried out. My respects, gentlemen. He was a man of 40 years of age, of low stature, with peevish face, the irritable appearance of which was increased by quick eyes, protruding from his face like plums, evidently a man very rash, stormy, quick to anger. My respects, gentlemen, repeated he more loudly and sharply, since he was not answered at once. Respects. Respects, was answered by several voices. This man was Chaplinsky, the understarosta of Chigirin, the trusted henchman of young Konyetspolsky. He was not liked in Chigirin, for he was a terrible blusterer, always involved in lawsuits, always persecuting someone. But for all that he had great influence, consequently people were polite to him. Zatsvilikovsky, whom all respected for his dignity, virtues, and courage, was the only man he regarded. Seeing him, he approached immediately, and bowing rather haughtily to Skshetuski, sat down near them with his tankard of mead. Well, inquired Zatsvilikovsky, do you know what has become of Khmelnytsky? He is hanging, as sure as I am Chaplinsky, and if he is not hanging yet, he will be soon. Now that the hetman's orders are issued, let me only get him in my hands. Saying this, he struck the table with his fist till the liquor was spilled from the glasses. "Don't spill the wine, my dear sir," said Skshetuski. Zatsvilikhovsky interrupted, "But how will you get him, since he has escaped and no one knows where he is?" "No one knows. I know, true as I am Chaplinsky. You know Hvedko. That Hvedko is in his service, but in mine too. He will be Khmelnytsky's Judas. It's a long story. He has made friends with Khmelnytsky's Cossacks. A sharp fellow. He knows every step that is taken. He has engaged to bring him to me, living or dead, and has gone to the steppe before Khmelnytsky, knowing where to wait for him." Having said this, he struck the table again. "Don't spill the wine, my dear sir," repeated with emphasis Skshetuski, who felt an astonishing aversion to the man from the first sight of him. Chaplinsky grew red in the face, his protruding eyes flashed. Thinking that offense was given him, he looked excitedly at Pan Yen. But seeing on him the colors of Vishnevetsky, he softened. Though Konyetspolsky had a quarrel with Yeremy at the time, still Chigrin was too near Lubny, and it was dangerous not to respect the colors of the prince. Besides, Vishnevetsky chose such people for his service that anyone would think twice before disputing with them. "Hvedko, then, has undertaken to get Khmelnytsky for you?" asked Zatsvilikhovsky again. "He has, and he will get him as sure as I am Chaplinsky. But I tell you that he will not. Khmelnytsky has escaped the ambush, and has gone to the Sech, which you should have told Pan Pototsky today. There is no fooling with Khmelnytsky. Speaking briefly, he has more brains, a heavier hand, and greater luck than you, who are too hot-headed. Khmelnytsky went away safely, I tell you. And if perhaps you don't believe me, this gentleman, who saw him in good health on the steppe and bade goodbye to him yesterday, will repeat what I have said." "Impossible, it cannot be," boiled up Chaplinsky, seizing himself by the hair. "And what is more," added Zatsvilikhovsky, "this night before you saved him and killed your servants, for which he is not to blame, in spite of the hetman's order, since he was returning from a mission to the Crimea and knew nothing of the order. Seeing a man attacked in the steppe by ruffians, as he thought, he went to his assistance. Of this rescue of Khmelnytsky I inform you in good season, for he is ready with his Zaporojians, and it is evident that you wouldn't be very glad to see him, for you have maltreated him overmuch. Tfu! To the devil with such tricks." Zatsvilikhovsky, also, did not like Chaplinsky. Chaplinsky sprang from his seat, losing his speech from rage, his face was completely purple, and his eyes kept coming more and more out of his head. Standing before Skshetuski in this condition, he belched forth disconnected words. "How, in spite of the hetman's orders? I will. Skshetuski did not even rise from the bench, but leaned on his elbows and watched Chaplinsky, darting like a hawk on a sparrow. "Why do you fasten to me like a burr to a dog's tail? I'll drag you to the court with me. You in spite of orders, I with Cossacks." He stormed so much that it grew quieter in other parts of the room, and strangers began to turn their faces in the direction of Chaplinsky. He was always seeking a quarrel, for such was his nature. He offended every man he met. But all were astonished, then, that he began with Zatsvilikhovsky, who was the only person he feared, and with an officer wearing the colors of Prince Yeremy. "Be silent, sir," said the old standard-bearer. "This knight is in my company." "I'll take you to the court, to the stocks," roared Chaplinsky, paying no attention to anything or any man. Then Skshetuski rose, straightened himself to his full height, but did not draw his saber, he had it hanging low, and taking it by the middle raised it till he put the cross hilt under the very nose of Chaplinsky. "Smell that," said he. "Strike, whoever believes in God, ai." "Here, my men," shouted Chaplinsky, grasping after his sword hilt. But he did not succeed in drawing his sword. The young lieutenant turned him around, caught him by the nape of the neck with one hand, and with the other by the trousers below the belt raised him, squirming like a salmon, and going to the door between the benches called out, "Brothers! Clear the road for big horns. He'll hook. Saying this, he went to the threshold, struck and opened the door with Chaplinsky, and hurled the understarosta out into the street. Then he resumed his seat quietly at the side of Zatsvilikovsky. In a moment there was silence in the room. The argument used by Pan Yen made a great impression on the assembled nobles. After a little while, however, the whole place shook with laughter. "Hurrah for Vishnevetsky's man," cried some. "He has fainted. He has fainted, and is covered with blood," cried others, who had looked through the door, curious to know what Chaplinsky would do. "His servants are carrying him off." The partisans of the understarosta, but few in number, were silent, and not having the courage to take his part, looked sullenly at Skshetuski. "Spoken truth touches that hound to the quick," said Zatsvilikovsky. "He is a cur, not a hound," said, while drawing near, a bulky nobleman who had a cataract on one eye and a hole in his forehead the size of a thaler, through which the naked skull appeared. "He is a cur, not a hound. Permit me," continued he, turning to Pan Yen, "to offer you my respects. I am Yen Zagloba. My escutcheon, in the forehead, as every one may easily know by this hole which the bullet of a robber made in my forehead when I was on a pilgrimage to the Holy Land in penance for the sins of my youth." "But leave us in peace," said Zatsvilikovsky, "you said yourself that was knocked out of you with a tankard in Radom." "As I live, the bullet of a robber. That was another affair in Radom. You made a vow to go to the Holy Land, perhaps. But that you have never been there is certain. I have not been there, for in Galatz I received the palm of martyrdom, and if I lie, I am a supreme dog and not a nobleman." "Ah, you never stop your stories." "Well, I am a rogue without hearing. To you, Lieutenant." In the meanwhile others came up to make the acquaintance of Skshetuski and express their regard for him. In general Chaplinsky was not popular, and they were glad that disgrace had met him. It is strange and difficult to understand at this day that all the nobility in the neighborhood of Chigirin, and the smaller owners of villages, landed proprietors, and agriculturists, even those serving the Konieczpolskis, all knowing in neighbor fashion the dispute of Chaplinsky with Khmelnytsky, were on the side of the latter. Khmelnytsky had indeed the reputation of a famous soldier who had rendered no mean services in various wars. It was known, also, that the king himself had had communication with him and valued his opinion highly. The whole affair was regarded as an ordinary squabble of one noble with another. Such squabbles were counted by thousands, especially in the Russian lands. The part of the man was taken who knew how to incline to his side the majority, who did not foresee what terrible results were to come from this affair. Later on it was that hearts flamed up with hatred against Khmelnytsky, the hearts of nobility and clergy of both churches in equal degree. Presently men came up to Skshetuski with liquor by the quart, saying, "Drink, brother. Have a drink with me too. Long life to Vishnevetsky's men. So young, and already a lieutenant with Vishnevetsky. Long life to Yeremy, hetman of hetmans. With him we will go to the ends of the earth. Against Turks and Tartars. To Stambul. Long life to Vladislav, our king." Loudest of all shouted Pan Zagloba, who was ready all alone to outdrink and outtalk a whole regiment. "Gentlemen," shouted he, till the window panes rattled, "I have summoned the Sultan for the assault on me which he permitted in Galatz. If you don't stop talking, you may wear the skin off your mouth." "How so, my dear sir?" "Quatuor articuli juditii castrensis, stuprum, incendium, latrocinium et vis armata alienis edibus illata." Was not that specifically vis armata? You are a noisy woodcock, my friend. I'll go even to the highest court. But won't you keep quiet? I will get a decision, proclaim him an outlaw, and then war to the knife. Health to you, gentlemen. Some broke out in laughter, and with them Skshetuski, for his head buzzed a trifle now. But Zagloba babbled on just like a woodcock, charmed with his own voice. Happily his discourse was interrupted by another noble, who, stepping up, pulled him by the sleeve and said in singing Lithuanian tones, "Introduce me, friend Zagloba, to Lieutenant Skshetuski, introduce me, please. Of course, of course. Most worthy lieutenant, this is Pan Povsinoga. Podbipienta, said the other, correcting him. No matter, but his arms are Zervoplutry too. Zervicaptor, 3 corrected the stranger. All right. From Sikishki, 4. From Mishikishki, 5 corrected the stranger. It's all the same. I don't remember whether I said mouse or dog entrails. But one thing is certain, I should not like to live in either place, for it is not easy to get there, and to depart is unseemly. Most gracious sir, said he, turning to Skshetuski, I have now for a week been drinking wine at the expense of this gentleman, who has a sword at his belt as heavy as his purse, and his purse is as heavy as his wit. But if ever I have drunk wine at the cost of such an original, then may I call myself as big a fool as the man who buys wine for me. Well, he has given him a description. But the Lithuanian was not angry. He only waved his hand, smiled kindly, and said, You might give us a little peace, it is terrible to listen to you. Pan Yen looked with curiosity at the new figure, which in truth deserved to be called original. First of all, it was the figure of a man of such stature that his head was as high as a wall, and his extreme leanness made him appear taller still. His broad shoulders and sinewy neck indicated uncommon strength, but he was merely skin and bone. His stomach had so fallen in from his chest that he might have been taken for a man dying of hunger. He was well dressed in a grey closely fitting coat of svoboda cloth with narrow arms, and high Swedish boots, then coming into use in Lithuania. A broad and well-filled elkskin girdle with nothing to support it had slipped down to his hips. To this girdle was attached a crusader's sword, which was so long that it reached quite to the shoulder of this gigantic man. But whoever should be alarmed at the sword would be reassured in a moment by a glance at the face of its owner. The face, lean like the whole person, was adorned with hanging brows and a pair of drooping, hemp-colored mustaches, but was as honest and sincere as the face of a child. The hanging mustaches and brows gave him an expression at once anxious, thoughtful, and ridiculous. He looked like a man whom people elbow aside. But he pleased Skshetuski from the first glance because of the sincerity of his face and his perfect soldierly self-control. Lieutenant, said he, you are in the service of Prince Vishnevetsky? I am. The Lithuanian placed his hands together as if in prayer, and raised his eyes. Ah, what a mighty warrior, what a hero, what a leader. God grant the Commonwealth as many such as possible. But could I not enter his service? He will be glad to have you. At this point Zagloba interrupted the conversation. The prince will have 2 spits for his kitchen, one in you, one in your sword, or he will hire you as a cook, or he will order robbers to be hanged on you, or he will measure cloth with you to make uniforms. Tfu! Why are you not ashamed as a man and a Catholic to be as long as a serpent or the lance of an infidel? Oh, it's disgusting to hear you, said the Lithuanian, patiently. What is your title? Asked Skshetuski. For when you were speaking Pan Zagloba interrupted so often that if you will pardon me. Podbipienta. Povsinoga, added Zagloba. Zervicaptor of Mishikishki. Here, old woman, is fun for you. I drink his wine, but I'm a fool if these are not outlandish titles. Are you from Lithuania? Asked the lieutenant. Well, I'm 2 weeks now in Chigirin. Hearing from Pan Zatsvilikovsky that you were coming, I waited to present my request to the prince with his recommendation. Tell me, please, for I am curious, why do you carry such an executioner's sword under your arm? It is not the sword of an executioner, lieutenant, but of a crusader, and I wear it because it is a trophy and has been long in my family. It served at Khmelnytsky in Lithuanian hands, and that's why I wear it. But it's a savage machine, and must be terribly heavy. It's for 2 hands, I suppose. Oh, it can be used in 2 hands or 1. Let me have a look at it. The Lithuanian drew the sword and handed it to him. But Skshetuski's arm dropped in a moment. He could neither point the weapon nor aim a blow freely. He tried with both hands, still it was heavy. Skshetuski was a little ashamed, and turning to those present, said. Now, gentlemen, who can make a cross with it? We have tried already, answered several voices. Pan Zatsvilikhovsky is the only man who raises it, but he can't make a cross with it. Well, let us see you, sir, said Skshetuski, turning to the Lithuanian. Podbipienta raised the sword as if it were a cane, and whirled it several times with the greatest ease, till the air in the room whistled and a breeze was blowing on their faces. May God be your aid, said Skshetuski. You have sure service with the prince. God knows that I am anxious, and my sword will not rust in it. But what about your wits, asked Zagloba, since you don't know how to use them? Zatsvilikhovsky now rose, and with the lieutenant was preparing to go out, when a man with hair white as a dove entered, and seeing Zatsvilikhovsky, said. I have come here on purpose to see you, sir. This was Barabash, the colonel of Cherkasy. Then come to my quarters, replied Zatsvilikhovsky. There is such a smoke here that nothing can be seen. They went out together, Skshetuski with them. As soon as he had crossed the threshold, Barabash asked. Are there news of Khmelnytsky? There are. He has fled to the Sach. This officer met him yesterday in the steppe. Then he has not gone by water. I hurried off a courier to Kudak to have him seized, but if what you say is true, 'tis useless. When he had said this, Barabash covered his eyes with his hands, and began to repeat, Oh, Christ save us! Christ save us! Why are you disturbed? Don't you know the treason he has wrought on me? Don't you know what it means to publish such documents in the Sach? Christ save us! Unless the king makes war on the Mussulman, this will be a spark upon powder. You predict a rebellion? I do not predict, I see it, and Khmelnytsky is somewhat beyond Nalivayka and Loboda. But who will follow him? Who? Zaporozhians, registered Cossacks, people of the towns, the mob, cottagers, and such as these out here. Barabash pointed to the market square and to the people moving around upon it. The whole square was thronged with great grey oxen on the way to Korsun for the army. And with the oxen went a crowd of herdsmen, Chobani, who passed their whole lives in the steppe and wilderness, men perfectly wild, professing no religion, religionis nullius, as the voevoda Kysel said. Among them were forms more like robbers than herdsmen, fierce, terrible, covered with remnants of various garments. The greater part of them were dressed in sheepskin doublets or in untanned skins with the wool outside, open in front and showing, even in winter, the naked breast embrowned by the winds of the steppe. All were armed, but with the greatest variety of weapons. Some had bows and quivers on their shoulders, some muskets or squealers, so called by the Cossacks, some had Tartar sabres, some scythes. And finally, there were those who had only sticks with horse jaws fastened on the ends. Among them mingled the no less wild, though better armed men from the lower country, taking to the camp for sale dried fish, game, and mutton fat. Farther on were the Chumaki, ox drivers, with salt, beekeepers from the steppes and forest, wax bleachers with honey, forest dwellers with tar and pitch, peasants with wagons, registered Cossacks, Tartars from Belgorod. And God knows what tramps and vampires, from the ends of the earth. The whole town was full of drunken men. Chigirin was the place of lodging, and therefore of a frolic before bedtime. Fires were scattered over the market square, while here and there an empty tar barrel was burning. From every point were heard cries and bustle. The shrill squeak of Tartar pipes and the sound of drums was mingled with the bellowing of cattle and the softer note of the lyre, to which old men sang the favorite song of the time. Oh, bright falcon! My own brother! Thou soarest high. Thou sayest far. And besides this went up the wild shouts, Yuha! Yuha! Of the Cossacks, smeared with tar and quite drunk, dancing the tropak on the square. All this was at once wild and frenzied. One glance was enough to convince Zatsvilikhovsky that Barabash was right, that one breath was sufficient to let loose those chaotic elements, inclined to plunder and accustomed to violence, with which the whole Ukraine was filled. And behind these crowds stood the Sach, the Zaporozhy, recently bridled and put in curb after Maslov Stav, still gnawing the bit impatiently, remembering ancient privileges and hating commissioners, but forming an organized power. That power had also on its side the sympathy of a countless mass of peasants, less patient of control than in other parts of the Commonwealth, because near them was Chertomalik, and beyond lordlessness, booty, and freedom. The standard-bearer in view of this, though a Russian himself and a devoted adherent of Eastern Orthodoxy, fell into gloomy thought. Being an old man, he remembered well the times of Nalivayka, Loboda, and Kremsky. He knew the robbers of the Ukraine better perhaps than anyone in Russia, and knowing at the same time Khmelnytsky, he knew that he was greater than 20 Lobodas and Nalivaykas. He understood, therefore, all the danger of his escape to the Sach, especially with the letters of the king, which Barabash said were full of promises to the Cossacks and incitements to resistance. "Most worthy colonel," said Zatsvilikhovsky to Barabash, "you should go to the Sach and neutralize the influence of Khmelnytsky, pacify them, pacify them." "Most worthy standard-bearer," answered Barabash, "I will merely say that in consequence of the news of Khmelnytsky's flight with the papers of the king, 1/2 of my men have followed him to the Sach. My time has passed. Not the baton awaits me, but the grave." Barabash was indeed a good soldier, but old and without influence. Meanwhile they had come to the quarters of Zatsvilikhovsky, who had regained somewhat the composure peculiar to his mild character. And when they sat down to half a gallon of mead, he said emphatically, "All this is nothing, if, as they say, war is on foot against the Mussulman. And it is likely that such is the case, for though the Commonwealth does not want war, and the Diets have roused much bad blood in the king, still he may carry his point. All this fire may be turned against the Turk, and in every case we have time on our side. I will go myself to Pan Pototsky, inform him, and ask that he, being nearest to us, should come with his army. I do not know whether I shall succeed, for though a brave man and a trained warrior, he is terribly confident in himself and his army. And you, Colonel of Cherkasy, keep the Cossacks in curb, and you, Lieutenant, the moment you arrive at Lubny warn the prince to keep his eyes on the Sach. Even if they begin action, I repeat it, we have time. There are not many people at the Sach now, they have scattered around, fishing and hunting, and are in villages throughout the whole Ukraine. Before they assemble, much water will flow down the Dnieper. Besides, the name of the prince is terrible, and if they know that he has his eye on Chertomalik, perhaps they will remain in peace. I am ready," said the lieutenant, "to start from Chigirin even in a couple of days." "That's right. 2 or 3 days are of no account. And do you, Colonel of Cherkasy, send couriers with an account of the affair to Konyetspolsky and Prince Dominic. But you are asleep, as I see." Barabash had crossed his hands on his stomach and was in a deep slumber, snoring from time to time. The old colonel, when neither eating nor drinking and he loved both beyond measure, was sleeping. "Look," said Zatsvilikhovsky quietly to the lieutenant, "the statesmen at Warsaw think of holding the Cossacks in curb through such an old man as that. God be good to them. They put trust, too, even in Khmelnytsky himself, with whom the Chancellor entered into some negotiations or other, and Khmelnytsky no doubt is fooling them terribly." The lieutenant sighed in token of sympathy. But Barabash snored more deeply, and then murmured in his sleep, "Christ save us! Christ save us!" "When do you think of leaving Chigirin?" asked Zatsvilikhovsky. "I shall have to wait 2 days for Chaplinsky, who will bring an action, beyond doubt, for what has happened to him. He will not do that. He would prefer to send his servants against you if you didn't wear the uniform of the prince. But it is ugly work to tackle the prince, even for the servants of the Konyetspolskys. I will notify him that I am waiting, and start in 2 or 3 days. I am not afraid of an ambush either, having a saber at my side and a party of men." The lieutenant now took farewell of Zatsvilikhovsky, and went out. The blaze from the piles on the square spread such a glare over the town that all Chigirin seemed burning. The bustle and shouts increased with the approach of night. The Jews did not peep from their houses. In every corner crowds of Chobani howled plaintive songs of the steppe. The wild Zaporojians danced around the fires, hurling their caps in the air, firing from their squealers, and drinking gorelka by the quart. Here and there a scuffle broke out, which the starosta's men put down. The lieutenant had to open a way with the hilt of his saber. Hearing the shouts and noise of the Cossacks, he thought at times that rebellion was already beginning to speak. It seemed to him, also, that he saw threatening looks and heard low-spoken curses directed against his person. In his ears were still ringing the words of Barabash, "Christ save us! Christ save us," and his heart beat more quickly. But the Chobani sang their songs more loudly in the town, the Zaporojians fired from their muskets and swam in gorelka. The firing and the wild "Yuha! Yuha!" reached the ears of the lieutenant, even after he had lain down to sleep in his quarters. Chapter 3. A few days later the lieutenant with his escort pressed forward briskly in the direction of Lubny. After the passage of the Dnieper, they traveled by a broad steppe road which united Chigirin with Lubny, passing through Juki, Semi-Mogil, and Korol. A similar road joined Lubny with Kiev. In times past, before the campaign of the Hetman Jalkievsky against Solonitsa, these roads were not in existence. People traveled to Kiev from Lubny by the desert and the steppe. The way to Chigirin was by water, with return by land through Korol. In general the country beyond the Dnieper, the ancient land of the Polovtsi, was wild, scarcely more inhabited than the wilderness, frequently visited by the Tartars, and exposed to Zaporojian bands. On the banks of the Sula immense forests, which had never been touched by the foot of man, gave forth their voices. And in places also on the low shores of the Sula, the Ruda, Sleporod, Korovai, Orjavets, Sel, and other greater and smaller rivers and streams, marshes were formed, partly grown over with dense thickets and pine forests, and partly open in the form of meadows. In these pine woods and morasses wild beasts of every kind found commodious refuge. And in the deepest forest gloom lived in countless multitudes the bearded aurochs, bears, with wild boars, and near them wolves, lynxes, martens, deer, and wild goats. In the swamps and arms of rivers beavers built their dams. There were stories current among the Zaporojians that of these beavers were some a century old and white as snow from age. On the elevated dry steppes roamed herds of wild horses, with shaggy foreheads and bloodshot eyes. The rivers were swarming with fish and waterfowl. It was a wonderful land, half asleep, but bearing traces of the former activity of man. It was everywhere filled with the ruins of towns of previous generations. Lubny and Korol were raised from such ruins as these. Everywhere the country was full of grave mounds, ancient and modern, covered already with a growth of pine. Here, as in the wilderness, ghosts and vampires rose up at night. Old Zaporojians, sitting around their fires, told marvelous tales of what took place in those forest depths, from which issued the howling of unknown beasts, cries half human, half brute, terrible sounds as of battle or the chase. Under water was heard the ringing of bells in submerged cities. The land was inhospitable, little accessible, in places too soft, in places suffering from lack of water, parched, dry, and dangerous to live in. For when men settled down there anyhow and began to cultivate the land, they were swept away by Tartar raids. But it was frequently visited by Zaporojians while hunting or, as they phrased it, while at industry, along all the rivers, ravines, forests, and reedy marshes, searching for beavers in places of which even the existence was known to few. And still settled life struggled to cling to those regions, like a plant which seizes the ground with its roots wherever it can, and though torn out repeatedly, springs up anew. On desert sites rose towns, settlements, colonies, hamlets, and single dwellings. The earth was fruitful in places, and freedom was enticing. But life bloomed up first when these lands came into possession of the princes Vishnevetsky. Prince Michael, after his marriage with a Moldavian lady, began to put his domain beyond the Dnieper into careful order. He brought in people, settled waste regions, gave exemption from service for 30 years, built monasteries, and introduced his princely authority. Even a settler in that country from a time of unreckoned priority, who considered that he was on his own ground, was willing to descend to the status of a tribute payer. Since for his tribute he came under the powerful protection of the prince who guarded him, defended him from the Tartars and the men from below, who were often worse than the Tartars. But real activity commenced under the iron hand of young Prince Yeremy. His possessions began immediately outside Chigirin, and ended at Konotop and Komny. This did not constitute all the wealth of the prince, for beginning at Sandomir his lands lay in the voivodstvos of Volhynia, Russia, and Kiev, but his domain beyond the Dnieper was as the eye in his head to the victor of Putovo. The Tartar lay long in wait on the Oryol or the Vorskla, and sniffed like a wolf before he ventured to urge his horse to the north. The men from below did not attempt attack. The local disorderly bands entered service. Wild, plundering people, who had long subsisted by violence and raids, now held in check, occupied outposts on the borders, and lying on the boundaries of the state, were like a bulldog on his chain, threatening intruders with his teeth. Everything flourished and was full of life. Roads were laid out on the trace of ancient highways, rivers were blocked with dams, built by the captive Tartar or men from below caught robbing with armed hand. The mill now resounded where the wind used to play wildly at night in the reeds, and where wolves howled in company with the ghosts of drowned men. More than 400 wheels, not counting the numerous windmills, ground grain beyond the Dnieper. More than 40,000 men were tributary to the prince's treasury. The woods swarmed with bees. On the borders new villages, hamlets, and single dwellings were rising continually. On the steppes, by the side of wild herds, grazed whole droves of domestic cattle and horses. The endless monotony of pine groves and steppes was varied by the smoke of cottages, the gilded towers of churches, Catholic and Orthodox. The desert was changed into a peopled land. Lieutenant Skshetuski traveled on gladly, and without hurry, as if going over his own ground, having plenty of leisure secured to him on the road. It was the beginning of January, 1648. But that wonderful, exceptional winter gave no sign of its approach. Spring was breathing in the air. The earth was soft and shining with the water of melted snow, the fields were covered with green, and the sun shone with such heat on the road at midday that fur coats burdened the shoulders as in summer. The lieutenant's party was increased considerably in Chigirin, for it was joined by a Wallachian embassy which the Hospodar sent to Lubny in the person of Pan Razvan Ursu. The embassy was attended by an escort, with wagons and servants. Our acquaintance, Pan Longin Podbipienta, with the shield of Zervicaptor, his long sword under his arm, and with a few servants, traveled with Pan Yen. Sunshine, splendid weather, and the odor of approaching spring filled the heart with gladness. And the lieutenant was the more rejoiced, since he was returning from a long journey to the roof of the prince, which was at the same time his own roof. He was returning having accomplished his mission well, and was therefore certain of a good reception. There were other causes, also, for his gladness. Besides the goodwill of the prince, whom the lieutenant loved with his whole soul, there awaited him in Lubny certain dark eyes. These eyes belonged to Anuzia Borzobogata Krasenska, lady-in-waiting to Princess Griselda, the most beautiful maiden among all her attendants, a fearful coquette, for whom everyone was languishing in Lubny, while she was indifferent to all. Princess Griselda was terribly strict in deportment and excessively austere in manner, which, however, did not prevent young people from exchanging ardent glances and sighs. Pan Yen, in common with the others, sent his tribute to the dark eyes, and when alone in his quarters he would seize a lute and sing. Thou art the daintiest of the dainty. Or, the Tartar seizes people captive. Thou seizest captive hearts. But being a cheerful man, and, besides, a soldier thoroughly devoted to his profession, he did not take it too much to heart that Anuzia smiled on Pan Bykovets of the Wallachian regiment, or Pan Wurzel of the artillery, or Pan Volodyovsky of the dragoons, as well as on him, and smiled even on Pan Baranovsky of the hussars, although he was already growing grey, and lisped since his palate had been wounded by a musket ball. Our lieutenant had even had a saber duel with Volodyovsky for the sake of Anuzia. But when obliged to remain too long at Lubny without an expedition against the Tartars, life was tedious there, even with Anusia, and when he had to go on an expedition, he went gladly, without regret or remembrance. He returned joyfully, however, for he was on his way from the Crimea after a satisfactory arrangement of affairs. He hummed a song merrily, and urged his horse, riding by the side of Pan Longin, sitting on an enormous Livonian mare, was thoughtful and serious as usual. The wagons of the embassy escort remained considerably in the rear. "The envoy is lying in the wagon like a block of wood, and sleeps all the time," said the lieutenant. "He told me wonders of his Wallachian land till he grew tired. I listened, too, with curiosity. It is a rich country, no use in denying that, excellent climate, gold, wine, dainties, and cattle in abundance. I thought to myself meanwhile, our prince is descended from a Moldavian mother, and has as good a right to the throne of the Hospodar as anyone else, which rights, moreover, Prince Michael claimed. Wallachia is no new country to our warriors. They have beaten the Turks, Tartars, Wallachians, and Transylvanians. But the people are of weaker temper than with us, as Pan Zagloba told me in Chigirin," said Pan Longin. "If he is not to be believed. Confirmation of what he says may be found in prayer books." "How in prayer books?" "I have one myself, and I can show it to you, for I always carry one with me." Having said this, he unbuckled the saddle straps in front of him, and taking out a small book carefully bound in calfskin, kissed it reverentially, then turning over a few leaves, said, "Read." Skshetuski began, "We take refuge under thy protection, Holy Mother of God. Where is there anything here about Wallachia?" "What are you talking of? This is an antiphon. Read on farther. That we may be worthy of the promises of Christ our Lord. Amen." "Well, here we've got a question." Skshetuski read, "Question, why is Wallachian cavalry called light?" Answer, because it is light-footed in flight. Amen. This is true. Still, there is a wonderful mixture of matters in this book. It is a soldier's book, where, side by side with prayers, a variety of military information is given, from which you may gain knowledge of all nations, which of them is noblest, and which mean. As to the Wallachians, it appears that they are cowardly fellows, and terrible traitors besides. That they are traitors is undoubted, for that is proven by the adventures of Prince Michael. I have heard as a fact that their soldiers are nothing to boast of by nature. But the prince has an excellent Wallachian regiment, in which Bykovets is lieutenant, but to tell the truth, I don't think it contains even 200 Wallachians. Well, lieutenant, what do you think? Has the prince many men under arms? About 8,000, not counting the Cossacks that are at the outposts. But Zatsvilikovsky tells me that new levies are ordered. Well, may God give us a campaign under the prince. It is said that a great war against Turkey is in preparation, and that the king himself is going to march with all the forces of the Commonwealth. I know, too, that gifts are withheld from the Tartars, who, I may add, are afraid to stir. I heard of this even in the Crimea, where on this account, I suppose, I was received with such honor. For the report is, that if the king moves with the hetmans, Prince Yeremy will strike the Crimea and wipe out the Tartars. It is quite certain they will not confide such an undertaking to anyone else. Pan Longin raised his hands and eyes to heaven. May the God of mercy grant such a holy war for the glory of Christianity in our nation, and permit me, sinful man, to fulfill my vow, so that I may receive joy in the struggle or find a praiseworthy death. Have you made a vow, then, concerning the war? I will disclose all the secrets of my soul to such a worthy knight, though the story is a long one, but since you incline a willing ear I will begin. You are aware that the motto on my shield is Tir Cowl. And this has the following origin: when my ancestor, Staviko Podbipienta, at the Battle of Grunwald saw 3 knights in monks' cowls riding in a row, he dashed up to them and cut the heads off all 3 with one blow. Touching this glorious deed, the old chroniclers write in great praise of my ancestor. Your ancestor had not a lighter hand than you, and he was justly Tir Cowl. To him the king granted a coat of arms, and upon it 3 goat heads on a silver field in memory of those knights, because the same heads were depicted on their shields. Those arms, together with this sword, my ancestor, Steviko Podbipienta, left to his descendants with the injunction to strive to uphold the glory of their race and sword. It is not to be denied that you come of gentle stock. Here Pan Longin began to sigh earnestly. And when he had comforted himself somewhat he continued. Being the last of my race, I made a vow in trochee to the most holy lady to live in continence and not marry till, in emulation of my ancestor Steviko Podbipienta, I should sweep off with this same sword 3 heads at one blow. Oh, merciful God, thou sayest that I have done all in my power. I have preserved my purity to this day, I have commanded a tender heart to be still, I have sought war and I have fought, but without good fortune. The lieutenant smiled under his mustache. And you have not taken off 3 heads? No. It has not come to pass. No luck. 2 at a blow I have taken more than once, but never 3. I've never been able to come up to them, and it would be hard to ask enemies to stand in line for a blow. God knows my grief. There is strength in my bones, I have wealth, youth is passing away, I am approaching my 45th year, my heart rushes forth in affection, my family is coming to an end, and still the 3 heads are not there. Such a Zervicaptor am I. A laughing-stock for the people, as Pan Zagloba truly remarks. All of which I endure patiently and offer to the Lord. The Lithuanian began again to sigh, noticing which his Livonian mare from sympathy for her master fell to groaning and snorting. Well, I can only tell you, said the lieutenant, if you do not find an opportunity under Prince Yeremy, then you will find it nowhere. God grant, answered Podbipienta, this is why I am going to beg a favor of the prince. Further conversation was interrupted by an unusual sound of wings. As has been stated, birds of passage did not go beyond the sea that winter. The rivers did not freeze over, therefore the whole country was full of waterfowl, especially over the marshes. Just as the lieutenant and Pan Longin were approaching the bank of the Kagamlik there was a sudden rushing noise above their heads of a whole flock of storks, which flew so near the ground that it was almost possible to strike them with a stick. The flock flew with a tremendous outcry, and instead of settling in the reeds rose unexpectedly through the air. They rush as if hunted, said Skshetuski. Ah, see! Said Pan Longin, pointing to a white bird which, cutting the air in sidelong flight, tried to overtake the flock. A falcon stops them from alighting, said the lieutenant. The envoy has a falcon, it must be that he has let her out. At that moment Pan Razvan Ursu rode up at full speed on a black Anatolian steed, and after him a number of his service. I beg you to come to the sport, lieutenant, said he. This falcon is yours, then? Yes, and a very noble bird, as you will see. All 3 rushed forward, followed by the Wallachian falconer with a hoop, who, fixing his eyes on the bird, shouted with all his might, urging her to the struggle. The valiant bird immediately forced the flock to rise in the air, and then in a flash shot up still higher and hung over it. The storks arranged themselves in one enormous circle, making the noise of a storm with their wings. They filled the air with terrible cries, stretched their necks, pointed their bills upward like lances, and waited the attack. The falcon circled above them, at one time descending, at another rising, as if hesitating to sweep down since 100 sharp beaks were waiting for her breast. Her white plumage, shone on by rays of light, gleamed like the sun itself on the clear blue of the sky. Suddenly, instead of rushing on the flock, the falcon darted like an arrow into the distance, and disappeared at once behind the trees and the reeds. Skshetuski at first rushed after her at full speed. The envoy, the falconer, and Longin followed his example. At the crossing of the roads the lieutenant checked his horse. A new and wonderful sight met his eye. In the middle of the road a carriage lay on its side with a broken axle. Horses detached from the carriage were held by 2 Cossacks. There was no driver at hand, he had evidently gone for assistance. At the side of the carriage stood 2 women. One wore a fox-skin cloak and a round-topped cap of the same material. Her face was stern and masculine. The other was a young lady of tall stature, and gentle features of great regularity. On the shoulder of the young lady the falcon was sitting quietly. Having parted the feathers on her breast, the bird was stroking them with her bill. The lieutenant reined in his horse till its hoofs dug into the sand of the road, and raised his hand to his cap in uncertainty, not knowing what to say, whether to greet the ladies or to speak to the falcon. He was confused also because there looked upon him from under a marten skin hood eyes such as he had never seen in his life, black, satin-like, liquid, full of life and fire. Near which the eyes of Anusia Borzobogata would be as a tallow candle before a torch. Above those eyes dark velvety brows were defined in two delicate arches. Her blushing face bloomed like the most beautiful flower, and through her slightly opened lips of raspberry hue were seen teeth like pearls, and from under her hood flowed out rich dark tresses. "Are you Juno in person or some other divinity?" thought the lieutenant, seeing the form straight as an arrow, the swelling bosom, and the white falcon on her shoulder. Our lieutenant stood with uncovered head and forgot himself as before a marvelous image. His eyes gleamed, and something, as if with a hand, seized his heart, and he was about to begin, "If you are a mortal and not a divinity," when the envoy, the falconer with his hoop, and Pan Longin came up. On seeing them the goddess held her hand to the falcon, which, leaving the shoulder, came to the hand at once, shifting from foot to foot. The lieutenant, anticipating the falconer, wished to remove the bird, when suddenly a wonderful omen was seen. The falcon, leaving one foot on the hand of the lady, caught with the other the hand of the lieutenant, and instead of going to it began to scream joyfully and pull the hands together with such power that they touched. A quiver ran over the lieutenant. The bird allowed herself to be taken only after being hooded by the falconer. Then the old lady began to speak. "Gentlemen," said she, "whoever you are, you will not deny your assistance to women who, left helpless on the road, know not themselves what to do. It is no more than 15 miles to our house. But the carriage is broken, and we shall surely have to spend the night in the field. I hurried off the driver to have my son send even a wagon. But before he reaches the house and returns, darkness will come, and it is a terrible thing to be out in this place, for there are graves in the neighborhood." The old lady spoke rapidly and with such a rough voice that the lieutenant was astonished, still he answered politely. "Do not think that we should leave you and your beautiful daughter without assistance. We are going to Lubny, for we are soldiers in the service of Prince Yeremy, and likely our roads are in the same direction, and even if they are not, we shall be glad to go out of our way in case our assistance is acceptable. As to a carriage I have none, for with my companions I am traveling, soldier fashion, on horseback, but the envoy has, and being an affable gentleman will be glad, I think, to put it at the service of yourself and your daughter." The envoy removed his sable cap, for knowing the Polish language he understood the conversation, and with a delicate compliment as became a gracious boyar, he yielded his carriage to the ladies. And straightway ordered the falconer to gallop for it to the wagons, which had lagged considerably in the rear. Meanwhile the lieutenant looked at the young lady, who, unable to endure his eager glance, dropped her eyes, and the elderly lady, who had a Cossack face, continued. "God reward you, gentlemen, for your assistance. And since there is still a long road to Lubny, do not reject my roof and that of my sons, under which we shall be glad to see you. We are from Rozlogi Sirimaki. I am the widow of Prince Kurtsevich Buliga. And this is not my daughter, but the daughter of the elder Kurtsevich, brother of my husband, who left his orphan to our care. My sons are not all at home this moment, and I am returning from Cherkasy, where I was performing devotions at the altar of the Holy Mother, and on our way back this accident has met us, and were it not for your politeness, gentlemen, we should undoubtedly have to pass the night on the road." The princess would have said still more, but at that moment the wagons appeared in the distance, approaching at a trot, surrounded by a crowd of the envoy's retinue and the soldiers of Pan Yen. "Then you are the widow of Prince Vasily Kurtsevich?" asked the lieutenant. "No," retorted the princess, quickly and as if in anger, "I am the widow of Constantine, and this is the daughter of Vasily," said she, pointing to the young lady. "They speak of Prince Vasily often in Lubny. He was a great soldier, and a confidant of the late Prince Michael." "I have not been in Lubny," said she, with a certain haughtiness. "Of his military virtues I have no knowledge. There is no need of mentioning his later acts, since all know what they were." Hearing this, Princess Helena dropped her head on her breast like a flower cut with a scythe, and the lieutenant answered quickly. "Do not say that, madam. Prince Vasily, sentenced, through a terrible error in the administration of human justice, to the loss of life and property, was forced to save himself by flight, but later his entire innocence was discovered. By the publication of this innocence he was restored to honor as a virtuous man, and the greater the injustice done him, the greater should be his glory." The princess glanced quickly at the lieutenant, and in her disagreeable sharp face anger was clearly expressed. But though Skshetuski was a young man, he had so much knightly dignity and such a clear glance that she did not dare to dispute him. She turned instead to Princess Helena. "It is not proper for you to hear these things," said she. "Go and see that the luggage is removed from our carriage to the equipage in which, with the permission of these gentlemen, we are to ride." "You will allow me to help you," said the lieutenant to Princess Helena. Both went to the carriage. But as soon as they stood opposite, at the doors on each side of it, the princess raised the lashes of her eyes, and her glance fell upon the face of the lieutenant like a bright, warm ray of the sun. "How can I thank you?" said she, in a voice which to him seemed music as sweet as the sound of lyres and flutes. "How can I thank you for defending the good name of my father against the injustice which is put upon it by his nearest relatives?" The lieutenant felt his heart melting like snow in springtime, and answered, "May God be as good to me as I am ready to rush into the fire or shed my blood for such thanks, though the service is so slight that I ought not to accept a reward. If you contemn my thanks, then I, poor orphan, have no other way to show my gratitude." "I do not contemn them," said he, with growing emphasis. "But for such favor I wish to perform true and enduring service, and I only beg you to accept me for that service." The princess, hearing these words, blushed, was confused, then suddenly grew pale, raised her hands to her face, and said in a sad voice, "Such a service could bring only misfortune to you." The lieutenant bent through the door of the carriage and spoke quietly and feelingly, "Let it bring what God gives, even should it bring suffering, still I am ready to fall at your feet and beg for it. It cannot be that you, who have just seen me for the first time, should conceive such a great desire for that service. I had scarcely seen you when I had forgotten myself altogether, and I see that it has come to the soldier hitherto free to be changed to a captive, but such clearly is the will of God. Love is like an arrow which pierces the breast unexpectedly. And now I feel its sting, though yesterday I should not have believed this if any man had told it me. If you could not have believed it yesterday, how am I to believe it today? Time will convince you best. But you can see my sincerity even now, not only in my words but in my face." Again the princess raised her eyes, and her glance met the manly and noble face of the young soldier, and his look, so full of rapture that a deep crimson covered her face. But she did not lower her glance, and for a time he drank in the sweetness of those wonderful eyes, and they looked at each other like two beings who, though they have met merely on the highroad through the steppe, feel in a flash that they have chosen each other, and that their souls begin to rush to a meeting like two doves. The moment of exaltation was disturbed for them by the sharp voice of Constantine's widow calling to the princess. The carriages had arrived. The attendants began to transfer the packages from the carriages, and in a moment everything was ready. Pan Razvan Ursu, the gracious boyar, gave up his own carriage to the two ladies, the lieutenant mounted his horse, and all moved forward. The day was nearing its rest. The swollen waters of the Khagamlik were bright with gold of the setting sun, and purple of the evening light. High in the heavens flocks of small clouds reddening drifted slowly to the horizon, as if, tired from flying through the air, they were going to sleep somewhere in an unknown cradle. Pan Yen rode by the side of Princess Helena, but without conversation, since he could not speak to her before strangers as he had spoken a few moments before, and frivolous words would not pass his lips now. But in his heart he felt happiness, and in his head something sounding as if from wine. The whole caravan pushed on briskly, and quiet was broken only by the snorting of the horses or the clank of stirrup against stirrup. After a time the escort at the rear wagons began a plaintive Wallachian song. Soon, however, they stopped, and immediately the nasal voice of Pan Longin was heard singing piously. In heaven I caused an endless light to dwell. And mist I spread o'er all the earth. That moment it grew dark, the stars twinkled in the sky, and from the damp plains white mists rose, boundless as the sea. They entered a forest, but had gone only a few furlongs when the sound of horses' feet was heard and 5 riders appeared before the caravan. They were the young princes, who, informed by the driver of the accident which had happened to their mother, were hurrying to meet her, bringing a wagon drawn by 4 horses. "Is that you, my sons?" called out the old princess. The riders approached the carriage. "We, mother. Come this way. Thanks to these gentlemen, we need no more assistance. These are my sons, whom I commend to your favor, gentlemen, Simeon, Yuri, Andrei, Nikolai, and who is the 5th? Asked she, looking around attentively. Oh! If my old eyes can see in the darkness, it is Bogan. The princess drew back quickly to the depth of the carriage. Greetings to you, princess, and to you, Princess Helena, said the 5th. Ah, Bogan! You have come from the regiment, my falcon. And have you brought your lute? Welcome, welcome. Well, my sons, I have asked these gentlemen to spend the night with us at Rozlogi, and now greet them. A guest in the house is God in the house. Be gracious to our house, gentlemen. The young men removed their caps. We entreat you most respectfully to cross our lowly threshold. They have already promised me, the envoy has promised and the lieutenant. We shall receive honorable guests, but I am not sure that our poor fare will be savory for men accustomed to castle dainties. We are reared on the fare of soldiers, not of castles, said Skshetuski. And Pan Razvan added, I have tried the hospitality of country houses, and know that it is better than that of castles. The carriages moved on, and the old princess continued, our best days have passed long ago. In Volhynia and Lithuania there are still members of the XVIII family who have retinues of attendants and live in lordly fashion, but they do not recognize their poor relations, for which God punished them. We live in real Cossack poverty, which you must overlook, and accept with a good heart what we offer with sincerity. I and my 5 sons live on one village and a few hamlets, and in addition we have this young lady to care for. These words astonished the lieutenant not a little, for he had heard in Lubny that Rozlogi was no small estate, and also that it belonged to Prince Vasily, the father of Helena. He did not deem it proper, however, to inquire how the place had passed into the hands of Constantine and his widow. Then you have 5 sons, princess, asked Pan Razvan Ursu. I had 5, all like lions, answered she. But the infidels in Belgorod put out the eyes of the eldest, Vasily, with torches, wherefore his mind has failed him. When the young men go on an expedition I stay at home with him and this young lady, with whom I have more suffering than comfort. The contemptuous tone with which the princess spoke of her niece was so evident that it did not escape the attention of the lieutenant. His breast boiled up in anger, and he had almost allowed an unseemly oath to escape him. But the words died on his lips when he looked at the young princess, and in the light of the moon saw her eyes filled with tears. What has happened? Why do you weep? Asked he, in a low voice. She was silent. I cannot endure to see you weep, said Pan Yen, and bent toward her. Seeing that the old princess was conversing with the envoy and not looking toward him, he continued, in God's name, speak but one word, for I would give blood and health to comfort you. All at once he felt one of the horsemen press against him so heavily that the horses began to rub their sides together. Conversation with the princess was interrupted. Skshetuski, astonished and also angered, turned to the intruder. By the light of the moon he saw 2 eyes, which looked at him insolently, defiantly, sneeringly. Those terrible eyes shone like those of a wolf in a dark forest. What devil is that, thought the lieutenant a demon or who. And then, looking closely into those burning eyes, he asked, "Why do you push on me with your horse, and dig your eyes into me?" The horseman did not answer, but continued to look with equal persistence and insolence. "If it is dark, I can strike a light, and if the road is too narrow, then to the steppe with you," said the lieutenant, in a distinct voice. "Off with you from the carriage, Pole, if you see the steppe," answered the horseman. The lieutenant, being a man quick of action, instead of an answer struck his foot into the side of his enemy's horse with such force that the beast groaned and in a moment was on the very edge of the road. The rider reined him in on the spot, and for a moment it seemed that he was about to rush on the lieutenant, but that instant the sharp, commanding voice of the old princess resounded. "Bogan, what's the matter?" These words had immediate effect. Bogan whirled his horse around, and passed to the other side of the carriage to the princess, who continued, "What is the matter? You are not in Pereyaslav nor the Crimea, but in Rozlogi. Remember this. But now gallop ahead for me, conduct the carriages, the ravine is at hand, and it is dark. Hurry on, you vampire." Skshetuski was astonished, as well as vexed. Bogan evidently sought a quarrel and would have found it. But why did he seek it, whence this unexpected attack? The thought flashed through the lieutenant's mind that Princess Helena had something to do with this. And he was confirmed in the thought, for, looking at her face, he saw, in spite of the darkness, that it was pale, and evident terror was on it. Bogan spurred forward immediately in obedience to the command of the princess, who, looking after him, said half to herself and half to Pan Yen, "That's a madcap, a Cossack devil." "It is evident that he is not in his full mind," answered the lieutenant, contemptuously. "Is that Cossack in the service of your sons?" The old princess threw herself back in the seat. "What do you mean?" "Why, that is Bogan, lieutenant colonel, a famous hero, a friend of my son's, and adopted by me as a sixth son. Impossible that you have not heard his name, for all know of him." This name was, in fact, well known to Pan Yen. From among the names of various colonels and Cossack atamans this one had come to the top, and was on every lip on both banks of the Dnieper. Blind minstrels sang songs of Bogan in marketplaces and shops, and at evening meetings they told wonders about the young leader. Who he was, whence he had come, was known to no man. This much was certain: the steppes, the Dnieper, the cataracts, and Chertomalik, with its labyrinth of narrows, arms, islands, rocks, ravines, and reeds, had been his cradle. From childhood he had lived and communed with that wild world. In time of peace he went with others to fish and hunt, battered through the windings of the Dnieper, wandered over swamps and reeds with a crowd of half-naked comrades, then again he spent whole months in forest depths. His school was in raids to the wilderness on the herds of the Tartars, in ambushes, battles, campaigns against Tartar coast towns, against Belgorod, Wallachia, or with boats on the Black Sea. He knew no days but days on his horse, no nights but nights at a steppe fire. Soon he became the favorite of the entire lower country, a leader of others, and surpassed all men in daring. He was ready to go with 100 horse even to Bagchay Sarai, and start up a blaze under the very eyes of the Khan. He burned Tartar towns and villages, exterminated the inhabitants, tore captive Mirzas to pieces with horses, came down like a tempest, passed by like death. On the sea he fell upon Turkish galleys with frenzy, swept down upon the center of Budjak, rushed into the lion's mouth, as 'tis said. Some of his expeditions were simple madness. Men less daring, less fond of danger, perished impaled on stakes in Stambul, or rotted at the oar on Turkish galleys. He always escaped unhurt, and with rich booty. It was said that he had collected immense treasures, which he had hidden in the reeds of the Dnieper. But it was also seen more than once how with muddy boots he had stamped upon cloth of gold, and spread carpets under the hoofs of his horse, how, dressed in satin, he had spotted himself with tar. On purpose to show Cossack contempt for these lordly stuffs. He never warmed any place long. Caprice was the motive of his deeds. At times, when he came to Chigirin, Cherkasy, or Pereyaslav, he had terrible frolics with other Zaporozhians, at times he lived like a monk, spoke to no man, escaped to the steppe. Then again he surrounded himself with blind minstrels, and listened to their songs and stories for days at a time, heaping gold on them. Among nobles he knew how to be a polished cavalier, among Cossacks he was the wildest of Cossacks. In knightly company he was a knight, among robbers, a robber. Some held him to be insane, for he was an unbridled, mad spirit. Why he was living in the world, what he wanted, whither he was tending, whom he served, he knew not himself. He served the steppes, the whirlwinds, war, love, his own fancy. This fancy of his distinguished him from all the other rude leaders, and from the whole robber herd who had only plunder as an object, and for whom it was the same whether they plundered Tartars or their own. Bogan took plunder, but preferred war to pillage. He was in love with peril for its own charm, he gave gold for songs, he hunted for glory, and cared for no more. Of all leaders, he alone personified best the Cossack knight. Therefore songs had sought him out as a favorite, and his name was celebrated throughout the whole Ukraine. He had recently become the Pereyaslav lieutenant colonel, but he exercised the power of colonel. For old Loboda held the baton feebly in his stiffening hand. Pan Yen, therefore, knew well who Bogan was, and if he asked the old princess whether the Cossack was in the service of her sons, he did it through studied contempt. For he felt in him an enemy, and in spite of all the reputation of Bogan, his blood boiled up because the Cossack had begun with him so insolently. He understood, too, that what had been begun would not end in a trifle. But Skshetuski was as unbending as an axle, self-confident to excess, yielding before nothing, and really eager for danger. He was ready even that moment to urge his horse after Bogan, but he rode near the princess. Besides, the wagon had already passed the ravine, and lights were gleaming in Rozlogi. Chapter 4. The Khmelnytsky Uprising were of an ancient princely stock which used the escutcheon of Kuts, claimed to be from Koryat, but was really from Rurik. Of the two main lines, one lived in Lithuania, the other in Volhynia, till Prince Vasily, one of the numerous descendants of the Volhynian line, settled beyond the Dnieper. Being poor, he did not wish to remain among his powerful relatives, and entered the service of Prince Michael Vishniovetzky, father of the renowned Yerema. 6. Having covered himself with glory in that service, he received from the latter, as a permanent possession, Krasny Rozlogi, which subsequently, by reason of its vast number of wolves, was called Volchy Rozlogi, and there he settled for good. He went over to the Latin Rite in 1629, and married a lady of a distinguished Austrian family of Italian descent. From that marriage a daughter, Helena, came into the world a year later, her mother dying at her birth. Prince Vasily, without thinking of a second marriage, gave himself up altogether to the management of his land and the rearing of his only daughter. He was a man of great character and uncommon virtue. Having acquired a moderate fortune rather rapidly, he remembered at once his eldest brother Constantine, who, rejected by his powerful family, remained in Volhynia, and was obliged to live on rented land. He brought him, with his wife and 5 sons, to Rozlogi, and shared every bit of bread with him. The two Khmelnytsky lived in this way quietly till the end of 1634, when Vasily went with King Vladislav to the siege of Smolensk, where that unfortunate event took place which caused his ruin. In the royal camp was intercepted a letter written to Shein, the Russian commander, signed with the name of the prince, with the seal of Kuts added. Such a clear proof of treason on the part of a knight who till then had enjoyed an unspotted fame, astonished and confounded every one. It was in vain that Vasily called God to witness that neither the hand or the signature on the paper was his. The arms of Kuts on the seal removed every doubt, no one believed that the seal had been lost, which was the prince's explanation, and finally the unfortunate prince, sentenced pro crimen perduilionis to the loss of his honor and his head, was forced to seek safety in flight. Arriving at Rozlogi in the night, Vasily implored his brother Constantine, by all that was holy, to care for Helena as his own daughter, and then he disappeared forever. It was said that he wrote a letter from Bar to Vishniovetzky, entreating the prince not to take the bread out of Helena's mouth, and to leave her in peace at Rozlogi under the care of Constantine, after that there was no more word of him. There was a report that he had died suddenly, also that he had joined the imperial army and had perished in battle in Germany. No one, however, had certain knowledge of him, but he must have died, since he inquired no further for his daughter. Soon mention of his name ceased, and he was only remembered when his innocence became evident. A certain Kupsevich from Vitebsk confessed on his deathbed that he had written, at the siege of Smolensk, the letter to Shein, and sealed it with the seal found in camp. In the face of such testimony, pity and confusion seized all hearts. The sentence was revoked, the name of Prince Vasily restored to honor, but for Vasily himself the reward for his sufferings came too late. As to Rozlogy, Yeremy did not think of confiscating that. For the Vishniovetskys, knowing Vasily better than others, were never entirely convinced of his guilt. He might even have remained under their powerful protection and laughed at the sentence. And if he fled, it was because he was unable to endure disgrace. Helena grew up quietly at Rozlogy under the tender care of her uncle, and only after his death did painful times begin for her. The wife of Constantine, from a family of dubious origin, was a stern, impulsive, and energetic woman, whom her husband alone was able to keep within bounds. After his death she gathered into her iron hand the management of Rozlogy. The serving men trembled before her, the house servants feared her as fire, and soon she made herself known to the neighbors. During the 3rd year of her management she attacked the Savinskys of Brovarki twice with armed hand, dressed in male attire and on horseback, leading her servants with hired Cossacks. Once when the regiments of Prince Yeremy scattered Tartar bands, plundering in the neighborhood of Semi-Mogil, the princess at the head of her people cut to pieces the remnant that had escaped as far as Rozlogy. She had settled for good in Rozlogy, and began to consider the place as the property of herself and her sons. She loved these sons as the wolf loves her young, but being rude she had no thought of a proper education for them. A monk of the Greek rite from Kiev taught them to read and write, here their education ended. It was not far to Lubny, where Vishniovetski's court was, at which the young princes might have acquired polish and trained themselves to public business in the chancery, or entered the school of knighthood under his banners. The princess, however, had reasons of her own for not sending the young men to Lubny. Prince Yeremy might remember to whom Rozlogy belonged, and might look into the guardianship of Helena, or in memory of Vasily might take that guardianship upon himself, then she would undoubtedly have to move away from Rozlogy. The princess preferred, therefore, that in Lubny they should forget there were Kurtsevichi on earth. So the young princes were reared half wild, more as Cossacks than as nobles. While still young, they took part in the quarrels of the old princess, in attacks on the Savinskys, and in her expeditions against Tartars. Feeling an innate aversion to books and letters, they fired arrows from bows for whole days, or took exercise in the management of their fists or sabers and lariats. They never occupied themselves with the estate, for their mother would not let that out of her own hands. It was sad to look at those descendants of a noted stock in whose veins princely blood was flowing, but whose manners were harsh and rude, and whose ideas and dull hearts reminded one of the uncultivated steppe. Meanwhile they were growing up like young oaks, seeing their own ignorance, they were ashamed to live with the nobility. On the contrary, the companionship of wild Cossack leaders was more agreeable. When old enough, therefore, they went with companies to the lower country, where they were considered as comrades. Sometimes they stayed half a year in the Sach. Went to industry with the Cossacks, took part in campaigns against the Turks and Tartars, which finally became their chief and favorite occupation. Their mother was not opposed to this, for they often brought back abundant booty. But in one of these campaigns the eldest, Vasily, fell into pagan hands. His brothers, it is true, with the aid of Bogan and the Zaporogians, rescued him, but without his eyes. From that time Vasily was forced to remain at home. As formerly he had been the wildest of all, so then he became very mild and was sunk in meditation and religious exercises. The young men continued their warlike occupations, which at last obtained for them the surname of Prince Cossacks. A glance at Rozlogy Sirimaki was enough to enable one to guess what kind of people lived there. When the envoy and Pan Yen drove through the gate with their wagons, they saw, not a castle, but rather a roomy shed built of enormous oak planks, with narrow windows like portholes. Dwellings for servants and Cossacks, the stables, the granaries, and storerooms were attached directly to the house, composing an irregular building made up of many parts, some high and some low. It would have been difficult to consider such a poor and rude exterior as a human dwelling, but for the lights in the windows. On the square in front of the house were two well cranes. Nearer the gate was a post with a ring on the top, to which was chained a bear. A strong gate of the same kind of planks as the house afforded entrance to the square, which was surrounded by a ditch and a palisade. Evidently it was a fortified place, secure against attacks and incursions. It recalled in every regard the Cossack posts of the frontier. And though the majority of nobles on the border had no houses of fashion different from this, still this was more like some species of robber's nest than any of them. The attendants who came out with torches to meet the guests were bandits in appearance, rather than servants. Great dogs on the square tugged at their chains as if to break away and rush at the newly arrived. From the stable was heard the neighing of horses. The young Deluge and their mother began to call to the servants with commands and curses. In the midst of this hurly-burly the guests entered the house. But now Pan Razvan Ursu, who had almost regretted his promise to pass the night there when he saw the wildness and wretchedness of the place, was really astonished at the sight that met his eyes. The inside of the house answered in no way to the unseemly exterior. First they entered a broad anteroom, the walls of which were almost entirely covered with armor, weapons, and skins of wild beasts. Logs of wood were blazing in two enormous fireplaces, and by their bright light were to be seen, on one wall, horse trappings, shining armor, Turkish steel shirts on which here and there were glittering precious stones. Chainmail with gilt knobs on the buckles, half armor, breast pieces, neck pieces, steel armor of great value, Polish and Turkish helmets, steel caps with silver tips. On the opposite wall hung shields, no longer used in that age. Near them Polish lances and oriental javelins, also edged weapons in plenty from sabers to daggers and yataghans, the hilts of which glittered in the firelight with various colors, like stars. In the corners hung bundles of skins of bears, wolves, foxes, martens, and ermine, gained by the hunting of the princes. Farther away, near the walls, dozing on their rings were hawks, falcons, and great golden eagles. The last, brought from the distant steppes of the east, were used in the wolf hunt. From that antechamber the guests passed to a spacious reception room, and here in a chimney with a depression in front burned a brisk fire. In this room there was still greater luxury than in the antechamber. The bare planks of the walls were covered with woven stuffs. On the floor lay splendid oriental carpets. In the center of the room stood a long, cross-legged table, made of common planks, on which were goblets, gilt or cut from Venetian glass. At the walls were smaller tables, bureaus, and shelves on which were caskets, bottle cases inlaid with bronze, brass candlesticks and clocks, taken in their time by the Turks from the Venetians and by the Cossacks from the Turks. The whole room was crowded with superfluous objects, of a use very often unknown to the possessor. Everywhere was luxury blended with the extreme rudeness of the steppe. Costly Turkish bureaus, inlaid with bronze, ebony, mother of pearl, were standing at the side of unplanned shelves, simple wooden chairs at the side of soft sofas. Cushions lying in Eastern fashion on sofas had covers of brocade or silk stuff, but were rarely filled with down, oftener with hay or pea stalks. Costly stuffs and superfluous objects were the so-called Turkish or Tartar goods, partly bought for a trifle from the Cossacks, partly obtained in numerous wars by old Prince Vasily. Partly during expeditions with men of the lower country by the young Deluge, who chose rather to go with boats to the Black Sea than to marry or manage the land. All this roused no surprise in Skshetuski, who was well acquainted with houses on the border. But the Wallachian boyar was astonished to see in the midst of all this luxury the Kurtsevichi in leather boots and fur coats not much better than those worn by the servants. Pan Longin Podbipienta, accustomed to a different order of things in Lithuania, was equally astonished. Meanwhile the young princes received the guests heartily and with great welcome. Being little trained in society, they did this in so awkward a manner that the lieutenant was scarcely able to restrain his laughter. The eldest, Simeon, said, "We are glad to see you, and are thankful for your kindness. Our house is your house. Therefore make yourselves at home. We bow to you, gentlemen, at our lowly thresholds." And though no humility was observable in the tone of his speech, nor a recognition that he received persons superior to himself, he bowed in Cossack fashion to the girdle. And after him bowed the younger brothers, thinking that politeness required it. "The forehead to you, gentlemen, the forehead." Just then the princess, seizing Bogan by the sleeve, led him to another room. "Listen, Bogan," said she, hurriedly, "I've no time for long speeches. I saw you attack that young noble. You are seeking a quarrel with him." "Mother," answered the Cossack, kissing the old woman's hand, "the world is wide, one road to him, another to me. I have not known him, nor heard of him, but let him not draw near the princess, or as I live I'll flash my saber in his eyes." "Oh! Are you mad? Where, Cossack, is your head? What has come upon you? Do you want to ruin yourself and us?" He is a soldier of Prince Yeremy, a lieutenant, a person of distinction, for he was sent as envoy from the prince to the Khan. "Let a hair fall from his head while under our roof, do you know what will happen? The prince will turn his eyes to Rozlogi, will avenge this man, send us to the four winds, take Helena to Lubny, and then what? Will you quarrel with Vishnevetsky, or attack Lubny? Try it if you want to taste an impaling steak, lost Cossack. Whether he comes near the girl or not, he will leave here as he came, and there will be peace. But restrain yourself. If not, then be off to where you came from, for you will bring misfortune to us if you stay." The Cossack gnawed his mustache, frowned, but saw that the princess was right. "They will go away in the morning, mother, and I will restrain myself. Only let the princess stay in her own rooms." "Why do you ask this?" "So that they should think I keep her in confinement. She will appear, because I wish it. Give no orders to me in this house, for you are not master here. Be not angry, princess. Since it cannot be otherwise, I will be as sweet to them as Turkish tidbits. I'll not grind my teeth nor touch my head, even though anger were consuming me, though my soul were ready to groan. Let your will be done." "Oh, that's your talk. Take your lyre, play, sing, then you will feel easier. But now meet the guests." They returned to the reception room, in which the princes, not knowing how to entertain the guests, continued to ask them to make themselves at home, and were bowing to the girdle before them. Skshetuski looked sharply and haughtily into the eyes of Bogan as soon as he came, but he saw in them neither quarrel nor defiance. The face of the youthful leader was lighted up with good humor, so well simulated that it might have deceived the most experienced eye. The lieutenant looked at him carefully, for previously he had been unable to distinguish his features in the darkness. He saw now a young hero, straight as a poplar, with splendid brunette face, and rich, dark, drooping mustache. On that face gladness burst through the pensive mood of the Ukraine, as the sun through a mist. The leader had a lofty forehead, on which his dark hair drooped as a mane above his powerful brow. An aquiline nose, dilated nostrils, and white teeth, shining at every smile, gave the face a slight expression of rapacity, but on the whole it was a model of Ukraine beauty, luxuriant, full of character and defiance. His splendid dress also distinguished this hero of the steppe from the princes dressed in skins. Bogan wore a tunic of silver brocade and a scarlet kontouche, which color was worn by all the Pereyaslav Cossacks. His loins were girt with a silken sash from which depended a rich saber, but the saber and the dress paled before the Turkish dagger at his belt. This dagger was so thickly studded with jewels that sparks flew from it. Arrayed in this fashion, he would have been easily taken by any one for a scion of some great house, rather than a Cossack, especially since his freedom and his lordly manners betrayed no low descent. Approaching Pan Longin, he listened to the story of his ancestor Staviko and the cutting off of the 3 heads. He turned to the lieutenant, and said with perfect indifference, just as if nothing had happened between them. "You are on your way from the Crimea, I hear." "From the Crimea," answered the lieutenant, dryly. "I have been there too, though I did not go to Bakhchisarai, but I think I shall be there if the favorable news we hear comes true." "Of what news are you speaking?" "It is said that if the king opens war against the Turks, Prince Vishniovetzky will visit the Crimea with fire and sword. This report brings great joy through the whole Ukraine and the lower country, for if under such a leader we do not frolic in Bakhchisarai, then under none." "We will frolic, as God is in heaven," cried the young princes. The respect with which Bogan spoke of the prince captivated the lieutenant. So he smiled and said in a more friendly voice, "I see that you are not satisfied yet with the expeditions which you have had with men of the lower country, which however have covered you with glory. Small war, small glory. Konashevich Sahedokny did not win it on boats, but in Kodim." At that moment a door opened, and Vasily, the eldest of the Kurtsevichi, came slowly into the room, led by Helena. He was a man of ripe years, pale and emaciated, with a sad ascetic countenance, recalling the Byzantine pictures of saints. His long hair, prematurely grey from misfortune and pain, came down to his shoulders, and instead of his eyes were two red depressions. In his hand he held a bronze cross, with which he began to bless the room and all present. "In the name of God the Father, in the name of the Saviour and of the Holy Most Pure," said he, "if you are apostles and bring good tidings, be welcome on Christian thresholds." "Be indulgent, gentlemen," muttered the princess. "His mind is disturbed." But Vasily continued to bless them with the cross, and added, as it is said in the Dialogues of the Apostles, "Whoso sheds his blood for the faith will be saved, he who dies for gain or booty will be damned." Let us pray. Woe to you, brothers, woe to me, since we made war for booty. God be merciful to us, sinners. God be merciful. And you, men who have come from afar, what tidings do you bring? Are you apostles? He was silent, and appeared to wait for an answer, therefore the lieutenant replied. We are far from such a lofty mission. We are only soldiers ready to lay down our lives for the faith. Then you will be saved, said the blind man. But for us the hour of liberation has not come. Woe to you, brothers. Woe to me. He uttered the last words almost with a groan, and such deep despair was depicted on his countenance that the guests were at a loss what to do. Helena seated him straightway on a chair, and hastening to the anteroom, returned in a moment with a lute in her hand. Low sounds were heard in the apartment, and the princess began to sing a hymn as accompaniment. By night and by day I call thee, O Lord. Relieve thou my torment, and dry my sad tears. Be a merciful Father to me in my sins. Oh, hear thou my cry. The blind man threw his head back and listened to the words of the song, which appeared to act as a healing balm, for the pain and terror disappeared by degrees from his face. At last his head fell upon his bosom, and he remained as if half asleep and half benumbed. If the singing is continued, he will become altogether pacified. You see, gentlemen, his insanity consists in this, that he is always waiting for apostles. And if visitors appear, he comes out immediately to ask if they are apostles. Helena continued. Show me the way, Lord above lords. I'm like one astray in a waste without end. Or a ship in the waves of a measureless sea. Lost and alone. Her sweet voice grew louder and louder. With the lute in her hands, and eyes raised to heaven, she was so beautiful that the lieutenant could not take his eyes from her. He looked, was lost in her, and forgot the world. He was roused from his ecstasy only by the words of the old princess. That's enough. He will not wake soon. But now I request you to supper, gentlemen. We beg you to our bread and salt, said the young princes after their mother. Pan Razvan, as a man of polished manners, gave his arm to the lady of the house. Seeing this, Skshetuski hurried to the Princess Helena. His heart grew soft within him when he felt her hand on his arm, till fire flashed in his eyes, and he said, "The angels in heaven do not sing more beautifully than you." "It is a sin for you to compare my singing to that of angels," answered Helena. "I don't know whether I sin or not, but one thing is sure, I would give my eyes to hear your singing till death. But what do I say? If blind, I could have no sight of you, which would be the same as torture beyond endurance. Don't say that, for you will leave here tomorrow, and tomorrow forget me. That will not be. My love is such that to the end of life I can love no one else." The face of the princess grew scarlet, her breast began to heave. She wished to answer, but her lips merely trembled. Then Pan Yen continued. "But you will forget me in the presence of that handsome Cossack, who will accompany your singing on a balalaika." "Never, never," whispered the maiden. "But beware of him, he is a terrible man. What is one Cossack to me? Even if the whole Sach were behind him, I should dare everything for your sake. You are for me like a jewel without price, you are my world. But tell me, have you the same feeling for me?" A low "yes" sounded like music of paradise in the ears of Pan Yen, and that moment it seemed to him as if 10 hearts, at least, were beating in his breast. In his eyes all things grew bright, as if a ray of sunlight had come to the world. He felt an unknown power within himself, as if he had wings on his shoulders. During supper Bogan's face, which was greatly changed and pale, glared several times. The lieutenant, however, possessing the affection of Helena, cared not for his rival. "The devil take him," thought he. "Let him not get in my way, if he does, I'll rub him out." But his mind was not on Bogan. He felt Helena sitting so near that he almost touched her shoulder with his own. He saw the blush which never left her face, from which warmth went forth. He saw her swelling bosom, and her eyes, now drooping and covered with their lids, now flashing like a pair of stars, for Helena, though cowed by the old princess and living in orphanhood, sadness, and fear, was still of the Ukraine and hot-blooded. The moment a warm ray of love fell on her she bloomed like a flower, and was roused at once to new and unknown life. Happiness with courage gleamed in her eyes, and those impulses struggling with her maiden timidity painted her face with the beautiful colors of the rose. Pan Yen was almost beside himself. He drank deeply, but the mead had no effect on him. He was already drunk from love. He saw no one at the table save her who sat at his side. He saw not how Bogan grew paler each moment, and, touching the hilt of his dagger, gave no ear to Pan Longin, who for the 3rd time told of his ancestor Steviko, nor to Kurtsevich, who told about his expedition for Turkish goods. All drank except Bogan, and the best example was given by the old princess, who raised a goblet, now to the health of her guests, now to the health of Vishnevetsky, now to the health of the Hospodar Lupul. There was talk, too, of blind Vasily in his former knightly deeds, of his unlucky campaign and his present insanity, which Simeon, the eldest, explained as follows. "Just think. The smallest bit of anything in the eye prevents sight. Why should not great drops of pitch reaching the brain cause madness?" "Oh, it is a very delicate organ," said Pan Longin. At this moment the old princess noticed the changed face of Bogan. "What is the matter, my falcon?" "My soul is suffering, mother," said he, gloomily, "but a Cossack word is not smoke. I will endure. Hold out, my son, there will be a feast." Supper came to an end, but mead was poured into the goblets unsparingly. Cossacks called to the dance came, therefore, with greater readiness. The balalaikas and drums, to which the drowsy attendants were to dance, began to sound. Later on, the young princes dropped into the prasiadka. The old princess, putting her hands on her sides, began to keep time with her foot and hum. Pan Yen, seeing this, took Helena to the dance. When he embraced her with his arm it seemed to him that he was drawing part of heaven toward his breast. In the whirl of the dance her long tresses swept around his neck, as if she wished to bind him to herself forever. He did not restrain himself, and when he saw that no one was looking, he bent and kissed her lips with all his might. Late at night, when alone with Longin in their sleeping room, the lieutenant, instead of going to rest, sat on the wooden bedstead and began, "You will go to Lubny tomorrow with another man." Podbipienta, who had just finished his prayers, opened wide his eyes and asked, "How is that? Are you going to stay here?" "I shall not stay, but my heart will remain, and only the dulcis recordatio will go with me. You see in me a great change, since from tender desires I am scarcely able to listen to a thing." "Then you have fallen in love with the princess?" "Nothing else, as true as I am alive before you. Sleep flees from my lids, and I want nothing but sighs, from which I am ready to vanish into vapor. I tell you this, because, having a tender heart famishing for love, you will easily understand my torture." Pan Longin began to sigh, in token that he understood the torments of love, and after a time he inquired mournfully, "Maybe you have also made a vow of celibacy?" "Your inquiry is pointless, for if all made such vows the genus humanum would soon be at an end." The entrance of a servant interrupted further conversation. It was an old Tartar, with quick black eyes and a face as wrinkled as a dried apple. After he came in he cast a significant look at Pan Yen and asked, "Don't you wish for something? Perhaps a cup of mead before going to bed?" "No, 'tis not necessary." The Tartar approached Skshetuski and muttered, "I have a word from the young princess for you. Then be my gift giver. You may speak before this night, for he knows everything." The Tartar took a ribbon from his sleeve, saying, "The lady has sent you this scarf, with a message that she loves you with her whole soul." The lieutenant seized the scarf, kissed it with ecstasy, and pressed it to his bosom. After he had become calmer, he asked, "What did the princess tell you to say?" "That she loved you with her whole soul." "Here is a thaler for your message." "She said, then, that she loved me?" "Yes." "Here is another thaler for you. May God bless her, for she is most dear to me. Tell her, too, but wait, I'll write to her. Bring me ink, pen, and paper." "What?" asked the Tartar. "Ink, pen, and paper. We have none in the house. In the time of Prince Vasily we had, and afterward when the young princes learned to write from the monk, but that is a long time ago." Pan Yen clasped his hands. "Haven't you ink and pen?" asked he of Podbipienta. The Lithuanian opened his hands and raised his eyes to heaven. "Well, plague take it," said the lieutenant, "what can I do?" The Tartar had squatted before the fire. "What is the use of writing?" said he, gathering up the coals. "The young lady has gone to sleep. And what you would write to her now, you can tell her in the morning. In that case I need no ink. You are a faithful servant to the young lady, as I see. Here is a third thaler for you. Are you long in her service?" "It is now 14 years since Prince Vasily took me captive, and since that time I have served faithfully. The night he went away through losing his name he left his little child to Constantine, and said to me, 'You will not desert the little girl, and you will be as careful of her as the eye in your head.' Are you doing what he told you?" "Yes, I am. I will care for her." "Tell me what you see. How is she living here?" "They have evil designs against her, for they wish to give her to Bogan, and he is a cursed dog." "Oh, nothing will come of that. A man will be found to take her part." "Yes," said the old man, pushing the glowing coals. "They want to give her to Bogan, to take and bear her away as a wolf bears a lamb, and leave them in Rozlogi, for Rozlogi is not theirs, but hers from her father, Prince Vasily. Bogan is willing to do this, for he has more gold and silver in the reeds than there is sand in Rozlogi, but she holds him in hatred from the time he brained a man before her face. Blood has fallen between them, and hatred has sprung up. God is one." The lieutenant was unable to sleep that night. He paced the apartment, gazed at the moon, and had many thoughts on his mind. He penetrated the game of the Bulogi. If a nobleman of the vicinity were to marry the princess, he would remember Rozlogi, and justly, for it belonged to her, and he might demand also an account of the guardianship. Therefore the Bulogi, already turned Cossacks, decided to give the young woman to a Cossack. While thinking of this, Skshetuski clenched his fists and sought the sword at his side. He resolved to baffle these plots, and felt that he had the power to do so. Besides, the guardianship of Helena belonged to Prince Yeremy first, because Rozlogi was given by the Vishnyevetskys to old Vasily. Secondly, because Vasily himself wrote a letter to the prince from Bar, requesting this guardianship. The pressure of public business alone, wars and great undertakings, could have prevented the prince from looking into the guardianship. But it would be sufficient to remind him with a word, and he would have justice done. The grey of dawn was appearing when Skshetuski threw himself on the bed. He slept soundly, and in the morning woke with a finished plan. He and Pan Longin dressed in haste, all the more since the wagons were ready and the soldiers on horseback waiting to start. He breakfasted in the reception room with the young princes and their mother, but Bogun was not there. It was unknown whether he was sleeping yet or had gone. After he had refreshed himself, Skshetuski said, "Worthy princess, time flies, and we must be on horseback in a moment. But before we thank you with grateful hearts for your entertainment, I have an important affair on which I should like to say a few words to you and your sons apart." Astonishment was visible on the face of the princess. She looked at her sons, at the envoy, and Pan Longin, as if trying to divine from their faces what the question might be, and with a certain alarm in her voice she said, "I am at your service." The envoy wished to retire, but she did not permit him. They went at once to the room which was hung with armor and weapons. The young princes took their places in a row behind their mother, who, standing opposite Skshetuski, asked, "Of what affair do you wish to speak, sir?" The lieutenant fastened a quick and indeed severe glance on her, and said, "Pardon me, princess, and you, young princes, that I act contrary to custom, and instead of speaking through ambassadors of distinction, I am the advocate in my own cause. But it cannot be otherwise, and since no man can battle with necessity, I present my humble request to you as guardians to be pleased to give me Princess Helena as wife." If at that moment of the winter season lightning had descended in front of the house at Rozlogi, it would have caused less astonishment to the princess and her sons than those words of the lieutenant. For a time they looked with amazement on the speaker, who stood before them erect, calm, and wonderfully proud, as if he intended not to ask, but to command. And they could not find a word of answer, but instead, the princess began to ask. "How is this? Are you speaking of Helena?" "I am, princess, and you hear my fixed resolve." A moment of silence followed. "I am waiting for your answer, princess." "Forgive me, sir," said she, coughing, and her voice became dry and sharp. "The proposal of such a knight is no small honor for us. But nothing can come of it, since I have already promised Helena to another. But be pleased to consider, as a careful guardian, whether that promise was not made against the will of the princess, and if I am not better than he to whom you have promised her." "Well, sir, it is for me to judge who is better. You may be the best of men, but that is nothing to us, for we do not know you." The lieutenant straightened himself still more proudly, and his glances, though cold, became sharp as knives. "But I know you, you traitors," he burst forth. "You wish to give your relative to a peasant, on condition that he leaves you property unjustly acquired." "You are a traitor yourself," shouted the princess. "Is this your return for hospitality? Is this the gratitude you cherish in your heart? Oh, serpent! What kind of person are you? Whence have you come?" The fingers of the young princes began to quiver, and they looked along the walls for weapons, but the lieutenant cried out. "Wretches! You have seized the property of an orphan, but to no purpose. In a day from now Vishnyevetski will know of this." At these words the princess rushed to the end of the room, and seizing a dart, went up to the lieutenant. The young men also, having seized each what he could lay hands on, one a saber, another a knife, stood in a half-circle near him, panting like a pack of mad wolves. "You will go to the prince, will you?" shouted the old woman. "And are you sure that you will go out of here alive, and that this is not your last hour?" Skshetuski crossed his arms on his breast, and did not wink an eye. "I am on my way from the Crimea," said he, "as an envoy of Prince Yeremy. Let a single drop of my blood fall here, and in 3 days the ashes of this house will have vanished, and you will rot in the dungeons of Lubny. Is there power in the world to save you? Do not threaten, for I am not afraid of you. We may perish, but you will perish first. Then strike. Here is my breast. The princes, with their mother near them, held weapons pointed at the breast of the lieutenant, but it seemed as if invisible fetters held their hands. Panting, and gnashing their teeth, they struggled in vain rage, but none of them struck a blow. The terrible name of Vishnevetsky deprived them of strength. The lieutenant was master of the position. The weak rage of the princess was poured out in a mere torrent of abuse. Trickster! Beggar! You want princely blood. But in vain, we will give her to any one, but not to you. The prince cannot make us do that. Skshetuski answered, This is no time for me to speak of my nobility. I think, however, that your rank might well bear the sword and shield behind mine. But for that matter, since a peasant was good in your eyes, I am better. As to my fortune, that too may be compared with yours, and since you say that you will not give me Helena, then listen to what I tell you. I will leave you in Rozlogi, and ask no account of guardianship. Do not give that which is not yours. I give nothing but my promise for the future. I give it, and strengthen it with my knightly word. Now choose either to render account to the prince of your guardianship and leave Rozlogi, or give me Helena and you may keep the land. The dart dropped slowly from the hand of the princess, and after a moment fell on the floor with a rattle. Choose, repeated Skshetuski, either peace or war. It is lucky, said she, more mildly, that Bogan has gone out with the falcon, not wishing to look at you, for he had suspicions even yesterday. If he were here, we should not get on without bloodshed. I do not wear a sword, madam, to have my belt cut off. But think, is it polite on the part of such a knight as you, after entering a house by invitation, to force people in this way, and take a maiden by assault, as if from Turkish slavery? It is right, since she was to be sold against her will to a peasant. Don't say that of Bogan, for though of unknown parentage, he is a famous warrior and a splendid knight, known to us from childhood. He is like a relative in the house. To take the maiden from him is the same as to stab him with a knife. Well, princess, it is time for me to go. Pardon me, then, if I ask you once more to make your choice. The princess turned to her sons. Well, my sons, what do you say to such an humble request from this cavalier? The young men looked down, nudged each other with their elbows, and were silent. At last Simeon muttered, If you tell us, mother, to slay him, we will slay. If you say give the girl, we will give her. To give is bad, and to slay is bad. Then turning to Skshetuski, she said, You have pushed us to the wall so closely that there is no escape. Bogan is a madman, ready for anything. Who will save us from his vengeance? He will perish himself through the prince, but he will destroy us first. What are we to do? That is your affair. The princess was silent for a time, then said, Listen to me. All this must remain a secret. We will send Bogan to Pereyaslav, and will go ourselves with Helena to Lubny, and you will ask the prince to send us a guard at Rozlogi. Bogan has 150 Cossacks in the neighborhood, part of them are here. You cannot take Helena immediately, for he would rescue her. It cannot be arranged otherwise. Go your way, therefore, tell the secret to no man, and wait for us. But won't you betray me? If we only could, but we cannot, as you see yourself. Give your word that you will keep the secret. If I give it, will you give the girl? Yes, for we are unable not to give her, though we are sorry for Bogan. Pshaw! Said the lieutenant, turning to the princes, There are 4 of you, like oaks, and afraid of one Cossack, and you wish to overcome him by treason. Though I am obliged to thank you, still I say that it is not the thing for men of honor. Do not interfere in this, cried the princess. It is not your affair. What can we do? How many soldiers have you against his 150 Cossacks? Will you protect us? Will you protect Helena herself, whom he is ready to bear away by force. This is not your affair. Go your way to Lubny. How we must act is for us to judge, if we only bring Helena to you. Do what you like, but one thing I repeat, if any wrong comes to Helena, woe to you. Do not treat us in this fashion, you might drive us to desperation. You wish to bend her to your will, and now, when selling her for Rozlogi, it has never entered your heads to ask whether my person is pleasing to her. We are going to ask her in your presence, said the princess, suppressing the rage which began to seethe up again in her breast, for she felt clearly the contempt in these words of Skshetuski. Simeon went for Helena, and soon entered the room with her. Amidst the rage and threats which still seemed to quiver in the air like the echoes of a tempest that has passed, amidst those frowning brows, angry looks, and threatening scowls, her beautiful face shone like the sun after a storm. Well, young lady, said the princess sullenly, pointing to Pan Yen, if you choose this man, he is your future husband. Helena grew pale, and with a sudden cry covered her eyes with her two hands, then suddenly stretched them towards Skshetuski. Is this true? Whispered she, in transport. An hour later the retinue of the envoy and the lieutenant moved slowly along the forest road toward Lubny. Skshetuski with Pan Longin Podbipienta rode in front. After them came the wagons of the envoy in a long line. The lieutenant was completely sunk in thought and longing, when suddenly he was roused from his pensiveness by the words of the song. I grieve, my heart is sore. In the depth of the forest appeared Bogun on a narrow path trodden out by the peasants. His horse was covered with foam and mud. Apparently the Cossack, according to habit, had gone out to the steppes and the forest to dissipate with the wind, destroy, and forget in the distance that which overpained his heart. He was returning then to Rozlogi. Looking on that splendid, genuine knightly form, which only flashed up before him and vanished, Skshetuski murmured involuntarily. It is lucky in every case that he brained a man in her presence. All at once an undefined sorrow pressed his heart. He was sorry as it were for Bogun, but still more sorry that having bound himself by word to the princess, he was unable that moment to urge his horse after him and say, we love the same woman. There is one of us, therefore, who cannot live in the world. Draw your sword, Cossack. Chapter 5. When he arrived at Lubny, Pan Yen did not find the prince, who had gone to a christening at the house of an old attendant of his, Pan Sufchinsky, at Senchi, taking with him the princess, two young princesses Zbaraski, and many persons of the castle. Word was sent to Senchi of the lieutenant's return from the Crimea, and of the arrival of the envoy. Meanwhile Skshetuski's acquaintances and comrades greeted him joyfully after his long journey. And especially Pan Volodyovsky, who had been the most intimate of all since their last duel. This cavalier was noted for being always in love. After he had convinced himself of the insincerity of Anuzia Borzobogata, he turned his sensitive heart to Angela Lenska, one of the attendants of the princess. And when she, a month before, became engaged to Pan Stanishevsky, Volodyovsky, to console himself, began to sigh after Anna, the eldest Princess Zbaraska, niece of Prince Yeremy. But he understood himself that he had raised his eyes so high that he could not strengthen himself with the least hope, especially since Pan Bodzinski and Pan Lyasota came to make proposals for the princess in the name of Pan Shiemski, son of the voevoda of Lenchitsk. The unfortunate Volodyovsky therefore told his new troubles to the lieutenant, initiating him into all the affairs and secrets of the castle, to which he listened with half an ear, since his mind and heart were otherwise occupied. Had it not been for that mental disquiet which always attends even mutual love, Skshetuski would have felt himself happy on returning, after a long absence, to Lubny, where he was surrounded by friendly faces and that bustle of military life to which he had long grown accustomed. Though Lubny, as a lordly residence, was equal in grandeur to any of the seats of the kinglets, still it was different from them in this, that its life was stern, really of the camp. A visitor unacquainted with its usages and order, and coming, even in time of profoundest peace, might suppose that some military expedition was on foot. The soldier there was above the courtier, iron above gold, the trumpet call louder than sounds of feasts and amusements. Exemplary order reigned in every part, and a discipline elsewhere unknown. On all sides were throngs of knights of various regiments, armored cavalry, dragoons, Cossacks, Tartars, and Wallachians, in which served not only the whole Trans-Dnieper, but volunteers, nobles from every part of the Commonwealth. Whoever wished training in a real school of knighthood set out for Lubny, therefore neither the Mazur, the Lithuanian, the man of Little Poland, nor even the Prussian, was absent from the side of the Russian. Infantry and artillery, or the so-called fire people, were composed, for the greater part, of picked Germans engaged for high wages. Russians served principally in the dragoons, Lithuanians in the Tartar regiments. The men of Little Poland rallied most willingly to the armored regiments. The prince did not allow his men to live in idleness, hence there was ceaseless movement in the camp. Some regiments were marching out to relieve the stanitsas and outposts, others were entering the capital day after day drilling maneuvers. At times, even when there was no trouble from Tartars, the prince undertook distant expeditions into the wild steppes and wildernesses to accustom the soldiers to campaigning, to push forward where no man had gone before, and to spread the glory of his name. So the past spring he had descended the left bank of the Dnieper to Kudak, where Pan Grodzitsky, in command of the garrison, received him as a monarch, then he advanced farther beyond the cataracts to Hortitsa. And at Kuchkasy he gave orders to raise a great mound of stones as a memorial and a sign that no other lord had gone so far along that shore. Pan Boguslav Mashkevich, a good soldier, though young, and also a learned man, who described that expedition as well as various campaigns of the prince, told Skshetuski marvels concerning it, which were confirmed at once by Volodyovsky. For he had taken part in the expedition. They had seen the cataracts and wondered at them, especially at the terrible Nenesites, which devoured every year a number of people, like Scylla and Charybdis of old. Then they set out to the east along the parched steppes, where cavalry were unable to advance on the burning ground and they had to cover the horses' hoofs with skins. Multitudes of reptiles and vipers were met with, snakes 10 ells long and thick as a man's arm. On some oaks standing apart they inscribed, in eternal memory of the expedition, the arms of the prince. Finally, they entered a steppe so wild that in it no trace of man was found. I thought, said the learned Pan Mashkevich, that at last we should have to go to Hades, like Ulysses. To this Volodyovsky added, the men of Zamoyski's vanguard swore that they saw those boundaries on which the circle of the earth rests. The lieutenant told his companions about the Crimea, where he had spent almost half a year in waiting for the answer of the Khan. He told of the towns there, of present and remote times, of Tartars and their military power, and finally of their terror at reports of a general expedition to the Crimea, in which all the forces of the Commonwealth were to engage. Conversing in this way every evening, they waited the return of the prince. The lieutenant presented to his most intimate companions Pan Longin Podbipienta, who as a man of mild manners gained their hearts at once, and by exhibiting his superhuman strength in exercises with the sword acquired universal respect. He did not fail to relate to each one the story of his ancestor Staviko and the 3 severed heads, but he said nothing of his vow, not wishing to expose himself to ridicule. He pleased Volodyovsky, especially by reason of the sensitive hearts of both. After a few days they went out together to sigh on the ramparts, one for a star which shone above his reach, that is, for Princess Anna. The other for an unknown, from whom he was separated by the 3 heads of his vow. Volodyovsky tried to entice Longin into the dragoons. But the Lithuanian decided at last to join the armored regiment, so as to serve with Skshetuski, whom, as he learned in Lubny, to his delight, all esteemed as a knight of the first degree, and one of the best officers in the service of the prince. And precisely in Skshetuski's regiment there was a vacancy in prospect. Pan Zakshevsky, nicknamed Miserere May, had been ill for 2 weeks beyond hope of recovery, since all his wounds had opened from dampness. To the love cares of Skshetuski was now added sorrow for the impending loss of his old companion and tried friend. He did not go a step, therefore, from Zakshevsky's pillow for several hours each day, comforting him as best he could, and strengthening him with the hope that they would still have many a campaign together. But the old man needed no consolation. He was closing life joyfully on the hard bed of the soldier, covered with a horse skin. With a smile almost childlike, he gazed on the crucifix above his bed, and answered Skshetuski. Miserere mei. Lieutenant, I am on my way to the heavenly garrison. My body has so many holes from wounds that I fear St. Peter, who is the steward of the Lord and must look after order in heaven, won't let me in with such a rent body. But I'll say, St. Peter, my dear, I implore you, by the ear of Malchus, make no opposition, for it was pagans who injured my mortal coil, miserere mei. And if St. Michael shall have any campaigning against the powers of hell, old Zakshevsky will be useful yet. The lieutenant, though he had looked so often upon death as a soldier and inflicted it himself, could not restrain his tears while listening to the old man, whose departure was like a quiet sunset. At last, one morning the bells tolled in all the churches of Lubny, announcing the death of Pan Zakshevsky. That same day the prince came from Senchi, and with him Budzinski and Lyasota, with the whole court and many nobles in a long train of carriages, for the company at Pan Sufchinsky's was very large. The prince arranged a great funeral, wishing to honor the services of the deceased and to show how he loved brave men. All the regiments at Lubny took part in the procession, from the ramparts guns and cannon were fired. The cavalry marched from the castle to the parish church in battle array, but with furled banners, after them the infantry, with muskets reversed. The prince himself, dressed in mourning, rode behind the hearse in a gilded carriage, drawn by 8 milk-white horses with purple-stained manes and tails, and tufts of black ostrich feathers on their heads. In front of the carriage marched a detachment of janissaries, the bodyguard of the prince. Behind the carriage, on splendid steeds, rode pages in Spanish costume, farther on, high officials of the castle, attendants, lackeys. Finally, heydukes and guards. The cortege stopped before the church door, where the priest, Yaskalski, made a speech beginning with the words, "Whither art thou hastening, O Zakshevsky?" Then speeches were made by some of his comrades, and among them by Skshetuski, as the superior and friend of the deceased. Then his body was borne into the church, and there was heard the voice of the most eloquent of the eloquent, the Jesuit priest Mukovetsky, who spoke with such loftiness and grace that the prince himself wept. For he was a man of rare tenderness of heart and a real father to the soldiers. He maintained an iron discipline, but was unequalled in liberality and kindly treatment of people, and in the care with which he surrounded not only them, but their children and wives. Terrible and pitiless to rebels, he was a real benefactor, not only to the nobility, but to all his people. When the locusts destroyed the crops in 1646 he remitted the rent for a year, and ordered grain to be given from the granaries to his subjects, and after the fire in Coral he supported all the townspeople at his own expense for 2 months. Tenants and managers of crown estates trembled lest accounts of any of the abuses or wrongs inflicted by them on the people should come to the ears of the prince. His guardianship over orphans was so good that these orphans were called, in the country beyond the Dnieper, the prince's children. Princess Griselda herself watched over this, aided by Father Mukovetsky. Order reigned in all the lands of the prince, with plenty, justice, peace, but also terror, for in case of the slightest opposition the prince knew no bounds to his anger and to the punishments he inflicted. To such a degree was magnanimity joined with severity in his nature. But in those times and in those regions that severity alone permitted life and the labor of men to thrive and continue. Thanks to it alone, towns and villages rose, the agriculturist took the place of the highwayman, the merchant sold his wares in peace, bells called the devout in safety to prayer, the enemy dared not cross the boundaries, crowds of thieves perished. Impaled on stakes, or were changed into regular soldiers, and the wilderness bloomed. A wild country and its wild inhabitants needed such a hand, for to the country beyond the Dnieper went the most restless elements of the Ukraine. Settlers came in, allured by the land and the fatness of the soil. Runaway peasants from all lands of the Commonwealth, criminals escaping from prison, in one word, as Livy said, Pastorum convenerumque plebs transfuga ex sui populus. Only a lion at whose roar everything trembled could hold them in check, make them peaceable inhabitants, and force them into the bonds of settled life. Pan Longin Podbipienta, seeing the prince for the first time at the funeral, could not believe his own eyes. Having heard so much of his glory, he imagined that he must be a sort of giant, a head above the race of common men. While the prince was really of small stature, and rather delicate. He was still young, in the 36th year of his age, but on his countenance military toil was evident. And as he lived in Lubny like a real king, so did he share in time of campaign and expedition the hardships of the common soldier. He ate black bread, slept on the ground in a blanket. And since the greater part of his life was spent in labors of the camp, the years left their marks on his face. But that countenance revealed at the first glance an extraordinary man. There was depicted on it an iron, unbending will, and a majesty before which all involuntarily inclined. It was evident that this man knew his own power and greatness. And if on the morrow a crown were placed on his head, he would not feel astonished or oppressed by its weight. He had large eyes, calm, and indeed mild. Still, thunders seemed to slumber in them, and you felt that woe would follow him who should rouse them. No man could endure the calm light of that look. And ambassadors trained at courts on appearing before Yeremy were seen to grow confused and unable to begin their discourse. He was, moreover, in his domain beyond the Dnieper a genuine king. There went out from his chancery privileges and grants headed, we, by the grace of God Prince and Lord, etc. There were few magnates whom he considered equal to himself. Princes of the blood of ancient rulers were his stewards. Such in his day was the father of Helena, Vasily Bulyga-Kurtsevich, who counted his descent, as already mentioned, from Koryat, but really he was descended from Rurik. There was something in Prince Yeremy which, in spite of his native kindness, kept men at a distance. Loving soldiers, he was familiar with them, with him no one dared to be familiar. And still, if he should ask mounted knights to spring over the precipices of the Dnieper, they would do so without stopping to think. From his Wallachian mother he inherited a clearness of complexion like the color of iron at a white glow, from which heat radiates, and hair black as a raven's wing, which, shaven closely at the sides of his head, was cut square above the brows, covering half his forehead. He wore the Polish costume, and was not over-careful of his dress. Only on great occasions did he wear costly apparel, but then he was all glitter from gold and jewels. Pan Longin, a few days later, was present at such a solemnity, when the prince gave audience to Razvan Ursu. The reception of ambassadors always took place in a heavenly hall, so called because on its ceiling was depicted the firmament of heaven with the stars, by the pencil of Helm of Danzig. On that occasion the prince sat under a canopy of velvet and ermine on an elevated seat like a throne, the footstool of which was bound with a gilded circle. Behind the prince stood the priest Mukovetsky, his secretary, the steward Prince Voronik, and Pan Boguslav Mashkevich, farther on, pages and 12 bodyguards, in Spanish costume, bearing halberts. The depths of the hall were filled with knights in splendid dress and uniforms. Pan Razvan asked, in the name of the Hospodar, that the prince by his influence and the terror of his name should cause the Khan to prohibit the Budjak Tartars from attacking Wallachia, where they caused fearful losses and devastation every year. The prince answered in elegant Latin that the Budjak Tartars were not over-obedient to the Khan himself. Still, since he expected to receive an envoy of the Khan during the coming April, he would remind the Khan through him of the injury done the Wallachians. Pan Yen had already given a report of his embassy in his journey, together with all he had heard of Khmelnytsky in his flight to the Sech. The prince decided to dispatch a few regiments to Kudak, but did not attach great importance to this affair. Since nothing appeared therefore to threaten the peace and power of his domain beyond the Dnieper, festivals and amusements were begun in Lubny by reason of the presence of the envoy Razvan. Also because Budzinski and Lyasota on the part of the son of the voevoda Shiemski had made a formal proposal for the hand of Anna, the elder princess, and had received a favorable answer from the prince and the princess Griselda. Volodyovski suffered not a little from this, and when Skshetuski tried to pour consolation into his heart, he answered, "It is easy for you to talk, you have but to wish and Anuzia Borzobogata will not avoid you. She spoke of you very handsomely all the time. I thought at first that she was rousing the jealousy of Bykovets, but I see that she was ready to put him on a hook, feeling living sentiment in her heart for you alone. Oh! What is Anusia to me? Return to her, I have no objection. But forget Princess Anna, since thinking of her is like wishing to cover the phoenix on its nest with your cap. I know she is a phoenix, and therefore I shall surely die of grief for her. You'll live and straightway be in love again, but don't fall in love with Princess Barbara, for another son of a voevoda will snatch her away from under your nose. Is the heart a servant at command, or can the eyes be stopped from looking at such a wonderful being as Princess Barbara, the sight of whom would be enough to move wild beasts themselves? Well, devil, here is an overcoat for you, cried Pan Yen. I see you will console yourself without my help. But I repeat. Go back to Anusia, you will meet with no hindrance from me. But Anusia was not thinking, in fact, of Volodyovsky. Instead of that, her curiosity was roused. She was angry at the indifference of Skshetuski, who on his return from so long an absence did not even look at her. In the evening, when the prince with his chief officers and courtiers came to the drawing room of the princess to converse, Anusia, looking from behind the shoulder of her mistress, for the princess was tall and Anusia was short, peered with her black eyes into the lieutenant's face, wishing to get at the solution of this riddle. But the eyes of Skshetuski, like his mind, were elsewhere, and when his glance fell on the maiden it was as preoccupied and glassy as if he had never looked upon her, of whom he had once sung. The Tartar seizes people captive. Thou seizest captive hearts. What has happened to him? Asked of herself the petted favorite of the whole castle, and stamping with her little foot, she determined to investigate the matter. She didn't love Skshetuski. But accustomed to homage, she was unable to endure neglect, and was ready from very spite to fall in love with the insolent fellow. Once, when running with skeins of thread for the princess, she met Pan Yen coming out of the bedchamber of the prince. She ran against him like a storm, striking him full in the breast. Then springing back, she exclaimed, "Oh, how you have frightened me! Good day, sir. Good day. Am I such a monster as to terrify you?" She stood with downcast eyes, began to twist the end of her tresses, and standing first on one foot and then on the other, as if confused, she answered with a smile, "Oh, no. Not at all, sure as I love my mother." She looked quickly at the lieutenant and dropped her eyes a second time. "Are you angry with me?" asked she. "I. But could Panna Anna care for my anger?" "Well, to tell the truth, no. Maybe you think that I would fall to crying at once. Pan Bykovets is more polite. If that is true, there is nothing for me but to leave the field to Pan Bykovets and vanish from the eyes of Panna Anna. Do I prevent you?" Having said this, Anusia blocked the way before him. "You have just returned from the Crimea?" asked she. "From the Crimea. And what have you brought back from the Crimea?" "I've brought back Pan Podbipienta." "You have seen him, I think. A very amiable and excellent cavalier. It is sure he is more amiable than you. And why has he come?" "So there might be some one on whom Panna Anna might try her power. But I advise great care, for I know a secret which makes this cavalier invincible, and Panna Anna can do nothing with him." "Why is he invincible?" "He cannot marry." "What do I care for that? Why can he not marry?" Skshetuski bent to the ear of the young woman, but said very clearly and emphatically, "He has made a vow of celibacy." "Oh, you stupid!" cried Anusia, quickly, and at the same moment she shot away like a frightened bird. That evening, however, she looked for the first time carefully at Pan Longin. The guests were numerous, for the prince gave a farewell dinner to Pan Budzinski. Our Lithuanian, dressed with care in a white satin tunic and a dark blue velvet coat, had a grand appearance, especially since a light curved saber hung at his side in a gilded sheath, instead of his death-dealing long sword. The eyes of Anusia shot their darts at Pan Longin, somewhat on purpose to spite Skshetuski. The lieutenant would not have noticed them, however, had it not been for Volodyovsky, who, pushing him with his elbow, said. May captivity strike me if Anusia isn't making up to that Lithuanian hop-pole. Tell him so. Of course I will. They will make a pair. Yes, he might wear her in place of a button in his coat, such is the proportion between them, or instead of a plume in his cap. Volodyovsky went up to the Lithuanian and said, "It is not long since you arrived, but I see you are getting to be a great rogue." "How is that, brother? How is that? You have already turned the head of the prettiest girl among the ladies in waiting." "Oh, my dear friend," said Podbipienta, clasping his hands together, "what do you tell me?" "Well, look for yourself at Panna Anusia Borzobogata, with whom we have all fallen in love, and see how she fixes you with her eyes. But look out that she doesn't fool you as she has us." When he had said this, Volodyovsky turned on his heel and walked off, leaving Podbipienta in meditation. He did not indeed dare to look in the direction of Anusia at once. After a time, however, he cast a quick glance at her, but he trembled. From behind the shoulder of Princess Griselda 2 shining eyes looked on him steadfastly and curiously. "Avaunt, Satan," thought the Lithuanian, and he hurried off to the other end of the hall, blushing like a schoolboy. Still, the temptation was great. That imp, looking from behind the shoulder of the princess, possessed such charm, those eyes shone so clearly, that something drew Pan Longin on to glance at them even once more. But that moment he remembered his vow. Zervicaptor stood before him, his ancestor Staviko Podbipienta, the 3 severed heads, and terror seized him. He made the sign of the cross, and looked at her no more that evening. But next morning, early, he went to the quarters of Pan Yen. "Well, Lieutenant, are we going to march soon? What do you hear about the war? You are in great straits. Be patient till you join the regiment." Pan Podbipienta had not yet been enrolled in the place of the late Zakshevsky, he had to wait till the quarter of the year had expired, till the 1st of April. But he was in a real hurry. Therefore he asked. "And has the prince said nothing about this matter?" "Nothing. The king won't stop thinking of war while he lives, but the Commonwealth does not want it. But they say in Chigirin that a Cossack rebellion is threatened. It is evident that your vow troubles you greatly. As to a rebellion, you may be sure there will be none till spring, for though the winter is mild, winter is winter. It is now the 15th of February, and frost may come any day. The Cossacks will not take the field till they can entrench themselves behind earthworks. They fight terribly, but in the field they cannot hold their own. So one must wait for the Cossacks. Think of this, too, that although you should find your 3 heads in time of rebellion, it is unknown whether you would be released from your vow. For Crusaders or Turks are one thing, and your own people are another, children of the same mother, as it were. Oh, great God! What a blow you have planted on my head! Here is desperation. Let the priest Mukovetsky relieve me from this doubt, for otherwise I shall not have a moment's rest. He will surely solve your doubt, for he is a learned and pious man, but he will not tell you anything else. Civil war is a war of brothers. But if a foreign power should come to the aid of the rebels, then you would have a chance. Meanwhile I can recommend but one thing to you: wait, and be quiet. But Skshetuski was unable to follow this advice himself. His melancholy increased continually. He was annoyed by the festivals at the castle, and by those faces on which some time before he gazed with such pleasure. Bodzinski and Razvan Ursu departed at last, and after their departure profound quiet set in. Life began to flow on monotonously. The prince was occupied with the review of his enormous estates, and every morning shut himself in with his agents, who were arriving from all Rus and Sandomir, so that even military exercises took place but rarely. The noisy feasts of the officers, at which future wars were discussed, wearied Skshetuski beyond measure. So he used to go out with a gun on his shoulder to Solonitsa, where Jokevsky had inflicted such terrible defeats on Nalivayka, Loboda, and Kremsky. The traces of these battles had already disappeared from the memory of men, and the field of conflict. But from time to time the earth cast up from its bosom whitened bones, and beyond the water was visible the Cossack breastwork from behind which the Zaporojians of Loboda and the volunteers of Nalivayka had made such a desperate defense. But a dense grove had already spread its roots over the breastwork. That was the place where Skshetuski hid himself from the noise of the castle. And instead of shooting at birds he fell into meditation, and before the eyes of his spirit stood the form of the beloved maiden called hither by his memory and his heart. There in the mist, the rustle of the reeds, and the melancholy of those places he found solace in his own yearning. But later on began abundant rains, the harbinger of spring. Solonitsa became a morass. It was difficult to put one's head from under the roof. The lieutenant was deprived, therefore, even of the comfort which he had found in wandering about alone, and immediately his disquiet began to increase, and justly. He had hoped at first that the princess would come immediately with Helena to Lubny, if she could only succeed in sending Bogun away, but now that hope vanished. The wet weather had destroyed the roads. The steppe for many miles on both sides of the Sula had become an enormous quagmire, which could not be crossed till the warm sun of spring should suck out the superfluous water. All this time Helena would have to remain under guardianship in which Skshetuski had no trust, in a real den of wolves, among wild, uncouth people, ill-disposed to him. They had, it is true, to keep faith for their own sake, and really they had no other choice. But who could guess what they might invent, what they might venture upon, especially when they were pressed by the terrible Bogun, whom they seemed both to love and fear? It would be easy for Bogun to force them to yield up the girl, for similar deeds were not rare. In this way Loboda, the comrade of the ill-starred Nalivayka, had forced Pani Poplinska to give him her foster daughter as wife, although she was of good family and hated the Cossack with her whole soul. And if what was said of the immeasurable wealth of Bogun were true, he might remunerate them for the girl and the loss of Rozlogi. And then what? Then, thought Pan Yan, they will tell me with a sneer, your lash is lost, they will vanish into some Lithuanian or Mazovian wilderness, where even the hand of the prince cannot reach them. Skshetuski shook as if in a fever at the thought, and was impatient as a chained wolf, regretted the word of honor he had given the princess, and knew not what to do. He was a man who was unwilling to let chance pull him on by the beard. There was great energy and enterprise in his nature. He did not wait for what fate would give, he chose to take fate by the shoulder and force it to give him good fortune. Hence it was more difficult for him than any other man to sit with folded hands in Lubny. He resolved, therefore, to act. He had a young lad in waiting, Genzian, from Podlesia, 16 years old, but a most cunning rogue, whom no old fox could out-trick, and he determined to send him to Helena at once to discover everything. February was at an end. The rains had ceased. March appeared rather favorable, and the roads must have improved a little. Genzian got ready for the journey, Skshetuski provided him with paper, pens, and a bottle of ink, which he commanded him to guard as the eye in his head, for he remembered that those things were not to be had at Rozlogi. The young fellow was not to tell from whom he came, but to pretend that he was going to Chicherin, to keep a sharp eye on everything, and especially to find out carefully where Bogun was, and what he was doing. Genzian did not wait to have his instructions repeated, he stuck his cap on the side of his head, cracked his whip, and was off. Dreary days of waiting set in for Skshetuski. To kill time, he occupied himself in sword exercise with Volodyovski, who was a great master in this art, or hurled javelins at a ring. There happened in Lubny also something which came near costing the lieutenant his life. One day a bear, having broken away from his chain, wounded 2 stable boys, frightened the horse of Pan Hlebovsky, the commissary, and finally rushed on the lieutenant, who was on his way to the prince at the armory without a saber, and had only a light stick with a brass knob in his hand. He would have perished undoubtedly, had it not been for Pan Longin, who, seeing from the armory what was passing, rushed for his long sword, and hurried to the rescue. Pan Longin showed himself a worthy descendant of his ancestor Staviko in the full sense, for with one blow he swept off the front half of the bear's head, together with his paw, before the eyes of the whole court. This proof of extraordinary strength was seen from the window by the prince himself, who took Pan Longin afterward to the apartments of the princess, where Anusia Borzobogata so tempted him with her eyes that next morning he had to go to confession. And for 3 days following he did not show himself in the castle until by earnest prayer he had expelled every temptation. 10 days had passed, and no sign of Genzien. Skshetuski had grown so thin from waiting and so wretched-looking that Anusia began to ask, through messengers, what the matter was, and Carboni, physician of the princess, prescribed an herb for melancholy. But he needed another remedy. For he was thinking of his princess day and night, and with each moment he felt more clearly that no trivial feeling had nestled in his heart, but a great love which must be satisfied, or his breast would burst like a weak vessel. It is easy to imagine, then, the gladness of Pan Yen when one morning about daybreak Genzien entered his room covered with mud, weary, thin, but joyful, and with good news written on his forehead. The lieutenant tore himself from the bed, rushed to the youth, caught him by the shoulder, and cried, "Have you a letter?" "I have. Here it is." The lieutenant tore it open and began to read. For a long time he had been in doubt whether in the most favorable event Genzien would bring a letter, for he was not sure that Helena knew how to write. Women in the country were uneducated, and Helena was reared among illiterate people. It was evident now that her father had taught her to write, for she had sent a long letter on 4 pages of paper. The poor girl didn't know how to express herself elegantly or rhetorically, but she wrote straight from the heart, as follows. "Indeed I shall never forget you. You will forget me sooner, for I hear that there are deceivers among you. But since you have sent your lad on purpose so many miles, it is evident that I am dear to you as you are to me, for which I thank you with a grateful heart. Do not think that it is not against my feeling of modesty to write thus to you about loving, but it is better to tell the truth, than to lie or dissemble when there is something altogether different in the heart. I have asked Genzien what you are doing in Lubny, and what are the customs at a great castle. And when he told me about the beauty and comeliness of the young ladies there, I began to cry from sorrow." Here the lieutenant stopped reading and asked Genzien, "What did you tell her, you dunce?" "Everything good," answered Genzien. The lieutenant read on. "For how could I, ignorant girl, be equal to them? But your servant told me that you wouldn't look at any of them." "You answered well," said the lieutenant. Genzien didn't know what the question was, for the lieutenant read to himself, but he put on a wise look and coughed significantly. Skshetuski read on. "And I immediately consoled myself, begging God to keep you for the future in such feeling for me and to bless us both. Amen. I have also yearned for you as if for my mother. For it is sad for me, orphan in the world, when not near you. God sees that my heart is clean, anything else comes from my want of experience, which you must forgive." Farther on in the letter, the charming princess wrote that she and her aunt would come to Lubny as soon as the roads were better, and that the old princess herself wanted to hasten the journey. For tidings were coming from Chigirin of Cossack disturbances. She was only waiting for the return of her sons, who had gone to Boguslav to the horse fair. "You are a real wizard," wrote Helena, "to be able to win my aunt to your side." Here the lieutenant smiled, for he remembered the means which he was forced to use in winning her aunt. The letter ended with assurances of unbroken and true love such as a future wife owed her husband. And in general a genuine good heart was evident in it. Therefore the lieutenant read the affectionate letter several times from beginning to end, repeating to himself in spirit, "My dear girl, may God forsake me if I ever abandon you." Then he began to examine Genzien on every point. The cunning lad gave him a detailed account of the whole journey. He was received politely. The old princess made inquiries of him concerning the lieutenant, and learning that he was a famous knight, a confidant of the prince, and a man of property besides, she was glad. "She asked me, too," said Genzien, "if you always keep your word when you make a promise, and I answered, 'My noble lady, if the Wallachian horse on which I have come had been promised me, I should be sure he wouldn't escape me.' 'You are a rogue,' said the lieutenant, 'but since you have given such bonds for me, you may keep the horse.' 'You made no pretenses, then, you said that I sent you?' 'Yes, for I saw that I might. And I was still better received, especially by the young lady, who is so wonderful that there isn't another like her in the world. When she knew that I came from you, she didn't know where to seat me. And if it hadn't been a time of fast, I should have been really in heaven. While reading your letter she shed tears of delight. The lieutenant was silent from joy, too, and after a moment asked again, but did you hear nothing of that fellow Bogan? I didn't get to ask the old lady or the young princess about him, but I gained the confidence of Chelly, the old Tartar, who, though a pagan, is a faithful servant of the young lady. He said they were all very angry at you, but became reconciled afterward, when they discovered that the reports of Bogan's treasures were fables. How did they discover that? Well, you see, this is how it was. They had a dispute with the Savinskys which they bound themselves to settle by payment. When the time came, they went to Bogan with, "Lend us money." "I have some Turkish goods," said he, "but no money, for what I had I squandered." When they heard this, they dropped him, and their affection turned to you. It must be said that you have found out everything well. If I had found out one thing and neglected another, then you might say that you would give me the horse, but not the saddle, and what is the horse without a saddle? Well, take the saddle too. Thank you most humbly. They sent Bogan off to Pereyaslav immediately. When I found that out, I thought to myself, why shouldn't I push on to Pereyaslav? My master will be satisfied with me, and a uniform will come to me the sooner. You'll get it next quarter. So you were in Pereyaslav? I was, but didn't find Bogan. Old Colonel Loboda is sick. They say Bogan will succeed him soon. But something strange is going on. Hardly a handful of Cossacks have remained in the regiment. The others, they say, have gone after Bogan, or run away to the Seych, and this is very important, for some rebellion is on foot. I wanted to know something certain about Bogan, but all they told me was that he had crossed to the Russian bank. XVII. Well, thought I, if that is true, then our princess is safe from him, and I returned. You did well. Had you any adventures on the road? No, but I want awfully to eat something. Genzian went out. And the lieutenant, being alone, began to read Helena's letter again, and to press to his lips those characters that were not so shapely as the hand that had penned them. Confidence entered his heart, and he thought, the road will soon dry, if God gives good weather. The Kurtsevichi, too, knowing that Bogan has nothing, will be sure not to betray me. I will leave Rozlogi to them, and add something of my own to get that dear little star. He dressed with a bright face, and with a bosom full of happiness went to the chapel to thank God humbly for the good news. Chapter 6. Over the whole Ukraine and beyond the Dnieper strange sounds began to spread like the heralds of a coming tempest. Certain wonderful tidings flew from village to village, from farmhouse to farmhouse, like those plants which the breezes of spring push along the steppes, and which the people call field rollers. In the towns there were whispers of some great war, though no man knew who was going to make war, nor against whom. Still the tidings were told. The faces of people became unquiet. The tiller of the soil went with his plough to the field unwillingly, though the spring had come early, mild and warm, and long since the larks had been singing over the steppes. Every evening people gathered in crowds in the villages, and standing on the road, talked in undertones of terrible things. Blind men wandering around with lyres and songs were asked for news. Some persons thought they saw in the night-time reflections in the sky, and that a moon redder than usual rose from behind the pine woods. Disaster or the death of the king was predicted. And all this was the more wonderful, since fear found no easy approach to those lands, long accustomed to disturbances, conflicts, and raids. Some exceptionally ominous currents must have been playing in the air, since the alarm had become universal. It was the more oppressive and stifling, because no one was able to point out the danger. But among the signs of evil omen, two especially seemed to show that really something was impending. First, an unheard-of multitude of old minstrels appeared in all the villages and towns, and among them were forms strange, and known to no one. These, it was whispered, were counterfeit minstrels. These men, strolling about everywhere, told with an air of mystery that the day of God's judgment and anger was near. Secondly, the men of the lower country began to drink with all their might. The second sign was the more serious. The Sach, confined within too narrow limits, was unable to feed all its inhabitants. Expeditions were not always successful. Besides, the steppes yielded no bread to the Cossacks. In time of peace, therefore, a multitude of Zaporozhians scattered themselves yearly over the inhabited districts. The Ukraine, and indeed all Russia, was full of them. Some rose to be land stewards, some sold liquor on the highways. Some labored in hamlets and towns, in trade and industry. In every village there was sure to be a cottage on one side, at a distance from the rest, in which a Zaporozhian dwelt. Some of them had brought their wives with them, and kept house in these cottages. But the Zaporozhian, as a man who usually had passed through every experience, was generally a benefactor to the village in which he lived. There were no better blacksmiths, wheelwrights, tanners, wax refiners, fishermen, and hunters than they. The Cossack understood everything, did everything. He built a house, he sewed a saddle. But the Cossacks were not always such quiet inhabitants, for they lived a temporary life. Whoever wished to carry out a decision with armed hand, to make an attack on a neighbor, or to defend himself from an expected attack, had only to raise the cry, and straightway the Cossacks hurried to him like ravens to a ready spoil. The nobility and magnates, involved in endless disputes among themselves, employed the Cossacks. When there was a lack of such undertakings, the Cossacks stayed quietly in the villages, working with all diligence, earning their daily bread in the sweat of their brows. They would continue in this fashion for a year or two, till sudden tidings came of some great expedition, either of an ataman against the Tartars or the Poles, or of Polish noblemen against Wallachia. And that moment the wheelwrights, blacksmiths, tanners, and wax refiners would desert their peaceful occupations, and begin to drink with all their might in every dram shop of the Ukraine. After they had drunk away everything, they would drink on credit, not on what they had, but on what they would have. Future booty must pay for the frolic. This phenomenon was repeated so regularly that after a while people of experience in the Ukraine used to say, the dram shops are bursting with men from below, something is on foot in the Ukraine. The starostas strengthened the garrisons in the castles at once, looking carefully to everything. The magnates increased their retinues, the nobility sent their wives and children to the towns. That spring the Cossacks began to drink as never before, squandering at random all they had earned, not in one district, not in one province, but throughout all Russia, the length and the breadth of it. Something was on foot, indeed, though the men from below had no idea of what it was. People had begun to speak of Khmelnytsky, of his flight to the Sach, of the men from Cherkasy, Boguslav, Korsun, and other places who had followed him. But something else was talked of too. For years reports had been current of a great war with the pagans, a war desired by the king to give booty to the Cossacks, but opposed by the Poles. This time all reports were blended, and roused in the brains of men uneasiness and the expectation of something uncommon. This uneasiness penetrated the walls of Lubny also. It was not proper to shut one's eyes to such signs, and Prince Yeremy especially had not that habit. In his domain the disturbance did not really come to an outbreak, fear kept all within bounds. But for some time reports had been coming from the Ukraine, that here and there peasants were beginning to resist the nobles, that they were killing Jews, that they wished to force their own enrollment for war against the pagans. And that the number of deserters to the Sach was increasing continually. The prince sent envoys in various directions to Pan Pototsky, to Pan Kalinovsky, to Loboda in Pereyaslav, and collected in person the herds from the steppes and the troops from the outposts. Meantime peaceful news was brought. The Grand Hetman communicated all that he knew concerning Khmelnytsky. He did not think, however, that any storm could rise out of the affair. The full hetman wrote that the rabble were accustomed to bustle and spring like bees. Zatsvilikovsky was the only man who sent a letter imploring the prince to underestimate nothing, for a mighty storm was coming on from the wilderness. He wrote that Khmelnytsky had hurried to the Crimea to ask assistance of the Khan. And as friends from the Sach inform me, wrote he, the Koshevoi is collecting the army, horse and foot, from all the meadows and streams, telling no one why he does it. I think, therefore, that this storm will come on us. If it comes with Tartar aid, then God save all Russian lands from ruin. The prince had more confidence in Zatsvilikhovsky than in the hetmans, for he knew that no one in all Russia had such knowledge of the Cossacks and their devices as he. He determined, therefore, to concentrate as many troops as possible, and also to get to the bottom of the truth. One morning he summoned to his presence the lieutenant of the Wallachian regiment, Pan Bykovets, to whom he said, "You will go for me to the Sech on a mission to the Koshevoi, and give him this letter with the seal of my lordship. But that you may know what plan of action to follow, I tell you this letter is a pretext, and the whole meaning of the mission lies in your own wit. You are to see everything that is done there, what troops they have assembled, and whether they are assembling more. I enjoin you specially to win some people to your person, and find out for me carefully all about Khmelnytsky, where he is, and if it is true that he has gone to the Crimea to ask aid of the Tartars. Do you understand what I say? As if it had been written on the palm of my hand. You will go by Chigirin. Rest but one night on the way. When you arrive, go to Zatsvilikhovsky for letters, which you will deliver secretly to his friends in the Sech. They will tell you all they know. From Chigirin you will go by water to Kudak. Give my respects with this letter to Pan Grodzitsky. He will issue orders to convey you over the cataracts by proper guides. Be fearless in the Sech, keep your eyes and ears open, and come back if you survive, for the expedition is no easy one. Your Highness is the steward of my blood. Shall I take many men? You will take 40 attendants. Start today. Before evening come for further instructions. Your mission is important." Pan Bykovets went out rejoicing. In the antechamber he met Skshetuski with some artillery officers. "Well, what is going on?" asked they. "I take the road today." Where? "To Chigirin, and from there farther on." "Then come with me," said Pan Yen. And taking him to his quarters, he began to tease him to transfer his mission to him. "As my friend," said he, "ask what you like, a Turkish horse, an Arab steed, you shall have one. I'll spare nothing if I can only go, for my soul is rushing out in that direction. If you want money I'll give it, if you will only yield. The trip will bring you no glory, for if war breaks out it will begin here, and you may be killed in the Sech. I know, too, that Anusia is as dear to you as to others, if you go they will get her away from you." This last argument went home to the mind of Pan Bykovets more than any other, but still he resisted. What would the prince say if he should withdraw? Wouldn't he take it ill of him? An appointment like this was such a favor. Hearing this, Skshetuski rushed off to the prince and directed the page at once to announce him. The page returned soon with the answer that the prince permitted him to enter. The lieutenant's heart beat like a hammer, from fear that he should hear a curt "no," after which he would be obliged to let the matter drop entirely. "Well, what have you to say?" asked the prince, looking at the lieutenant. Skshetuski bent down to his feet. "Mighty prince, I have come to implore you most humbly to entrust me with the expedition to the Sech. Bykovets would give it up, perhaps, for he is my friend, and to me it is as important as life. Bykovets' only fear is that you may be angry with him for yielding the place." "As God lives," said the prince, "I should have sent no one else, but I thought you would not like to go just after returning from a long journey. I should rejoice to be sent even every day in that direction." The prince looked at him very attentively with his black eyes, and after a while inquired, "What have you got there?" The lieutenant grew confused, like a culprit unable to bear a searching glance. "I must tell the truth, I see," said he, "since no secret can stand before your reason. Of one thing I am not sure, your favorable hearing." Thereupon he began to tell how he had become acquainted with the daughter of Prince Vasily, had fallen in love with her and would like to visit her. And on his return from the Sech to Lubny to remove and save her from Cossack turmoil and the importunities of Bogun. But he said nothing of the machinations of the old princess, for in this he was bound by his word. He began then to beg the prince so earnestly to give him the mission confided to Bykovets, that Vishniovetzky said, "I should permit you to go on your own account and give you men. But since you have planned everything so cleverly that your personal affection agrees with your office, I must arrange this affair for you." Then he clapped his hands and commanded the page to call Pan Bykovets. The lieutenant kissed the prince's hand with joy. Yeremy took him by the head and commanded him to be quiet. He loved Skshetuski beyond measure as a splendid soldier and officer whom he could trust in all things. Besides, there was between them that bond which is formed between a subordinate reverencing his chief with his whole soul and a chief who feels this clearly. There were not a few courtiers and flatterers who circled around the prince for their own profit, but the eagle eye of Yeremy knew well whom to choose. He knew that Pan Yen was a man without blemish. He valued him, and was grateful to him for his feelings. He rejoiced, too, that his favorite had fallen in love with the daughter of the old servant of the Vishniovetskys, Vasily Kurtsevich, whose memory was the dearer because of its sadness. "It was not from ungratefulness to the prince," said he, "that I made no inquiry concerning his daughter. Since the guardians did not visit Lubny, and I received no complaint against them, I supposed they were good people. But as you have put me in mind of the lady, I will care for her as for my own daughter." Skshetuski, hearing this, could not admire sufficiently the kindness of the prince, who reproached himself, notwithstanding the multitude of his occupations, with inattention to the child of his former soldier and official. Bykovets now came in. "Well," said the prince, "my word is given, and if you wish to go you will go. But I ask you to do this for me, yield your mission to Skshetuski, he has his own special and solid reasons for wanting it, and I will think of another reward for you." "Oh, your highness," said Bykovets, "your favor is great. For while able to command, you ask that which if I refuse to give I should be unworthy of your favor." "Thank your friend," said the prince, turning to Pan Yen, "and prepare for the road." Skshetuski thanked Bykovets heartily indeed, and in a few hours he was ready. For some time it had been irksome for him in Lubny, and this expedition accorded with all his wishes. First, he was to see Helena. True, he had to go from her for a long time, but just such an interval was needed to make the roads passable for wheels, after such measureless rains. The princess and Helena could not come earlier to Lubny. Skshetuski therefore must either wait in Lubny or live at Rozlogi, which would be against his covenant with the princess, and, what was more, roused the suspicions of Bogun. Helena could be really safe against his attacks only in Lubny. But since she must in every case wait some time yet in Rozlogi, it appeared best to Pan Yen to depart, and on his return take her under the protection of the armed power of the prince. Having settled the matter thus, the lieutenant hastened his journey, got everything ready, took letters and instructions from the prince, money for expenses from the treasurer, and made a good start over the road before night. Having with him Genzian and 40 horsemen from the Cossack regiment. Chapter 7. It was now the second half of March, the grass was growing luxuriantly, the field roller was blooming, the steppe was stirring with life. In the morning the lieutenant, traveling at the head of his men, rode as if over a sea whose moving wave was the wind-stirred grass. Every place was filled with joy and the voices of spring, chirping, whistling, clattering, the shaking of wings, the glad hum of insects, the steppe sounded like a lyre touched by the hand of the Lord. Above the heads of the horsemen floated falcons motionless in the blue ether, like suspended crosses, triangles of wild geese, lines of storks, and on the ground the coursing of flocks run wild. Behold, a herd of steppe horses rush on. They move like a storm, stop before the mounted men in a half-circle suddenly, as if spiked to the earth, their manes spread to the wind, their nostrils dilated, their eyes full of wonder. You would say they are here to trample the unbidden guests. But a moment more they are gone, vanishing as suddenly as they came. Now we have only the sound of the grass and the gleam of the flowers, the clatter is still. Again nothing is heard save the play of birds. The land seems full of joy. Yet a kind of sadness is in that joy. It seems crowded, and it is an empty land. Oh, it is wide, and it is roomy. With a horse you cannot surround it. In thought you cannot grasp it unless you love the sadness, the desert, and the steppes, and with yearning soul circle above them, linger upon their grave mounds, hearken to their voices, and give answer. It was early morning. Great drops glittered on the grass and reeds, the quick movement of the wind dried the ground, on which after the rains broad ponds were spread, like lakes shining in the sun. The retinue of the lieutenant moved on slowly, for it was difficult to hasten when the horses sank to their knees at times in the soft earth. And he gave them only short resting spells on the grave mounds, for he was hastening to a greeting and a parting. The second day, about noon, after he had passed a strip of forest, he saw the windmills of Rozlogi scattered on the hillsides and mounds. His heart beat like a hammer. No one there expected him, no one knew he was coming. What will she say when she sees him? Now he beholds the cottages of the neighbors, nearly hidden, covered in the cherry orchards. Farther on is a straggling village of cottages. And still farther is seen the well sweep on the square in front of the house. The lieutenant, putting spurs to his horse, galloped swiftly, and after him flew his suite through the village with a clatter and a noise. Here and there a peasant, rushing out of his cottage, made a sign of the cross. Devils, not devils. Tartars, not Tartars. The mud spatters from under their hoofs so that you don't know who is hurrying on. Meanwhile they are at the square, and have halted before the closed gate. Hullo there! Who lives? Open! The bustle and pounding, the barking of dogs, called out the people from the house. They hurried to the gate frightened, thinking it was an attack. Who goes? Open! The princes are not at home. But open, you son of an infidel. We are from the prince at Lubny. The servants at last recognized Skshetuski. Oh, that is you. Right away. Right away. The gate was thrown open. Then the princess herself appeared before the entrance, and shading her eyes with her hand, looked at the newcomers. Skshetuski sprang from his horse, and coming up to her said, "Don't you know me?" "Oh. That is you. Lieutenant. I thought it was a Tartar raid. I salute you and beg you to enter." "You wonder, no doubt," said Pan Yen, "at seeing me in Rozlogi. Still I have not broken my word, for the prince sends me to Chigrin and farther. He asked me also to stop at Rozlogi and inquire for your health. I am thankful to his highness. Does he think of driving us from Rozlogi soon?" "He doesn't think of it at all, for he knows of no cause to drive you out, and what I have said will take place. You will remain in Rozlogi. I have bread enough of my own." Hearing this, the princess grew good-humored at once, and said, "Be seated, and be as glad as I am to see you. Is Princess Helena well? Where is she? I know you. You have not come to see me, my cavalier." "She is in good health, she is well. The girl has improved in appearance. But I'll call her to you this minute, and I'll dress a little myself, for I am ashamed to receive guests in this gown." The princess was wearing a faded dress, with a fur coat outside, and heavy boots. At this moment Helena, though not called, rushed into the room, for she had heard from the old Tartar, Chelly, who the visitor was. She ran in panting, and red as a cherry, barely able to catch her breath, but her eyes were laughing from happiness and joy. Skshetuski sprang to her hand, and when the princess had withdrawn discreetly, kissed her on the lips, for he was an impulsive man. She did not defend herself vigorously, feeling that weakness had come upon her from an overflow of happiness and joy. "I did not expect to see you," whispered she, half closing her eyes. "But don't kiss me that way, for it isn't proper. Why shouldn't I kiss when honey is not half so sweet? I thought I should wither away without you, till the prince himself sent me here." "What does the prince know?" "I told him all, and he was glad when he remembered your father." "Oh, you must have given me some herb, my girl, for I cannot see the light of day on account of you. Your blindness is a favor from God. But do you remember that omen which the falcon gave when she drew our hands together? It was destiny beyond a doubt." "I remember." When at Lubny I used to go from sadness to Solenitsa and see you there just as if present, if I stretched forth my hand you disappeared. But you will not escape me again, for I think that nothing will stand in our way now. If anything does, it will not be my will. Tell me again that you love me. Helena dropped her eyes, but answered with dignity and decision, as nobody in the world. If anyone should surround me with honor and gold, I should prefer those words of yours. For I feel that you speak the truth, though I do not know why I deserve such favor from you. Because you had pity on me, drew me to you, took my part, and spoke words such as I had never heard before. Helena was silent from emotion, and the lieutenant began again to kiss her hand. You will be my ruler, not my wife. They were silent for a while, but he did not take his eyes from her, wishing to make up for the long time in which he had not seen her. She seemed to him more beautiful than before. In that dim room, in the sunlight broken into rays by the glass window panes, she looked like those pictures of holy virgins in dusky chapels. At the same time such warmth and life surrounded her, so many splendid womanly graces and charms were pictured in her face and whole form, that it was possible to lose one's head, fall desperately in love with her, and love forever. I shall lose my sight from your beauty, said the lieutenant. The white teeth of the princess glittered joyously in a smile. Undoubtedly Anusia Borzobogata is 100 times better looking than I. She is to you as a pewter plate to the moon. But Genzian told me a different story. Genzian deserves a slap on the mouth. What do I care for her? Let other bees take honey from that flower, and there are plenty of them there. Further conversation was interrupted by the entrance of old Chelly, who came to greet the lieutenant. He looked on him already as his future master, and he bowed to him at the threshold, giving the salam in oriental fashion. Well, old Chelly, I take you too with your mistress. You will serve her till you die. She won't have long to wait for my death, but while I live I will serve her. God is one. In a month or so, when I return from the Seych, we will go to Lubny, said the lieutenant, turning to Helena, and there Mokovetsky is ready with his robes. Helena was startled. Then you are going to the Seych? The prince sends me with letters. But have no fear, the person of an envoy is sacred, even among pagans. I should send you and the princess immediately to Lubny, but the roads are fearful. Even on horseback it is hard to get along. Will you stay long in Rozlogi? I leave this evening for Chigirin. The sooner I go the sooner I shall return. Besides, it is the prince's service, neither my time nor will is at my disposal. Will you come to dinner, if you have had enough of billing and cooing, said the princess, coming in. Ho! Ho! The young woman's cheeks are red, 'tis evident you have not been idle, sir. Well, I'm not surprised at you. Saying this, she stroked Helena affectionately on the shoulder, and they went to dinner. The princess was in perfectly good humor. She had given up Bogan long ago, and all was arranged now, owing to the liberality of the lieutenant, so that she could look on Rozlogi, with its pine woods, forests, boundaries, and inhabitants, as belonging to her and her sons. No small property, indeed. The lieutenant asked for the princes whether they would return soon. I expect them every day. They were angry at first with you, but afterward, when they scrutinized your acts, they conceived a great affection for you as their future relative. For in truth it is difficult in these mild times to find a man of such daring. After dinner the lieutenant and Helena went to the cherry orchard, which came up to the ditch beyond the square. The orchard was covered with early white blossoms as if with snow, beyond the orchard was a dark oak grove in which a cuckoo was heard. That is a happy augury for us, said Skshetuski, but we must make the inquiry. And turning to the oak grove, he asked, Good cuckoo, how many years shall I live in marriage with this lady? The cuckoo began to call, and counted 50 and more. God grant it. The cuckoo always tells the truth, remarked Helena. If that's the case, I'll ask another question, said the enamored lieutenant. No, it is not necessary. In converse and merriment like this the day passed as a dream. In the evening came the moment of tender and long parting, and the lieutenant set out for Chigirin. Chapter 8. In Chigirin, Skshetuski found the old man Zatsvilikhovsky in great excitement and fever. He looked impatiently at the prince's envoy, for tidings more and more terrible kept coming from the Sach. There was no doubt that Khmelnytsky was preparing to demand with armed hand justice for himself and the ancient rights of the Cossacks. Zatsvilikhovsky had news that he had been with the Khan in the Crimea to beg Tartar aid, with which he was expected every day in the Sach. Then there would be a general campaign from the lower country against the Commonwealth, which with Tartar assistance might be destructive. The storm drew nearer and nearer, more definite and more terrible. It was no longer vague undefined alarm that swept over the Ukraine, but clear certainty of slaughter and war. The Grand Hetman, who at first had made light of the whole affair, was pushing forward with his troops to Cherkasy. The advance guard of the royal armies was advancing mainly to prevent desertion, for the Cossacks of the towns, and the mob had begun to flee to the Sach in masses. The nobility assembled in the towns. It was said that the general militia were to be called out in the southern provinces. Some, not waiting for the call, sent their wives and children to castles, and assembled in person at Cherkasy. The ill-fated Ukraine was divided into two parties, one of these hastened to the Sach, the other to the royal camp, one declared for the existing order of affairs, the other for wild freedom. One desired to keep possession of that which was the fruit of ages of labor, the other desired to deprive these possessors of that property. Both were to imbrue fraternal hands in the blood of each other. The terrible dispute, before it found religious rallying cries which were completely foreign to the lower country, was breaking out as a social war. But though black clouds were gathering on the heaven of the Ukraine, though a dark and ominous night was descending from these clouds, though within them it rumbled and roared and thunderclaps rolled from horizon to horizon, people still could not tell to what degree the storm would burst forth. Perhaps even Khmelnytsky himself could not. Khmelnytsky, who had just sent letters to Pan Pototsky, to the Cossack commissioner, and to the royal standard-bearer, full of accusation and complaints. And at the same time of assurances of loyalty to Vladislav IV. And the Commonwealth. Did he wish to win time, or did he suppose that some agreement might yet end the dispute? On this there was a variety of opinions. There were only two men who did not deceive themselves for a single moment. These men were Zatsvilikhovsky and Barabash. The old colonel had also received a letter from Khmelnytsky. The letter was sarcastic, threatening, and full of abuse. Khmelnytsky wrote, "We shall begin, with the whole Zaporozhian army, to beg most fervently and to ask for that charter of rights which you secreted. And because you secreted it for your own personal profit and advantage, the whole Zaporozhian army creates you a colonel over sheep or swine, but not over men. I beg pardon if in any way I failed to please you in my poor house in Chigirin on the feast day of St. Nicholas, and that I went off to the Zaporozhy without your knowledge or permission. Do you see," said Barabash to Zatsvilikhovsky in Pan Yen, "how he ridicules me? Yet it was I who taught him war, and was in truth a father to him. He says, then, that the whole Zaporozhian army will demand their rights," said Zatsvilikhovsky. "That is simply a civil war, of all wars the most terrible." "I see that I must hasten," said Skshetuski. "Give me the letters to those men with whom I am to come in contact." "You have one to the Koshivoy ataman?" "I have, from the prince himself." "I will give you a letter to one of the Kurin atamans. Barabash has a relative there." "Barabash also." "From these you will learn everything. Who knows, though, but it is too late for such an expedition. Does the prince wish to hear what is really to be heard there? The answer is brief, evil. And he wants to know what to do. Short advice: collect as many troops as possible and join the hetmans. Dispatch a messenger, then, to the prince with the answer and the advice," said Skshetuski. "I must go, for I am on a mission, and I cannot alter the decision of the prince." "Are you aware that this is a terribly dangerous expedition?" asked Zatsvilikhovsky. "Even here the people are so excited that it is difficult for them to keep still. Were it not for the nearness of the army of the crown, the mob would rush upon us. But there you are going into the dragon's mouth. Jonah was in the whale's belly, not his mouth, and with God's aid he came out in safety. Go, then. I applaud your courage. You can go to Kudak in safety, and there you will see what is to be done further. Grodzitsky is an old soldier. He will give you the best of advice. And I will go to the prince without fail. If I have to fight in my old age, I would rather fight under him than anyone else. Meanwhile I will get boats for you, and guides who will take you to Kudak. Skshetuski slipped out, and went straight to his quarters on the square, in the prince's house, to make his final preparations. In spite of the dangers of the journey mentioned by Zatsvilikovsky, the lieutenant thought of it not without a certain satisfaction. He was going to behold the Dnieper in its whole length, almost to the lower country and the cataracts. And for the warrior of that time it was a sort of enchanted and mysterious land, to which every adventurous spirit was drawn. Many a man had passed his whole life in the Ukraine, and still was unable to say that he had seen the Sach unless he wished to join the Brotherhood, and there were fewer volunteers among the nobility than formerly. The times of Samox-Borovsky had passed never to return. The break between the Sach and the Commonwealth which began in the time of Nalivayka and Pavliuk had not lessened, but, on the contrary, had increased continually. And the concourse of people of family, not only Polish, but Russian, differing from the men of the lower country neither in speech nor faith, had greatly decreased. Such persons as the Bulogi Kurtsevichi did not find many imitators. In general, nobles were forced into the brotherhood at that time either by misfortune or outlawry, in a word, by offences which were inconvenient for repentance. Therefore a certain mystery, impenetrable as the fogs of the Dnieper, surrounded the predatory republic of the lower country. Concerning it men related wonders, which Pan Yen was curious to see with his own eyes. To tell the truth, he expected to come out of it safely, for an envoy is an envoy, especially from Prince Yeremy. While meditating in this fashion he gazed through the windows into the square. Meanwhile 1 hour had followed another, when suddenly it appeared to Pan Yen that he recognized a couple of figures going toward the bell-ringer's corner to the wine cellar of Dopula, the Wallachian. He looked more carefully, and saw Zagloba with Bogan. They went arm in arm, and soon disappeared in the dark doorway over which was the sign denoting a drinking place and a wine shop. The lieutenant was astonished at the presence of Bogan in Chicherin and his friendship with Zagloba. Genzian. Are you here? Called he to his attendant. Genzian appeared in the doorway of the adjoining room. Listen to me, Genzian. Go to the wine shop where the sign hangs. You will find a fat nobleman with a hole in his forehead there. Tell him that someone wants to see him quickly. If he asks who it is, don't tell him. Genzian hurried off, and in a short time Skshetuski saw him returning in company with Zagloba. I welcome you, said Pan Yen, when the noble appeared in the door of the room. Do you remember me? Do I remember you? May the Tartars melt me into tallow and make candles of me for the mosques if I forget you. Some months ago you opened the door at Dopula's with Chaplinsky, which suited my taste exactly, for in the selfsame way I got out of prison once in Stambul. And what is Pan Povsinoga, with the escutcheon Zervopludry, doing with his innocence and his sword? Don't the sparrows always perch on his head, taking him for a withered tree? Pan Podbipienta is well, and asked to be remembered to you. He is a very rich man, but fearfully dull. If he should cut off 3 heads like his own, it would be only a head and a half, for he would cut off 3 half-heads. Pshaw! How hot it is, though it is only March yet. The tongue dries up in one's throat. I have some excellent triple mead, maybe you would take a glass of it. It is a fool who refuses when a wise man offers. The barber has enjoined me to drink mead to draw melancholy from my head. Troublesome times for the nobility are approaching dies irae et calamitatis. Chaplinsky is breathless from fear, he visits Dopula's no longer, for the Cossack elders drink there. I alone set my forehead bravely against danger, and keep company with those colonels, though their dignity smells of tar. Good mead. Really very excellent. Where do you get it? I got this in Lubny. Are there many Cossack elders here? Who is not here? Fyodor Yakubovich, old Filan Dialo, Danilo Nechai, and their eye in the head, Bogan, who became my friend as soon as I outdrank him and promised to adopt him. Chicherin is filled with the odor of them. They are looking which way to turn, for they do not dare yet to take the side of Khmelnytsky openly. But if they do not declare for him, it will be owing to me. How is that? While drinking with them I bring them over to the Commonwealth and argue them into loyalty. If the king does not give me a crown estate for this, then believe me there is no justice in the Commonwealth, nor reward for services. And in such a case it would be better to breed chickens than to risk one's head pro bono publico. It would be better for you to risk your head fighting with them. But it appears to me you are only throwing away your money for nothing in treating them, for in that way you will never win them. I throw money away. For whom do you take me? Isn't it enough for me to hobnob with trash, without paying their scores? I consider it a favor that I allow them to pay mine. And that fellow Bogan, what is he doing here? He keeps his ears open to hear reports from the Sach, like the rest. That is why he came here. He is the favorite of all the Cossacks. They are after him like monkeys, for it is certain that the Pereyaslav regiment will follow him, and not Loboda. And who knows, too, whom Krechovsky's registered Cossacks will follow. Bogan is a brother to the men of the lower country when it is a question of attacking the Turks or the Tartars. But this time he is calculating very closely, for he confessed to me, in drink, that he was in love with a noble woman, and intended to marry her. On this account it would not befit him, on the eve of marriage, to be a brother to slaves. He wishes, too, that I should adopt him and give him my arms. That is very excellent triple mead. Take another drink of it. I will. They don't sell such mead as that behind tavern signs. You did not ask, perhaps, the name of the lady whom Bogan wants to marry? Well, my dear sir, what do I care about her name? I know only that when I put horns on Bogan, she will be Madame Dear. In my youthful years I was a fellow of no ordinary beauty. Only let me tell you how I carried off the palm of martyrdom in Galatz. You see that hole in my forehead? It is enough for me to say that the eunuchs in the harem of the local pasha made it. But you said the bullet of a robber made it. Did I? Then I told the truth, for every Turk is a robber, as God is my aid. Further conversation was interrupted by the entrance of Zatsvilikovsky. Well, my dear lieutenant, said the old man, the boats are ready, you have trusty men for attendance, you can start, in God's name, this moment, if you like. And here are the letters. Then I'll tell my people to be off for the shore at once. But where are you going? Asked Zagloba. To Kudak. It will be hot for you there. The lieutenant did not hear his prophecy, for he went out of the room into the court, where the Cossacks with horses were almost ready for the road. To horse and to the shore, commanded Pan Yen. Put the horses on the boats, and wait for me. Meanwhile the old man said to Zagloba, I hear that you court the Cossack colonels, and drink with them. For the public good, most worthy standard-bearer. You have a nimble mind, but inclining rather to disgrace. You wish to bring the Cossacks to your side in their cups, so they may befriend you in case they win. Even if that were true, having been a martyr to the Turks, I do not wish to become one to the Cossacks. And there is nothing wonderful in that, for 2 mushrooms would spoil the best soup. And as to disgrace, I ask no one to drink it with me, I drink it alone, and God grant that it taste no worse than this mead. Merit, like oil, must come to the top. At that moment Skshetuski returned. The men have started already, said he. Zatsvilikovsky poured out a measure. Here is to a pleasant journey. And a return in health, added Zagloba. You will have an easy journey, for the water is tremendous. Sit down, gentlemen, and drink the rest. It is not a large vessel. They sat down and drank. You will see a curious country, said Zatsvilikovsky. Greet Pan Grodzitsky in Kudak for me. Ah, that is a soldier. He lives at the end of the world, far from the eyes of the hetman, and he maintains such order that God grant its like might be in the whole Commonwealth. I know Kudak and the cataracts well. Years ago I used to travel there, and there is gloom on the soul when one thinks of what is past and gone, but now. Here the standard-bearer rested his milk-white head on his hand, and fell into deep thought. A moment of silence followed, broken only by the tramp of horses heard at the gate, for the rest of Skshetuski's men were going to the boats at the shore. My God, said Zatsvilikhovsky, starting from his meditation. And there were better times formerly, though in the midst of turmoil. I remember Khodim, 27 years ago, as if it were today. When the hussars under Lubomirsky moved to attack the Janissaries, then the Cossacks in the trenches threw up their caps and shouted to Sahedakny, till the earth trembled, let us die with the Poles. And what do we see today? Today the lower country, which should be the first bulwark of Christendom, lets Tartars into the boundaries of the Commonwealth, to fall upon them when they are returning with booty. It is still worse. For Khmelnytsky allies himself directly with Tartars, with whom he will murder Christians. Let us drink by reason of this sorrow, said Zagloba. What triple mead this is! God grant me the grave as soon as possible. Said the old man, continuing. Mutual crimes will be washed out in blood, but not blood of atonement, for here brother will murder brother. Who are in the lower country? Russians. Who in the army of Prince Yeremy? Russians. Who in the retinues of the magnates? Russians. And are there few of them in the king's camp? And I myself, who am I? Oh, unhappy Ukraine! Pagans of the Crimea will put the chain upon thy neck, and thou wilt pull the oar in the galley of the Turk. Grieve not so, worthy standard-bearer, said Pan Yen, if you do, tears will come to our eyes. A fair sun may shine upon us yet. In fact, the sun was going down that very moment, and its last rays fell with a red gleam on the white hair of the old man. In the town the bells began to ring, Ave Maria, and Praise to God. They left the house. Skshetuski went to the Polish church, Zatsvilikhovsky to the Russian, and Zagloba to Dopula's at the bell-ringer's corner. It was dark when they met again at the shore by the landing. Skshetuski's men were sitting already in the boats. The ferrymen were still carrying in packages. The cold wind blew from the neighboring point where the river entered the Dnieper, and the night gave no promise of being very pleasant. By the light of the fire burning on the bank, the water of the river looked bloody, and seemed to be running with immeasurable speed somewhere into the unknown gloom. Well, happy journey to you, said the old man, pressing the lieutenant's hand heartily, but be careful of yourself. I will neglect nothing. God grant us soon to meet. Either in Lubny or the prince's camp. Then you will go without fail to the prince? Zatsvilikhovsky shrugged his shoulders. What am I to do? If there is war, then war. Be in good health. God guard you. VIII, said Zagloba. And if the water bears you all the way to Stambul, then give my respects to the Sultan. Or rather, let the devil take him. That was very respectable triple mead. Br. How cold it is. Till we meet again. Till we see each other. May God conduct you. The oar creaked and plashed against the water, the boats moved on. The fire burning on the shore began to recede quickly. For a long time Skshetuski saw the grey form of the standard-bearer lighted up by the flame of the fire, and a certain sadness pressed his heart. The water is bearing him on, but far away from well-wishing hearts and from the loved one, from known lands it is bearing him as mercilessly as fate, but into wild places and into darkness. They sailed through the mouth of the Tasma into the Dnieper. The wind whistled, the oars plashed monotonously and sadly. The oarsmen began to sing. Skshetuski wrapped himself in a burqa, and lay down on the bed which the soldier had fixed for him. He began to think of Helena, that she was not yet in Lubny, that Bogan was behind, and he departing. Fear, evil presentiments, care, besieged him like ravens. He began to struggle with them, struggled till he was wearied, thoughts tormented him. Something wonderful was blended with the whistle of the wind, the plash of the oars, and the songs of the oarsmen. He fell asleep. Chapter 9. Next morning Pan Yen woke up fresh, in good health, and cheerful. The weather was wonderful. The widely overflowed waters were wrinkled into small ripples by the warm, light breeze. The banks were in a fog, and were merged in the plain of waters in one indistinguishable level. Genzien, when he woke, rubbed his eyes and was frightened. He looked around with astonishment, and seeing shore nowhere, cried out. "Oh, for God's sake! My master, we must be out on the sea." "It is the swollen river, not the sea," answered Pan Yen. "You will find the shores when the fog rises. I think we shall be traveling before long in the Turkish land. We shall travel there if we are ordered, but you see we are not sailing alone." And in the twinkle of an eye were to be seen many large boats and the narrow Cossack craft, generally called chaiki, with bulrushes fastened around them. Some of these were going down the river, borne on by the swift current. Others were being urged laboriously against the stream with oars and sail. They were carrying fish, wax, salt, and dried cherries to towns along the river, or returning from inhabited neighborhoods laden with provisions for Kudak, and goods which found ready sale in the bazaar at the Sech. From the mouth of the Sel down the banks of the Dnieper was a perfect desert, on which only here and there wintering posts of the Cossacks whitened. But the river formed a highway connecting the Sech with the rest of the world. Therefore there was a considerable movement on it, especially when the increase of water made it easy for vessels, and when the cataracts, with the exception of Nenesites, were passable for craft going with the current. The lieutenant looked with curiosity at that life on the river. Meanwhile his boats were speeding on quickly to Kudak. The fog rose, and the shore appeared in clear outline. Over the heads of the travelers flew millions of water birds, pelicans, wild geese, storks, ducks, gulls, curlews, and mews. In the reeds at the side of the river was heard such an uproar, such a plashing of water, such a sound of wings, that you would have said there was either a war or a council of birds. Beyond Kremenchuk the shores became lower and open. "Oh, look, my master," cried Genzien, suddenly, "the sun is roasting, but snow lies on the fields." Skshetuski looked, and indeed on both sides of the river, as far as the eye could reach, some kind of a white covering glittered in the rays of the sun. "Hullo! What is that which looks white over there?" asked he of the pilot. "Cherry trees," answered the old man. In fact there were forests of dwarf cherry trees, with which both shores were covered from beyond the mouth of the Sel. In autumn the sweet and large fruit of these trees furnished food to birds and beasts, as well as to people losing their way in the wilderness. This fruit was also an article of commerce which was taken in boats to Kiev and beyond. When they went to the shore, to give the oarsmen time to rest, the lieutenant landed with Genzien, wishing to examine the bushes more closely. The two men were surrounded by such an intoxicating odor that they were scarcely able to breathe. Many branches were lying on the ground. In places an impenetrable thicket was formed. Among the cherry trees were growing, also luxuriantly, small wild almond trees covered with rose-colored blossoms, which gave out a still more pungent odor. Myriads of black bees and yellow bees, with many-colored butterflies, were flitting over this variegated sea of blossoms, the end of which could not be seen. "Oh, this is wonderful, wonderful," said Genzien. "And why do not people live here? I see plenty of wild animals too." Among the cherry trees gray and white rabbits were running, and countless flocks of large blue-legged quails, some of which Genzien shot. But to his great distress he learned from the pilot that their flesh was poisonous. On the soft earth tracks of deer and wild goats were to be seen, and from afar came sounds like the grunting of wild boars. When the travelers had sated their eyes and rested, they pushed on farther. The shores were now high, now low, disclosing views of fine oak forests, fields, mounds, and spacious steppes. The surrounding country seemed so luxuriant that Skshetuski involuntarily repeated to himself the question of Genzien, why do not people live here? But for this there was need of some second Yeremy Vishniovetzky to occupy those desert places, bring them to order, and defend them from attacks of Tartars and men from the lower country. At points the river made breaches and bends, flooded ravines, struck its foaming wave against cliffs on the shore, and filled with water dark caverns in the rocks. In such caverns and bends were the hiding places and retreats of the Cossacks. The mouths of rivers were covered with forests of rushes, reeds, and plants, which were black from the multitude of birds. In a word, a wild region, precipitous, in places sunken, but waste and mysterious, unrolled itself before the eyes of our travelers. Movement on the water became disagreeable. For by reason of the heat swarms of mosquitoes and insects unknown in the dry steppe appeared, some of them as large as a man's finger, and whose bite caused blood to flow in a stream. In the evening they arrived at the island of Romanovka, the fires of which were visible from a distance, and there they remained for the night. The fishermen who had hurried up to look at the escort of the lieutenant had their shirts, their faces, and their hands entirely covered with tar to save them from insect bites. These were men of rude habits and wild. In spring they assembled here in crowds to catch and dry fish, which afterward they took to Chicherin, Cherkasy, Pereyaslav, and Kiev. Their occupation was difficult, but profitable, by reason of the multitude of fish that in the summer became a misfortune to that region. For, dying from lack of water in the bays and so-called quiet corners, they infected the air with putrefaction. The lieutenant learned that all the Zaporojians occupied there in fishing had left the island some days before and returned at the call of the Koshivoy ataman. Every night, too, from the island were seen fires kindled on the steppe by people hastening to the Sage. The fishermen knew that an expedition against the Poles was in preparation, and they made no secret of this from the lieutenant. Skshetuski saw that his journey might indeed be too late, perhaps before he could reach the Sage the Cossack regiments would be moving to the north. But he had been ordered to go, and like a true soldier he did not argue, but resolved to push on, even to the center of the Zaporojian camp. Early next morning they kept on their way. They passed the wonderful Terensky Corner, Sukhaya Gora, and Konsky Ostrog, famous for its swamps and myriads of insects, which rendered it unfit for habitation. Everything about them, the wildness of the region, the increased rush of the water announced the vicinity of the cataracts. At last the tower of Kudak was outlined on the horizon, the first part of their journey was ended. The lieutenant, however, did not reach the castle that night, for Pan Grodzitsky had established the order that after the change of guard, just before sunset, no one would be permitted to enter the fortress or leave it. Even if the king himself were to arrive after that hour, he would be obliged to pass the night in the village under the walls of the castle. And this is what the lieutenant did. His lodgings were not very commodious. For the cabins in the village, of which there were about 60, built of clay, were so small that it was necessary to crawl into some of them on hands and knees. It was not worth while to build any other. For the fortress reduced them to ruins at every Tartar attack, so as not to give the assailants shelter or safe approach to the walls. In that village dwelt incomers, that is, wanderers from Poland, Russia, the Crimea, and Wallachia. Almost every man had a faith of his own, but of that no one raised a question. They cultivated no land because of danger from the horde. They lived on fish and grain brought from the Ukraine. They drank spirits distilled from millet, and worked at handicraft for which they were esteemed at Kudak. The lieutenant was scarcely able to close his eyes that night from the odor of horse skins, of which straps were made in the village. Next morning at daybreak, as soon as the bell rang and the tattoo was sounded, he gave notice at the fortress that an envoy of the prince had arrived. Grodzitsky, who had the visit of the prince fresh in mind, went out to meet him in person. He was a man 50 years of age, one-eyed like a cyclops, sullen, for, seated in a desert at the end of the world and not seeing people, he had become wild, and in exercising unlimited power had grown stern and harsh. Besides, his face was pitted with smallpox, and adorned with saber cuts and scars from Tartar arrows, like white spots on a tawny skin. But he was a genuine soldier, watchful as a stork. He kept his eye strained in the direction of Tartars and Cossacks. He drank only water, and slept but 7 hours in 24. Often he would spring up in the night to see if the guards were watching the walls properly, and for the least carelessness condemned soldiers to death. Though terrible, he was indulgent to the Cossacks, and acquired their respect. When in winter they were short of provisions in the Seych, he helped them with grain. He was a Russian like those who in their day campaigned in the steppes with Czeslaw, Lanskoronsky, and Samyks-Borovsky. "Then you are going to the Seych?" asked he of Skshetuski, conducting him first to the castle and treating him hospitably. "To the Seych. What news have you from there?" "War. The Koshivoy ataman is concentrating the Cossacks from all the meadows, streams, and islands. Fugitives are coming from the Ukraine, whom I stop when I can. There are 30,000 men or more in the Seych at present. When they move on the Ukraine and when the town Cossacks and the crowd join them, there will be 100,000. And Khmelnytsky? He is looked for every day from the Crimea with the Tartars. He may have come already. To tell the truth, it is not necessary for you to go to the Seych. In a little while you will see them here, for they will not avoid Kudak, nor leave it behind them. But will you defend yourself?" Grodzitsky looked gloomily at the lieutenant and said with a calm, emphatic voice, "I will not defend myself." "How is that?" "I have no powder. I sent 20 boats for even a little, none has been sent me. I don't know whether the messengers were intercepted or whether there is none. I only know that so far none has come. I have powder for 2 weeks, no longer. If I had powder enough, I should blow Kudak and myself into the air before a Cossack foot should enter. I am commanded to lie here, I lie, commanded to watch, I watch. Commanded to be defiant, I am defiant, and if it comes to dying, since my mother gave me birth, I shall know how to die too. And can't you make powder yourself? For 2 months the Cossacks have been unwilling to let me have saltpetre, which must be brought from the Black Sea. No matter. If need be I will die. We can all learn of you old soldiers. And if you were to go for the powder yourself? I will not and cannot leave Kudak, here was life for me, let my death be here. Don't you think, either, that you are going to banquets and lordly receptions, like those with which they welcome envoys in other places, or that the office of envoy will protect you there? They kill their own atamans. And since I have been here I don't remember that any of them has died a natural death. And you will perish also." Skshetuski was silent. "I see that your courage is dying out, you would better not go." "My dear sir," said the lieutenant, angrily, "think of something more fitted to frighten me, for I have heard what you have told me 10 times, and if you counsel me not to go I shall see that in my place you would not go. Consider, therefore, if powder is the only thing you need, and not bravery too, in the defense of Kudak." Grodzitsky, instead of growing angry, looked with clear eyes at the lieutenant. "You are a biting dog," muttered he in Russian. "Pardon me. From your answer I see that you are able to uphold the dignity of the prince and the rank of noble. I'll give you a couple of Cossack boats, for with your own you will not be able to pass the cataracts. I wish to ask you for them. At Nenasitets you will have them drawn overland, for although the water is deep, it is never possible to pass, scarcely can some kind of small boat slip through. And when you are on the lower waters guard against surprise, and remember that iron and lead are more eloquent than words. There they respect none but the daring. The boats will be ready in the morning. But I will order a second rudder to be put on each, for one is not enough on the cataracts." Grodzitsky now conducted the lieutenant from the room, to show him the fortress and its arrangements. It was a model of order and discipline throughout. Night and day guards standing close to one another watched the walls, which Tartar captives were forced to strengthen and repair continually. "Every year I add 1 ell to the height of the walls," said Grodzitsky, "and they are now so strong that if I had powder enough even 100,000 men could do nothing against me. But without ammunition I can't defend myself when superior force appears. The fortress was really impregnable. For besides the guns it was defended by the precipices of the Dnieper and inaccessible cliffs rising sheer from the water, and did not require a great garrison. Therefore there were not more than 600 men in the fortress. But they were the very choicest soldiers, armed with muskets. The Dnieper, flowing in that place in a compressed bed, was so narrow that an arrow shot from the walls went far on to the other bank. The guns of the fortress commanded both shores and the whole neighborhood. Besides, about 2.5 miles from the fortress was a lofty tower, from which everything was visible for 40 miles around, and in which were 100 soldiers whom Pan Grodzitsky visited every day. Whenever they saw people in the neighborhood they gave signal to the fortress immediately, the alarm was rung, and the whole garrison stood under arms at once. In truth, said Grodzitsky, there is no week without an alarm. For the Tartars, sometimes several thousand strong, wander around like wolves. We strike them as well as we can with the guns, and many times wild horses are mistaken for Tartars. And are you not weary of living in such a wild place? Asked Skshetuski. Even if a place were given me in the chambers of the king, I would not take it. I see more of the world from this place than the king does from his windows in Warsaw. In truth, from the walls an immense stretch of steppes was to be seen, which at that time seemed one sea of green, to the north the mouth of the Samara. And on the south the whole bank of the Dnieper, rocks, precipices, forests, as far as the foam of the second cataract, the Sur. Toward evening they visited the tower again, since Skshetuski, seeing for the first time that fortress in the steppe, was curious about everything. Meanwhile in the village boats were being prepared for him, which, provided with rudders at both ends, could be turned more easily. He was to start early in the morning. Yet during the night he did not lie down to sleep at all, but pondered what was to be done in face of the inevitable destruction with which his mission to the terrible Sach was threatened. Life smiled on him indeed. For he was young and in love, and a future at the side of a loved one was promised him. Still honor and glory were dearer. But he remembered that war was near. That Helena, waiting for him in Rozlogi, might be seized by the most terrible misfortune, exposed to the violence, not of Bogun alone, but of the wild and unbridled mob. Alarm for her and pain had seized his spirits. The steppes must have become dry already, it was surely possible to go from Rozlogi to Lubny. But he had told Helena and the old princess to wait for him. For he had not expected that the storm would burst so soon, he did not know the danger in the journey to the Sach. He walked therefore with quick steps in his room in the fortress, twisted his beard, and wrung his hands. What was he to do? How was he to act? In his mind he saw Rozlogi already in flames, surrounded by a howling mob, more like devils than men. His own steps were answered by a gloomy echo under the vault of the castle. And it seemed to him that an evil power was already approaching Helena. On the walls the quenching of the lights was signaled, and that seemed to him the echo of Bogun's horn. He gnashed his teeth, and grasped after the hilt of his sword. Oh! Why did he insist on this expedition, and get it away from Bykovets? Genzien, who was sleeping on the threshold, noticed the change in his master, rose therefore, wiped his eyes, snuffed the torch burning in the iron candlestick, and began to walk around in the room, wishing to arrest the attention of his master. But the lieutenant, buried completely in his own painful thoughts, kept walking on, rousing with his steps the slumbering echoes. "Oh, my master," said Genzien. Skshetuski gazed at him with a glassy look. Suddenly he woke up from his reverie. "Genzien, are you afraid of death?" asked he. "How death? What are you saying? For who goes to the Sach does not return. Then why do you go? That is my affair, do not meddle with it. But I am sorry for you. You are a stripling, and though a cunning fellow, cunning cannot save you in the Sach. Return to Chigirin, and then to Lubny." Genzien began to scratch his head. "My master, I fear death, for whoever would not fear death would not fear God. For it is his will either to keep a man alive or to put him to death. But if you run to death of your own will, then it is your sin as a master, not mine as a servant. I will not leave you, for I am not a serf, but a nobleman. Though poor, still I am not without pride. I see that you are a good fellow, but I will tell you, if you do not wish to go willingly, you will go by command, since it cannot be otherwise. Though you were to kill me, I will not go. Do you think that I am a Judas, to give you up to death? Here Genzien raised his hands to his eyes, and began to sob audibly. Skshetuski saw that he could not reach him in that way, and he did not wish to command him threateningly, for he was sorry for the lad. Listen, said he to him. You can give me no assistance, and I shall not put my head under the sword voluntarily. You will take letters to Rozlogi, which are of more importance to me than my own life. You will tell the old princess to take the young lady to Lubny at once, without the least delay, otherwise rebellion will catch them, and do you watch to see they go. I give you an important mission, worthy of a friend, not a servant. You can send somebody else with the letter, anybody will go. And what trusted person have I here? Have you lost your senses? I repeat to you, doubly save my life, and still you do not wish to render me such service, while I am living in torment, thinking what may happen, and my skin is sweating from pain. Well, as God lives, I see I must go. But I grieve for you. So if you were even to give me that spotted belt, I should take no comfort in it at all. You shall have the belt, but do your work well. I do not want the belt, if you will only let me go with you. Tomorrow you will return with the boat which Pan Grodzitsky is sending to Chigirin. From there you will go, without delay or rest, straight to Rozlogi. Here is a purse for the road. I will write letters immediately. Genzien fell at the feet of the lieutenant. Oh, my master, shall I never see you again? As God gives, said Skshetuski, raising him up. But show a glad face in Rozlogi. Now go to sleep. The remainder of the night passed for Skshetuski in writing letters and ardent prayer, after which the angel of rest came to him. Meanwhile the night was growing pale, light whitened the narrow windows from the east, day was coming. Then rosy gleams stole into the room, on the tower and fortress they began to play the morning tattoo. Shortly after Grodzitsky appeared in the room. The boats are ready. And I am ready, said Skshetuski, calmly. Chapter 10. The swift boats bearing the knight and his fortunes shot down the current with the speed of swallows. By reason of high water the cataracts presented no great danger. They passed Sursky and Lokany. A lucky wave threw them over the Voronov bar, the boats grated a little on the Nyaji and Streletsky, but they were scratched, not broken. At length they beheld in the distance the foaming and whirling of the terrible Nenesites. There they were obliged to land and drag the boats along the shore, a tedious and difficult labor, usually occupying an entire day. Fortunately a great many blocks, apparently left by previous travelers, lay along the whole way. These were placed under the boats to ease them over the ground. In all the region about and on the steppes not a living soul was to be seen, nor a single boat. For none could sail to the Sech excepting those alone whom Pan Grodzitsky permitted to pass Kudak, and Pan Grodzitsky cut off the Zaporozhye from the rest of the world on purpose. Only the splash of the waves on the cliff of Nenesitets broke the silence. While the men were dragging the boats, Skshetuski examined this wonder of nature. An awful sight met his eyes. Through the entire width of the river extended crosswise 7 rocky ridges, jutting out above the water, black, rent by waves which broke through them gaps and passages after their fashion. The river pressed with the whole weight of its waters against those ridges, and was broken on them. Then wild and raging, lashed into white foaming pulp, it sought to spring over like an infuriated horse, but, pushed back again before it could sweep through the passage, it seemed to gnaw the rocks with its teeth, making enormous circles in impotent wrath. It leaped up toward the sky, raging like a monster, panting like a wild beast in pain. And then again a roar from it as from 100 cannon, howls as from whole packs of wolves, wheezing, struggling, and at every ridge the same conflict. Over the abyss were heard screams of birds, as if terrified by the sight. Between the ridges the gloomy shadows of the cliff quivered like spirits of evil. The men, though accustomed to the place, crossed themselves devoutly while dragging the boats, warning the lieutenant not to approach too near the shore. For there were traditions that whoever should gaze too long on Khmelnytsky would at last see something at which his mind would be disturbed. They asserted, also, that at times there rose from the whirlpool long black hands which caught the unwary who approached too near, and then terrible laughter was heard through the precipices. The Zaporojians did not dare to drag boats along in the night time. No man could be received into the brotherhood of the sage who had not crossed the cataracts alone in a boat. But an exception was made of Khmelnytsky, since its rocks were never under water. Of Bogan alone blind minstrels sang as if he had stolen through Khmelnytsky, still belief was not given to the song. The transfer of the boats occupied nearly all the day, and the sun had begun to set when the lieutenant resumed his place in the boat. But to make up for this the succeeding cataracts were crossed with ease, for the rocks were covered entirely, and after that they sailed out into the quiet waters of the lower country. Along the way Skshetuski saw on the field of Kuchkasi the enormous mound of white stone raised at command of Prince Yeremy as a memorial of his visit, and of which Pan Boguslav Mashkevich had spoken in Lubny. From there it was not far to the Sech. But the lieutenant did not wish to enter the Chertomylik labyrinth in the dark, he determined therefore to pass the night at Khortytsa. He wished to meet some Zaporojians and announce himself, so that it should be known that an envoy and no one else was coming. Khortytsa, however, appeared to be empty. Which surprised the lieutenant not a little, for he had learned from Grodzitsky that a Cossack garrison was always stationed there against Tartar attacks. He went himself with some of the men a considerable distance from the shore to reconnoiter. But he could not go over the whole island, for it was more than 5 miles long, and the night was coming down dark and not very clear. He returned then to the boats, which meanwhile had been dragged up on the sand, and a fire had been made as protection against mosquitoes. The greater part of the night passed quietly. The Cossacks and the guides slept by the fire. Only the guards were awake, and the lieutenant, who had been tormented by a terrible sleeplessness since he left Kudak. He felt also that fever was wearing him. At times he fancied he heard steps approaching from the interior of the island, then again certain strange sounds like the distant bleating of goats. But he thought that his hearing deceived him. Suddenly, when it was near daybreak, a dark figure stood before him. It was a servant from the guard. "People are coming," said he, hastily. "Who are they?" "Undoubtedly Zaporojians. There are 40 of them." "Very well. That is not a great number. Rouse the men. Stir the fire." The Cossacks sprang to their feet at once. The replenished fire blazed high, and lighted the boats and the handful of soldiers under the lieutenant. The guards ran up also to the circle. Meanwhile the irregular steps of a crowd became distinctly audible. The steps stopped at a certain distance. Immediately some voice inquired in threatening accents, "Who is on shore?" "And who are you?" answered the sergeant. "Answer, son of the enemy. If not, we will inquire with a musket." "His Highness, the envoy of Prince Yeremy Vishnevetsky, going to the Koshivoy Ataman," said the sergeant, with emphasis. The voices in the crowd were silent. Evidently there was a short consultation. "But come here yourself," cried the sergeant, "don't be afraid. People do not fall upon envoys, and envoys do not attack." Steps were heard again, and after a while a number of figures came out of the shadow. By the swarthy complexion, low stature, and skin coats with wool outside, the lieutenant knew from the first glance that most of them were Tartars. There were only a few Cossacks among them. The idea flashed like lightning through Skshetuski's brain that if the Tartars were in Khortytsa Khmelnytsky had returned from the Crimea. In front of the crowd stood an old Zaporojian of gigantic size, with a wild and savage face. Approaching the fire, he asked, "Who is the envoy here?" A strong smell of spirits came from him, the Zaporojian was evidently drunk. "Who is envoy here?" repeated he. "I am," said Skshetuski, haughtily. "Thou. Am I a brother to thee that thou sayest, thou, to me? Learn politeness, you ruffian," interrupted the sergeant. "You must say, serene great mighty Lord Envoy. Destruction to you, devil's sons. May the death of Serpiagov strike you, serene great mighty sons. And what business have you with the ataman? It is not thy affair. Know only that thy life depends upon my reaching the ataman as quickly as possible." At that moment another Zaporojian came out from the crowd. "We are here at the command of the ataman," said he, "on guard so that no one from the Poles may approach, and if any man approaches, we are to bind him and deliver him bound, and we will do that. Whoever goes voluntarily, you will not bind." "I will, for such is the order." "Do you know, clown, what the person of an envoy means? Do you know whom I represent?" Then the old giant interrupted, "We will lead in the envoy, but by the beard, in this fashion." Saying this, he reached his hand to the lieutenant's beard. But that moment he groaned, and as if struck by lightning dropped to the earth. The lieutenant had shivered his head with a battle hammer. Slash! Slash! Howled and raged voices from the crowd. The Cossacks of the prince hurried to the rescue of their leader, muskets roared. Slash! Slash! Was mingled with the clash of steel. A regular battle began. The fire, trampled in the disturbance, went out, and darkness surrounded the combatants. Soon both sides had grappled each other so closely that there was no room for blows and knives, fists and teeth took the place of sabers. All at once, in the interior of the island, were heard numerous fresh shouts and cries. Aid was coming to the attacking party. Another moment and they would have come too late, for the disciplined Cossacks were getting the upper hand of the crowd. "To the boats," cried the lieutenant, in a thundering voice. The escort executed the command in a twinkle. Unfortunately the boats had been dragged too far on the sand, and could not be pushed at once into the water. That moment the enemy sprang furiously toward the shore. "Fire!" commanded Pan Yen. A discharge of musketry restrained the assailants, who became confused, crowded together, and retreated in disorder, leaving a number of bodies stretched upon the sand. Some of these bodies squirmed convulsively, like fish snatched from the water and thrown on shore. The boatmen, assisted by a number of the Cossacks, planting their oars in the ground, pushed with all their might to get the boats into the water. But in vain. The enemy began their attack from a distance. The splashing of balls on the water was mingled with the whistling of arrows and the groans of the wounded. The Tartars, shouting "Allah," with increased shrillness, urged one another on. The Cossack cries, "Cut! Cut!" answered them, and the calm voice of Skshetuski, repeating faster and faster the command, "Fire!" The dawn was beginning to shine with pale light on the struggle. From the land side was to be seen a crowd of Cossacks and Tartars, some with their muskets held ready to aim, others stooping in the rear and drawing their bowstrings. From the side of the water 2 boats smoking and flashing with the continual discharges of musketry. Between them lay bodies stretched quietly on the sand. In one of these boats stood Pan Yen, taller than the others, haughty, calm, with the lieutenant's staff in his hand and with uncovered head, for a Tartar arrow had swept away his cap. The sergeant approached him and whispered, "We cannot hold out, the crowd is too great." But the lieutenant's only thought was to seal his mission with his blood, to prevent the disgrace of his office, and to perish not without glory. Therefore, when the Cossacks made a sort of breastwork for themselves of the provision bags, from behind which they struck the enemy, he remained visible and exposed to attack. "Good," said he, "we will die to the last man." "We will die, father!" cried the Cossacks. "Fire!" Again the boats smoked. From the interior of the island new crowds came, armed with pikes and scythes. The assailants separated into 2 parties. One party kept up the fire. The other, composed of more than 200 Cossacks and Tartars, only waited the proper moment for a hand-to-hand encounter. At the same time from the reeds of the island came out 4 boats, which were to attack the lieutenant from the rear and from both sides. It was clear daylight now. The smoke stretched out in long streaks in the quiet air, and covered the scene of conflict. The lieutenant commanded his 20 Cossacks to turn to the attacking boats, which, pushed with oars, moved on swiftly as birds over the quiet water of the river. The fire directed against the Tartars and Cossacks approaching from the interior of the island, was notably weakened on that account. They seemed, too, to expect this. The sergeant approached the lieutenant again. "The Tartars are taking their daggers between their teeth, they will rush on us this minute." In fact, almost 300 of the horde, with sabers in hand and knives in their teeth, prepared for the attack. They were accompanied by some tens of Zaporojians armed with scythes. The attack was to begin from every direction, for the assailing boats were within gunshot, their sides were already covered with smoke. Bullets began to fall like hail on the lieutenant's men. Both boats were filled with groans. In a few moments half of the Cossacks were down, the remainder still defended themselves desperately. Their faces were black, their hands wearied, their sight dim, their eyes full of blood, their gun barrels began to burn their hands. Most of them were wounded. At that moment a terrible cry and howl rent the air. The Tartars rushed to the attack. The smoke, pushed by the movement of the mass of bodies, separated suddenly and left exposed to the eye the two boats of the lieutenant covered with a dark crowd of Tartars, like two carcasses of horses torn by a pack of wolves. Some Cossacks resisted yet, and at the mast stood Pan Yen, with bleeding face and an arrow sunk to the shaft in his left shoulder, but defending himself furiously. His form was like that of a giant in the crowd surrounding him. His saber glittered like lightning, groans and howls responded to his blows. The sergeant, with another Cossack, guarded him on both sides. And the crowd swayed back at times in terror before those three, but, urged from behind, pushed on, and died under the blows of the saber. "Take them alive to the ataman," was called out in the crowd. "Surrender." But Skshetuski was surrendering only to God, for he grew pale in a moment, tottered, and fell to the bottom of the boat. "Farewell, father," cried the sergeant, in despair. But in a moment he fell also. The moving mass of assailants covered the boats completely. Chapter 11. At the house of the inspector of weights and measures, in the outskirts of Hasan Pasha, at the Sech, sat two Zaporojians at a table, fortifying themselves with spirits distilled from millet, which they dipped unceasingly from a wooden tub that stood in the middle of the table. One of them, already old and quite decrepit, was Philip Zahar. He was the inspector. The other, Anton Tatarchuk, ataman of the Chigrin Kurin, was a man about 40 years old, tall, with a wild expression of face and oblique Tartar eyes. Both spoke in a low voice, as if fearing that someone might overhear them. "But it is today?" asked the inspector. "Yes, almost immediately," answered Tatarchuk. "They are waiting for the Koshivoy and Tugay Bey, who went with Khmelnytsky himself to Basiluk, where the horde is quartered. The Brotherhood is already assembled on the square, and the Kurin atamans will meet in council before evening. Before night all will be known. It may have an evil end," muttered old Philip Zahar. "Listen, Inspector. But did you see that there was a letter to me also?" "Of course I did, for I carried the letters myself to the Koshivoy, and I know how to read. 3 letters were found on the pole, one to the Koshivoy himself, one to you, the third to young Barabash. Everyone in the Sech knows of this already." "And who wrote? Don't you know?" "The prince wrote to the Koshivoy, for his seal was on the letter. Who wrote to you is unknown. God guard us. If they don't call you a friend of the Poles openly, nothing will come of it. God guard us," repeated Tatarchuk. "It is evident that you have something on your mind." "Pshaw! I have nothing on my mind. The Koshivoy, too, may destroy all the letters, for his own head is concerned. There was a letter to him as well as to you. He may. But if you have done anything, then," here the old inspector lowered his voice still more, "go away." "But how and where?" asked Tatarchuk, uneasily. The Koshevoi has placed guards on all the islands, so that no one may escape to the Poles and let them know what is going on. The Tartars are on guard at Basiluk. A fish couldn't squeeze through, and a bird couldn't fly over. Then hide in the Sach, wherever you can. They will find me unless you hide me among the barrels in the bazaar. You are my relative. I wouldn't hide my own brother. If you are afraid of death, then drink. You won't feel it when you are drunk. Maybe there is nothing in the letters. Maybe. Here is misfortune, misfortune, said Tatarchuk. I don't feel that I have done anything. I am a good fellow, an enemy to the Poles. But though there is nothing in the letter, the devil knows what the Pole may say at the council. He may ruin me. He is a severe man, he won't say anything. Have you seen him today? Yes. I rubbed his wounds with tar, I poured spirits and ashes into his throat. He will be all right. He is an angry fellow. They say that at Hortitsa he slaughtered the Tartars like swine, before they captured him. Set your mind at rest about the Pole. The sullen sound of the kettledrums which were beaten on the Koshevoi's square interrupted further conversation. Tatarchuk, hearing the sound, shuddered and sprang to his feet. Excessive fear was expressed by his face and movements. They are beating the summons to council, said he, catching his breath. God save us. And you, Philip, don't speak of what we have been saying here. God save us. Having said this, Tatarchuk, seizing the tub with the liquor, brought it to his mouth with both hands, and drank as though he wished to drink himself to death. Let us go, said the inspector. The sound of the drums came clearer and clearer. They went out. The field of Hasan Pasha was separated from the square by a rampart surrounding the encampment proper, and by a gate with lofty towers on which were seen the muzzles of cannon fixed there. In the middle of the field stood the house of the inspector of weights and measures, and the cabins of the shop atamans, and around a rather large space were shops in which goods were stored. These shops were in general wretched structures made of oak planks, which Hortitsa furnished in abundance, fastened together with twigs and reeds. The cabins, not excepting that of the inspector, were mere huts, for only the roofs were raised above the ground. The roofs were black and smoked. For when there was fire in the cabin the smoke found exit, not only through the smoke hole, but through every cranny in the roof, and one might suppose that it was not a cabin at all, but a pile of branches and reeds covering a tar pit. No daylight entered these cabins, therefore a fire of pitch pine and oak chips was kept up. The shops, a few dozen in number, were divided into camp shops which belonged to individual camps, and those of strangers in which during time of peace Tartars and Wallachians traded, the first in skins, eastern fabrics, arms, and every kind of booty. The second, chiefly in wine. But the shops for strangers were rarely occupied, since in that wild nest trade was changed most frequently to robbery, from which neither the inspectors or the shop atamans could restrain the crowds. Among the shops stood also 38 camp drinking shops, and before them always lay, on the sweepings, shavings, oak sticks, and heaps of horse manure, Zaporogians, half dead from drinking, some sunk in a stony sleep. Others with foam in their mouths, in convulsions or delirium tremens. Others half drunk, howling Cossack songs, spitting, striking, kissing, cursing Cossack fate or weeping over Cossack sorrow, walking upon the heads and breasts of those lying around. Only during expeditions against the Tartars or the upper country was sobriety enforced, and at such times those who took part in an expedition were punished with death for drunkenness. But in ordinary times, and especially in the bazaar, all were drunk, the inspector, the camp ataman, the buyers, and the sellers. The sour smell of unrectified spirits, mixed with the odor of tar, fish, smoke, and horse hides, filled the air of the whole place, which in general, by the variety of its shops, reminded one of some little Turkish or Tartar town. Everything was for sale that at any time had been seized as plunder in the Crimea, Wallachia, or on the shores of Anatolia, bright fabrics of the East, satins, brocades, velvets, cotton cloths, ticking, linen, iron and brass guns, skins, furs. Dried fish, cherries, Turkish sweetmeats, church vessels, brass crescents taken from minarets, gilded crosses torn from churches, powder and sharp weapons, spear-staffs, and saddles. In that mixture of objects and colors moved about people dressed in remnants of the most varied garments, in the summer half naked, always half wild, discolored with smoke, black, rolled in mud, covered with wounds, bleeding from the bites of gigantic gnats which hovered in myriads over Chertomalik, and eternally drunk, as has been stated above. At that moment the whole of Hasan Pasha was more crowded with people than usual, the shops and drinking places were closed, and all were hastening to the square of the Sach, on which the council was to be held. Philip Zahar and Anton Tatarchuk went with the others, but Tatarchuk loitered, and allowed the crowd to precede him. Disquiet grew more and more evident on his face. Meanwhile they crossed the bridge over the fosse, passed the gate, and found themselves on the broad fortified square, surrounded by 38 large wooden structures. These were the kurens, or rather the buildings of the kurens, a kind of military barracks in which the Cossacks lived. These kurens were of one structure and measure, and differed in nothing unless in the names, borrowed from the various towns of the Ukraine from which the regiments also took their names. In one corner of the square stood the council house, in which the atamans used to sit under the presidency of the Koshivoy. The crowd, or the so-called brotherhood, deliberated under the open sky, sending deputations every little while, and sometimes bursting in by force to the council house and terrorizing those within. The throng was already enormous on the square, for the ataman had recently assembled at the Sach all the warriors scattered over the islands, streams, and meadows, therefore the brotherhood was more numerous than on ordinary occasions. Since the sun was near its setting, a number of tar barrels had been ignited already, and here and there were kegs of spirits which every kuren had set out for itself, and which added no small energy to the deliberations. Order between the kurens was maintained by the esals, armed with heavy sticks to restrain the councillors, and with pistols to defend their own lives, which were frequently in danger. Philip Zahar and Tatarchuk went straight to the council house, for one as inspector, and the other as kuren ataman, had a right to a seat among the elders. In the council room there was but one small table, before which sat the army secretary. The atamans and the Koshivoy had seats on skins by the walls, but at that hour their places were not yet occupied. The Koshivoy walked with great strides through the room. The kuren atamans, gathering in small groups, conversed in low tones, interrupted from time to time by more audible oaths. Tatarchuk, noticing that his acquaintances and even friends pretended not to see him, at once approached young Barabash, who was more or less in a position similar to his own. Others looked at them with a scowl, to which young Barabash paid no attention, not understanding well the reason. He was a man of great beauty and extraordinary strength, thanks to which he had the rank of kuren ataman. He was notorious throughout the whole Sach for his stupidity, which had gained him the nickname of dunce ataman, and the privilege of being laughed at by the elders for every word he uttered. "Wait a while. Maybe we shall go in the water with a stone around the neck," whispered Tatarchuk to him. "Why is that?" asked Barabash. "Don't you know about the letters? The plague take his mother. Have I written any letters? See how they frown at us. If I give it to one of them in the forehead, he won't look that way, for his eyes will jump out." Just then shouts from the outside announced that something had happened. The doors of the council house opened wide, and in came Khmelnytsky with Tugay Bey. They were the men greeted so joyfully. A few months before Tugay Bey, as the most violent of the Tartars and the terror of the men from below, was the object of extreme hatred in the Sach. Now the brotherhood hurled their caps in the air at the sight of him, as a good friend of Khmelnytsky and the Zaporojians. Tugay Bey entered first, and then Khmelnytsky, with the baton in his hand as hetman of the Zaporojian armies. He had held that office since his return from the Crimea with reinforcements from the Khan. The crowd at that time raised him in their hands, and bursting open the army treasury, brought him the baton, the standard, and the seal which were generally borne before the hetman. He had changed, too, not a little. It was evident that he bore within himself the terrible power of the whole Zaporozhy. This was not Khmelnytsky the wronged, fleeing to the steppe through the wilderness, but Khmelnytsky the hetman, the spirit of blood, the giant, the avenger of his own wrongs on millions of people. Still he did not break the chains. He only imposed new and heavier ones. This was evident from his relations with Tugay Bey. This hetman, in the heart of the Zaporozhye, took a place second to the Tartar, and endured with submission Tartar pride and treatment contemptuous beyond expression. It was the attitude of a vassal before his lord. But it had to be so. Khmelnytsky owed all his credit with the Cossacks to the Tartars and the favor of the Khan, whose representative was the wild and furious Tugay Bey. But Khmelnytsky knew how to reconcile with submission the pride which was bursting his own bosom, as well as to unite courage with cunning, for he was a lion and a fox, an eagle and a serpent. This was the first time since the origin of the Cossacks that the Tartar had acted as master in the center of the Sach, but such were the times that had come. The brotherhood hurled their caps in the air at sight of the pagan. Such were the times that had been accepted. The deliberations began. Tugay Bey sat down in the middle of the room on a large bundle of skins, and putting his legs under him, began to crack dry sunflower seeds and spit out the husks in front of himself. On his right side sat Khmelnytsky, with the baton. On his left the Koshivoy, but the atamans and the deputation from the Brotherhood sat farther away near the walls. Conversation had ceased. Only from the crowd outside, debating under the open sky, came a murmur and dull sound like the noise of waves. Khmelnytsky began to speak. Gentlemen, with the favor, attention, and aid of the Serene Tsar VIII of the Crimea, the lord of many peoples and relative of the heavenly hosts. With the permission of His Majesty the gracious King Vladislav, our lord, and the hearty support of the brave Zaporozhian armies trusting in our innocence and the justice of God. We are going to avenge the terrible and savage deeds of injustice which, while we had strength, we endured like Christians, at the hands of the faithless Poles, from commissioners, starostas, crown agents, from all the nobility, and from the Jews. Over these deeds of injustice you, gentlemen, and the whole Zaporozhian army have shed many tears, and you have given me this baton that I might find the speedy vindication of our innocence and that of all our people. Esteeming this appointment as a great favor from you, my well-wishers, I went to ask of the Serene Tsar that aid which he has given. But being ready and willing to move, I was grieved not a little when I heard that there could be traitors in the midst of us, entering into communication with the faithless Poles, and informing them of our work. If this be true, then they are to be punished according to your will and discretion. We ask you, therefore, to listen to the letters brought from our enemy. Prince Vishnevetsky, by an envoy who is not an envoy but a spy, who wants to note our preparations and the goodwill of Tugay Bey, our friend, so as to report them to the Poles. And you are to decide whether he is to be punished as well as those to whom he brought letters, and of whom the Koshivoy, as a true friend of me, of Tugay Bey, and of the whole army, gave prompt notice. Khmelnytsky stopped. The tumult outside the windows increased every moment. Then the army secretary began to read, first, the letter of the prince to the Koshivoy ataman, beginning with these words: We, by the grace of God, Prince and Lord in Lubny, Korol, Priluki, Gadiach, etc., Voevoda in Russia, etc., Starosta, etc. The letter was purely official. The prince, having heard that forces were called in from the meadows, asked the ataman if that were true, and summoned him at once to desist from such action for the sake of peace in Christian lands. And in case Khmelnytsky disturbed the Sach, to deliver him up to the commissioners on their demand. The second letter was from Pan Grodzitsky, also to the chief ataman. The third and fourth from Zatsvilikovsky and the old colonel of Cherkasy to Tatarchuk and Barabash. In all these there was nothing that could bring the persons to whom they were addressed into suspicion. Zatsvilikovsky merely begged Tatarchuk to take the bearer of his letter in care, and to make everything he might want easy for him. Tatarchuk breathed more freely. What do you say, gentlemen, of these letters? Inquired Khmelnytsky. The Cossacks were silent. All their councils began thus, till liquor warmed up their heads, since no one of the atamans wished to raise his voice first. Being rude and cunning people, they did this principally from a fear of being laughed at for folly, which might subject the author of it to ridicule or give him a sarcastic nickname for the rest of his life. For such was the condition in the Sach, where amidst the greatest rudeness the sense of the ridiculous and the dread of sarcasm were wonderfully developed. The Cossacks remained silent. Khmelnytsky raised his voice again. The Koshivoy Ataman is our brother and sincere friend. I believe in the Koshivoy as I do in my own soul. And if any man were to speak otherwise, I should consider him a traitor. The Koshivoy is our old friend and a soldier. Having said this, he rose to his feet and kissed the Koshivoy. Gentlemen, said the Koshivoy, in answer, I bring the forces together, and let the hetman lead them. As to the envoy, since they sent him to me, he is mine. And I make you a present of him. You, gentlemen of the delegation, salute the Koshivoy, said Khmelnytsky, for he is a just man, and go to inform the brotherhood that if there is a traitor, he is not the man. He first stationed a guard, he gave the order to seize traitors escaping to the Poles. Say, gentlemen, that the Koshivoy is not the traitor, that he is the best of us all. The deputies bowed to their girdles before Tugay Bey, who chewed his sunflower seeds the whole time with the greatest indifference, then they bowed to Khmelnytsky and the Koshivoy, and went out of the room. After a while joyful shouts outside the windows announced that the deputies had accomplished their task. Long life to our Koshivoy! Long life to our Koshivoy! Shouted hoarse voices, with such power that the walls of the building seemed to tremble to their foundations. At the same time was heard the roar of guns and muskets. The deputies returned and took their seats again in the corner of the room. Gentlemen, said Khmelnytsky, after quiet had come in some degree outside the windows, you have decided wisely that the Koshivoy is a just man. But if the Koshivoy is not a traitor, who is the traitor? Who has friends among the Poles, with whom do they come to an understanding, to whom do they write letters, to whom do they confide the person of an envoy? Who is the traitor? While saying this, Khmelnytsky raised his voice more and more, and directed his ominous looks toward Tatarchuk and young Barabash, as if he wished to point them out expressly. A murmur rose in the room. A number of voices began to cry, Barabash and Tatarchuk. Some of the Kuren Atamans stood up in their places, and among the deputies was heard the cry, to destruction. Tatarchuk grew pale, and young Barabash began to look with astonished eyes at those present. His slow mind struggled for a time to discover what was laid to his charge. At length he said, "The dog won't eat meat." Then he burst out into idiotic laughter, and after him others. And all at once the majority of the Kuren Atamans began to laugh wildly, not knowing themselves why. From outside the windows came shouts, louder and louder. It was evident that liquor had begun to heat their brains. The sound of the human wave rose higher and higher. But Anton Tatarchuk rose to his feet, and turning to Khmelnytsky, began to speak. "What have I done to you, most worthy hetman of the Zaporozhye, that you insist on my death? In what am I guilty before you? The Commissioner Zatsvilikovsky has written a letter to me, what of that? So has the prince written to the Koshivoy. Have I received a letter? No. And if I had received it, what should I do with it? I should go to the secretary and ask to have it read, for I do not know how to write or to read. And you would always know what was in the letter. The Pole I don't know by sight. Am I a traitor, then? Oh, brother Zaporozhians! Tatarchuk went with you to the Crimea, when you went to Wallachia, he went to Wallachia, when you went to Smolensk, he went to Smolensk, he fought with you, brave men, lived with you, and shed his blood with you, was dying of hunger with you. So he is not a Pole, not a traitor, but a Cossack, your own brother, and if the hetman insists on his death, let the hetman say why he insists. What have I done to him? In what have I shown my falsehood? And do you, brothers, be merciful, and judge justly. Tatarchuk is a brave fellow. Tatarchuk is a good man, answered several voices. You, Tatarchuk, are a brave fellow, said Khmelnytsky. And I do not persecute you, for you are my friend, and not a Pole, a Cossack, our brother. If a Pole were the traitor, then I should not be grieved, should not weep. But if a brave fellow is the traitor, my friend the traitor, then my heart is heavy, and I am grieved. Since you were in the Crimea and in Wallachia and at Smolensk, then the offense is the greater. Because now you were ready to inform the Poles of the readiness and wishes of the Zaporojian army. The Poles wrote to you to make it easy for their man to get what he wanted, and tell me, worthy Atamans, what could a Pole want? Is it not my death and the death of my good friend Tugay Bey? Is it not the destruction of the Zaporojian army? Therefore you, Tatarchuk, are guilty, and you cannot show anything else. And to Barabash's uncle the colonel of Cherkasy wrote, his uncle, a friend to Chaplinsky, a friend to the Poles, who secreted in his house the Charter of Rights, so the Zaporojian army should not obtain it. Since it is this way, and I swear, as God lives, that it is no other way, you are both guilty, and now beg mercy of the Atamans, and I will beg with you, though your guilt is heavy and your treason clear. From outside the windows came, not a sound and a murmur, but as it were the roar of a storm. The Brotherhood wished to know what was doing in the council room, and sent a new deputation. Tatarchuk felt that he was lost. He remembered that the week before he had spoken in the midst of the Atamans against giving the baton to Khmelnytsky, and against an alliance with the Tartars. Cold drops of sweat came out on his forehead. He understood that there was no rescue for him now. As to young Barabash, it was clear that in destroying him Khmelnytsky wished to avenge himself on the old colonel of Cherkasy, who loved his nephew deeply. Still Tatarchuk did not wish to die. He would not have paled before the saber, the bullet, or the stake, but a death such as that which awaited him pierced him to the marrow of his bones. Therefore, taking advantage of a moment of quiet which reigned after the words of Khmelnytsky, he screamed in a terrified voice. In the name of Christ, brother Atamans, dear friends, do not destroy an innocent man. I have not seen the Pole, I have not spoken with him. Have mercy on me, brothers. I do not know what the Pole wanted of me, ask him yourselves. I swear by Christ the Saviour, the Holy Most Pure, Saint Nicholas the Wonder-worker, by Michael the Archangel, that you are destroying an innocent man. Bring in the Pole, shouted the chief inspector. The Pole this way. The Pole this way. Shouted the Kurin Atamans. Confusion began. Some rushed to the adjoining room in which the prisoner was confined, to bring him before the council. Others approached Tatarchuk and Barabash with threats. Gladky, the Ataman of the Mirgorod Kurin, first cried, to destruction. The deputies repeated the cry. Chernota sprang to the door, opened it, and shouted to the assembled crowd. Worthy Brotherhood, Tatarchuk is a traitor, Barabash is a traitor, destruction to them. The multitude answered with a fearful howl. Confusion continued in the council room, all the Atamans rose from their places, some cried, the Pole. The Pole, others tried to allay the disturbance. But while this was going on the doors were thrown wide open before the weight of the crowd, and to the middle of the room rushed in a mass of men from the square outside. Terrible forms, drunk with rage, filled the space, seething, waving their hands, gnashing their teeth, and exhaling the smell of spirits. Death to Tatarchuk, and Barabash to destruction. Give up the traitors. To the square with them. Shouted the drunken voices. Strike. Kill. And hundreds of hands were stretched out in a moment toward the hapless victims. Tatarchuk offered no resistance, he only groaned in terror. But young Barabash began to defend himself with desperate strength. He understood at last that they wanted to kill him. Terror, despair, and madness were seen on his face. Foam covered his lips, and from his bosom came forth the roar of a wild beast. Twice he tore himself from the hands of his executioners, and twice their hands seized him by the shoulders, by the breast, by the beard and hair. He struggled, he bit, he bellowed, he fell on the ground, and again rose up bleeding and terrible. His clothes were torn, his hair was pulled out of his head, an eye knocked out. At last, pressed to the wall, his arm was broken, then he fell. His executioners seized his feet, and dragged him with Tatarchuk to the square. There, by the light of tar barrels and the great fires, the final execution began. Several thousand people rushed upon the doomed men and tore them, howling and struggling among themselves to get at the victims. They were trampled underfoot, bits of their bodies were torn away. The multitude struggled around them with that terrible convulsive motion of furious masses. For a moment bloody hands raised aloft two shapeless lumps, without the semblance of human form, then again they were trampled upon the earth. Those standing farther away raised their voices to the sky, some crying out to throw the victims into the water, others to beat them into a burning tar barrel. The drunken ones began to fight among themselves. In the frenzy 2 tubs of alcohol were set on fire, which lighted up the hellish scene with trembling blue flames. From heaven the moon looked down on it also, the moon calm, bright and mild. In this way the Brotherhood punished its traitors. In the council chamber, the moment the Cossacks dragged Tatarchuk and young Barabash through the doors there was quiet, and the atamans occupied their former places near the wall, for a prisoner was led forth from the adjoining closet. The shade fell upon his face, in the half-light could be seen only the tall figure, with simple and haughty bearing, though with hands bound together. But Gladkey threw a bundle of twigs on the fire, and in a moment a bright flame shot up and covered with a clear light the face of the prisoner, who turned to Khmelnytsky. When he saw him Khmelnytsky started. The prisoner was Pan Yen. Tugay Bey spat out husks of sunflower seeds, and muttered in Russian. "I know that Pole, he was in the Crimea." "Destruction to him," cried Gladkey. "Destruction," repeated Chernota. Khmelnytsky mastered his surprise, but turned his eyes to Gladkey and Chernota, who under the influence of that glance grew quiet, then turning to the Koshivoy, he said, "And I know him too." "Whence do you come?" asked the Koshivoy of Pan Yen. "I was coming with an embassy to you, Koshiroy Ataman, when robbers fell upon me at Hortitsa, and, in spite of customs observed among the wildest people, killed my men, and, regarding neither my office of envoy nor my birth, wounded me. Insulted me, and brought me here as a prisoner. For which my lord, Prince Yeremy Vishnevetsky, will know how to demand of you account, Koshivoy Ataman. And why did you dissemble? Why did you crush the head of a brave man? Why did you kill 4 times as many people as your own number? And you came with a letter to me to observe our preparations and report them to the Poles. We know also that you had letters to traitors in the Zaporojian army, so as to plan with them the destruction of that whole army. Therefore you will be received, not as an envoy, but as a traitor, and punished with justice. You deceive yourself, Koshivoy, and you, self-styled hetman," said the lieutenant, turning to Khmelnytsky. "If I brought letters, every envoy does the same when he goes to strange places, for he takes letters from acquaintances to acquaintances, so that through them he may have society. And I came here with a letter from the prince, not to contrive your destruction, but to restrain you from deeds which are an unendurable outrage to the Commonwealth, and which in the end will bring ruin on you and the whole Zaporojian army. For on whom do you raise your godless hands? Against whom do you, who call yourselves defenders of Christianity, form an alliance with pagans? Against the king, against the nobility, and the whole Commonwealth. You therefore, not I, are traitors. And I tell you that unless you efface your crimes with obedience and humility, then woe to you. Are the times of Pavliuk and Nalivayka so remote? Has their punishment left your memory? Remember, then, that the patience of the Commonwealth is exhausted, and the sword is hanging over your heads. Oh, you son of Satan, shouted the Koshivoy. You bark to squeeze out and escape death. But your threatening and your Polish Latin won't help you. Other atamans began to gnash their teeth and shake their sabers. But Skshetuski raised his head still higher, and said, "Do not think, atamans, that I fear death, or that I defend my life, or that I am exhibiting my innocence. Being a noble, I can be tried only by equals. Here I am standing, not before judges, but before bandits, not before nobility, but before serfdom, not before knighthood, but before barbarism, and I know well I shall not escape my death, with which you will fill the measure of your iniquity. Before me are death and torment, but behind me the power and vengeance of the Commonwealth, in presence of which you are all trembling. Indeed, the lofty stature, the grandeur of his speech, and the name of the Commonwealth made a deep impression. The Atamans looked at one another in silence. After a while it seemed to them that not a prisoner, but the terrible messenger of a mighty people, was standing before them. Tugay Bey murmured, "That is an angry Pole." "An angry Pole," said Khmelnytsky. A violent knocking at the door stopped further conversation. On the square the remains of Tatarchuk and Barabash had been disposed of, and the Brotherhood sent a new deputation. A number of Cossacks, bloody, panting, covered with sweat, drunk, entered the room. They stood near the door, and stretching forth their hands still steaming with blood, began to speak. The Brotherhood bowed to the elders, here they bowed to their girdles and asked that the pole be given them to play with, as they played with Barabash and Tatarchuk. "Let them have the pole," cried Chernoda. "No," cried others, "let them wait. He is an envoy. To destruction with him," answered a number of voices. Then all were silent, waiting for the answer of the Koshivoy and Khmelnytsky. The Brotherhood asked, "And if he is not given, they will take him themselves," said the deputies. Skshetuski seemed lost beyond redemption, when Khmelnytsky inclined to the ear of Tugay Bey and whispered, "He is your captive. The Tartars took him, he is yours. Will you let him be taken from you? He is a rich nobleman, and besides Prince Yeremy will ransom him with gold." "Give up the Pole," cried the Cossacks, with increasing violence. Tugay Bey straightened himself in his seat and stood up. His countenance changed in a moment. His eyes dilated like the eyes of a wildcat, they began to flash fire. Suddenly he sprang like a tiger in front of the Cossacks who were demanding the prisoner. "Be off, clowns, infidel dogs, slaves, pig-eaters!" bellowed he, seizing by the beard two of the Zaporojians and pulling them with rage. "Be off, drunkards, brutes, foul reptiles! You have come to take my captive, but this is the way I'll treat you." So saying, he pulled some by the beard. At last he threw one down and began to stamp on him with his feet. "On your faces, slaves! I will send you into captivity, I will trample the whole Sach underfoot as I trample you. I will send it up in smoke, cover it with your carcasses." The deputies drew back in fear, their terrible friend had shown what he could do. And, wonderful thing in Basiluk, there were only 6,000 of the horde. It is true that behind them stood the Khan and all the power of the Crimea. But in the Sach itself there were several thousand Cossacks besides those whom Khmelnytsky had already sent to Tomakovka, but still not one voice was raised in protest against Tugay Bey. It might be that the method with which the terrible Mirza had defended his captive was the only one practicable, and that it brought conviction at once to the Zaporojians, to whom the aid of the Tartars was at that time indispensable. The deputation went out on the square, shouting to the crowd that they would not play with the Pole, for he was Tugay Bey's captive and Tugay Bey said he himself was wild. "He has pulled our beards," cried they. On the square they began immediately to repeat, "Tugay Bey is wild. Is wild," cry the crowd, plaintively, "is wild, is wild." In a few minutes a certain shrill voice began to sing near the fire. "Hey, hey! Tugay Bey is wild, roaring wild. Hey, hey! Tugay Bey! Don't get wild, my friend." Immediately thousands of voices repeated, "Hey, hey! Tugay Bey!" And at once rose one of those songs which afterward spread over the whole Ukraine, as if the wind had carried it, and was sung to the sound of lyre and theorban. But suddenly the song was interrupted. For through the gates, from the side of Hassan Pasha, rushed a number of men who broke through the crowd, shouting, "Out of the way! Out of the way!" and hastened with all speed to the council house. The Atamans were preparing to go out when these new guests fell into the room. "A letter to the hetman," shouted an old Cossack. "We are from Chigirin. We have rushed on night and day with the letter. Here it is." Khmelnytsky took the letter from the hands of the Cossack, and began to read. Suddenly his face changed, he stopped the reading, and said with a piercing voice. Atamans! The Grand Hetman Potocki sends his son Stephen with his army against us. War! In the room there rose a wonderful sound, uncertain whether of joy or amazement. Khmelnytsky stepped forward into the middle of the room, and put his hand on his hip. His eyes flashed lightning, his voice was awful and commanding. Atamans, to the Kurens! Fire the cannon from the tower! Break the liquor barrels! We march at daybreak tomorrow. From that moment the common council ceased, the rule of atamans and the preponderance of the brotherhood were at an end. Khmelnytsky assumed unlimited power. A little while before, through fear that his voice might not be obeyed, he was forced to destroy his opponents by artifice, and by artifice defend the prisoner. Now he was lord of life and death for them all. So it was ever. Before and after expeditions, even if the hetman was chosen, the multitude still imposed its will on the atamans and the koshevoi for whom opposition was coupled with danger. But when the campaign was declared, the brotherhood became an army subject to military discipline, the atamans officers, and the hetman a dictator in command. Therefore, when they heard the orders of Khmelnytsky, the atamans went at once to their kurens. The council was at an end. Soon the roar of cannon from the gates leading from Hasan Pasha to the square of the Sage shook the walls of the room, and spread with gloomy echoes through all Chertomalik, giving notice of war. It opened also an epoch in the history of two peoples, but that was unknown to the drunken Cossacks as well as to the Zaporozhian hetman himself. Chapter 12. Khmelnytsky and Skshetuski went to spend the night at the house of the koshevoi, and with them Tugay Bey, for whom it was too late to return to Bazaluk. The wild bey treated the lieutenant as a captive who was to be ransomed for a large sum, and therefore not as a slave. And with greater respect indeed than he would have shown perhaps to Cossacks, for he had seen him formerly as an envoy at the court of the Khan. In view of this the koshevoi asked Pan Yen to his own house, and also changed his bearing toward him. The old koshevoi was a man devoted body and soul to Khmelnytsky, who had conquered and taken possession of him. He had observed that Khmelnytsky seemed anxious to save the life of the captive at the time of the council. But he was more astonished when, after having barely entered the room, Khmelnytsky turned to Tugay Bey. Tugay Bey, said he, how much ransom do you think of getting for this captive? Tugay Bey looked at Skshetuski and answered, you said this was a man of distinction, and I know that he was an envoy of the terrible prince, and the terrible prince is fond of his own men. Bismillah. One pays and the other pays together. Here Tugay Bey stopped to think 2,000 thalers. Khmelnytsky answered, I will give you 2,000 thalers. The Tartar was silent for a moment. His black eyes appeared to pierce Khmelnytsky through and through. You will give 3, said he. Why should I give 3 when you ask 2 yourself? For if you wish to have him, it is important for you. And if it is important, you will give 3. He saved my life. Allah! That is worth 1,000 more. Here Skshetuski interfered in the bargain. Tugay Bey, said he, with anger, I can promise you nothing from the prince's treasury. But even if I had to injure my own fortune, I would give you 3. I have almost that much saved in the prince's hands, and a good village, which will be sufficient. And I do not want to thank this hetman for my freedom and life. And whence dost thou know what I shall do with thee? Asked Khmelnytsky, and then turning to Tugay Bey, he said, the war will begin. You will send to the prince, and before the return of your messenger much water will flow down the Dnieper, but I will take you the money myself to Bazaluk tomorrow. Give 4, and I will not say another word to the Pole, answered Tugay, impatiently. I will give 4, on your word. Hetman, said the koshevoi, I will count it out this minute. I have it here under the wall, maybe more. Tomorrow you will take it to Bazaluk, said Khmelnytsky. Tugay Bey stretched himself and yawned. I am sleepy, said he. Tomorrow before daylight I must start for Bazaluk. Where am I to sleep? The koshevoi showed him a pile of sheepskins against the wall. The Tartar threw himself on this bed, and a little later was snorting like a horse. Khmelnytsky walked a number of times across the room, and said, "Slumber escapes my eyelids. I cannot sleep. Give me something to drink, most worthy Koshivoy. Gorelka or wine? Gorelka. I cannot sleep." "It is cockcrow already," said the Koshivoy. "It is late. Go you to sleep, old friend. Drink and go. Here is to fame and success. To success." The Koshivoy wiped his lips with his sleeve, then gave his hand to Khmelnytsky, and going to the other corner of the room buried himself almost in sheepskins, for his blood had grown cold through age. Soon his snoring answered the snoring of Tugay Bey. Khmelnytsky sat at the table, sunk in silence. Suddenly he started up, looked at Skshetuski, and said, "Well, worthy lieutenant, you are free. I am thankful to you, Zaporozhian hetman, though I do not conceal from you that I should prefer to thank someone else for my freedom." "Then do not thank. You saved my life, I return you good, now we are even. And I must tell you also that I will not let you go immediately unless you give me the word of a knight that when you have returned you will say nothing of our preparation or power or of anything you have seen in the Sach. I see only this, that you offer me useless fruit of freedom to taste. I will not give you such a word, for by giving it, I should act precisely as those who go over to the enemy. My life and the safety of the Zaporozhian army lie in this, that the Grand Hetman should not move on us with all his forces, which he would not be slow to do should you inform him of our power. Be not surprised, then, if I detain you until I find myself out of danger, unless you give your word. I know what I have undertaken. I know how formidable is the power opposed to me, the two hetmans, your terrible prince, who is a whole army himself, the Zaslavskys and Koniecpolskys and all those kinglets who keep their feet on the Cossack neck. Not small was my labor, nor few the letters I wrote before I succeeded in putting their watchfulness to sleep, now I cannot allow you to rouse it. Since the masses of the people, with the Cossacks of the towns, and all who are oppressed in faith and freedom will take my side, as well as the Zaporozhian army and the Khan of the Crimea, I expect to manage the enemy. For my power will be considerable. But most of all do I trust in God, who has beheld the injustice done, and who sees my innocence." Here Khmelnytsky drank a glass of vodka, and began to walk unquietly around the table. Skshetuski measured him with his eyes, and spoke with power. "Do not blaspheme, Zaporozhian hetman, by calling upon God in his divine protection, for in truth you will only bring down upon yourself his anger and swift punishment. Is it right for you to call the highest to your defense, you, who for the sake of your private squabbles and the injustice done you raise such a terrible storm, kindle the flame of civil war, and join yourself with pagans against Christians? For what will happen? Whether victorious or vanquished, you will shed a sea of human blood and tears, you will desolate the land worse than locusts, you will shake the Commonwealth, you will raise your hand against majesty, you will desecrate the altars of the Lord. And all this because Chaplinsky took some land from you, and threatened you when he was drunk. What do you not attempt? What do you not devote to your private interests? You call upon God. And though I am in your power, though you can take my life and freedom, I tell you that you are a Satan. Call not God to your assistance, for hell alone can give you aid." Khmelnytsky grew purple and reached for his sword. He looked at the lieutenant like a lion about to roar and spring on his victim, but he restrained himself. Fortunately, he was not drunk yet. Perhaps, also, disquiet had seized him, maybe certain voices called from his soul to turn from the road. For suddenly, as if wishing to defend himself before his own thoughts, he said, "From another I should not have endured such speech, but do you have a care that your boldness does not exhaust my patience? You frighten me with hell, you speak to me of private interests and of treason. And from whence do you know that I have risen to avenge private wrongs alone? Where should I find assistance, where those thousands who have already taken my side and who are taking it, if I wished merely to redress wrongs of my own? Look around at what is going on in the Ukraine. Oh, rich land, motherland, native land! And who in her is sure of tomorrow, who in her is happy, who is not robbed of his faith, spoiled of his freedom, who in her is not weeping and sighing? Save only the Vishniovetskys, the Pototskys, the Zaslavskys, Kalinovskys, Koniecpolskys, and a handful of nobles. For them are crown estates, dignities, land, and people, for them happiness and golden freedom. And the rest of the nation in tears stretch forth their hands to heaven waiting for the pity of God, since the pity of the king cannot help them. How many, even of the nobility, unable to bear this intolerable oppression, have fled to the Sage, as I myself have fled. I want no war with the king, I want no war with the Commonwealth. It is the mother, and he is the father. The king is a merciful lord, but the kinglets, with them it is impossible for us to live. Their extortions, their rents, meadow taxes, mill taxes, eye and horn taxes, their tyranny and oppression exercised through the agency of Jews, cry for vengeance. What thanks has the Zaporojian army received for great services rendered in numerous wars? Where are the Cossack rights? The king gave them, the kinglets took them away. Nalivayka quartered. Pavliuk burned in a brazen bull. The blood is not dry on the wounds inflicted by the sabers of Jokiewski and Koniecpolski. The tears have not dried for those killed and impaled in stakes, and now look. What is gleaming in the sky? Here Khmelnytsky pointed through the window at the flaming comet, the anger of God, the scourge of God. And if I have to be the scourge of God on earth, then let the will of God be done. I will take the burden on my shoulders. Having said this, he raised his hand above his head and seemed to flame up like a great torch of vengeance, and began to tremble, and then he dropped on the bench, as if bent down by the weight of his destiny. Silence followed, interrupted only by the snoring of Tugay Bey and the Koshivoy, and by the plaintive chirp of the cricket in one corner of the cabin. The lieutenant sat with drooping head, as if seeking answers to the words of Khmelnytsky, as weighty as blocks of granite. At length he began to speak in a quiet and sad voice. Alas! Even if that were true, who art thou, hetman, to create thyself judge and executioner? With what tyranny and pride art thou carried away? Why dost thou not leave judgment and punishment to God? I do not defend the wicked, I do not praise injustice, I do not call oppression right, but, dost thou believe in thyself, hetman? Thou complainest of oppression from the kinglets that they listen neither to the king nor justice. Thou condemnest their pride, but art thou free of it thyself? Do you not raise your hand upon the Commonwealth, on right and majesty? You see the tyranny of lordlets and nobility, but you do not see that were it not for their breasts, their bosoms, their breastplates, their power, their castles, their cannon, and their legions, this land, flowing with milk and honey, would groan under the 100 times heavier yoke of the Turk and the Tartar. For who would defend it? By whose care and power is it that your children are not serving as janissaries, and your women dragged off to infamous harems? Who settled the desert, founded villages and towns, and raised up the sanctuary of God? Here the voice of Skshetuski grew stronger and stronger, and Khmelnytsky looked with gloomy eyes into the bottle of vodka. 9 Put his clenched fists on the table, and was silent as if struggling with himself. And who are they? Continued Skshetuski. Have they come from Germany or from Turkey? Is it not the blood of your blood, and the bone of your bone? Are not the nobility yours, and the princelets yours? If that is true, then woe to thee, hetman. For thou art raising up the younger brothers against the elder, and making parricides of them. Oh, in God's name, even if they were wicked, even if all of them, as many as there are, have trampled upon justice, violated rights, let God judge them in heaven, and the Diet on earth, but not you, O hetman. Are you able to say that among yours there are only just men? Have yours never been guilty, that you have a right to cast a stone at another for his guilt? And if you ask me, where are the rights of the Cossacks, I answer, not kinglets betrayed them, but Zaporozhians, Loboda, Sasko, Nalivayka, and Pavliuk, of whom you falsely say that he was roasted in a brazen bull. For you know well that this is not true. Your seditions, your disturbances and attacks, made like attacks of Tartars, were put down. Who let the Tartars into the boundaries of the Commonwealth, so that when they were coming back laden with booty, they might be attacked? You. Who God guard us, gave their own Christian people into captivity? Who raised the greatest disturbances? You. Before whom is neither noble nor merchant nor village safe. Before you. Who has inflamed domestic war, who has sent up in smoke the villages and towns of the Ukraine, plundered the sanctuaries of God, violated women. You. You. What do you want, then? Do you want that the rights of making civil war and of robbing and plundering should be granted you? In truth, more has been forgiven you than taken away. We wish to cure putrid members instead of cutting them off, and I know no power in the world but the Commonwealth that would exhibit equal patience and clemency by permitting such an ulcer in its own bosom. But what is your gratitude in response? There sleeps your ally, but the raging enemy of the Commonwealth, your friend, but the foe of the cross and Christianity, not a kinglet of the Ukraine, but a Mirza of the Crimea. And with him you will go to burn your own home, and with him to judge your own brother. But he will lord it over you, and you will be forced to hold his stirrup. Khmelnytsky emptied another glass of vodka. When we, with Barabash, were with His Majesty the King, and when we wept over the oppression and injustice practiced on us, he said, but have you not muskets, and have you not sabers at your side? If you were standing before the King of Kings, he would say, forgive your enemies, as I forgive mine. I do not wish to war with the Commonwealth. But you put your sword to its throat. I go to free the Cossacks from your fetters. To tie them in Tartar bonds. I wish to defend the faith. In company with the pagan. Stop. You are not the voice of my conscience. Stop, I tell you. Blood will weigh you down, the tears of men will accuse you, death awaits you, judgment awaits you. Screech owl, shouted Khmelnytsky in rage, and flashed a knife before the breast of Skshetuski. Strike, said Skshetuski. Again came a moment of silence, again there was nothing to be heard but the snore of the sleeping men and the plaintive chirp of the cricket. Khmelnytsky stood for a time with the knife at Skshetuski's breast. Suddenly he trembled, he bethought himself, dropped the knife, and seizing the decanter of vodka, began to drink. He emptied it, and sat heavily on the bench. I cannot stab him, he muttered, I cannot. It is late, is that daylight? But it is late to turn from the road. Why speak to me of judgment and blood? He had already drunk much, the vodka was rising to his head. He went on, gradually losing consciousness. What judgment? The Khan promised me reinforcements. Tugay Bey is sleeping here. Tomorrow the Cossacks march. With us is Saint Michael the Victorious. But if I ransom thee from Tugay Bey, remember it, and say, oh, something pains. To turn from the road 'tis late. Judgment Nalaveka Pavliuk. Suddenly he straightened himself, strained his eyes in fright, and cried, who is there? Who is there? Repeated the half-roused Koshivoy. But Khmelnytsky dropped his head on his breast, nodded a couple of times, muttered, what judgment, and fell asleep. Skshetuski grew very pale and weak from recent wounds and from the excitement of talking. He thought therefore that perhaps death was coming, and began to pray aloud. Chapter 13. Next morning early the Cossacks marched out of the Sach, foot and horse. Though blood had not yet stained the steppes, the war had begun. Regiment followed regiment. Just as if locusts, warmed by the spring sun, had swarmed in the reeds of Chertomalik, and were flying to the fields of the Ukraine. In the woods behind Basiluk the warriors of the horde were waiting, ready for the march. 6,000 chosen men, armed incomparably better than ordinary partisan robbers, composed the contingent which the Khan sent to the Zaporojians and to Khmelnytsky. At the sight of them the Cossacks hurled their caps into the air. The guns and muskets rattled. The shouts of the Cossacks, mingling with the Allah of the Tartars, struck the dome of heaven. Khmelnytsky and Tugay Bey, both under their banners, galloped toward each other on horseback, and exchanged formal greetings. The order of march was formed with the rapidity peculiar to Tartars and Cossacks, then the troops moved on. The horde occupied both Cossack wings, the center was formed by Khmelnytsky and his cavalry, behind which marched the terrible Zaporojian infantry. Farther in the rear were the gunners, with their cannon. Still farther the Tabor wagons, in them camp servants and stores of provisions, finally, the herdsmen, with reserve herds and cattle. After they had passed the forest of Basiluk, the regiments flowed out on the level country. The day was clear, the field of heaven unspotted by a cloud. A light breeze blew from the north to the sea, the sun played on the lances, and on the flowers of the plain. The primeval steppes were spread before the Zaporojians like a boundless sea, and at this sight joy embraced the Cossack hearts. The great red standard, with the archangel, was inclined repeatedly in greeting to the native steppe. And following its example, every bunchuk and regimental standard was lowered. One shout sprang from all breasts. The regiments deployed freely on the plain. The drummers and buglers went to the van of the army. The drums thundered, trumpets and bugles sounded, and in concert with them a song, sung by thousands of voices, reverberated through the air and the earth. O steppes, our native steppes! Ye are painted with beautiful flowers. Ye are broad as the sea. The Teorbanists dropped the reins, and bending back in the saddles, with eyes turned to the sky, struck the strings of their Teorbans. The cymbalists, stretching their arms above their heads, struck their brazen discs. The drummers thundered with their kettledrums, and all these sounds, together with the monotonous words of the song and the shrill whistle of the tuneless Tartar pipes, mingled in a kind of mighty note, wild and sad as the wilderness itself. Delight seized all the regiments, the heads bent in time with the song, and at last it seemed as if the entire steppe, infected with music, trembled together with the men and the horses and the standards. Frightened flocks of birds rose from the steppe and flew before the army like another army, an army of the air. At times the song and music stopped. Then could be heard the rustling of banners, the tramping and snorting of horses, the squeak of the Tabor wagons, like the cry of swans or storks. At the head of the army, under a great red standard and the bunchuk, rode Khmelnytsky, in a red uniform, on a white horse, holding a gilded baton in his hand. The whole body moved on, slowly marching to the north, covering like a terrible wave the rivers, groves, and grave mounds, filling with its noise and sound the space of the steppe. But from Chigirin, from the northern rim of the wilderness, there moved against this wave a wave of the armies of the crown, under the leadership of young Potocki. Here the Zaporojians and the Tartars went as if to a wedding, with a joyful song on their lips. There the serious hussars advanced in grim silence, going unwillingly to that struggle without glory. Here, under the red banner, an old experienced leader shook his threatening baton, as if certain of victory and vengeance. There in front rode a youth with thoughtful countenance, as if knowing his sad and approaching fate. A great expanse of steppe still divided them. Khmelnytsky did not hurry, for he calculated that the farther young Potocki went into the wilderness, the farther he went from the two hetmans, the more easily could he be conquered. Meanwhile new fugitives from Chigirin, Pavolochi, and all the shore towns of the Ukraine gave daily increase to the Zaporojian power, bringing also news from the opposite camp. From them Khmelnytsky learned that the old hetman had sent his son with only 2,000 cavalry by land and 6,000 Cossacks, with 1,000 German infantry in boats by the Dnieper. Both these divisions were ordered to maintain communication with each other, but the order was violated from the first day. For the boats, borne on by the current of the Dnieper, went considerably in advance of the hussars going along the shore, whose march was greatly delayed by the crossings at all the rivers falling into the Dnieper. Khmelnytsky, wishing that the distance between them should be increased still more, did not hurry. On the third day of his march he disposed his camp around Kamisha water, and rested. At that time the scouts of Tugay Bey brought informants, 2 dragoons who just beyond Chigirin had escaped from the camp of Potocki. Hurrying on day and night, they had succeeded in getting considerably in advance of their camp. They were brought immediately to Khmelnytsky. Their account confirmed what was already known to Khmelnytsky concerning the forces of young Stephen Potocki. But they brought him intelligence, besides, that the leaders of the Cossacks sailing down in the boats with the German infantry were old Barabash and Krychovsky. When he heard the last name, Khmelnytsky sprang up. Krechovsky. The commander of the registered Pereyaslav Cossacks. The same, serene hetman, answered the dragoons. Khmelnytsky turned to the colonel surrounding him. Forward, commanded he, with thundering voice. Less than an hour later the tabor was moving on, though the sun was already setting and the night did not promise to be clear. Certain terrible reddish clouds rolled along on the western side of the heavens, like dragons or leviathans, and approached one another as if wishing to begin battle. The tabor turned to the left, toward the bank of the Dnieper. The host marched quietly, without songs, without noise of drums or trumpets, and as quickly as the grass permitted, which was so luxuriant in that neighborhood that the regiments buried in it were lost from view at times. And the many-colored flags seemed to sail along the steppe. The cavalry beat a road for the wagons and the infantry, which, advancing with difficulty, soon fell considerably in the rear. Night covered the steppes. An enormous red moon rose slowly in the heavens, but, hidden repeatedly by the clouds, flamed up and was quenched like a lamp smothered by the blowing of the wind. It was well after midnight when, to the eyes of the Cossacks and the Tartars, black gigantic masses seemed outlined clearly on the dark background of the sky. These were the walls of Kudak. Scouts, hidden by darkness, approached the fortress as carefully and quietly as wolves or nightbirds. And now perhaps a surprise for the sleeping fortress. But suddenly a flash on the ramparts rent the darkness. A terrible report shook the rocks of the Dnieper, and a fiery ball, leaving a circle of sparks in the air, fell among the grass of the steppe. The gloomy Cyclops Grodzitsky gave notice that he was watching. The one-eyed dog. Muttered Tugay Bey to Khmelnytsky, he sees in the night. The Cossacks avoided the fortress and marched on. They could not think of taking it at a time when the armies of the crown were marching against them. But Grodzitsky fired after them from his cannon till the walls of the fortress trembled, not so much to injure them, for they passed at a good distance, as to warn the troops sailing down the Dnieper, who at that time might be not far away. But the thunder of the guns of Kudak found echo first of all in the heart and hearing of Pan Yen. The young knight, brought by the command of Khmelnytsky with the Cossack tabor, became seriously ill on the second day. In the fight at Hortitsa he had not received, it is true, a mortal wound, but he had lost so much blood that little life was left in him. His wounds, dressed in Cossack fashion by the old inspector of weights and measures, opened. Fever attacked him, and that night he lay half senseless in a Cossack telega, unconscious of God's world. The cannon of Kudak first roused him. He opened his eyes, raised himself in the wagon, and began to look around. The Cossack tabor glided along in the darkness, like a circle of dream figures, but the fortress roared and was lighted with rosy smoke, fiery balls sprang along the steppe, snapping and barking, like infuriated dogs. At this sight such sadness and sorrow seized Skshetuski that he was ready to die on the spot, if he could only go even in spirit to his friends. War! War! And he in the camp of the enemy, disarmed, sick, unable to rise from the wagon. The Commonwealth in danger, and he not flying to save it. There in Lubny the troops are surely moving. The prince, with lightning in his eyes, is flying before the ranks. And on whatever side he turns his baton, 300 lances strike like 300 thunderbolts. Here a number of well-known faces begin to appear before the eyes of the lieutenant. Little Volodyovsky, at the head of his dragoons, with his thin saber in hand, the king of swordsmen. Whoever crosses weapons with him is as if in the tomb. There Pan Podbipienta raises his executioner's snatch cowl. Will he cut off the 3 heads, or will he not? The priest Yaskalski waves the banners, and prays with his hands lifted to heaven. But he is an old soldier, therefore, unable to restrain himself, he thunders out at times, strike. Kill. Mailed riders incline halfway to the horse's ear. The regiments rush on, open their ranks, and close. Battle and tumult are there. Suddenly the vision changes. Before the lieutenant stands Helena, pale, with disheveled hair. And she cries, "Save me, for Bogan pursues." Skshetuski tears himself from the wagon, till a voice but a real one calls to him, "Lie down, child, or I will bind you." That was the Esaul of the Tabor, Sahar, whom Khmelnytsky had commanded to guard the lieutenant as the eye in his head. He puts him back in the wagon, covers him with a horse skin, and asks, "What's the matter with you?" Now Skshetuski has perfect presence of mind. The visions vanish. The wagons move along the very bank of the Dnieper. A cool breeze is blowing from the river, and the night is growing pale. Water birds have begun their morning noise. "Listen, Sahar. Have we passed Kudak already?" asked Skshetuski. "We have," answered the Zaporojian. "And where are you going?" "I don't know. There will be a battle, they say, but I don't know." At these words Skshetuski's heart beat joyfully. He had supposed that Khmelnytsky would besiege Kudak, and with that the war would begin. Meanwhile the haste with which the Cossacks pushed on permitted the inference that the armies of the crown were already near, and that Khmelnytsky was passing the fortress so as not to be forced to give battle under its cannon. "I may be free today," thought the lieutenant, and raised his eyes to heaven in thanks. Chapter 14. The thunder of the guns of Kudak was heard also by the forces descending in boats under the command of old Barabash and Khrushchevsky. These forces were composed of 6,000 registered Cossacks, and one of picked German infantry led by Colonel Hans Flick. Pan Nikolai Potocki, the hetman, hesitated long before he sent the Cossacks against Khmelnytsky. But since Khrushchevsky had an immense influence over them, and Potocki trusted Khrushchevsky absolutely, he merely commanded the Cossacks to take the oath of allegiance, and sent them off in the name of God. Khrushchevsky was a soldier full of experience and of great reputation in previous wars. He was a client of the Potockis, to whom he was indebted for everything: his rank of colonel, his nobility, which they obtained for him in the Diet, and finally for broad lands situated near the confluence of the Dniester and Lada, which he held for life. He was connected, therefore, by so many bonds with the Commonwealth and the Potockis, that a shadow of a suspicion could not rise in the mind of the hetman. Khrushchevsky was, besides, a man in his best days, for he was scarcely 50 years old, and a great future was opening before him in the service of the country. Some were ready to see in him the successor of Stephen Khmelnytsky, who, beginning his career as a simple knight of the steppe, ended it as voevoda of Kiev and senator of the Commonwealth. It was for Khrushchevsky to advance by the same road, along which he was impelled by bravery, a wild energy, and unbridled ambition, equally eager for wealth and distinction. Through this ambition he had struggled a short time before for the starostaship of Lida, and when at last Pan Corbett received it, Khrushchevsky buried the disappointment deep in his heart, but almost fell ill of envy and mortification. This time fortune seemed to smile on him again, for having received from the hetman such an important military office, he could consider that his name would reach the ears of the king. And that was important, for afterward he had only to bow to receive the reward, with the words dear to the heart of a noble: "He has bowed to us and asked that we grant him, and we, remembering his services, do grant," etc. In this way were wealth and distinction acquired in Russia, in this way enormous expanses of the empty steppe, which hitherto had belonged to God and the Commonwealth, passed into private hands. In this way a needy stripling grew to be a lord, and might strengthen himself with the hope that his descendants would hold their seats among senators. Khrushchevsky was annoyed that in the office committed to him he must divide authority with Barabash, still it was only a nominal division. In reality, the old colonel of Cherkasy, especially in the latter time, had grown so old and worn that his body alone belonged to this earth, his mind and soul were continually sunk in torpidity and lifelessness, which generally precede real death. At the beginning of the expedition he roused up and began to move about with considerable energy, as if at the sound of the trumpet the old soldier's blood had begun to course more vigorously within him. For he had been in his time a famous Cossack and a leader in the steppe. But as soon as they started the plash of the oars lulled him, the songs of the Cossacks and the soft movement of the boats put him to sleep, and he forgot the world of God. Khrushchevsky ordered and managed everything. Barabash woke up only to eat. Having eaten his fill, he inquired, as was his custom, about this and that. He was put off with some kind of answer, then he sighed and said, "I should be glad to die in some other war, but God's will be done." Connection with the army of the crown marching under Stephen Potocki was severed at once. Krechovsky complained that the hussars and the dragoons marched too slowly, that they loitered too long at the crossings, that the young son of the hetman had no military experience, but with all that he gave orders to move on. The boats moved along the shores of the Dnieper to Kudak, going farther and farther from the armies of the crown. At last one night the thunder of cannon was heard. Barabash slept without waking. Flick, who was sailing ahead, entered the scout boat and repaired to Krechovsky. "Colonel," said he, "those are the cannon of Kudak. What are we to do?" "Stop your boats. We will spend the night in the reeds. Apparently Khmelnytsky is besieging the fortress. In my opinion we ought to hurry to the relief. I do not ask you for opinions, but give orders. I am the commander." "But, Colonel—" "Halt and wait," said Krechovsky. But seeing that the energetic German was twitching his beard and not thinking of going away without a reason, he added more mildly, "The Castellan may come up tomorrow morning with the cavalry, and the fortress will not be taken in one night. But if he does not come up, well, we will wait even 2 days. You don't know Kudak. They will break their teeth on the walls, and I will not go to relieve the place without the Castellan, for I have not the right to do so. That is his affair." Every reason seemed to be on Krechovsky's side. Flick therefore insisted no longer, and withdrew to his Germans. After a while the boats began to approach the right bank and push into the reeds, that for a width of more than 40 rods covered the river, which had spread widely in that part. Finally the plash of oars stopped. The boats were hidden entirely in the reeds, and the river appeared to be wholly deserted. Krechovsky forbade the lighting of fires, singing of songs, and conversation. Hence there fell upon the place a quiet unbroken save by the distant cannon of Kudak. Still no one in the boats except Barabash slept. Flick, a knightly man and eager for battle, wished to hurry straight to Kudak. The Cossacks asked one another in a whisper what might happen to the fortress. Would it hold out or would it not hold out? Meanwhile the noise increased every moment. All were convinced that the castle was meeting a violent assault. "Khmelnytsky isn't joking, but Grodzitsky isn't joking either," whispered the Cossacks. "What will come tomorrow?" Krechovsky was probably asking himself the very same question, as, sitting in the prow of his boat, he fell into deep thought. He knew Khmelnytsky intimately and of old. Up to that time he had always considered him a man of uncommon gifts, to whom only a field was wanting to soar like an eagle, but now Krechovsky doubted him. The cannon thundered unceasingly. Therefore it must be that Khmelnytsky was really investing Kudak. If that is true, thought Krechovsky, he is lost. How is it possible, having roused the Zaporojians and secured the assistance of the Khan, having assembled forces such as none of the Cossack leaders has hitherto commanded, instead of marching with all haste to the Ukraine? Rousing the people and attaching to himself the town Cossacks, breaking the hetmans as quickly as possible, and gaining the whole country before new troops could come to its defense, that he, Khmelnytsky, an old soldier, is storming an impregnable fortress, capable of detaining him for a whole year? And is he willing that his best forces should break themselves on the walls of Kudak, as a wave of the Dnieper is dashed on the rocks of the cataracts? And will he wait under Kudak till the hetmans are reinforced and surround him, like Nalivayka at Solonitsa? If he does, he is a lost man, repeated Krechovsky once more. His own Cossacks will give him up. The unsuccessful assault will cause discontent and disorder. The spark of rebellion will go out at its very birth, and Khmelnytsky will be no more terrible than a sword broken at the hilt. He is a fool. Therefore, thought Krechovsky, tomorrow I will land my Cossacks and Germans on the bank, and the following night will fall on him unexpectedly, when he is weakened by assaults. I will cut the Zaporojians to pieces, and throw down Khmelnytsky bound at the feet of the hetman. It is his own fault, for it might have been otherwise. The unbridled ambition of Krechovsky soared on the wings of a falcon. He knew well that young Potocki could not arrive on the following night by any possibility. Who, then, was to sever the head of the Hydra? Krechovsky. Who was to put down the rebellion which might wrap the whole Ukraine in a terrible conflagration? Krechovsky. The old hetman might be angry for a while that this had taken place without the participation of his son. But he would soon get over that, and meanwhile all the rays of glory and the favors of the king would descend on the conqueror's head. No. It would be necessary, however, to divide the glory with old Barabash and with Grodzitsky. Krechovsky scowled darkly, but suddenly his face grew bright. They will bury that old block Barabash in the ground tomorrow or next day. Grodzitsky, if he can only remain at Kudak to frighten the Tartars from time to time with his cannon, will ask for no more. Krechovsky alone will remain. If he can only become hetman of the Ukraine. The stars twinkled in the sky, and it appeared to the colonel that those were the jewels in his baton. The wind sounded in the reeds, and it seemed to him the rustling of the hetman's standard. The guns of Kudak thundered unceasingly. Khmelnytsky has given his throat to the sword, continued the colonel in thought, but that is his own fault. It might have been otherwise. If he had gone straight to the Ukraine, it might have been otherwise. There all is seething and roaring. There lies powder, only waiting for a spark. The Commonwealth is powerless, but it has forces in the Ukraine. The king is not young, and is sickly. One battle won by the Zaporojians will bring incalculable results. Krechovsky covered his face with his hands, and sat motionless. The stars came down nearer and nearer, and settled gradually on the steppe. The quail hidden in the grass began to call. Soon the day would break. At last the meditations of the colonel became strengthened into a fixed purpose. Next day he would strike Khmelnytsky and grind him in the dust. Over his body he would go to wealth and dignities. He would be the instrument of punishment in the hands of the Commonwealth, its defender, in the future its dignitary and senator. After victory over the Zaporojians and the Tartars they would refuse him nothing. Still, they had not given him the starostaship of Lida. When he remembered this, Krechovsky clenched his fists. They had not given him this, in spite of the powerful influence of his protectors the Pototskis, in spite of his military services, simply because he was a new man and his rival drew his origin from princes. In that commonwealth it was not enough to be a noble, it was necessary to wait till that nobility was covered with must like old wine, till it was rusty like iron. Khmelnytsky alone could introduce a new order of things, to which the king himself would become favorable, but the unfortunate man had preferred to beat out his brains against the walls of Kudak. The colonel gradually grew calm. They had refused him the starostaship, what of that? They would strive all the more to recompense him, especially after his victory, after quenching the rebellion, after freeing the Ukraine from civil war, yes, the whole Commonwealth. They would refuse him nothing, then he would not need even the Pototskis. His drowsy head inclined upon his breast, and he fell asleep, dreaming of starostaships, of dignities, of grants from the king and the Diet. When he woke it was daybreak. In the boats all were still sleeping. In the distance the waters of the Dnieper were gleaming in a pale, fugitive light. Around them reigned absolute stillness. It was the stillness that roused him. The cannon of Kudak had ceased to roar. What is that, thought Krechovsky. The first attack is repulsed, or maybe Kudak is taken. But that was unlikely. No. The beaten Cossacks were lying somewhere at a distance from the fortress, licking their wounds, and the one-eyed Grodzitsky was looking at them through the porthole, aiming his guns anew. Tomorrow they would repeat the storm, and again break their teeth. The day had now come. Krechovsky roused the men in his own boat, and sent a boat for Flick. Flick came at once. "Colonel," said Krechovsky, "if the Castellan does not come before evening, and if the storm is repeated during the night, we will move to the relief of the fortress." "My men are ready," answered Flick. "Issue powder and balls to them." "I have done so. We land during the night and go by the steppe in the greatest quiet. We will come upon them with a surprise." "Gut." Sehr gut. But mightn't we go on a little in the boats? It is 20 miles to the fortress, rather far for infantry. The infantry will mount Cossack horses. Gut. Sehr gut. Let the men lie quietly in the reeds, not go on shore, make no noise, kindle no fires, for smoke would betray us. We must not be revealed. There is such a fog that the smoke will not be seen. Indeed, the river, the inlet overgrown with reeds, in which the boats were hidden, and the steppe were covered as far as the eye could see with a white, impenetrable fog. But it was only the beginning of day. So the fog might rise and uncover the expanse of the steppe. Flick departed. The men in the boats woke gradually. Krechovsky's commands to keep quiet and take the morning meal without tumult were made known. No person going along the shore or sailing in the middle of the river would have even imagined that in the adjoining thicket several thousand men were hidden. The horses were fed from the hand, so that they should not neigh. The boats, covered with fog, lay tied up in the reeds. Here and there only passed a small two-oared boat carrying biscuits and commands. With this exception, the silence of the grave reigned everywhere. Suddenly in the reeds, rushes, and shoregrass all around the inlet were heard strange and very numerous voices, calling. Pugu! Pugu! Then quiet. Pugu! Pugu! And again silence, as if those voices, calling on the banks, waited for an answer. But there was no answer. The calling sounded a third time, but more quickly and impatiently. Pugu! Pugu! This time from the side of the boats was heard in the middle of the fog the voice of Krechovsky. But who is there? A Cossack from the meadows. The hearts of the Cossacks hidden in the boats beat unquietly. That mysterious call was well known to them. In that manner the Zaporogiana made themselves known to one another in their winter quarters. In that way in time of war they asked to conference their brothers, the registered and town Cossacks, among whom were many belonging in secret to the brotherhood. The voice of Krechovsky was heard again. What do you want? Bogdan Khmelnytsky, the Zaporogian hetman, announces that his cannon are turned on the Poles. Inform the Zaporogian hetman that ours are came to the shore. Pugu! Pugu! What more do you want? Bogdan Khmelnytsky, the Zaporogian hetman, invites his friend Colonel Krechovsky to a conference. Let him give hostages. 10 Kurin atamans. Agreed. That moment the shores of the inlet bloomed with Zaporogians as if with flowers. They stood up from the grass in which they had been hidden. From the steppe approached their cavalry and artillery, tens and hundreds of their banners, flags, and bunchuks. They marched with singing and beating of kettledrums. All this was rather like a joyful greeting than a collision of hostile forces. The Cossacks on the river answered with shouts. Meanwhile boats came up bringing the Kurin atamans. Krechovsky entered one of the boats and went to the shore. There a horse was given him, and he was conducted immediately to Khmelnytsky. Seeing him, Khmelnytsky removed his cap, and then greeted him cordially. "Colonel," said he, "my old friend and comrade. When the hetman of the crown commanded you to seize me and bring me to the camp, you did not do it, but you warned me so that I might save myself by flight. For that act I am bound to you in thankfulness and brotherly love." While saying this he stretched out his hand kindly, but the swarthy face of Krechovsky remained cold as ice. "Now, therefore, after you have saved yourself, worthy hetman, you excite rebellion. I go to ask reparation for the wrongs inflicted on myself, on you, on the whole Ukraine, with the charter of Cossack rights granted by the king in my hand, and with the hope that our merciful sovereign will not count it evil in me." Krechovsky looked quickly into the eyes of Khmelnytsky, and asked with emphasis, "Have you invested Kudak?" "I. Do you think I have lost my mind? I passed Kudak without a shot, though the old blind man celebrated it with guns. I was hurrying not to Kudak, but to the Ukraine, and to you, my old friend and benefactor. What do you wish, then, of me? Come a little way in the steppe, and we will talk." They spurred their horses, and rode on. They remained about an hour. On returning, the face of Khmelnytsky was pale and terrible. He took quick farewell of Khmelnytsky, who said, "There will be two of us in the Ukraine, and above us the king, and no man else." Khmelnytsky turned to the boats. Old Barabash, Flick, and the elders waited for him with impatience. "What's going on? What's going on?" he was asked on every side. "Come out on the shore," answered Khmelnytsky, with a commanding voice. Barabash raised his sleepy lids. A certain wonderful fire was gleaming in his eyes. "How is that?" asked he. "Come to the shore, we yield." A wave of blood rushed to the pale and faded face of Barabash. He rose from the kettle on which he had been sitting, straightened himself up, and suddenly that bent and decrepit old man was changed into a giant full of life and power. "Treason," roared he. "Treason," repeated Flick, grasping after the hilt of his rapier. But before he could draw it, Khmelnytsky's saber whistled, and with one blow Flick was stretched on the ground. Then Khmelnytsky sprang into the scout boat standing there, in which 4 Zaporojians were sitting with oars in their hands, and cried, "To the boats!" The scout boat shot on like an arrow. Khmelnytsky, standing in the center of it, with his cap on his bloody saber, his eyes like flames, cried with a mighty voice, "Children, we will not murder our own. Long life to Khmelnytsky, the Zaporojian hetman. Long life!" Repeated hundreds and thousands of voices. "Destruction to the Poles! Destruction!" The roar from the boats answered the shouts of the Zaporojians on land. But many men in the boats did not know what was going on till the news spread everywhere that Khmelnytsky had gone over to the Zaporojians. A regular furor of joy seized the Cossacks. 6,000 caps flew into the air, 6,000 muskets roared. The boats trembled under the feet of the brave fellows. A tumult and uproar set in. But that joy had to be sprinkled with blood, for old Barabash preferred to die rather than betray the flag under which he had served a lifetime. A few tens of the men of Cherkasy declared for him, and a struggle began, short but terrible, like all struggles in which a handful of men, asking not quarter but death, defend themselves in a mass. Neither Khmelnytsky nor any one of the Cossacks expected such resistance. The lion of other days was roused in the old colonel. The summons to lay down his arms he answered with shots. And he was seen, with baton in hand and streaming white hair, giving orders with a voice of thunder and the energy of youth. His boat was surrounded on every side. The men of those boats which could not press up jumped into the water, and by swimming or wading among the reeds, and then seizing the edge of the boat, climbed it with fury. The resistance was short. The faithful Cossacks of Barabash, stabbed, cut to pieces, torn asunder with hands, lay dead in the boat. The old man with saber in hand defended himself yet. Khmelnytsky pushed forward toward him. "Yield," shouted he. "Traitor!" "Destruction!" answered Barabash, raising his saber to strike. Khmelnytsky drew back quickly into the crowd. "Strike!" cried he to the Cossacks. It seemed that no one wished to raise his hand first on the old man. But unfortunately the colonel slipped in blood and fell. When lying he did not rouse that respect or that fear, and immediately a number of lances were buried in his body. The old man was able only to cry, "Jesus, Mary." They began to cut the prostrate body to pieces. The severed head was hurled from boat to boat, like a ball, until by an awkward throw it fell into the water. There still remained the Germans, with whom the settlement was more difficult, for the regiment was composed of 1,000 old soldiers trained in many wars. The valiant Flick had fallen, it is true, by the hand of Khmelnytsky, but there remained at the head of the regiment Johann Werner, lieutenant colonel, a veteran of the 30 Years' War. Khmelnytsky was certain of victory, for the German boats were hemmed in on every side by the Cossacks. Still he wished to preserve for Khmelnytsky such a respectable reinforcement of incomparable infantry, splendidly armed, therefore he preferred to begin a parley with them. It seemed for a time that Werner would agree, for he conversed calmly with Khmelnytsky and listened attentively to promises of which the faithless colonel was not sparing. The pay in which the Commonwealth was in arrears was to be paid on the spot, and an additional year in advance. At the expiration of the year the soldiers might go where they pleased, even to the camp of the king. Werner appeared to meditate over these conditions, but meanwhile he had quietly issued a command for the boats to press up to him, so that they formed a close circle. On the edge of that circle stood a wall of infantry, well-grown and powerful men, dressed in yellow coats and caps of the same color, in perfect battle array, with the left foot forward and muskets at the right side ready to fire. Werner stood in the first rank with drawn sword, and meditated long. At last he raised his head. "Colonel, we agree. You will lose nothing in your new service," cried Krechovsky, with joy. "But on condition." "I agree to that, besides." "If that is true, then all is settled. Our service with the Commonwealth ends in 3 months. At the end of 3 months we will go over to you." A curse was leaving Krechovsky's mouth, but he restrained the outburst. "Are you joking, worthy lieutenant?" "No," answered Werner, phlegmatically, "our soldierly honor commands us to keep our agreement. Our service ends in 3 months. We serve for money, but we are not traitors. If we were, nobody would hire us, and you yourselves would not trust us, for who could guarantee that we should not go over again to the hetmans in the first battle? What do you want, then?" "We want you to let us go." "Why, you crazy man, that is impossible. I shall order you to be cut to pieces. And how many of your own will you lose? A foot of you will not leave here. And half of your men will not remain." Both spoke the truth. Therefore Krechovsky, although the coolness of the German roused all his blood, and rage began to overpower him, did not wish to begin the battle for a while. "Till the sun leaves the inlet," said he, "think the matter over. After that I will give the order to touch the triggers." And he went off hurriedly in his boat to counsel with Khmelnytsky. The silence of expectation began. The Cossack boats surrounded in a dense circle the Germans, who maintained the cool bearing possible only to old and experienced soldiers in the presence of danger. To the threats and insults which burst out on them every moment from the Cossack boats, they answered with contemptuous silence. It was in truth an imposing spectacle, that calm in the midst of increasing outbursts of rage on the part of the Cossacks, shaking their lances and muskets threateningly, gnashed their teeth and, cursing, waited impatiently the signal for battle. Meanwhile the sun, turning from the south to the west, removed gradually its golden rays from the inlet, which was slowly covered with shade. At length it was completely covered. Then the trumpet began to sound, and immediately after the voice of Krechovsky was heard in the distance. "The sun has gone down. Have you decided yet?" "We have," answered Werner. And turning to the soldiers, he waved his naked sword. "Fire!" commanded he, with a quiet phlegmatic voice. There was a roar. The plash of bodies falling into the water, the cries of rage, and rapid firing answered the voice of German muskets. Cannon drawn up on shore answered with a deep roar, and began to hurl balls on the German boats. Smoke covered the inlet completely, and only the regular salvos of the muskets amidst the shouts, roaring, whistle of Tartar arrows, and the rattle of guns and muskets, announced that the Germans were still defending themselves. At sunset the battle was still raging, but appeared to be weaker. Khmelnytsky, with his companions Krechovsky, Tugay Bey, and some atamans, came to the shore to observe the struggle. The dilated nostrils of the hetman inhaled the smoke of powder, and his ears took in with pleasure the sound of the drowning and dying Germans. All 3 of the leaders looked on the slaughter as on a spectacle, which at the same time was a favorable omen for them. The struggle was coming to an end. As the musketry ceased, the shouts of Cossack triumph rose louder and louder to the sky. "Tugay Bey," said Khmelnytsky, "this is our first victory." "There are no captives," blurted out the Mirza. "I want no such victories as this. You will get captives in the Ukraine. You will fill all Stambul and Galata with your prisoners. I will take even you, if there is no one else." Having said this, the wild Tugay Bey laughed ominously, then he added, still I should be glad to have those Franks. The battle had ended. Tugay Bey turned his horse to the camp. Now for Zhaltya Vody, cried Khmelnytsky. Chapter 15. Skshetuski, hearing the battle, waited with trembling for the conclusion of it. He thought at first that Khmelnytsky was meeting all the forces of the hetmans. But toward evening old Zahar led him out of his error. The news of the treason of the Cossacks under Krechovsky and the destruction of the Germans agitated Pan Yen to the bottom of his soul. For it was prophetic of future desertions, and the lieutenant knew perfectly that no small part of the armies of the hetmans was made up of Cossacks. The anguish of the lieutenant increased, and triumph in the Zaporozhian camp added bitterness to his sorrow. Everything foreshadowed the worst. There were no tidings of Prince Yeremy, and evidently the hetmans had made a terrible mistake. For instead of moving with all their forces to Kudak or waiting for the enemy in fortified camps in the Ukraine, they had divided their forces, weakened themselves of their own accord, and opened a wide field to breach of faith and treason. It is true that mention had been made previously in the Zaporozhian camp of Krechovsky, and of the special dispatch of troops under the leadership of Stephen Potocki, but the lieutenant had given no faith to those reports. He supposed that these troops were strong advance guards which would be withdrawn in time. But it turned out otherwise. Khmelnytsky was strengthened several thousand men by the treason of Krechovsky, and terrible danger hung over young Potocki. Deprived of assistance and lost in the wilderness, Khmelnytsky might easily surround and crush him completely. In pain from his wounds, in disquiet, during sleepless nights, Skshetuski had consoled himself with the single thought of the prince. The star of Khmelnytsky must pale when that of the prince rises in Lubny. And who knows whether he has not joined the hetmans already? Though the forces of Khmelnytsky were considerable, though the beginning of the campaign was favorable, though Tugay Bey marched with him, and in case of failure the Tsar of the Crimea had promised to move with reinforcements in person. The thought never rose in the mind of Skshetuski that the disturbance could endure long, that one Cossack could shake the whole Commonwealth and break its terrible power. That wave will be broken at the threshold of the Ukraine, thought the lieutenant. How have all the Cossack rebellions ended? They have burst out like a flame and have been stifled at the first meeting with the hetmans. Such had been the outcome up to that time. For on one side there rose a crowd of bandits from the lower country, and on the other the power whose shores were washed by two seas. The end was easily foreseen, the storm could not be lasting. It would pass, and calm would follow. This thought strengthened Skshetuski, and perhaps kept him on his feet while he was weighted with such a burden as he had never carried in his life before. The storm, though it would pass, might desolate fields, wreck houses, and inflict unspeakable harm. In this storm he had almost lost his life, had lost his strength, and had fallen into bitter captivity just at the time when freedom was worth really as much to him as life itself. What, then, must be the suffering, in this uproar, of beings without power to defend themselves? What was happening to Helena in Rozlogi? But Helena must be in Lubny already. The lieutenant in his sleep saw her surrounded by friendly faces, petted by Princess Griselda and the prince himself, admired by the knights and still grieving for her hussar, who had disappeared somewhere in the Sech. But the time would come at last when he would return. Khmelnytsky himself had promised freedom, and besides, the Cossack wave would flow on, to the threshold of the Commonwealth, where it would be broken. Then would come the end of anxiety, affliction, and dread. The wave flowed on, indeed. Khmelnytsky moved forward without delay, and marched to meet the son of the hetman. His power was really formidable. For with the Cossacks of Krechovsky and the party of Tugay Bey, he led nearly 25,000 trained men eager for battle. There was no reliable information concerning Potocki's numbers. Deserters declared that he had 2,000 heavy cavalry and a number of field pieces. A battle with that proportion of forces might be doubtful, for one attack of the terrible hussars was often sufficient to destroy 10 times the number of troops. Thus Pan Hodkiewicz, the Lithuanian hetman, in his time, with 3,000 hussars at Kirchholm, ground into the dust 18,000 chosen men of the Swedish infantry and cavalry. And at Klushyn one armoured regiment with wild fury dispersed several thousand English and Scotch mercenaries. Khmelnytsky remembered this, and marched, as the Russian chronicler has it, slowly and carefully. Looking, with the many eyes of his mind, on every side, like a cunning hunter, and having sentries posted 5 miles and farther from his camp. In this fashion he approached Zaltya Vody. 2 new informants were brought in. These gave assurance of the small number of Potocki's forces, and stated that the Castellan had already crossed Zaltya Vody. Hearing this, Khmelnytsky stopped as if pinned to the earth, and entrenched himself. His heart beat joyfully. If Potocki would venture on a storm, he must be beaten. The Cossacks were unequal to armoured men in the field, but behind a rampart they fought to perfection, and with such great preponderance of power they would surely repulse an assault. Khmelnytsky reckoned on the youth and inexperience of Potocki. But at the side of the young Castellan was an accomplished soldier, the Starosta of Gliwice, Stephen Charnetsky, colonel of hussars. He saw the danger, and persuaded Potocki to withdraw beyond Zaltya Vody. Nothing was left to Khmelnytsky but to follow him. Next day he crossed the swamps of Zaltya Vody. The armies stood face to face, but neither of the leaders wished to strike the first blow. The hostile camps began to surround themselves hurriedly with trenches. It was Saturday, the 5th of May. Rain fell all day. Clouds so covered the sky that from noon darkness reigned as on a winter day. Toward evening the rain increased still more. Khmelnytsky rubbed his hands with joy. "Only let the steppe get soft," said he to Krychovsky, "and I shall not hesitate to meet even the hussars on the offensive, for they will be drowned in the mud with their heavy armor." The rain fell and fell, as if heaven itself wished to come to the aid of the Zaporogians. The armies entrenched themselves lazily and gloomily amidst streams of water. It was impossible to kindle fires. Several thousand Tartars issued from the camp to watch lest the Polish tabor, taking advantage of the fog, the rain, and the night, might try to escape. Then profound stillness fell upon the camp. Nothing was heard but the patter of rain and the sound of wind. It was certain that no one slept on either side that night. In the morning the trumpets sounded in the Polish camp, prolonged and plaintive, as if giving an alarm. Then drums began to rattle here and there. The day rose gloomy, dark, damp, the storm had ceased, but still there was rain, fine as if strained through a sieve. Khmelnytsky ordered the firing of a cannon. After it, was heard a second, a third, a 10th, and when the usual correspondence of camp with camp had begun. Pan Yen said to Zahar, his Cossack guardian, "Take me out on the rampart, that I may see what is passing." Zahar was curious himself, and therefore made no opposition. They mounted a lofty bastion, whence could be seen, as if on the palm of the hand, the somewhat sunken valley in the steppe, the swamp of Zaltya Vody, and both armies. But Pan Yen had barely given a glance when, seizing his head, he cried, "As God is living! It is the advance guard, nothing more." In fact, the ramparts of the Cossack camp extended almost 1.25 miles, while the Polish entrenchment looked like a little ditch in comparison with it. The disparity of forces was so great that the victory for the Zaporogians was beyond a doubt. Pain straightened the lieutenant's heart. The hour of fall had not come yet for pride and rebellion, and that which was coming was to be a new triumph for them. At least, so it appeared. Skirmishing under cannon fire had already begun. From the bastion single horsemen, or groups of them, could be seen in hand-to-hand conflict. Now the Tartars fought with Potocki's Cossacks, dressed in dark blue and yellow. The cavalry rushed on one another and retreated quickly. Approached from the flanks, hit one another from pistols and bows or with lances, tried to catch one another with lariats. These actions seemed from a distance more like amusement than fighting. And only the horses, running along the field without riders, showed that it was a question of life and death. The Tartars came out thicker and thicker. Soon the plain was black from the dense mass of them. Then, 2 new regiments began to issue from the Polish camp, and arranged themselves in battle array before the entrenchment. This was so near that Pan Yen, with his quick eye, was able to distinguish clearly the flags and ensigns, and also the cavalry captains and lieutenants, who were on horseback a little on one side of the regiments. His heart began to leap within him. A ruddy color appeared on his pale face. And just as if he could find a favorable audience in Zahar and the Cossacks standing to their guns on the bastion, he cried with enthusiasm as the regiments marched out of the entrenchments. "Those are the dragoons of Balaban. I saw them in Cherkasy. That is the Wallachian regiment, they have a cross on their banner. Oh! Now the infantry comes down from the ramparts." Then with still greater delight, opening his hands, "The hussars. Charnetsky's hussars." In fact the hussars came out, above their heads a cloud of wings, a forest of lances embellished with golden tassels and with long green and black bannerets, stood above them in the air. They went out 6 abreast, and formed under the wall. At the sight of their calmness, dignity, and good order tears of joy came into Skshetuski's eyes, dimming his vision for a moment. Though the forces were so disproportionate. Though against these few regiments there was blackening a whole avalanche of Zaporojians and Tartars, which, as is usual, occupied the wings. Though their ranks extended so far into the steppe that it was difficult to see the end of them, Pan Yen believed now in the victory of the Poles. His face was smiling, his strength came back. His eyes, intent on the field, shot fire, but he was unable to stand. "Hey, my child," muttered old Zahar, "the soul would like to enter paradise." A number of detached Tartar bands rushed forward, with cries and shouts of Allah. They were answered from the camp with shots. But these were merely threats. The Tartars, before reaching the Polish regiments, retreated on 2 sides to their own people and disappeared in the host. Now the great drum of the Sach was sounded, and at its voice a gigantic crescent of Cossacks and Tartars rushed forward swiftly. Khmelnytsky was trying, apparently, to see whether he could not with one sweep dislodge those regiments and occupy the camp. In case of disorder, that was possible. But nothing of the kind took place with the Polish regiments. They remained quietly, deployed in rather a long line, the rear of which was covered by the entrenchment, and the flanks by the cannon of the camp, so it was possible to strike them only in front. For a while it seemed as if they would receive battle on the spot. But when the crescent had passed half the field, the trumpets in the entrenchment were sounded for attack, and suddenly the fence of spears, till then pointing straight to the sky, was lowered to a line with the heads of the horses. "The hussars are charging," cried Pan Yen. They had, in fact, bent forward in the saddles, and were moving on, and immediately after them the dragoon regiments and the whole line of battle. The momentum of the hussars was terrible. At the first onset they struck 3 kurens, 2 of Steblov, and 1 of Mirgorod, and crushed them in the twinkle of an eye. The roar reached the ears of Skshetuski. Horses and men, thrown from their feet with the gigantic weight of the iron riders, fell like grain at the breath of a storm. The resistance was so brief that it seemed to Pan Yen as though some enormous dragons had swallowed the 3 kurens at a gulp. And they were the best troops of the Sach. Terrified by the noise of the wings, the horses began to spread disorder in the Zaporojian ranks. The Irkliv, Kalnibolok, Minsk, Shkurinsk, and Titarev regiments fell into complete disorder, and pressed by the mass of the fleeing, began to retreat in confusion. Meanwhile the dragoons came up with the hussars, and began to help them in the bloody harvest. The Vasiurinsk Kuren, after a desperate resistance, turned in flight to the Cossack entrenchments. The center of Khmelnytsky's forces, shaken more and more, beaten, pushed into a disorderly mass, slashed with swords, forced back in the iron onset, was unable to get time to stop and reform. "Devils! Not Poles," cried old Zahar. Skshetuski was as if bewildered. Being ill, he could not master himself. He laughed and cried at once, and at times screamed out words of command, as if he were leading the regiments himself. Zahar held him by the skirts, and had to call others to his aid. The battle came so near the Cossack camp that faces could be almost distinguished. There were artillery discharges from the entrenchments. But the Cossack balls, striking their own men as well as the enemy, increased the disorder. The hussars struck upon the Pashkov kuren, which formed the guard of the hetman, in the center of which was Khmelnytsky himself. Suddenly a fearful cry was heard through all the Cossack ranks. The great red standard had tottered and fallen. But at that moment Krechovsky, at the head of his 5,000 Cossacks, rushed to the fight. Sitting on an enormous cream-colored horse, he flew on in the first rank, without a cap, a saber above his head, gathering before him the disordered Zaporogians, who, seeing the approaching succor, though without order, returned to the attack. The battle raged again in the center of the line. On both flanks fortune in like manner failed Khmelnytsky. The Tartars, repulsed twice by the Wallachian regiments and Potocki's Cossacks, lost all eagerness for the fight. 2 horses were killed under Tugay Bey. Victory inclined continually to the side of young Potocki. But the battle did not last long. The rain, which for some time had been increasing every moment, soon became so violent that through the rush of water nothing could be seen. Not streams, but torrents of rain fell on the ground from the open floodgates of heaven. The steppe was turned into a lake. It grew so dark that one man could not distinguish another at a few paces distance. The noise of the storm drowned the words of command. The wet muskets and guns grew silent. Heaven itself put an end to the slaughter. Khmelnytsky, drenched to the skin, furious, rushed into his camp. He spoke not a word to any man. A tent of camel skin was pitched, under which, hiding himself, he sat alone with his sad thoughts. Despair seized him. He understood at last what work he had begun. See! He is beaten, repulsed, almost broken, in a battle with such a small force that it could be properly considered as a scouting party. He knew how great was the power of resistance in the armies of the Commonwealth, and he took that into account when he ventured on a war. And still he had failed in his reckoning, so at least it seemed to him at that moment. Therefore he seized himself by his shaven head, and wished to break it against the first cannon he saw. What would the resistance be at his meeting with the hetmans and the whole Commonwealth? His thoughts were interrupted by the entrance of Tugay Bey. The eyes of the Tartar were blazing with rage, his face was pale, and his teeth glittered from behind his lips, unhidden by mustaches. "Where is the booty, where the prisoners, where the heads of the leaders, where is victory?" asked he, in a hoarse voice. Khmelnytsky sprang from his place. "There," answered he loudly, pointing to the Polish camp. "Go there, then," roared Tugay Bey, "and if you don't go, I will drag you by a rope to the Crimea." "I will go," said Khmelnytsky, "I will go today. I will take booty and prisoners, but you shall give answer to the Khan, for you want booty and you avoid battle." "Dog," howled Tugay Bey, "you are destroying the army of the Khan." For a moment they stood snorting in front of each other. Khmelnytsky regained his composure first. "Tugay Bey," said he, "be not disturbed." Rain interrupted the battle, just as Krechovsky was breaking the dragoons. "I know them. They will fight with less fury tomorrow. The steppe will be mud to the bottom. The hussars will be beaten. Tomorrow everything will be ours." "That's your word," blurted out Tugay Bey. "And I will keep it. Tugay Bey, my friend, the Khan sent you for my assistance, not for my misfortune. You prophesied victory, not defeat. A few prisoners of the dragoons are taken. I will give them to you. Let me have them. I will order them to be impaled. Don't do that. Give them their liberty. They are men from the Ukraine, from Balaban's regiment. I will send them to bring the dragoons over to our side. It will be with them as with Krechovsky." Tugay Bey was satisfied, he glanced quickly at Khmelnytsky, and muttered, "Serpent. Craft is the equal of courage. If we persuade the dragoons to our side, not a man of the Poles will escape, you understand. I will have Potocki. I will give him to you, and Charnetsky also. Let me have some vodka now, for it is cold." "Agreed." At that moment entered Krechovsky. The colonel was as gloomy as night. His future starostaships, dignities, castles, and wealth were covered as if with a fog. Tomorrow they may disappear altogether, and perhaps out of that fog will rise in their place a rope or a gibbet. Were it not that the colonel had burned the bridges in his rear by destroying the Germans, he would surely have begun to think how to betray Khmelnytsky in his turn, and go over with his Cossacks to Potocki's camp. But that was impossible now. The three sat down, therefore, to a decanter of vodka, and began to drink in silence. The noise of the rain ceased gradually. It was growing dark. Skshetuski, exhausted from joy, weak and pale, lay motionless in the telega. Zahar, who had become attached to him, ordered the Cossacks to put a little felt roof over him. The lieutenant listened to the dreary sound of the rain, but in his soul it was clear, bright, and joyful. Behold, his hussars had shown what they could do, his commonwealth had shown a resistance worthy of its majesty, the first impetus of the Cossack storm had broken on the sharp spears of the royal army. And besides there are the hetmans, there is also Prince Yeremy, and so many lords, so many nobles, so much power, and above all these the king, primus inter pares. Pride expanded the breast of Skshetuski, as if at that moment it contained all that power. In feeling this, he felt, for the first time since he had lost his freedom in the Seych, a certain pity for the Cossacks. They were guilty, but blinded, since they tried to go to the sun on a spade. They were guilty, but unfortunate, since they allowed themselves to be carried away by one man, who is leading them to evident destruction. Then his thoughts wandered farther. Peace would come, when everyone would have the right to think of his own private happiness. Then in memory and spirit he hovers above Rozlogi. There, near the lion's den, it must be as quiet as the falling of poppy seeds. There the rebellion will never raise its head, and though it should, Helena is already in Lubny beyond a doubt. Suddenly the roar of cannon disturbed the golden thread of his thoughts. Khmelnytsky, after drinking, led his regiments again to the attack. But it ended with the play of cannon firing. Krechovsky restrained the hetman. The next morning was Sunday. The whole day passed quietly and without a shot. The camps lay opposite each other, like the camps of two allied armies. Skshetuski attributed that silence to the discouragement of the Cossacks. Alas! He did not know that then Khmelnytsky, looking forward with the many eyes of his mind, was occupied in bringing Balaban's dragoons to his side. On Monday the battle began at daybreak. Pan Yen looked on it, as on the first one, with a smiling, happy face. And again the regiments of the crown came out before the entrenchment, but this time, not rushing to the attack, they opposed the enemy where they stood. The steppe had grown soft, not on the surface only, as during the first day of the battle, but to its depths. The heavy cavalry could scarcely move, this gave a great preponderance at once to the flying regiments of the Cossacks and the Tartars. The smile vanished gradually from the lieutenant's lips. At the Polish entrenchment the avalanche of attack covered completely the narrow line of the Polish regiments. It appeared as if that chain might break at any moment, and the attack begin directly on the entrenchments. Skshetuski did not observe half of the spirit or warlike readiness with which the regiments fought on the first day. They defended themselves with stubbornness, but did not strike first, did not crush the Kurens to the earth, did not sweep the field like a hurricane. The soft soil had rendered fury impossible, and in fact fastened the heavy cavalry to its place in front of the entrenchment. Impetus was the power of the cavalry, and decided victories, but this time the cavalry was forced to remain on one spot. Khmelnytsky, on the contrary, led new regiments every moment to the battle. He was present everywhere. He led each Kuren personally to the attack, and withdrew only before the sabers of the enemy. His ardor was communicated gradually to the Zaporozhians, who, though they fell in large numbers, rushed to the attack with shouts and cries. They struck the wall of iron breasts and sharp spears, and beaten, decimated, returned again to the attack. Under this weight the regiments began to waver, to disappear, and in places to retreat, just as an athlete caught in the iron arms of an opponent grows weak, then struggles, and strains every nerve. Before midday nearly all the forces of the Zaporojians had been under fire and in battle. The fight raged with such stubbornness that between the two lines of combatants a new wall, as it were, was formed of the bodies of horses and men. Every little while, from the battle to the Cossack entrenchments came crowds of wounded men, bloody, covered with mud, panting, falling from weakness, but they came with songs on their lips. Fainting, they still cried, "To the death." The garrison left in the camp was impatient for the fight. Pan Yen hung his head. The Polish regiments began to retreat from the field to the entrenchment. They were unable to hold out, and a feverish haste was observable in their retreat. At the sight of this 20,000 mouths and more gave forth a shout of joy, and redoubled the attack. The Zaporojians sprang upon the Cossacks of Potocki, who covered the retreat. But the cannon and a shower of musket balls drove them back. The battle ceased for a moment. In the Polish camp a trumpet for parley was sounded. Khmelnytsky, however, did not wish to parley. 12 kurens slipped from their horses to storm the breastworks on foot, with the infantry and Tartars. Krechovsky, with 3,000 infantry, was coming to their aid in the decisive moment. All the drums, trumpets, and kettledrums sounded at once, drowning the shouts and salvos of musketry. Skshetuski looked with trembling upon the deep ranks of the peerless Zaporojian infantry rushing to the breastworks and surrounding them with an ever-narrowing circle. Long streaks of white smoke were blown out at it from the breastworks, as if some gigantic bosom were striving to blow away the locusts closing in upon it inexorably from every side. Cannonballs dug furrows in it. The firing of musketry did not weaken for a moment. Swarms melted before the eye, the circle quivered in places like a wounded snake, but went on. Already they are coming. They are under the breastworks. The cannon can hurt them no longer. Skshetuski closed his eyes. And now questions flew through his head as swift as lightning. When he opens his eyes, will he see the Polish banners on the breastwork? Will he see or will he not see? There is some unusual tumult increasing every moment. Something must have happened. The shouts come from the center of the camp. What is it? What has happened? All-powerful God! That cry was forced from the mouth of Pan Yen when opening his eyes he saw on the battlements the crimson standard with the archangel, instead of the golden banner of the crown. The camp was captured. In the evening he learned from Zahar of the whole course of the storm. Not in vain had Tugay Bey called Khmelnytsky a serpent. For in the moment of most desperate defense the dragoons of Balaban, talked over by the hetman, joined the Cossacks, and hurling themselves on the rear of their own regiments, aided in cutting them to pieces. In the evening the lieutenant saw the prisoners, and was present at the death of young Potocki, who, having his throat pierced by an arrow, lived only a few hours after the battle, and died in the arms of Stephen Charnetsky. "Tell my father," whispered the young castellan in his last moments, "tell my father that like a knight, he could add no more." His soul left the body and flew to heaven. Pan Yen long after remembered that pale face and those blue eyes gazing upward in the moment of death. Charnetsky made a vow over the cold body to expiate the death of his friend and the disgrace of defeat in torrents of blood, should God give him freedom. And not a tear flowed over his stern face, for he was a knight of iron, greatly famed already for deeds of daring, and known as a man whom no misfortune could bend. He kept the vow. Instead of yielding to despair, he strengthened Pan Yen, who was suffering greatly from the disgrace and defeat of the Commonwealth. "The Commonwealth has passed through more than one defeat," said Charnetsky, "but she contains within her inexhaustible force. No power has broken her as yet, and she will not be broken by a sedition of serfs, whom God himself will punish, since by rising up against authority, they are putting themselves against his will. As to defeat, true, it is sad. But who have endured defeat? The hetmans, the forces of the crown. No. After the defection and treason of Krechovsky, the division which Potocki led could be considered only an advance guard. The uprising will spread undoubtedly through the whole Ukraine, for the serfs there are insolent and trained to fighting, but an uprising in that part is no novelty. The hetmans will quell it, with Prince Yeremy, whose power stands unshaken as yet. The more violent the outburst, when once put down, the longer will be the peace, which may last perhaps forever. He would be a man of little faith and a small heart, who could admit that some Cossack leader, in company with one Tartar Mirza, could really threaten a mighty people. Evil would it be with the Commonwealth, if a simple outbreak of serfs could be made a question of its fate or its existence. In truth we did set out contemptuously on this expedition, said Khmelnytsky. And though our division is rubbed out, I believe that the hetmans are able to put down this rebellion, not with the sword, not with armor, but with clubs. And while he was speaking in this manner, it seemed that not a captive, not a soldier after a lost battle was speaking, but a proud hetman, certain of victory on the morrow. This greatness of soul and faith in the Commonwealth flowed like balsam over the wounds of the lieutenant. He had had a near view of the power of Khmelnytsky, therefore it blinded him somewhat, especially since success had followed it to that moment. But Khmelnytsky must be right. The forces of the hetmans were still intact, and behind them stood the power of the Commonwealth, the rights of authority, and the will of God. The lieutenant therefore went away strengthened in soul and more cheerful. When going he asked Khmelnytsky if he did not wish to begin negotiations for his freedom with Khmelnytsky at once. I am the captive of Tugay Bey, said Khmelnytsky, to him I will pay my ransom. But with that fellow Khmelnytsky I will have nothing to do, I give him to the hangman. Zahar, who had made it easy for Skshetuski to see the prisoners, comforted him while returning to the telega. Not with young Potocki, but with the hetmans is the difficulty. The struggle is only begun, but what will be the end, God knows. The Cossacks and Tartars have taken Polish treasure, it is true, but it is one thing to take and another to keep. And you, my child, do not grieve, do not despair, for you will get your freedom in time. You will go to your own people, and I, old man, shall be sorry for you. It is sad for an old man alone in the world. With the hetmans it will be hard, oh, how hard. In truth the victory, though brilliant, did not in the least decide the struggle for Khmelnytsky. It might even be unfavorable for him, because it was easy to foresee that now the Grand Hetman, to avenge his son, would press upon the Cossacks with special stubbornness, and would leave nothing undone to break them at once. The Grand Hetman, however, cherished a certain dislike for Prince Yeremy, which, though veiled with politeness, was still evident enough in various circumstances. Khmelnytsky, knowing this perfectly, admitted that now this dislike would cease, and Potocki would first reach out his hand in reconciliation, which would secure for him the assistance of a famous warrior and his powerful troops. With such forces united under a leader like the prince, Khmelnytsky did not dare yet to measure strength, for he had not yet sufficient confidence in himself. He determined therefore to hasten, and together with the news of the defeat of Zhaltya Vody, appear in the Ukraine, and strike the hetmans before the succor of the prince could arrive. He gave no rest to his troops, therefore, but at daybreak after the battle hurried on. The march was as rapid as if the hetman were fleeing. It was as if an inundation were covering the steppe and rushing forward, collecting all the waters on the way. Forests, oak groves, grave mounds were avoided, rivers were crossed without halting. The Cossack forces increased on the road, for new crowds of peasants fleeing from the Ukraine were added to them continually. They brought news of the hetmans, but contradictory. Some said that Prince Yeremy was yet beyond the Dnieper. Others that he had joined the forces of the crown. But all declared that the Ukraine was already on fire. The peasants were not only fleeing to meet Khmelnytsky in the wilderness, but burning villages and towns, throwing themselves on their masters, and arming everywhere. The forces of the crown had been fighting for the past 2 weeks. Steblov was destroyed, at Derenhovtsi a bloody battle had been fought. The town Cossacks in various places went over to the side of the people, and at all points were merely waiting for the word. Khmelnytsky had reckoned on all this, and hastened the more. At last he stood on the threshold. Chigirin opened wide her gates. The Cossack garrison went over at once to his regiments. The house of Chaplinsky was wrecked. A handful of nobles, seeking refuge in the town, were cut to pieces. Joyful shouts, ringing of bells, and processions ceased not for a moment. The whole region flamed up at once. All living men, seizing scythes and pikes, joined the Zaporogians. Endless crowds hastened to the camp from every side. There came also joyful, because certain, tidings that Yeremy had indeed offered his assistance to the hetmans, but had not yet joined them. Khmelnytsky felt relieved. He moved on without delay, and advanced through insurrection, slaughter, and fire. Ruin and corpses bore witness to this. He advanced like an avalanche, destroying everything in his path. The country rose before him, and was a desert behind. He went like an avenger, like a legendary dragon, his footsteps pressed out blood, his breath kindled conflagrations. In Cherkasy he halted with his main forces, sending in advance the Tartars under Tugay Bey and the wild Kravonos, who came up with the Polish hetmans at Korsun and attacked them without delay. The Tartars were forced to pay dearly for their boldness. Repulsed, decimated, scattered, they retreated in confusion. Khmelnytsky hurried to their aid. On the way news reached him that Sienkiewicz with some regiments had joined the hetmans, who had left Korsun, and were marching on Boguslav. This was true. Khmelnytsky occupied Korsun without resistance, and leaving there his trains and provisions, in a word, his whole camp, hurried after them. He had no need to follow long, for they had not gone far. At Krytaya his advance guard came upon the Polish camp. It was not given to Skshetuski to see the battle, for he remained in Korsun with the camp. Zahar lodged him on the square, in the house of Zabokshytsky, whom the crowd had already hanged, and placed a guard from the remnants of the Mirgorod Kuren, for the crowd robbed continually, and killed every man who seemed to them a Pole. Through the broken windows Skshetuski saw the multitude of drunken peasants, bloody, with rolled-up shirt-sleeves, going from house to house, from cellar to cellar, and searching all corners, garrets, lofts. From time to time a terrible noise announced that a nobleman, a Jew, a man, a woman, or a child had been found. The victim was dragged to the square and gloated over in the most fearful manner. The crowd fought with one another for the remnants of the bodies, with delight they rubbed the blood on their faces and breasts, and wound the still steaming entrails around their necks. They seized little Jews by the legs and tore them apart amid the wild laughter of the mob. They rushed upon houses surrounded by guards in which distinguished captives were confined, left living because large ransoms were expected from them. Then the Zaporogians or the Tartars standing guard repulsed the crowd, thumping the assailants on the heads with their pikestaffs, bows, or ox-hide whips. Such was the case before the house where Skshetuski was. Zahar gave orders to handle the crowd without mercy, and the Mirgorod men executed the order with pleasure. For the men of the lower country received the assistance of the mob willingly in time of insurrection, but had more contempt for them than they had for the nobility. It was not in vain therefore that they called themselves nobly born Cossacks. Later Khmelnytsky himself presented more than once considerable numbers of the mob to the Tartar, who drove them to the Crimea, where they were sold into Turkey and Asia Minor. The crowd rioted on the square, and reached such wild disorder that at last they began to kill one another. The day was drawing to an end. One side of the square and the priest's house were on fire. Fortunately the wind blew the fire toward the field, and prevented the extension of the conflagration. But the gigantic flame lighted up the square as brightly as the sun's rays. The excitement became too great for restraint. From a distance came the terrible roar of cannon. It was evident that the battle at Krytaya was growing fiercer and fiercer. "It must be pretty hot for ours there," muttered old Zahar. "The hetmans are not trifling. Ah! Pan Potocki is a real soldier." Then he pointed through the window at the crowd. "Oh," said he, "they are reveling now, but if Khmelnytsky is beaten, then there will be reveling over them." At that moment the tramp of cavalry was heard, and a number of riders rushed to the square on foaming horses. Their faces black from powder, their clothes torn, and the heads of some of them bound in rags showed that they had hurried straightway from battle. "People who believe in God, save yourselves. The Poles are beating ours," they cried in loud voices. Tumult and disorder followed. The multitude moved like a wave tossed by the wind. Suddenly wild dismay possessed all. They rushed to escape. But the streets were blocked with wagons, one part of the square was on fire, there was no place for flight. The crowd began to press and cry, to beat, choke one another, and howl for mercy, though the enemy was far away. The lieutenant, when he heard what was taking place, grew almost wild from joy. He began to run through the room like a madman, to beat his breast with his hands with all his power, and to cry. I knew that it would be so. As I am alive, I knew it. This is the meeting with the hetmans, with the whole Commonwealth. The hour of punishment has come. What is this? Again resounded the tramp, and this time several hundred Tartar horsemen appeared on the square. They rushed on at random. The crowd stopped the way before them. They rushed at the crowd, struck, beat, and dispersed it, they lashed their horses, urging them on to the road leading to Cherkasy. They run like a whirlwind, said Zahar. Scarcely had Skshetuski moved when a second division flew by, and after that a third. The flight seemed to be general. The guards before the houses began to grow uneasy, and also to show a wish to escape. Zahar hurried through the porch. Halt! Cried he to the Mirgorod men. Smoke, heat, disorder, the tramping of horses, sounds of alarm, the howling of the crowd in the light of the conflagration, were blended in one fearful picture on which the lieutenant gazed through the window. What a defeat there must be! What a defeat, cried he to Zahar, not considering that the latter could not share his delight. Now a new division of fugitives rushed by like lightning. The thunder of cannon shook the houses of Korsun to their foundations. Suddenly a shrieking voice began to cry right there at the house. Save yourselves! Khmelnytsky is killed! Khmelnytsky is killed! Tugay Bey is killed! On the square there was a real end of the world. People in terror rushed into the flames. The lieutenant fell upon his knees, raised his hands to heaven. O, Almighty, great, and just God, praise to thee in the highest. Zahar interrupted his prayer, running into the room from the antechamber. Come now, said he, panting, come and promise pardon to the Mirgorod men, for they wish to go away, and if they go, the crowd will fall upon us. Skshetuski went out to the porch. The Mirgorod men were moving around unquietly before the house, exhibiting a firm determination to leave the place and flee by the road leading to Cherkasy. Fear had taken possession of every one in the town. Each moment new crowds came, fleeing, as if on wings, from the direction of Krataya Balka, peasants, Tartars, town Cossacks, Zaporojians, in the greatest disorder. And still Khmelnytsky's principal forces must be fighting yet. The battle could not be entirely decided, for the cannon were thundering with redoubled force. Skshetuski turned to the Mirgorod men. Because you have guarded my person well, said he, loftily, you need no flight to save yourselves, for I promise you intercession in favor with the hetman. The Mirgorod men uncovered their heads. Pan Yen put his hands on his hips, and looked proudly on the square, which grew emptier each moment. What a change of fate! Here is the lieutenant, a short time since a captive, dragged after the Cossack camp. Now he has become among insolent Cossacks as a lord among subjects, as a noble among peasants, as an armored hussar among camp followers. He, a captive, has now promised favor, and heads are uncovered in his presence, while submissive voices cry with that prolonged tone indicating fear and obedience. Show favor to us, Lord. It will be as I have said, returned the lieutenant. He was indeed sure of the efficacy of his intercession with the hetman, with whom he was acquainted, for he had often borne letters to him from Prince Yeremy, and knew how to secure his favor. He stood, therefore, with his hands on his hips. And joy was on his face, lighted up with the blaze of the conflagration. Behold! The war is at an end, the wave is broken at the threshold, thought he. Pan Charnetsky was right, the forces of the Commonwealth are unexhausted, its power unbroken. When he thought of this, pride swelled his breast, not ignoble pride, coming from a hoped-for satisfaction of vengeance, from the conquest of an enemy. Not the gaining of freedom, which now he expected every moment, nor because caps were removed before him. But he felt proud because he was a son of that victorious and mighty Commonwealth, against whose gates every malice, every attack, every blow, is broken and crushed like the powers of hell against the gates of heaven. He felt proud, as a patriotic nobleman, that he had received strength in his despondency, and was not deceived in his faith. He desired no revenge. She has conquered like a queen, she will forgive like a mother, thought he. Meanwhile the roar of cannon was changed to prolonged thunder. Horses' hoofs clattered again over the empty streets. A Cossack, bareheaded and in his shirt sleeves, dashed into the square on a barebacked horse, with the speed of a thunderbolt. His face, cut open with a sword, was streaming with blood. He reined in the horse, stretched forth his hands, and when he had taken breath, with open mouth began to cry. Khmelnytsky is beating the Poles. The serene great mighty lords, the hetmans and colonels, are conquered, the knights and the cavalry. When he had said this, he reeled and fell to the ground. The men of Mirgorod sprang to assist him. Flame and pallor passed over the face of Skshetuski. "What does he say?" asked he feverishly of Zahar. "What has happened? It cannot be. By the living God, it cannot be." Silence. Only the hissing of flames on the opposite side of the square, shaking out clusters of sparks, and from time to time a burnt house falls with a crash. Now more couriers rush in. Beaten are the Poles, beaten. After them follow a detachment of Tartars. They march slowly, for they surround men on foot, evidently prisoners. Skshetuski believes not his own eyes. He recognizes perfectly on the prisoners the uniform of the hetman's hussars. Then he drops his hands, and with a wild, strange voice repeats persistently, "It cannot be. It cannot be." The roar of cannon was still to be heard. The battle was not finished, but through all the unburnt streets Zaporozhians and Tartars were crowding in, their faces black, their breasts heaving, but they were coming as if intoxicated, singing songs. Thus returned soldiers from victory. The lieutenant grew pale as a corpse. "It cannot be," repeated he in a hoarser voice, "it cannot be. The Commonwealth." A new object arrested his attention. Krechovsky's Cossacks enter the town, bringing bundles of flags. They come to the center of the square, and throw them down. Polish flags. The roar of the artillery weakens, and in the distance is heard the rumble of approaching wagons. One of them is in advance, a lofty Cossack telega, and after it a line of others, all surrounded by Cossacks of the Pashkov Kuren, in yellow caps. They pass near the house where the Mirgorod men are standing. Skshetuski put his hand over his eyes, for the glare of the burning blinded him, and looked at the prisoners sitting in the first wagon. Suddenly he sprang back, began to beat the air with his hands, like a man struck with an arrow in the breast, and from his lips came a terrible unearthly cry, "Jesus, Mary!" The hetmans. He dropped into the arms of Zahar. His eyes became leaden, his face grew stiff and rigid as that of a corpse. A few minutes later 3 horsemen rode into the square of Korsun, at the head of countless regiments. The middle rider, in red uniform, sat on a white horse, holding a gilded baton at his side. He looked as proud as a king. This was Khmelnytsky. On one side of him rode Tugay Bey, on the other Krechovsky. The Commonwealth lay prostrate in dust and blood at the feet of a Cossack. Chapter 16. Some days passed by. It appeared to men as if the vault of heaven had suddenly dropped on the Commonwealth. Jaltia Vodi, Korsun, the destruction of the armies of the crown, ever victorious hitherto in struggles with the Cossacks. The capture of the hetmans, the awful conflagration in the whole Ukraine. Slaughters, murders, unheard of since the beginning of the world, all these came so suddenly that men almost refused to believe that so many misfortunes could come upon one land at a time. Many, in fact, did not believe it. Some became helpless from terror, some lost their senses, some prophesied the coming of Antichrist and the approach of the day of judgment. All social ties were severed, all intercourse between people and families was interrupted. Every authority ceased, distinction of persons vanished. Hell had freed from its chains all crimes, and let them out on the world to revel. Therefore murder, pillage, perfidy, brutality, violence, robbery, frenzy, took the place of labor, uprightness, and conscience. It seemed as though henceforth people would live not through good, but through evil. That the hearts and intentions of men had become inverted, and that they held as sacred that which hitherto had been infamous, and that as infamous which hitherto had been sacred. The sun shone no longer upon the earth, for it was hidden by the smoke of conflagrations. In the night, instead of stars and moon, shone the light of fires. Towns, villages, churches, palaces, forests, went up in flames. People ceased to converse. They only groaned or howled like dogs. Life lost its value. Thousands perished without an echo, without remembrance. And from out all these calamities, deaths, groans, smoke, and burnings, there rose only one man. Every moment loftier and higher, every moment more terribly gigantic, he well nigh obscured the light of day, and cast his shadow from sea to sea. That man was Bogdan Khmelnytsky. 120,000 men, armed and drunk with victory, stood ready at his nod. The mob had risen on all sides, the Cossacks of the towns joined him in every place. The country from the Pripet to the borders of the wilderness was on fire. The insurrection extended in the provinces of Rus, Podolia, Volhynia, Bratslav, Kiev, and Chernigov. The power of the hetman increased each day. Never had the Commonwealth opposed to its most terrible enemy half the forces which he then commanded. The German emperor had not equal numbers in readiness. The storm surpassed every expectation. The hetman himself did not recognize at first his own power, and did not understand how he had risen so high. He shielded himself yet with justice, legality, and loyalty to the Commonwealth, for he did not know then that he might trample upon these expressions as empty phrases. But as his forces grew there rose in him that immeasurable, unconscious egotism the equal of which is not presented by history. The understanding of good and evil, of virtue and vice, of violence and justice, were confounded in the soul of Khmelnytsky with the understanding of injuries done him, or with his personal profit. That man was honorable who was with him. That man was a criminal who was against him. He was ready to complain of the sun, and to count it as a personal injustice if sunshine were not given at his demand. Men, events, nay, the whole world, he measured with his own ego. But in spite of all the cunning, all the hypocrisy of the hetman, there was a kind of deformed good faith in this theory of his. All Khmelnytsky's crimes flowed from this theory, but his good deeds as well. For if he knew no bounds in his cruelty and tyranny to an enemy, he knew how to be thankful for every even involuntary service which was rendered him. Only when he was drunk did he forget even good deeds, and bellowing with fury, with foam on his lips, issue bloody orders, for which he grieved afterward. And in proportion as his success grew, was he oftener drunk, for unquiet took increasing possession of him. It would seem that triumph carried him to heights which he did not wish to occupy. His power amazed other men, but it amazed himself too. The gigantic hand of rebellion seized and bore him on with the swiftness of lightning and inexorably. But whither? How was all this to end? Commencing sedition in the name of his own wrongs, that Cossack diplomat might calculate that after his first successes, or even after defeats, he could begin negotiations. That forgiveness would be offered him, satisfaction and recompense for injustice and injuries. He knew the Commonwealth intimately, its patience, inexhaustible as the sea. Its compassion, knowing neither bounds nor measure, which flowed not merely from weakness, for pardon was offered Nalivayka when he was surrounded and lost. But after the victory at Zhaltya Vody, after the destruction of the hetmans, after the kindling of civil war in all the southern provinces, affairs had gone too far. Events had surpassed all expectations, and now the struggle must be for life and death. To whose side would victory incline? Khmelnytsky inquired of soothsayers, took counsel of the stars, and strained his eyes into the future, but saw nothing ahead save darkness. At times, therefore, an awful unquiet raised the hairs on his head, and in his breast despair raged like a whirlwind. What will be, what will be? For Khmelnytsky, observing more closely than others, understood at once, better than many, that the Commonwealth knew not how to use its own forces, was unconscious of them, but had tremendous power. If the right man should grasp that power in his hand, who could stand against him? And who could guess whether terrible danger, the nearness of the precipice and destruction, might not put an end to broils, internal dissensions, private grievances, rivalries of magnates, wrangling, the babbling of the diets, the license of the nobility, and the weakness of the king? Then 500,000 of XVIII warriors alone could move to the field, and crush Khmelnytsky, even if he were aided not only by the Khan of the Crimea, but by the Sultan of Turkey himself. Of this slumbering power of the Commonwealth the late King Vladislav was aware, as well as Khmelnytsky. And therefore he labored all his life to initiate a mortal struggle with the greatest potentate on earth, for only in this way could that power be called into life. In accordance with this conviction, the king did not hesitate to throw sparks on the Cossack powder. Were the Cossacks really destined to cause that inundation, in order to be overwhelmed in it at last? Khmelnytsky understood, too, that in spite of all the weakness of the Commonwealth its resistance was tremendous. Against this Commonwealth, so disorderly, ill-united, insubordinate, the Turkish waves, the most terrible of all, were broken as against a cliff. Thus it was at Khotem which he saw almost with his own eyes. That Commonwealth, even in times of weakness, planted its standards on the walls of foreign capitals. What resistance will it offer, what will it not do when brought to despair, when it must either die or conquer? In view of this, every triumph of Khmelnytsky was to him a new danger, for it hastened the moment when the sleeping lion would wake, and brought negotiations nearer the impossible. In every victory lay a future defeat, and in every intoxication bitterness at the bottom. After the storm of the Cossacks would come the storm of the Commonwealth. Already it seemed to Khmelnytsky that he heard its dull and distant roar. Behold, from Great Poland, Prussia, populous Mazovia, Little Poland, and Lithuania will come crowds of warriors. They need but a leader. Khmelnytsky had taken the hetmans captive, but in that good fortune there lurked also an ambush of fate. The hetmans were experienced warriors, but no one of them was the man demanded by that period of tempest, terror, and distress. The leader at that time could be but one man. That man was Prince Yeremy Vishniovetzky. Just because the hetmans had gone into captivity, the choice would be likely to fall on the prince. Khmelnytsky in common with all had no doubt of this. Meanwhile news flew from beyond the Dnieper to Korsun, where the Zaporozhian hetman had stopped to rest after the battle, that the terrible prince had started for Lubny, that on the road he was stamping out rebellion. That after his passage villages, hamlets, towns, farmhouses, had vanished, and the places in which they had been were bristling with bloody impaling stakes and gibbets. Terror doubled and trebled the number of his forces. It was said that he led 15,000 of the choicest troops to be found in the Commonwealth. In the Cossack camp, shortly after the battle at Krutaya Balka, the cry, "Yeremy is coming," was heard among the Cossacks and spread a panic among the mob, who began to run away unreasoningly. This alarm astonished Khmelnytsky greatly. He had his choice then either to march with all his power against the prince and seek him beyond the Dnieper, or, leaving a part of his forces to capture the castles of the Ukraine, move into the heart of the Commonwealth. An expedition against the prince was not without danger. Khmelnytsky, in spite of the preponderance of his forces, might suffer defeat in a general engagement, and then all would be lost at once. The mob, who composed the great majority, gave evidence that they would flee at the very name of Yeremy. Time was necessary to change this mob into an army capable of facing the regiments of the prince. Besides, Yeremy would not be likely to accept a general battle, but would be content with defense in castles and partisan war which might last entire months, if not years. And by that time the Commonwealth would surely collect new forces and move to reinforce him. Khmelnytsky therefore determined to leave Vishniovedsky beyond the Dnieper, strengthen himself in the Ukraine, organize his power, then march on the Commonwealth and force it to terms. He calculated that the suppression of the rebellion on the east of the Dnieper alone would occupy for a long time all the forces of the prince, and leave a free field to himself. He hoped therefore to foment rebellion by sending single regiments to aid the mob, and finally he thought it would be possible to deceive the prince by negotiations, and retard matters by waiting till the power of Vishniovedsky should be broken. In view of this he remembered Pan Yen. Some days after Krotaya, and on the very day of the alarm of the mob, he had Skshetuski called before him. He received him in the house of the Starosta, in presence of Krachovsky only, who was long known to Skshetuski. And after he had greeted him kindly, though not without a lofty air corresponding to his present position, he said, "Lieutenant Skshetuski, for the kindness which you have shown me I have ransomed you from Tugay Bey and promised you freedom. Now the hour has come. I give you this baton of a colonel to secure a free passage, in case any of the forces should meet you, and a guard for protection against the mob. You may return to your prince." Skshetuski was silent. No smile of joy appeared on his face. "But are you able to take the road, for I see that illness of some kind is looking out through your eyes?" Pan Yen, in truth, seemed like a shadow. Wounds and recent events had weakened the young giant, who looked as though he could give no promise of surviving till the morrow. His face had grown yellow, and the black beard, long untrimmed, added to the wretchedness of his appearance. This rose from internal suffering. The knight's heart was almost broken. Dragged after the Tartar camp, he had been a witness of all that had happened since they issued from the Sach. He had seen the defeat and disgrace of the Commonwealth, and the hetmans in captivity. He had seen the Cossacks triumph, pyramids of heads cut from fallen soldiers, noblemen hanged by the ribs, the breasts of women cut off, and maidens dishonored. He had seen the despair of daring and the baseness of fear. He had seen everything, endured everything, and suffered the more because the thought was in his bosom and brain, like the stab of a knife, that he himself was the remote cause, for he and no other had cut Khmelnytsky loose from the lariat. But was a Christian knight to suppose that succor given one's neighbor could bring such fruit? His pain therefore was beyond measure. When he asked himself what was happening to Helena, and when he thought what might happen if an evil fate should keep her in Rozlogi, he stretched his hands to heaven and cried in a voice in which quivered deep despair, almost a threat, "God, take my life, for I am punished beyond my deserts." Then he saw that he was blaspheming, fell on his face, and prayed for salvation, for forgiveness, for mercy on his country and that innocent dove, who maybe had called in vain for God's help and his. In one word, he had suffered so much beyond his power that the freedom granted did not rejoice him, and that Zaporozhian hetman, that conqueror who wished to be magnanimous by showing his favor, made no impression upon him at all. Seeing this, Khmelnytsky frowned and said, "Hasten to take advantage of my favor, lest I change my mind. For it is my kindness and belief in a just cause which makes me so careless as to provide an enemy for myself, for I know well that you will fight against me." To which Skshetuski answered, "If God gives me strength." And he gazed at Khmelnytsky, till he looked into the depth of his soul. The hetman, unable to endure the gaze, cast his eyes to the ground, and after a moment said, "Enough of this. I am too powerful to be troubled by one sick man. Tell the prince your lord what you have seen, and warn him to be less insolent, for if my patience fails I will visit him beyond the Dnieper, and I do not think my visit will be pleasant to him." Skshetuski was silent. "I say, and repeat once more," added Khmelnytsky, "I am carrying on war, not with the Commonwealth, but with the kinglets, and the prince is in the first rank among them. He is an enemy to me and to the Russian people, an apostate from our church, and a savage tyrant. I hear that he is quelling the uprising in blood, let him see to it that he does not spill his own." Thus speaking, he became more and more excited, till the blood began to rush to his face, and his eyes flashed fire. It was evident that one of those paroxysms of anger and rage in which he lost his memory and presence of mind altogether was seizing him. "I will command Kravonos to bring him with a rope," cried he. I will trample him under foot, and mount my horse on his back. Skshetuski looked down on the raging Khmelnytsky, and then said calmly, conquer him first. Hetman, said Krechovsky, let this insolent noble go his way, for it does not become your dignity to be affected by anger against him. And since you have promised him freedom, he calculates that either you will break your word or listen to his invectives. Khmelnytsky bethought himself, panted a while, then said. Let him go then, and give him a baton, as I have said, and 40 Tartars, who will take him to his own camp, so that he may know that Khmelnytsky returns good for good. Then turning to Pan Yen, he added, you know that we are even now. I liked you in spite of your insolence, but if you fall into my hands again you will not escape. Skshetuski went out with Krechovsky. Since the hetman has let you off with your life, said Krechovsky, and you can go where you please, I tell you, for old acquaintance' sake, to seek safety in Warsaw rather than beyond the Dnieper, for you will not leave there alive. Your time has passed. If you were wise you would come to our side, but I know that it is useless to tell you this. You would rise as high as we. To the gallows, muttered Skshetuski. They would not give me the starostaship of Lida, but now I can take, not only 1, but 10 such places. We will drive out the Koniecpolskis, Kalinovskis, Pototskis, Lyubomirskis, Vishnievetskis, Zaslavskis, and all the nobility, and divide their estates, which must be according to the will of God, for he has already given us 2 great victories. Pan Yen was thinking of something else, and did not hear the prating of the colonel, who continued. When after the battle I saw the high mighty hetman of the crown, my lord and benefactor, bound in Tugay Bey's quarters. And he was pleased immediately to call me a Judas and unthankful, I answered him, serene, great voevoda. I am not unthankful, for when I shall be in possession of your castles and property, I will make you my understarosta if you will promise not to get drunk. Oh, ho! Tugay Bey will get ransom for those birds that he has caught, and therefore he spares them, were it not for that, Khmelnytsky and I would talk differently to them. But see! The wagon is ready for you and the Tartars are on hand. Where do you wish to go? To Chigirin. As thou makest thy bed, so wilt thou sleep. The Tartars will conduct you even to Lubny, for such are their orders. See, however, that your prince does not have them impaled, as he surely would Cossacks. This is why Tartars are given to you. The hetman has ordered that your horse be given you. Farewell. Remember us with kindness. Give our hetman's respects to your prince, and if he be persuaded to come to Khmelnytsky with homage, he may find favor. Farewell. Pan Yen seated himself in the wagon, which the Tartars surrounded at once, and they moved on. It was difficult to pass through the square, which was completely packed with Zaporojians and the mob. Both were cooking kasha for themselves, while singing songs over the victory of Jaltia Vodi and Korsun, composed by blind minstrels, a multitude of whom came from all sides to the camp. Between the fires burning under the kasha kettles, lay here and there bodies of murdered women over whom orgies had taken place in the night, or stood pyramids of heads cut from the bodies of killed and wounded soldiers. These bodies and heads had begun to decay and give out an offensive odor, which however did not seem to be at all disagreeable to the assembled crowds. The town bore marks of devastation and the wild license of Zaporojians. Doors and windows were torn out, the shivered fragments of 1,000 objects, mixed with hair and straw, covered the square. The eaves of houses were ornamented with hanged men, for the greater part Jews. And here and there the crowd amused themselves by clinging to the feet of pendant corpses and swinging on them. On one side of the square were the black ruins of burnt buildings, among them those of the parish church. The ruins were hot, and smoke was rising from them. The odor of burning permeated the air. Beyond the burnt houses was the Tartar camp, which Skshetuski had to pass, and crowds of captives watched by Tartar guards. Men from the neighborhood of Chigirin, Cherkasy, and Korsun, who had been unable to hide, or who had not fallen under the axe of the mob, went into captivity. The prisoners were soldiers, captured in the 2 battles. And townspeople of the region about, who had been unable or unwilling to join the uprising, nobles living on their own lands, separately or in communes, officials of understarostas, owners of small tracts of land, village nobles of both sexes, and children. There were no old men, for the Tartars killed them as unfit for sale. They had driven in also whole Russian villages and settlements, an act which Khmelnytsky did not dare to oppose. In many places it happened that men went to the Cossack camp, and as a reward the Tartars burned their cottages, and carried off their wives and children. But in the universal letting loose and growing wild of souls, no one inquired or thought about that. The mob who took arms gave up their native villages, their wives and children. Their wives were taken from them. But they took other and better women, for they were Polish. After they had sated themselves with the charms of these they killed them, or sold them to Tartars. Among the prisoners also were young matrons of the Ukraine, tied by threes and fours to one rope with young women of the petty nobility. Captivity and misfortune equalized condition. The sight of these beings shocked the lieutenant to the bottom of his soul, and roused a thirst for vengeance. Tattered, half-naked, exposed to the vile jeers of pagans who were loitering through curiosity in crowds on the square, pushed, struck, or kissed by disgusting lips, they lost their memory and will. Some sobbed, or resisted loudly. Others, with staring eyes and bewildered faces, yielded passively to everything. Here and there was heard a shriek wrested from some captive, slaughtered without mercy for an outburst of despairing resistance. The cracking of whips, the whistling of ox-hide lashes, was heard among the crowd of men, and was mingled with screams of pain, with the whining of children, the bellowing of cattle, and the neighing of horses. The booty was not yet divided and arranged for removal, therefore the greatest disorder prevailed everywhere. Wagons, horses, horned cattle, camels, sheep, women, men, heaps of stolen clothing, vessels, arms, all, thrust into one enormous camp, waited arrangement and order. Scouting parties drove in from time to time new crowds of people and herds of cattle, laden barges sailed down the coast, and from the chief camp new people arrived continually to sate their eyes with the sight of the collected wealth. Some, drunk on kumis or vodka, dressed in strange costumes, in chasubles and surplices, in robes of Russian priests, or even in women's clothes, began to dispute, quarrel, and scream over the possession of certain articles. The Tartar herdsmen, sitting on the ground among the cattle, amused themselves, some by giving piercing melodies on their pipes, others by playing dice or beating one another with clubs. Crowds of dogs which had followed their masters barked and howled plaintively. Skshetuski at length passed this human Gehenna, full of groans, tears of misery, and hellish sounds. He had expected to breathe more freely. But the moment he was beyond the camp a new and terrible sight struck his eyes. In the distance was the camp proper, from which came a continual neighing of horses, and near which thousands of Tartars swarmed in a field by the side of the road leading to Cherkassy. The youthful warriors amused themselves with shooting for exercise from bows at the weaker prisoners, or the sick who were unable to endure the long road to the Crimea. A number of bodies lay around, thrown on the road, as full of holes as a sieve. Some of them still quivered convulsively. Those at whom they were shooting hung bound by the hands to trees near the roadside. Among these were also old women. Shouts accompanied laughter of approval for good arrow shots. Fine fellows! The bow is in good hands. Around the principal camp they were dressing thousands of cattle and horses for the sustenance of the warriors. The ground was drenched with blood. The sickening odor of raw flesh stifled the breath in the breast, and among the piles of meat red Tartars hurried around with knives in their hands. The day was oppressive, the sun scorching. Skshetuski with his escort barely reached the open field after an hour's traveling, but from afar there came for a long time the tumult and bellowing of cattle from the main camp. Along the road traces of the passage of plunderers were evident. Here and there were burnt gardens, chimneys standing alone, young grain trodden under foot, trees broken, cherry orchards near the cottages cut down for fuel. On the high road lay thickly, in one place, the carcasses of horses. In another the bodies of men mutilated fearfully, blue, swollen, and above and over them flocks of crows and ravens, flying with tumult and noise at the approach of people. The bloody work of Khmelnytsky thrust itself upon the sight everywhere, and it was difficult to understand against whom the man had raised his hands, since his own country groaned first of all under the weight of misfortune. In Mlayev, Skshetuski met Tatar parties urging on new crowds of prisoners. Gorodish was burned to the ground. There remained standing only the stone bell tower of the church, and the old oak tree in the middle of the square, covered with terrible fruit, for upon it were suspended a number of tens of little Jews, hanged there 3 days before. There were killed also many nobles from Konoplanka, Starosilo, Venjovka, Balaklii, Bodachivo. The town itself was empty. For the men had gone to Khmelnytsky, and the women, children, and old men had fled to the woods before the expected invasion by the armies of Prince Yeremy. From Gorodish, Skshetuski went through Smyla, Zabadin, and Novosliets to Chigirin, stopping only to rest his horse. They entered the town on the second day in the afternoon. War had spared the place. Only a few houses were wrecked, and among them that of Chaplinsky was razed to the ground. In the town was stationed Colonel Neokolopoliets, and with him 1,000 Cossacks. But both he and they and the whole population lived in the greatest terror, for they all seemed convinced that the prince might come at any moment and wreak vengeance such as the world had never heard of. It was unknown who had circulated these reports, or where they had come from, fear perhaps had created them. Enough that it was repeated continually that the prince was sailing on the Sula, that he was already on the Dnieper, had burned Vasyutnitz, and had cut off the people in Borisai, and that every approach of men on horseback caused boundless panic. Skshetuski caught up these reports eagerly, for he understood that though false they prevented the extension of the rebellion beyond the Dnieper, where the hand of the prince pressed directly. Skshetuski wished to learn something more certain from Neokolopoliets, but it appeared that the lieutenant colonel, like others, knew nothing about the prince, and would have been glad himself to extract some news from Skshetuski. Since all boats, large and small, had been brought over to that bank of the river, fugitives from the other shore did not come to Chigirin. Skshetuski, without waiting longer in Chigirin, gave orders to be ferried over, and set out for Rozlogi. The assurance that he would soon convince himself of what had happened to Helena, and the hope that perhaps she was safe, or had taken refuge with her aunt and the princes in Lubny, brought back his strength and health. He left the wagon for his horse, and urged without sparing his Tartars, who, thinking him an envoy and themselves attendants given under his command, dared not oppose him. They flew on therefore as if hunted. Behind them rose yellow clouds of dust hurled up by the hoofs of the horses. They swept past farms, gardens, and villages. The country was empty, the habitations of men depopulated, for a long time they could not find a living soul. It is likely, too, that every one hid at their approach. Here and there Skshetuski gave orders to search in orchards and bee gardens, grain mows and the roofs of barns, but they discovered no man. Beyond Pogrebi one of the Tartars first espied a certain human form trying to hide among the rushes which grew on the banks of the Kagamlik. The Tartars rushed to the river, and a few minutes later brought before Skshetuski 2 persons entirely naked. One of them was an old man, the other a stripling, perhaps 15 or 16 years of age. The teeth of both were chattering with terror, and for a long time they were unable to utter a word. "Where are you from?" asked Skshetuski. "Nowhere, sir," answered the old man. "We go begging with a lyre, and this dumb boy leads me." "Where are you coming from now, from what village?" "Speak boldly, nothing will happen to you." "We, sir, traveled through all the villages, till some devil stripped us. We had good boots, he took them, we had good caps, he took them. Good coats from people's charity, he took them, and did not leave the lyre. I ask you, you fool, from what village you come?" "I don't know, sir, I am an old man." "See, we are naked. We are freezing at night, in the daytime we ask the charity of people to cover us and feed us, we are hungry. Listen, louts. Answer my question, or I will hang you." "I don't know, my lord. If I am this or that, or there will be anything, let me alone." It was evident that the old man, unable to decide who his questioner was, determined not to give any answer. "Were you in Rozlogi, where the Princes Khmelnytsky live?" "I don't know, sir." "Hang him," cried Skshetuski. "I was, sir," cried the old man, seeing there was no trifling. "What did you see there?" "We were there 5 days ago, and then in Brovarki, we heard that the knights had come there." "What knights?" "I don't know, sir, one said Poles, another said Cossacks." "To horse," shouted Skshetuski to the Tartars. The party rushed on. The sun was setting precisely as on that day when the lieutenant, after meeting Helena and the princess on the road, rode by them at the side of Rosvan's carriage. The Kagamlik shone with purple, just as it had then. The day went to rest with more quiet, more warmth and calm. But that time Pan Yen rode on with a breast full of happiness and awakening feelings of delight. Now he rushes on like a condemned man, driven by a whirlwind of trouble and evil forebodings. The voice of despair calls from his soul, "Bogan has carried her away, you will never see her again," and a voice of hope, "She is safe." And these voices so pulled him between them that they almost tore his heart asunder. He urged the horses to their last strength. 1 hour followed another. The moon rose and mounted higher and higher, grew paler and paler. The horses were covered with foam, and snorted heavily. They rushed into the forest, it was past in a flash, they rushed into the ravine, beyond the ravine was Rozlogi. Another moment, and the fate of the night would be settled. The wind whistles into his ears from the speed, his cap falls from his head, the horse groans under him as if ready to drop. Another moment, and the ravine opens. At last! At last! Suddenly an unearthly shriek comes from the breast of Skshetuski. The house, granaries, stables, barns, picket fence, and cherry orchard had all disappeared. The pale moon shone upon the hill, and on a pile of black ruins which had ceased to smoke. No sound broke the silence. Skshetuski stood before the trench speechless, he merely raised his hands, looked, and shook his head in bewilderment. The Tartars stopped their horses. He dismounted, sought out the remains of the burned bridge, passed the trench on the crosspieces, and sat on the stone lying in the middle of the yard. Having sat down, he began to look around like a man who tries to recognize a place in which he finds himself for the first time. Presence of mind left him. He uttered no groan. After a while he placed his hands on his knees, dropped his head, and remained motionless. It might have been supposed that he was asleep. Indeed, if not asleep, he had become torpid, and through his brain passed dim visions instead of thoughts. He saw Helena as she looked when he parted with her before his last journey, but her face was veiled as it were by mist, therefore her features could not be distinguished. He wished to bring her out of that misty covering, but could not, and went away with heavy heart. Then there passed before him the square at Chigirin, old Zatsvilikovsky, and the impudent face of Zagloba. That face remained before his eyes with a special persistence, until at length the gloomy visage of Grodzitsky took its place. After that he saw Kudak again, the cataracts, the fight at Hortitsa, the Sach, the whole journey, and all the events to the last day and hour. But farther there was darkness. What was happening to him at the present he saw not. He had only a sort of indefinite feeling that he was going to Helena, to Rozlogi, but his strength had failed, that he was resting on ruins. He wanted to rise and go farther, but an immeasurable weakness bound him to the place, as if a 100-pound ball were fastened to his feet. He sat and sat. The evening was advancing. The Tartars arranged themselves for the night, made a fire, cooked pieces of horse flesh, and having satisfied their hunger, lay down on the ground. But before an hour had passed they sprang to their feet again. From a distance came a noise like the sound made by a great number of cavalry when moving on a hurried march. The Tartars fastened as quickly as possible a white cloth on a pole, and renewed the fire vigorously, so that it might be seen from a distance that they were messengers of peace. The tramp and snorting of horses, the clatter of sabers, came nearer and nearer, and soon there appeared on the road a division of cavalry, which surrounded the Tartars at once. A short parley followed. The Tartars pointed to a figure sitting on the rising ground, which was perfectly visible, for the light of the moon fell on it, and said they were escorting an envoy, but from whom he could tell best himself. The leader of the division went with some of his companions to the rising ground, but had scarcely come up and looked into the face of the sitting man, when he opened his arms and cried, "Skshetuski! By the living God, it is Skshetuski!" The lieutenant did not move. "But, lieutenant, don't you know me? I am Bykovets. What is the matter with you?" The lieutenant was silent. "Rouse yourself, for God's sake. Here, comrade, come to your mind." This was really Pan Bykovets, who was marching in the vanguard of all Vishniovetzky's forces. Other regiments came up. News of the discovery of Pan Yen spread like lightning in the regiments, therefore all hurried to greet their favorite comrade. Little Volodyovsky, the two Slashinskys, Jik, Orpashevsky, Migursky, Yakubovich, Lentz, Pan Longin Podbipienta, and a number of other officers ran as fast as they could to the eminence. But they spoke in vain to him, called him by name, pulled him by the shoulders, tried to raise him up. Skshetuski looked on them with wide-open eyes, and recognized no man. Or rather, on the contrary, he seemed to recognize them, but was completely indifferent to them. Then those who knew of his love for Helena, and indeed all knew that, remembered what place they were in. Looking on the black ruins and the grey ashes, they understood all. "He has lost his mind from grief," said one. "Despair has disturbed his mind. Take him to the priest, when he sees him perhaps he will come to himself." Pan Longin wrung his hands. All surrounded the lieutenant and looked at him with sympathy. Some wiped away their tears, others sighed sadly. Till suddenly a lofty figure appeared, and approaching quietly, placed his hands upon the lieutenant's head. This was the priest, Mukovetsky. All were silent and knelt down as if waiting for a miracle, but the priest performed no miracle. Holding his hands on Pan Yan's head, he raised his eyes to the heavens, which were filled with the light of the moon, and began to pray aloud. Pater noster, Ks in Celes. Sanctificetur nomen tuum, adveniat regnum tuum, fiat voluntas tua. Here he stopped, and after a while repeated more loudly and solemnly, Fiat voluntas tua. A deep silence reigned. Fiat voluntas tua, repeated the priest for the third time. From the mouth of Skshetuski came a voice of measureless pain, but also of resignation, Sicut in Scylla, et in terra. Then the knight threw himself sobbing on the ground. Chapter 17. To explain what had taken place in Rozlogi, we must return to that night when Pan Yen sent Genzian from Kudak with a letter to the old princess. The letter contained an earnest request to take Helena and seek with all haste the protection of Prince Yeremy at Lubny, since war might begin at any moment. Genzian, taking his place in the boat which Pan Grodzitsky sent from Kudak for powder, made his way with slow advance, for they went up the river. At Kremenchuk he met the forces sailing under command of Krachovsky and Barabash, dispatched by the hetmans against Khmelnytsky. Genzian had a meeting with Barabash, whom he informed of the possible danger to Pan Yen on his journey to the Sach. Therefore he begged the old colonel not to fail in making urgent demand for the envoy when he met Khmelnytsky. After this he moved on. They arrived in Chigirin at daylight. They were surrounded at once by a guard of Cossacks inquiring who they were. They answered that they were going from Kudak with a letter from Grodzitsky to the hetmans. Notwithstanding this, the chief of the boat and Genzian were summoned to answer the colonel. "What colonel?" asked the chief. "Loboda," replied the esals of the guard. "The Grand Hetman has ordered him to detain and examine every one coming from the Sach to Chigirin." They went. Genzian walked on boldly, for he expected no harm since he was sent by authority of the hetman. They were taken to the neighborhood of Bellringer's Corner, to the house of Pan Jelensky, where Colonel Loboda's quarters were. But they were informed that the colonel having set out at daybreak for Cherkasy, the lieutenant colonel occupied his place. They waited rather long, at last the door opened, and the expected lieutenant colonel appeared in the room. At the sight of him Genzian's knees trembled under him. It was Bogun. The hetman's power extended really to Chicherin. But since Loboda and Bogun had not yet gone over to Khmelnytsky, but adhered publicly to the Commonwealth, the Grand Hetman had appointed them to Chicherin, and ordered them to maintain guard. Bogun took his place at the table and began to question the newly arrived. The chief of the boat, who brought a letter from Grodzitsky, answered for himself and Genzian. On examination of the letter, the young lieutenant colonel began to inquire carefully what was to be heard in Kudak, and it was evident that he had a great desire to know why Grodzitsky had sent men and a boat to the Grand Hetman. But the chief of the boat could not answer this, and the letter was secured with Pan Grodzitsky's seal. Having finished his inquiries, Bogun was putting his hand to his purse to give the men something to buy beer, when the door opened, and Zagloba burst like a thunderbolt into the room. "Listen, Bogun," cried he. "That traitor Dopula has kept his best triple meat hidden. I went with him to the cellar. I looked, I saw something in the corner, it was hay and it wasn't hay. I asked, 'What is that?' 'Dry hay,' said he. When I looked more closely, the top of a bottle was sticking up, like the head of a Tartar, out of the grass. 'Oh, you son of a such a one,' said I, 'let's divide the labor. Do you eat the hay, for you are an ox. And I will drink the mead, for I am a man. I brought the fat bottle for an honest trial, only let us have the glasses now.' Having said this, Zagloba put one hand on his hip, and with the other raised the bottle above his head and began to sing. 'Hey Yagush, hey Kundush, but give us the glasses. Give a kiss, and then care for naught else.' Here Zagloba, seeing Genzian, stopped suddenly, placed the bottle on the table, and said, 'As God is dear to me. This is Pan Yan's young man.' 'Whose?' asked Bogun, hastily. 'Pan Skshetuski's, the lieutenant who went to Kudak, and before going treated me to such mead from Lubny that I wish all would keep it behind their tavern signs.' 'What is your master doing? Is he well?' 'Well, and asked to be remembered to you,' said Genzian, confused. 'He is a man of mighty courage. How do you come to be in Chicherin? Why did your master send you from Kudak?' 'My master,' said Genzian, 'has his affairs in Lubny, on which he directed me to return, for I had nothing to do in Kudak.' All this time Bogun was looking sharply at Genzian, and suddenly he said, 'I too know your master, I saw him in Rozlogi.' Genzian bent his head, and turning his ear as if he had not heard, inquired, 'Where?' 'In Rozlogi.' 'That place belongs to the Kurtsevichi,' said Zagloba. 'To whom?' asked Genzian again. 'Oh, I see you are hard of hearing,' said Bogun, curtly. 'Because I have not slept enough.' 'You will sleep enough yet. You say that your master sent you to Lubny?' 'Yes.' 'Doubtless he has some sweetheart there,' interrupted Zagloba, 'to whom he sends his love through you.' 'How do I know, worthy sir?' 'Maybe he has, maybe he has not,' said Genzian. Then he bowed to Bogun and Zagloba. 'Praise be to,' said he, preparing to go out. 'Forever,' said Bogun. 'But wait, my little bird, don't be in a hurry. And why did you hide from me that you are the servant of Pan Skshetuski? You didn't ask me, and I thought, what reason have I to talk of anything? Praise be to. Wait, I say. You have some letters from your master. It is his affair to write, and mine to deliver, but only to him to whom they are written. Therefore permit me to bid farewell to you, gentlemen.' Bogun wrinkled his sable brows and clapped his hands. 2 Cossacks entered the room. 'Search him,' cried he, pointing to Genzian. 'As I live, violence is done me. I am a nobleman, though a servant, and, gentlemen, you will answer for this in court.' 'Bogun, let him go,' said Zagloba. But that moment one of the Cossacks found 2 letters in Genzian's bosom, and gave them to the lieutenant colonel. Bogun directed the Cossacks to withdraw at once, for not knowing how to read, he did not wish to expose himself before them. Then turning to Zagloba, he said, 'Read, and I will look after this young fellow.' Zagloba shut his left eye, on which he had a cataract, and read the address. To my gracious lady and benefactress, Princess Kurtsevachova in Rozlogi. So you, my little falcon, are going to Lubny, and you don't know where Rozlogi is? Said Bogan, surveying Genzian with a terrible look. Where they send me, there I go. Am I to open it? The seal of a nobleman is sacred, remarked Zagloba. The hetman has given me the right to examine all letters. Open and read. Zagloba opened and read. My gracious lady, I inform you that I have arrived in Kudak, from which, with God's assistance, I shall go tomorrow morning to the Sage. But now I am writing in the night, not being able to sleep from anxiety lest something may happen to you from that bandit Bogan and his scoundrels. Pan Grodzitsky tells me that we are on the eve of a great war, which will rouse the mob. Therefore I implore and beseech you this minute, even before the steppes are dry, even if on horseback, to go with the princess to Lubny, and not to neglect this, for I shall not be able to return for a time. Which request you will be pleased to grant at once, so that I may be sure of the happiness of my betrothed and rejoice after my return. And what need have you of dallying with Bogan and throwing sand in his eyes from fear, after you have given the princess to me? It is better to take refuge under the protection of my master, the prince, who will not fail to send a garrison to Rozlogi, and thus you will save your property. In the meanwhile I have the honor, etc. Ho, ho. My friend Bogan, said Zagloba, the hussar wants in some way to put horns on you. So you have been paying compliments to the same girl. Why didn't you speak of this? But be comforted, for once upon a time it happened to me. But the joke that he had begun died suddenly on his lips. Bogan sat motionless at the table, but his face was pale and drawn, as if by convulsions, his eyes closed, his brows contracted. Something terrible had happened to him. What's the matter? Asked Zagloba. The Cossack began to wave his hand feverishly, and from his lips issued a suppressed hoarse voice, read the other letter. The other is to Princess Helena. Read. Read. Zagloba began. Sweetest, beloved Holshko, mistress and queen of my heart. Since in the service of the prince I had but little time to stop at Rozlogi, I write therefore to your aunt, that you and she go to Lubny, where no harm can happen to you from Bogan. And our mutual affection cannot be exposed to interruption. Enough! Cried Bogan, and jumping up in madness from the table, he sprang toward Genzian. The unfortunate young fellow, struck straight in the breast, groaned and fell to the floor. Frenzy carried Bogan away. He threw himself on Zagloba and snatched the letters from him. Zagloba, seizing the fat bottle of mead, sprang to the stove and cried out. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, have you grown wild, man, or mad? Calm down. Be mild. Stick your head in the water pail. 100 devils take you. Do you hear me? Blood! Blood, howled Bogan. Have you lost your mind? Thrust your head in the water pail, I tell you. You have blood already, you have spilt innocent blood. That unfortunate youth is already breathless. The devil has snared you, or you are the devil yourself with something to boot. Come to your senses, the deuce take you, you son of a pagan. While crying out in this fashion, Zagloba pushed around to the other side of the table, and bending over Genzian felt of his breast and put his hand to his mouth, from which blood was flowing freely. Bogan seized himself by the head, and howled like a wounded wolf. Then he dropped on the bench, without ceasing to howl, for the spirit within was torn from rage and pain. Suddenly he sprang up, ran to the door, kicked it open, and hurried to the anteroom. I hope you will break your neck, muttered Zagloba to himself. Go and smash your head against the stable or the barn, though, as a horned beast, you can knock your head without danger. But he is a fury. I have never seen anything like him in my life. He snapped his teeth like a dog going to bite. But this boy is alive yet, poor fellow. In truth, if this mead won't help him, he lied when he said he was a noble. Thus muttering, Zagloba placed Genzian's head on his knees and began to pour the mead through his blue lips. "We will see if you have good blood in you. If it is Jewish, when mixed with mead or wine it will boil, if clownish, being torpid and heavy, it will sink. Only the blood of a noble becomes lively and forms excellent liquor, which gives manhood and daring to the body. The Lord gave different drinks to different people, so that each one might have his own appropriate pleasure." Genzian groaned faintly. "Ah, ha! You want more." "No, brother, let me have some too, that's the style. Now, since you have given sign of life, I think I'll take you to the stable and put you somewhere in a corner, so that dragon of a Cossack may not tear you to pieces when he gets back. He is a dangerous friend, the devil take him. For I see that his hand is quicker than his wit." Zagloba raised Genzian from the floor with ease, showing unusual strength, carried him to the anteroom, and then to the yard, where a number of Cossacks were playing dice on a rug spread on the ground. They greeted him, and he said, "Boys, take this youngster for me, put him on the hay, and let some one run for a barber." The command was obeyed immediately, for Zagloba as a friend of Bogun enjoyed consideration among the Cossacks. "And where is the colonel?" he asked. "He ordered his horse and went to the regimental quarters. He commanded us also to be ready and have our horses saddled." "Is mine ready?" "Ready." "Then bring it, I will find the colonel at the regiment." "But here he comes." In fact, Bogun was to be seen through the arched gateway riding from the square. After him appeared in the distance the lances of 100 and some tens of Cossacks, apparently ready for the march. "To horse!" cried Bogun to the Cossacks who had remained in the yard. All moved quickly. Zagloba went through the gate, and looked attentively at the young leader. "You are going on a journey?" asked he. "Yes." "And whither is the devil taking you?" "To a wedding." Zagloba drew nearer. "Fear God, my son. The hetman ordered you to guard the town. You are going away yourself, and taking the Cossacks with you, disobeying orders. Here the mob is merely waiting a favorable moment to rush on the nobility. You will destroy the town and expose yourself to the wrath of the hetman. To the devil with the hetman and the town. It is a question of your head. What do I care for that?" Zagloba saw that it was useless to talk with the Cossack. He had made up his mind, and though he were to bury himself and others, he was determined to carry his point. Zagloba guessed, too, where the expedition was going, but he did not know himself what to do, whether to go with Bogun or to remain. It was dangerous to go, for it was the same as to enter upon a hazardous and criminal affair in rough, warlike times. But to remain? The mob was in fact only waiting for news from the Sage, the moment of signal for slaughter. And maybe they would not have waited at all had it not been for Bogun's 1,000 Cossacks and his authority in the Ukraine. Zagloba might have taken refuge in the camp of the hetmans. But he had his reasons for not doing that, whether it was a sentence for having killed someone or some little defect in accounts he himself only knew, it is sufficient that he did not wish to show himself. He was sorry to leave Chigirin, it was so pleasant for him, no one inquired about anything there, and Zagloba had become so accustomed to everybody, to the nobility, the managers of crown estates, and the Cossack elders. True, the elders had scattered in different directions, and the nobility sat in their corners fearing the storm, but Bogun was the prince of companions and drinkers. Having become acquainted at the glass, he made friends with Zagloba straightway. After that one was not seen without the other. The Cossacks scattered gold for two, the noble lied, and each being of restless mind was happy with the other. But when it came to him either to remain in Chigirin and fall under the knife of the rabble or to go with Bogun, Zagloba decided for the latter. "If you are so determined," said he, "I will go too, I may be of use or restrain you when necessary. We have become altogether accustomed to each other, but I had no thought of anything like this." Bogun made no answer. Half an hour later 200 Cossacks were in marching order. Bogun rode to the head of them, and with him Zagloba. They moved on. The peasants standing here and there on the square looked at them from under their brows, and whispered, discussing about where they were going, whether they would return soon or would not return. Bogun rode on in silence, shut up in himself, mysterious and gloomy as night. The Cossacks asked not whither he was leading them. They were ready to go with him even to the end of the earth. After crossing the Dnieper, they appeared on the highway to Lubny. The horses went at a trot, raising clouds of dust, but as the day was hot and dry, they were soon covered with foam. They slackened their pace then, and stretched out in a straggling band along the road. Bogun pushed ahead. Zagloba came up abreast of him, wishing to begin conversation. The face of the young leader was calmer, but mortal grief was clearly depicted on it. It seemed as if the distance in which his glance was lost toward the north beyond the Kagamlik, the speed of the horse, and the breeze of the steppe were quieting the storm within him, which was roused by the reading of the letters brought by Genzian. "The heat flies down from heaven," said Zagloba. "It is feverish even in a linen coat, for there is no breeze whatever." "Bogun! Look here, Bogun!" The leader gazed with his deep, dark eyes as if roused from sleep. "Be careful, my son," said Zagloba, "that you are not devoured by melancholy, which when it leaves the liver, its proper seat, strikes the head and may soon destroy a man's reason. I did not know that you were such a hero of romance. It must be that you were born in May, which is the month of Venus, in which there is so much sweetness in the air that even one shaving begins to feel an affection for another. Therefore men who are born in that month have greater curiosity in their bones for women than other men. But he has the advantage who succeeds in curbing himself, therefore I advise you to let revenge alone. You may justly cherish hatred against the Khmelnytsky, but is she the only girl in the world?" Bogun, as if in answer not to Zagloba but to his own grief, said in a voice more like that of reverie than conversation. "She is the one cuckoo, the only one on earth. Even if that were true, if she calls for another, she is nothing to you. It is rightly said that the heart is a volunteer, under whatever banner it wants to serve, under that it serves. Remember too that the girl is of high blood, for the Khmelnytsky I hear are of princely family. Those are lofty thresholds. To the devil with your thresholds, families, and parchments." Here Bogun struck with all his force on the hilt of his sword. "This is my family, this is my right and parchment, this is my matchmaker and best man. Oh, traitors! Oh, cursed blood of the enemy! A Cossack was good enough for you to be a friend and a brother with whom to go to the Crimea, get Turkish wealth, divide spoils. Oh! You fondled him and called him a son, betrothed the maiden to him. Now what? A noble came, a petted Pole. You deserted the Cossack, the son, the friend, plucked out his heart. She is for another, and do you gnaw the earth, Cossack, if you like?" The voice of the leader trembled. He ground his teeth, and struck his broad breast till an echo came from it as from an underground cave. Silence followed. Bogun breathed heavily. Pain and anger rent in succession the wild soul of the Cossack, which knew no restraint. Zagloba waited till he should become wearied and quiet. "What do you wish to do, unhappy hero? How will you act?" "Like a Cossack in Cossack fashion." "Oh, I see there is something ahead. But no more of this. One thing I will tell you, that the place is within Vishniovetzky's rule and Lubny is not distant. Pan Skshetuski wrote to the princess to take refuge there with the maiden, which means that they are under the prince's protection. And the prince is a fierce lion. The Khan is a lion, and I rushed up to his throat and held the light to his eyes. What, you crazy brain? Do you wish to declare war against the prince? Khmelnytsky has rushed on the hetmans. What do I care for your prince?" Pan Zagloba became still more alarmed. "Shoo! To the devil with this. This smells simply of rebellion. Vis armata, raptus puelli, and rebellion. This comes to the executioner, the rope, and the gallows. A splendid six in hand, you may go high in it, if not far. The Khmelnytsky will defend themselves. What of that? Either I must perish, or they. I would have given my life for the Khmelnytsky, since I held them as brothers, and the old princess as a mother. Into her eyes I looked as a dog looks. And when the Tartars caught Vasily, who went to the Crimea and rescued him, I loved them and served them as a slave, for I thought that I was earning the maiden. And for this they sold me like a slave to an evil fate and misfortune. They drove me away. But I will go now, and first I will bow down to them in return for the bread and salt that I have eaten in their house, and I will pay them in Cossack fashion. I will go, for I know my road. And where will you go, when you begin with the prince, to the camp of Khmelnytsky? If they had given me the girl, I should have been your Polish brother, your friend, your saber, your sworn soul, your dog. I should have taken my Cossacks, called others together in the Ukraine, then moved against Khmelnytsky, and my own brothers, the Zaporojians, and torn them with hoofs. Did I wish reward for this? No. I should have taken the girl and gone beyond the Dnieper, to the steppes of God, to the wild meadows, to the quiet waters. That would have been enough for me, but now. Now you have become enraged. Bogun made no answer, struck his horse with the nogaika, and rushed on. But Zagloba began to think of the trouble into which he had got himself. There was no doubt that Bogun intended to attack the Khmelnytsky, to avenge the injustice done him, and carry off the girl by force. Zagloba would have kept him company, even in an undertaking like this. In the Ukraine such affairs happened frequently, and sometimes they went unpunished. True, when the offender was not a noble, such a deed became complicated, more dangerous. But the enforcement of justice on a Cossack was difficult, for where was he to be found and seized? After the deed he escaped to the wild steppe, beyond the reach of human hand, and how many could see him? When war broke out, and Tartars invaded the country, the offender appeared again, for at such times laws were asleep. In this way Bogun, too, might save himself from responsibility. Besides, Zagloba had no need of giving him active assistance, and taking on himself half the fault. He would not have done this in any case. For though Bogun was his friend, still it did not beseem Zagloba, a noble, to engage with a Cossack against a noble, especially as he was acquainted with Skshetuski, and had drunk with him. Zagloba was a disturber of no common order, but his turbulence had a certain limit. To frolic in the public houses of Chigirin, with Bogun and other Cossack elders, especially at their expense, but it was well too, in view of Cossack troubles, to have such people as friends. Zagloba, though he had got a scratch here and there, was very careful of his own skin, therefore he saw at once that through this friendship he had got into a desperate muddle. For it was clear that if Bogun should carry off the maiden, the betrothed of Vishniovetzky's lieutenant and favorite, he would come into collision with the prince. Then nothing would remain for him but to take refuge with Khmelnytsky and join the rebellion. To this Zagloba mentally opposed his positive veto. To join the rebellion for the beautiful eyes of Bogun was altogether beyond his intention, and besides he feared Yeremy as he did fire. "Oh, misery," muttered he to himself. "I have caught the devil by the tail, and this time he will catch me by the head and twist my neck. May lightning strike this Bogun, with his girl face in his Tartar hand. I've gone to a wedding, indeed, a regular dog fight, as God is dear to me. May lightning strike all the Khmelnytsky and all the women. What have I to do with them? They are not necessary to me. No matter who has the grist, they will grind it on me. And for what? Do I want to marry? Let the evil one marry, it is all the same to me. What business have I in this affair? If I go with Bogun, then Vishniovetzky will flay me, if I leave Bogun, the peasants will kill me, or he will do it without waiting for them. The worst of all is to be intimate with a bear. I am in a nice plight. I should rather be the horse on which I am sitting, than Zagloba. I've come out on Cossack folly. I've hung to a water burner. Justly, therefore, will they flay me on both sides." While occupied with these thoughts, Zagloba sweated terribly, and fell into worse humor. The heat was great. The horse traveled with difficulty, for he had not been on the road for a long time, and Pan Zagloba was a heavy man. Merciful God! What would he have given then to be sitting in the shade at an inn, over a glass of cool beer, not to weary himself in the heat and rush on over the scorching steppe? Though Bogun was in a hurry, he slackened his pace, for the heat was terrible. They fed the horses a little. During that time Bogun spoke to the esals, apparently gave them orders, for up to that time they did not know where they were going. The last word of the command reached Zagloba's ear. "Wait the pistol shot." "Very well, father." Bogun turned suddenly to Zagloba. "You will go in advance with me." "I?" asked Zagloba, in evident bad humor. "I love you so much that I have already sweated out one half of my soul, why should I not sweat out the other half? We are like a coat and its lining, and I hope the devil will take us together, which is all the same to me, for I think it cannot be hotter in hell than here. Forward!" At breakneck speed. They moved on, and soon after them the Cossacks. But the latter rode slowly, so that in a short time they were a good distance in the rear, and finally were lost to sight. Bogun and Zagloba rode side by side in silence, both in deep thought. Zagloba pulled his mustache, and it was evident that he was working vigorously with his brain. He was planning, perhaps, how to extricate himself from the whole affair. At times he muttered something to himself half-audibly. Then again he looked at Bogun, on whose face was depicted now unrestrained anger, now grief. It is a wonder, thought Zagloba to himself, that though such a beauty, he was not able to bring the girl to his side. He is a Cossack, it is true, but a famous knight and a lieutenant colonel, who sooner or later will become a noble, unless he joins the rebellion, which depends entirely on himself. Pan Skshetuski is a respectable cavalier and good-looking, but he cannot compare in appearance with the Cossack, who is as beautiful as a picture. Ha! They will grapple when they meet, for both are champions of no common kind. Bogun, do you know Pan Skshetuski well? Asked Zagloba, suddenly. No, answered the Cossack, briefly. You will have difficult work with him. I saw him when he opened the door for himself with Chaplinsky. He is a Goliath in drinking as well as fighting. Bogun made no reply, and again they were both buried in their own thoughts and anxieties, following which, Zagloba repeated from time to time, so there is no help. Some hours passed. The sun had traveled far to the west, toward Chigirin. From the east a cool breeze sprang up. Zagloba took off his lynx-skin cap, raised his hand to his sweat-moistened head, and repeated again, so there is no help. Bogun roused himself, as if from sleep. What do you say? He inquired. I say that it will be dark directly. Is it far yet? No. In an hour it had grown dark in earnest, but they had already reached a woody ravine. At the end of the ravine a light was gleaming. That is Rozlogi, said Bogun, suddenly. Is it? Phew! There is something cold in that ravine. Bogun reined in his horse. Wait, said he. Zagloba looked at him. The eyes of the leader, which had the peculiarity of shining in the night, were gleaming at that moment like a pair of torches. Both of them stood for a long time motionless at the edge of the ravine. At length the snorting of horses was heard in the distance. These were Bogun's Cossacks coming on slowly from the depth of the forest. The Asal approached for orders, which Bogun whispered in his ear, then the Cossacks halted again. Forward! Said Bogun to Zagloba. Soon the dark masses of buildings around the mansion, the storehouses and well sweeps stood in outline before their eyes. It was quiet in the yard. The dogs did not bark. A great golden moon shone above the buildings. From the garden came the odor of the cherry and apple blossoms. Everywhere it was quiet, a night so wonderful that in truth it lacked only the sound of a lyre somewhere under the windows of the beautiful princess. There was light yet in some parts of the house. The two horsemen approached the gate. Who is there? Called the voice of the night guard. Don't you know me, Maxim? Oh, that is you. Glory to God. For the ages of ages. Open the gate. And how is it with you? All is well. You haven't been in Rozlogi for a long time. The hinges of the gate squeaked sharply, the bridge fell over the fosse, and the two horsemen rode into the square. Look here, Maxim. Don't shut the gate, and don't raise the bridge, for I am going out directly. Oh. You hurry as if you had come for fire. True. Tie the horse to the post. Chapter 18. The Khmelnytsky were not sleeping yet. They were supping in that anteroom, filled with weapons, which extended the whole width of the house, from the garden to the square on the other side. At the sight of Bogun and Zagloba, they sprang to their feet. On the face of the princess was reflected not only astonishment, but displeasure and fright as well. Only two of the young men were present, Simeon and Nikolai. "Oh, Bogun!" exclaimed the princess. "But what are you here for?" "I came to do you homage, mother." "Are you not glad to see me?" "I am glad to see Jan, glad, but I wonder that you came, for I heard that you were on guard in Chicherin. But whom has God sent to us with you?" "This is Pan Zagloba, a noble, my friend." "We are glad to see you, sir," said the princess. "We are glad," repeated Simeon and Nikolai. "Worthy lady," said Zagloba, "an untimely guest, it is true, is worse than a Tartar, but it is known also that whoever wishes to enter heaven must receive the traveler into his house, give meat to the hungry, and drink to the thirsty." "Sit down, then. Eat and drink," said the old princess. "We are thankful that you have come. But, Bogun, I did not expect to see you, perhaps you have some business with us." "Perhaps I have," answered Bogun, slowly. "What is it?" asked the princess, disturbed. "When the moment comes, we will talk about it. Let us rest a little. I have come straight from Chicherin. It is evident that you were in a hurry to see us. And whom should I be in a hurry to see, if not you? Is Princess Helena well?" "Well," replied the old lady, dryly. "I should like to gladden my eyes with her. Helena is sleeping. That is too bad, for I shall not stay long." "Where are you going?" "War, mother. There is no time for aught else. Any moment the hetmans may send us to the field, and it will be a pity to strike Zaporogians. Was it seldom that we went with them for Turkish booty? Isn't it true, princes? We sailed upon the sea with them, ate bread and salt with them, drank and caroused, and now we are their enemies." The princess looked quickly at Bogun. The thought flashed through her mind that perhaps Bogun intended to join the rebellion, and came to tamper with her sons. "And what do you think of doing?" inquired she. "I, mother? Well, it is hard to strike our own, but it is demanded." "That is what we will do," said Simeon. "Khmelnytsky is a traitor," added the young Nikolai. "Death to traitors," said Bogun. "Let the hangmen light their way," added Zagloba. Bogun began to speak again, "So it is in this world. He who today is your friend is tomorrow a Judas. It is impossible to trust any one." "Except good people," said the princess. "True, you can believe good people, therefore I believe and love you, for you are good people, not traitors." There was something so strange in the voice of the leader that in a moment deep silence reigned. Zagloba looked at the princess, and blinked with his sound eye, but the princess fixed her glance on Bogun. He spoke on, "War does not give life to men, but death, therefore I wanted to see you once more before going to the field. And you would mourn over me, for you are my friends from the heart, are you not?" "We are, as God is our aid. From childhood we have known you." "You are our brother," added Simeon. "You are princes, you are nobles, and you did not despise the Cossack. You took him to your house and promised him the maiden, your relative, for you knew that for the Cossack there was neither life nor existence without her, so you had mercy on the Cossack." "There is nothing to talk about," said the princess, hurriedly. "But there is, mother, something to talk about. For you are my benefactress, and I have asked of this noble, my friend, to make me his son and give me his escutcheon, so that you may not be ashamed to give your relative to a Cossack. Pan Zagloba has agreed to this, and we shall seek the permission of the Diet, and when the war is over we'll go to the Grand Hetman, who is kind to me. He can assist. He too acquired nobility for Krechovsky. God give you aid, said the princess. You are sincere people, and I thank you. But before the war I should like to hear once more from your lips that you give me the maiden, and that you will keep your word. The word of a noble is not smoke, and you are a princess. Bogan spoke with a slow and solemn voice, but at the same time in his speech there vibrated, as it were, a threat declaring that there must be consent to what he demanded. The old princess looked at her sons. They looked at her, and for a moment silence continued. Suddenly the falcon, sitting on her perch by the wall, began to make a noise, though it was long before daylight. Others followed her. The great eagle woke, shook his wings, and began to scream. The pitch pine burned low, it was growing gloomy and dark in the room. Nikolai, put wood on the fire, said the old princess. The young prince threw on more wood. Well, do you consent? Inquired Bogan. We must ask Helena. Let her speak for herself, you speak for yourselves. Do you promise? We promise, said the mother. We promise, said the sons. Bogan stood up suddenly, and turning to Zagloba, said with a clear voice. My friend Zagloba, ask for the maiden too, maybe they will give her to you. What do you mean, Cossack? Are you drunk? Cried the princess. Bogan, in place of an answer, took out Skshetuski's letter, and turning to Zagloba, said, Read. Zagloba took the letter, and began to read it in the midst of deep silence. When he had finished, Bogan crossed his arms on his breast. To whom then do you give the girl? Asked he. Bogan. The voice of the Cossack became like the hiss of a serpent, traitors, murderers, faithbreakers, Judases. Sons, to your sabers, screamed the princess. The princes sprang like lightning to the walls, and seized their arms. Quiet, gentlemen, quiet, began Zagloba. But before he had finished speaking, Bogan drew a pistol from his belt and fired. Jesus, groaned Prince Simeon. Advancing a step, he began to beat the air with his hands, and fell heavily on the floor. People, to the rescue, screamed the princess, in despair. But that moment, in the yard and from the side of the garden, were heard other volleys. The windows and the doors flew open with a crash, and several tens of Cossacks rushed into the room. Destruction, thundered wild voices. The alarm bell was tolled on the square. The birds in the room began to scream. Uproar, firing, and shouts took the place of the recent quiet of a drowsy house. The old princess threw herself, howling like a wolf, on the body of Simeon, shuddering in the last convulsions. But soon 2 Cossacks seized her by the hair and drew her aside. Meanwhile Nikolai, driven to the corner of the room, defended himself with fury and the boldness of a lion. Aside, cried Bogan suddenly, to the Cossacks around him. Aside! Repeated he, with a thundering voice. The Cossacks withdrew. They thought that he wished to save the life of the young man. But Bogan himself, with saber in hand, rushed on the prince. Now began a terrible hand-to-hand struggle, on which the princess, whose hair was grasped by 4 iron hands, looked with glaring eyes and open mouth. The young prince hurled himself like a storm on the Cossack, who, retreating slowly, led him out into the middle of the room. Then suddenly stooping, he parried a powerful blow, and from defense changed to attack. The Cossacks, holding their breath, let their sabers hang, and motionless, as if fastened to the floor, followed with their eyes the course of the conflict. Only the breathing and panting of the combatants were heard in the silence, with the gnashing of teeth, and the sharp click of the sword striking each other. For a while it appeared as if Bogan would yield to the gigantic power and obstinacy of the youth, for he began again to retreat and defend himself. His countenance was contracted as if by overexertion. Nikolai redoubled his blows. Dust rose from the floor and covered the 2 men with a cloud, but through the masses of it the Cossacks saw blood flowing from the face of their leader. All at once Bogan sprang aside, the prince's sword struck the empty air. Nikolai staggered from the effort and bent forward. That instant the Cossack struck him such a blow on the neck that he dropped as if struck by lightning. The joyful cries of the Cossacks were mingled with the unearthly shriek of the princess. It seemed as though the ceiling would break from the noise. The struggle was finished. The Cossacks rushed at the weapons hanging along the walls, and began to pull them down, tearing from one another the most costly sabers and daggers, and trampling upon the bodies of the princes and their own comrades who had fallen at the hands of Nikolai. Bogun permitted everything. He stood at the door leading to Helena's rooms, guarding the way. He breathed heavily from weariness, his face was pale and bloody, for the sword of the prince had struck his head twice. His wandering look passed from the body of Nikolai to the body of Simeon, and then fell upon the blue face of the princess, whom the Cossacks, holding by the hair, pressed to the floor with their knees. For she was tearing herself from their hands to the bodies of her children. The tumult and confusion in the room increased every moment. The Cossacks tied the servants with ropes and tormented them without mercy. The floor was covered with blood and dead bodies, the room filled with smoke from pistol shots. The walls were stripped, the birds killed. All at once the door at which Bogun stood was opened wide. He turned and started back. In the door appeared the blind Vasily, and at his side Helena, dressed in a white gown, pale herself as the gown, with eyes starting out from terror, and with open mouth. Vasily carried in both hands a cross, which he held as high as his face. In the midst of the uproar in the room, in the presence of the corpses, and the blood scattered in pools on the floor, in front the glitter of sabers and of flashing eyes, that lofty figure had an appearance of wonderful solemnity. Emaciated, with hair growing gray, and with depressions instead of eyes, you would have said that it was a spirit, or a dead body which had left its shroud and was coming for the punishment of crime. The clamor ceased. The Cossacks drew back in affright. Silence was broken by the calm, but painful and groaning voice of the prince. In the name of the Father, the Savior, the Spirit, and the Holy Virgin. Oh, you men who come from distant lands, do you come in the name of God, for blessed is the wayfarer who goes announcing the word of God. And do you bring good news? Are you apostles? A death-like stillness reigned after the words of Vasily. But he turned slowly with the cross to one side and then the other, and continued. Woe to you, brothers, for whoso makes war for gain or vengeance will be damned forever. Let us pray, so that we obtain mercy. Woe to you, brothers, woe to me. Woe! 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 A groan came from the breast of the prince. Lord, have mercy upon us, answered the dull voices of the Cossacks, who under the influence of fear began to make the sign of the cross in terror. Suddenly a wild piercing shriek from the princess was heard, Vasily. Vasily. There was something in her voice as full of anguish as in the last voice of life passing away. But the Cossacks pressing her with their knees knew that she could not escape from their hands. The prince shuddered, but immediately covered himself with the cross, on the side from which the voice came, and said, O, lost soul, crying from the abyss, woe to thee! Lord, have mercy upon us, repeated the Cossacks. To me, said Bogun to the Cossacks that moment, and he staggered. The Cossacks sprang and supported him under the shoulders. You are wounded, father. I am. But that is nothing, I have lost blood. Here, boys. Guard this young woman as the eyes in your head. Surround the house, let no one out. Princess. He could say no more, his lips grew white, and his eyes were covered with a mist. Bear the ataman to the rooms. Cried Zagloba, who creeping out of some corner or another appeared unexpectedly at Bogun's side. This is nothing, nothing at all, said he, feeling the wounds with his fingers. He will be well tomorrow. I will take care of him. Mix up bread and spider webs for me. You, boys, go off to the devil with yourselves, to frolic with the girls in the servants' quarters, for you have nothing to do here, but let two carry the ataman. Take him, that's the way. Be off now. What are you standing here for? I will take care of the house, I will look after everything. 2 Cossacks carried Bogun to the adjoining room, the rest went out of the antechamber. Zagloba approached Helena, and rapidly blinking his one eye, said in a quick low voice. I am Pan Skshetuski's friend, have no fear. Only put your prophet to bed and wait for me. Having said this, he went to the room in which the 2 esals had put Bogun on a Turkish divan. Then he sent them for bread and spider webs. And when these were brought from the servants' quarters he set about nursing the young ataman with the dexterity which every noble possessed at that period, and which he acquired in plastering heads cut up in duels at the petty diets. Tell the Cossacks, said he to the esals, that tomorrow the ataman will be as well as a fish, and not to trouble about him. He got a scratch, but came out splendidly, and tomorrow he can have his wedding even without a priest. If there is a wine cellar in the house, then you may use it. See, his wounds are dressed already. Now go, that the ataman may rest. The esals moved toward the door. But don't drink the whole cellar dry, added Zagloba. Sitting at Bogun's pillow, he looked at him attentively. Well, the devil won't take you on account of these wounds, though you got good ones. You won't move hand or foot for 2 days, muttered he to himself, looking at the pale face and closed eyes of the Cossack. The saber was unwilling to cheat the executioner, for you are his property and from him you will not escape. When they hang you the devil will make a doll out of you for his imps, as you are pretty-faced. No, brother, you drink well, but you will drink no longer with me. You may seek companions for yourself among crawfish dealers, for I see that you like to kill people, but I will not fall upon noble houses with you in the night. May the hangman light your way. Bogun groaned slightly. Oh, groan and sigh. Tomorrow you'll groan better. But wait, you Tartar soul, you wanted the princess. I don't wonder, for she is a beauty, but if you get her, then I'll let the dogs eat my wit. Hair will grow on the palms of my hands first. The uproar and hum of many voices came from the square to the ears of Zagloba. Ah! They have got to the cellar surely, he muttered. Drink like horseflies, so that you will sleep well. I will watch for all of you, though I don't know whether you will be glad of my watching tomorrow. Then he rose to see if the Cossacks had really made the acquaintance of the princess's cellar, and went to the anteroom, where a terrible sight met his eyes. In the middle of the room lay the bodies of Simeon and Nikolai, already cold, and in the corner of the room the body of the princess in a sitting posture, inclined just as she had been bent by the Cossacks. Her eyes were open, her teeth exposed. The fire, burning in the chimney, filled the whole room with a faint light, trembling in pools of blood. The depth of the room was obscure in the shadow. Zagloba approached the princess to see if she was breathing, and placed his hand on her face. It was cold already. He hurried to the square, for terror seized him in that room. The Cossacks had begun their revel on the outside. Fires had been kindled, by the light of which Zagloba saw barrels of mead, wine, and spirits with the heads broken in. The Cossacks dipped from them as from a well, and drank with all their might. Some, already warmed by drink, chased the young women from the servants' quarters. Some of the young women, seized by fright, struggled and ran away, springing through the fire, others amidst bursts of laughter and shouting allowed themselves to be caught and drawn toward the barrels or fires at which they were dancing the Kosachka. The Cossacks rushed into the dance as if mad, in front of them the girls now pushing forward, now retreating before the violent movements of their partners. The spectators either kept time with tin cups or sang. Cries of "Yuha" were heard louder and louder, with the accompaniment of howling of dogs, neighing of horses, and bellowing of cattle to be slaughtered for the feast. At the distant fires were seen peasants from around Rozlogi, neighbors, who at the sound of shots and cries had rushed from the village in crowds to see what was going on. They did not think of defending the princess, for the Khmelnytsky were hated in the place. They only looked on the reveling of the Cossacks, elbowing one another, whispering, and approaching nearer and nearer the barrels of vodka and mead. The orgies grew more and more tumultuous, the drinking increased. The Cossacks no longer dipped from the barrels with cups, but thrust their heads in up to the neck, and sprinkled the dancing girls with vodka and mead. Their faces were inflamed, steam rose from their heads, and some were already staggering. Zagloba, coming out on the porch, cast his eye on the drinking crowd, then looked carefully at the sky. "Clear, but dark," he muttered. "When the moon goes down you might strike them in the face, they wouldn't see you. Go on, my boys," he cried, "go on. Don't spare yourselves, your teeth won't grow stiff. A fool is he who won't drink today to the health of his ataman. Go on with the barrels. Go on with the girls. Yuha! Yuha!" shouted the Cossacks, joyfully. Zagloba looked around on every side. "Oh, you wretches, rogues, good-for-nothings," shouted he, all at once. "You drink yourselves like horses after a journey, but to the men on guard around the house not a drop. Hello there! Change the guards for me this minute." The order was executed without delay, and in a moment a number of tipsy Cossacks ran to relieve the guards, who up to that time had taken no part in the revelry. They came in at once with a haste easily understood. "Help yourselves!" cried Zagloba, "help yourselves," pointing to the barrels. "We thank you," answered the Cossacks, dipping in the cups. "In an hour relieve these for me." "Very well," said the Asal. It seemed quite natural to the Cossacks that Zagloba should take the command in place of Bogan. It had happened already more than once, and they were glad of it because he always permitted them everything. The guards therefore drank with the others. Zagloba entered into conversation with the peasants of Rozlogi. "Well, my man," asked he of an old sub-neighbor, "is it far from here to Lubny?" "Oh, very far, very far." "Could a man get there by morning?" "Oh, no." "In the afternoon?" "In the afternoon, perhaps." "And how do you go there?" "By the high road." "Is there a high road?" "Oh, yes. Prince Yeremy commanded that there should be a road, and there it is." Zagloba spoke loud on purpose, so that in the shouting and noise a large number of Cossacks might hear him. "Give them vodka too," said he to the Cossacks, pointing to the peasants. "But first give me some mead, for the night is cold." One of the Cossacks drew mead from the barrel into a gallon pail, which he passed on his cap to Zagloba. Zagloba took the pail carefully in both hands, so that it should not overflow, raised it to his lips, and pushing his head back, began to drink slowly, but without drawing breath. He drank and drank, till the Cossacks began to wonder. "Look at him," said one to another, "plague take him." Meanwhile Zagloba's head went back slowly, till at last he took the gallon measure from his reddened face, pursed out his lips, raised his brows, and said, as if to himself, "Oh, it is not bad. Old mead, evident at once that it is not bad. A pity to give such mead to your scoundrelly throats. Dregs would be good enough for you. Strong mead. I know that it has comforted me, and that I feel a little better." Indeed, Pan Zagloba felt better, his head became clear, he grew daring. And it was evident that his blood mixed with mead formed the excellent liquor of which he had spoken himself, and from which bravery and daring went through the whole man. He beckoned to the Cossacks to drink more, and turning, passed with a leisurely step along the whole yard. He examined every corner carefully, crossed the bridge over the fosse, and went around the picket fence to see if the guards were watching the house carefully. The first sentry was asleep, the second, the third, and the fourth also. They were weary from the journey, and besides had come to their posts drunk, and had fallen asleep straightway. "I might steal any one of them, and make him my man," said Zagloba. Then he turned straight to the yard, entered the ill-omened anteroom again, looked at Bogan, and seeing that he gave no sign of life, withdrew to Helena's door, and opening it quietly, entered the room, from which there came a sound as of prayer. It was really Prince Vasily's room. Helena, however, was there with the prince, with whom she felt in greater safety. The blind Vasily was kneeling before an image of the Holy Virgin, in front of which a lamp was burning. Helena was at his side. Both of them were praying aloud. Seeing Zagloba, she turned her astonished eyes on him. He placed his finger on his lips. "I am a friend of Pan Skshetuski," said he. "Rescue me," answered Helena. "It is for that I have come, trust in me." "What have I to do?" "It is necessary to escape while that devil is lying unconscious." "What must I do?" "Put on man's clothes, and when I knock at the door, come out." Helena hesitated, distrust shone in her eyes. "Can I trust you? What better can you do?" "True, true, but swear that you will not betray me." "Your mind is disturbed, to ask that. But if you wish, I swear. So help me God and the Holy Cross. Destruction waits you here, salvation is in flight." "That is true, that is true. Put on male attire as quickly as you can, and wait." "And Vasily?" "What Vasily?" "My crazy cousin." "Destruction threatens you, not him," said Zagloba. "If he is crazy, he is sacred to the Cossacks. Indeed, I noticed that they take him for a prophet." "That is true, and he has offended Bogun in nothing. We must leave him, otherwise we are lost, and Pan Skshetuski with us. Hurry, my lady, hurry." With these words Zagloba left the room and went directly to Bogun. The chief was pale and weak, but his eyes were open. "You are better?" asked Zagloba. Bogun wished to speak, but could not. "You cannot speak." Bogun moved his head in sign that he could not, but at the same time suffering was stamped on his face. His wounds had evidently grown painful from movement. "And you are not able to cry?" Bogun gave a sign only with his eyes that he could not. "Nor move?" "The same sign." "So much the better, for you will not speak, nor cry, nor move. Meanwhile I will go to Lubny with the princess. If I don't sweep her away from you, then I will let an old woman grind me to bran in a mill." "What a scoundrel! You think that I haven't enough of your company, that I will be hail fellow well met with trash. Oh, you scoundrel! You thought that for your wine, your dice, and your plebeian loves I would kill people and go into rebellion with you. No, nothing of the sort, my handsome fellow." As Zagloba went on, the dark eyes of the chief opened wider and wider. Was he dreaming, was he awake, or was Zagloba jesting? But Zagloba talked on. "What do you stare so for, like a cat? Do you think that I won't do this? Perhaps you would like to send your respects to somebody in Lubny? A barber could be sent to you, for a good one can be had from the prince." The pale visage of the chief became terrible. He understood that Zagloba was speaking in earnest. Lightning flashes of despair and rage shot from his eyes. A flame rushed into his face. With superhuman effort he raised himself and a cry broke from his lips. "Hi! Kos!" He had not finished when Zagloba, with the speed of lightning, threw Bogun's coat over his head, and in a moment had wound it completely around him and thrown him on his back. "Don't cry, for it hurts you," said he quietly, panting heavily. "Your head might go to aching tomorrow, therefore as a good friend I am careful of you. In this fashion you will be warm and sleep comfortably, not scream your throat out. Lest you tear your clothes, I will bind your hands. And all this through friendship, that you may remember me with gratitude." With the belt on the Cossack he bound his hands, then with his own belt he tied his feet. Bogun felt nothing now, he had fainted. "A sick man should lie quietly," said Zagloba, "so that humor may not fly to his head, from this comes delirium. Well, good health to you. I might rip you with a knife, which would probably be the best use for you, but I am ashamed to kill a man in peasant fashion. Quite another affair if you choke before morning, for that has happened to more than one pig. Good health, and return my love. Maybe we shall have another meeting, but if I try to hasten it, then let some one flay me and make horse-cruppers of my skin." When he had finished this speech Zagloba went to the anteroom, quenched the fire in the chimney, and knocked at Vasily's door. A slender figure emerged from it at once. "Is that you?" asked Zagloba. "It is." "Come on. If we only reach the horses but then the Cossacks are all drunk, the night is dark, before they wake we shall be far away. Be careful. The princes are lying here. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, whispered Helena. Chapter 19. Two persons rode quietly and slowly through the woody ravine which skirted the dwelling at Rozlogi. The night had become very dark, for the moon had gone down long before, and besides clouds covered the sky. In the ravine nothing could be seen 3 steps ahead of the horses, which stumbled over the roots of the trees sticking across the road. They went for a long time with the greatest care, till at length, when they saw the end of the ravine, and the open steppe, lighted a little by the grey reflection of the clouds, one of the riders whispered, "Spur on." They shot ahead, like 2 arrows sent from Tartar bows. Nothing followed them but the sound of hoofs. The dark steppe seemed to fly from under their beasts. Single oak trees standing here and there by the roadside swept past like phantoms, and they fled for a long time without rest or drawing breath, till finally the horses dropped their ears and began to snort from weariness. Their gait grew heavy and slow. "There is no help for it, the horses must slacken their pace," said one of the travelers, a heavy man. Just then dawn began to push night from the steppe. Every moment a broader expanse came out from the darkness. The thistles of the steppe were outlined indistinctly, the distant trees, the mounds, every moment more light was diffused in the air. The whitish gleams lighted up the faces of the riders too. They were Pan Zagloba and Helena. "No help for it, we must let the horses slacken their speed," said Zagloba. "Yesterday they came from Chigrin to Rozlogi without resting. They cannot endure this kind of traveling long. I am afraid they may drop dead. How do you feel?" Here Zagloba looked at his companion, and not waiting for her to answer, cried out. "Oh, let me look at you in the daylight. Oh, ho! Are those your cousin's clothes? It must be said you are a splendid Cossack. I've not had in all my life such another waiting man, but I think Pan Skshetuski will take him from me soon. But what is this? Oh, for God's sake, twist up your hair. Unless you do there will be no doubt as to your sex." In fact, over Helena's shoulders flowed a torrent of black hair, let loose by the speed of the course and the dampness of the night. "Where are we going?" asked she, winding up her hair with both hands, and trying to put it under her cap. "Where our eyes take us. Then not to Lubny." Alarm was reflected on Helena's face, and in the quick glance which she threw at Zagloba reawakened distrust was evident. "Do you see," said he, "I have my own reason. And believe me, I have reckoned everything carefully, and my reckoning is based on the following wise maxim: do not escape in the direction in which you will be pursued. If they are pursuing us at this moment, they are pursuing in the direction of Lubny, for I inquired yesterday in a loud voice about the road, and before setting out I told Bogan that we should go in that direction. Therefore we shall go to Cherkasy. If they follow us, it will not be quickly, for it will take them 2 days to discover that we are not on the Lubny road. By that time we shall be in Cherkasy, where the Polish regiments of Khmelnytsky and Radomina are stationed. And in Korsun are all the forces of the hetmans. Do you understand now?" "I understand, and while life lasts I shall be thankful to you. I do not know who you are or whence you came to Rozlogi. But I think God sent you to defend and save me, for I should stab myself rather than fall into the power of that robber. He is a dragon, terribly intent on pursuing you. What in my misfortune have I done to him that he should pursue me? I have known him long, and long have I hated him, long since has he roused in me nothing but fear. Am I the only woman in the world, that he should love me, and shed so much blood on my account that he should kill my cousins? When I remember it my blood grows cold. What shall I do? Where shall I hide from him? Do not wonder at my complaining, for I am unhappy. I am ashamed of such affection, I should prefer death 100 times. Helena's cheeks were flushed. Tears were flowing over them, forced out by anger, contempt, and pain. I will not deny, said Zagloba, that a great misfortune has come upon your house, but permit me to say that your relatives are partly to blame. They should not have promised your hand to the Cossack, and then betrayed him. When this was discovered he became so enraged that no persuasion of mine could avail. I am sorry for your 2 dead cousins, and especially for the younger. For he was still a mere youth, but it was evident at a glance that he would have ripened into a mighty warrior. Helena began to cry. Tears are not proper to those garments which you wear. Wipe them away therefore, and say to yourself that this was the will of God. God will punish the outlaw too, who is indeed already punished, for he has shed blood in vain, and has lost you, the one chief object of his desires. Here Zagloba stopped. After a while he spoke again. Oh, dear Lord, what a dressing he would give me if I should fall into his hands. He would make a lizard out of my skin. You do not know that I have already received the crown of martyrdom from the Turks, but I have had enough, I do not wish another, therefore I do not go to Lubny, but to Cherkasy. It would be pleasant to take refuge with the prince, but if they should catch us while going there. You heard, as I was untying the horse from the post, how one of Bogan's serving men woke up. But if he had raised the alarm then, they would have been ready for the chase at once, and would have caught us in an hour, for they have the fresh horses of Rozlogi, from which I had no time to select. Oh, I tell you he is a wild beast, that Bogan. I have such a horror of him that I would rather take a look at the devil than at him. God save us from his hands. He has ruined himself. He abandoned Chigirin, in spite of the orders of the hetman. He has come into collision with Vishnevetsky. Nothing now remains for him but to flee to Khmelnytsky. But he will lose his daring if Khmelnytsky is beaten, and that may happen. Genzian met troops beyond Kremenchuk, sailing down the river under Barabash and Krychovsky, against Khmelnytsky, and, besides, young Stefan Pototsky is moving by land with his hussars, but Genzian waited 10 days in Kremenchuk to repair his boat. Therefore the battle must have taken place before he reached Chigirin. We were expecting news every moment. Then Genzian brought letters from Kudak, did he? Asked Helena. Yes, there were letters from Skshetuski to the princess and to you. But Bogan seized them, and from them learned everything. Then he struck down Giadzian at once, and set out to take vengeance on the Kurtsevichi. Oh, unfortunate youth! He has shed his blood on my account. Do not grieve, he will recover. When did this happen? Yesterday morning. For Bogan to fell a man is no more than for another to toss off a glass of wine. And after the reading of the letters, he roared so that all Chigirin trembled. Conversation was interrupted for a moment. Daylight had come. The rosy dawn, streaked with opals, bright gold, and purple, was glowing in the east. The breeze was fresh, the horses, now rested, moved gladly. Let us go on, in God's name, and quickly. Our horses have drawn breath, and we have no time to lose, said Zagloba. They went again at a gallop, and rushed on for 2 or 3 miles without rest. All at once a dark point appeared ahead of them, which approached with amazing rapidity. What can that be? Asked Zagloba. Let us draw up a little. That's a man on horseback. In fact, some horseman was approaching them at full speed. Bent forward in the saddle, with face hidden in the mane of the horse, he continued to urge with a nagaika the stallion, which seemed not to touch the ground. What kind of devil can he be, and why does he flee so? But he just flies, said Zagloba, taking out a pistol from the holsters, to be ready in every event. Meanwhile the courier had come within 30 yards. Stop, thundered Zagloba, aiming his pistol, who are you? The horseman reined in his steed, and sat erect in the saddle, but the moment he looked he cried, Pan Zagloba. Pleshnievsky, attendant of the Starosta of Chigirin. But what are you doing here? Where are you fleeing to? Oh, turn back with me. Misfortune. The anger of God, the judgment of God. What has happened? Speak. Chigirin is taken by the Zaporogians. The peasants are slaughtering the nobles. In the name of the Father and Son. What do you say? Has Khmelnytsky come? Potocki is killed, Charnetsky in captivity. The Tartars are marching with the Cossacks. Tugay Bey. But Barabash and Krychovsky. Barabash is killed, Krychovsky has gone over to Khmelnytsky. Krivonos moved on the hetmans last night, Khmelnytsky before daybreak this morning. He has tremendous forces. The country is on fire, peasants rising everywhere, blood is flowing. Save yourself. Zagloba's eyes were starting out, his mouth open, and he was so astonished that he could not speak. Save yourself, repeated Pleshnievsky. Jesus and Mary, groaned Zagloba. Jesus and Mary, repeated Helena, and burst into tears. Escape. There is no time to be wasted. Where? To what place? To Lubny. But are you going there? Yes, to the prince, the voevoda. Devil take it all, cried Zagloba. But where are the hetmans? At Korsun. But Krivonos is fighting with them already. Krivonos or Prostonos, 10 may the plague consume him. I have no reason to go where he is. You are running to your own destruction, as into a lion's mouth. And who sent you to Lubny? Your lord. Oh. He escaped with his life, and a friend whom I have among the Zaporogians saved my head, and helped me to flee. I am going to Lubny of my own will, for I don't know where else to take refuge. But avoid Rozlogi, for Bogun is there. He also wishes to join the rebellion. Oh, for God's sake, save us. In Chigirin they said that the peasants would rise immediately beyond the Dnieper. Maybe. But go your own way wherever you please, for I have enough to do to think of my own skin. That is what I'll do, said Pleshnievsky, and lashing his horse with the nagaika, he rushed on. But avoid Rozlogi, called Zagloba after him. Should you meet Bogun, don't tell him that you have seen me. Do you hear? I hear, answered Pleshnievsky. God be with you. And he raced away as if hunted. Well, devil, here's an overcoat for you. I've got out of many a trouble, but I have never been in anything like this. Khmelnytsky in front, Bogun in the rear, and since this is so, I wouldn't give a broken order for either my front or rear, or my whole skin. I was a fool not to go to Lubny with you, but it is no time to talk of that now. Pshaw. All my wit at the present moment isn't fit to grease a pair of boots with. What is to be done? Where am I to go? In the whole Commonwealth it appears there is not a corner where a man can leave the world with his own death, and not have death given him. I would rather be excused from such presents, let others take them. Most worthy sir, said Helena, I know that my cousins Yuri and Fedor are in Zolotonosha, maybe they could save us. In Zolotonosha? Wait a moment. In Chigirin I knew Pan Unyajitsky, who owns the estates of Krapivna and Chernobyl, near Zolotonosha. But that place is far from here, farther than Cherkasy. What is to be done? If there is no other place, why, we will take refuge even there. But we must leave the highway, it is safer to go by the steppe and woods. If we hide somewhere a week, even in the woods, perhaps by that time the hetmans will finish with Khmelnytsky, and it will be more peaceable in the Ukraine. God did not save us from the hands of Bogun to let us perish. Have courage. Wait a moment. Some spirit enters me anew. I have been in many a trouble. In a leisure hour I will tell you what happened to me in Galatz, and you will see at once that I was in a terrible place that time. Still I slipped out by my own wit from those dangers and escaped in safety, though as you see my beard has grown grey a little. But we must leave the highway. Turn, my lady. You ride as well as the best Cossack. The grass is high, and no eye can see us. In fact, the grass became higher and higher as they entered the steppe, so that at last they were hidden in it entirely. But it was difficult for the horses to move through that thicket of stalks, both slender and heavy, and at times sharp and cutting. Soon they became so tired that they were completely exhausted. If we want these horses to serve us further, we must dismount, unsaddle them, and let them roll and eat a while, otherwise they will not go on. I see that we shall reach the Khagamlik before long. I should like to be there now. There is no place to hide in like reeds, when you are in them the devil himself can't find you. But we must not go astray. He dismounted and assisted Helena from the horse, then took off the saddles and produced a supply of provisions which he had prudently provided in Rozlogi. We must strengthen ourselves, said he, for the road is long. And do you make some vow to Saint Raphael for our safe passage? There is an old fortress in Zolotonosha, and perhaps there is some kind of garrison there now. Pleshnievsky said that beyond the Dnieper the peasants are rising. This may be true, for the people are quick at rebellion everywhere, but the hand of the prince is on the country behind them, and it is a devil of a hand for weight. Bogan has a strong neck. But if that hand should fall on it, the neck would bend to the earth, which God grant, Amen. But eat something, princess. Zagloba took a little knife case out of his boot leg and gave it to Helena. Then he placed before her, on the saddlecloth, roast beef and bread. Eat, said he. When there is nothing in the stomach, we have peas and cabbage for brains. If you want to keep your head right, eat roast beef. But we have made fools of ourselves once, for apparently it would have been better to flee to Lubny, but the chance is gone now. The prince will surely move with his forces to the Dnieper, to assist the hetmans. We have lived to terrible times, when there is civil war, the worst of all evils. There will not be a corner for peaceable persons. It would have been better for me if I had joined the priesthood, for which I had a vocation, being a quiet and sober man, but fortune ordained otherwise. Oh, my God, my God! I should be canon of Krakow now, chanting my prayers, for I have a very beautiful voice. But what is to be done? From my youth up, girls pleased me. You wouldn't believe what a handsome fellow I was. Whenever I looked at a woman, it was as if lightning struck her. If I were 20 years younger now, Pan Skshetuski would have something on his hands. Ah, you are a splendid Cossack. No wonder young men are rushing after you, and battling to win you. Pan Skshetuski is no common warrior. I saw the punishment he gave Chaplinsky. True, he had something in his head. But when he took him by the neck and pardoned me by the trousers, and when he battered the door open with him, I tell you that every bone in Chaplinsky came out of its pocket. Old Zatsvilikovsky told me too that your betrothed is a great knight, the favorite of the prince. I saw myself in a moment that he was a soldier of uncommon daring and of experience beyond his years. He acts quickly. Though your company may be dear to me, I don't know how much I should give if we were in Zolotonosha now. I see that we must stay in the grass during the day and travel at night. But I don't know whether you will be able to endure such toil. Oh, I am in good health. I will endure every hardship. We could start even this moment. You have courage beyond women. The horses have rolled, I will saddle them at once, so as to be ready in every event. I shall not feel at ease till I see the reeds and rushes of the Khagamlik. If we hadn't left the road, we should have come upon the river nearer Chigirin, but here it is about 5 miles to it from the road. That is my estimate, at least. We shall cross to the other bank at once. I must tell you that I have a great desire to sleep. The entire night before last I went around in Chigirin, yesterday we drove with the Cossacks at a terrible pace to Rozlogi, and last night you and I rode away from Rozlogi. I want to sleep so much that I have lost all wish to talk. And though I have not the habit of being silent, for philosophers say that a cat should be a hunter, and a man a talker, still I find my tongue has grown lazy. Pardon me, then, if I doze. Oh, there is nothing to make excuse for, said Helena. Pan Zagloba had really no need to accuse his tongue of sloth, for it had been going unceasingly since daylight, but in truth he wished to sleep. When he sat on the horse again, he began to doze at once, and soon he was sleeping soundly. He fell asleep from weariness and from the sound of the grass bent apart by the breasts of the horses. Meanwhile Helena gave herself up to the thoughts which were whirling in her head like a flock of birds in the air. Up to that moment events had followed one another so quickly that she was unable to render account of all that had happened to her. The attack, the frightful scenes of death, terror, unexpected rescue, and flight all came like a storm in the course of a single night. And besides, so many unintelligible things. Who was this who had saved her? He had told her his name, it is true, but that name explained in no way the motives of his action. Whence did he come to Rozlogi? He said that he had come with Bogan, he had evidently kept company with him, was his acquaintance and friend. But in such a case why did he save her, and expose himself to the greatest danger and the terrible revenge of the Cossack? To understand this it was necessary to know Zagloba well, with his unruly head and his kindly heart. Helena had known him only 6 hours. And that unknown man with his impudent face, a swaggerer, a drunkard, is her savior. If she had met him 3 days before, he would have roused in her aversion and distrust. But now she looks on him as a good angel, and flees with him whither? To Zolotonosha or anywhere else she herself knows not yet clearly. What a change of fate! Yesterday she lay down to rest under the quiet roof where she was born. Today she is in the steppe, on horseback, in male attire, without home, without refuge. Behind her is the terrible chief, with designs on her honor, before her conflagration, peasant rebellion, civil war with all its ambushes, alarms, and horrors. And all her hope is in that man? No. It is still in some one more powerful than violence, war, murder, and conflagration. Here she raised her eyes to heaven and said, "Oh, do thou save me, great and merciful God. Rescue the orphan, the unhappy, the wanderer. Let thy will be done, but let thy mercy be manifest." Indeed the mercy had been made manifest, for she had been caught away from the most terrible hands, and saved by an incomprehensible miracle of God. Danger had not passed yet, but perhaps rescue was not distant. Who knows where he is whom she has chosen with her heart? He must have returned already from the Seych, perhaps he is somewhere in that same steppe. He will seek her and find her, and then joy will take the place of tears, and rejoicing of grief, alarm and terror will disappear forever, peace and pleasure will come. The brave simple heart of the girl was filled with trust, and the steppe rustled sweetly around her, the breeze which moved the grass blew at the same time pleasant thoughts to her brain. She is not an orphan, then, in this world, since she has here at her side one strange, unknown guardian, and still another, known and beloved, who is caring for her. He will not desert her, he will take her for good. And he is a man of iron, stronger and mightier than those rising against her in that hour. The steppe rustled sweetly, from the flowers came odors strong and intoxicating, the ruddy tops of the thistle spread out their purple bunches. The white pearls of the mica leaf and the feathers of the steppe grass bent toward her, as if recognizing a maiden sister in that Cossack, with long tresses, milk-white face, and red lips. They bent toward her as if wishing to say, "Cry not, beautiful maiden. We too are in the care of the Lord." A calm, increasing every moment, came to her from the steppe. Pictures of death and pursuit were blotted from her mind, and straightway a sort of weakness seized her, but a sweet one. Slumber began to close her eyelids, the horses went slowly, the movement lulled her. She dropped asleep. Chapter 20. Helena was wakened by the barking of dogs. Opening her eyes, she saw in the distance before her a great shady oak, an enclosure, and a well sweep. She roused her companion at once. "Oh, wake up." Zagloba opened his eyes. "What is this? Where are we?" "I don't know." "Wait a moment. This is a Cossack wintering place." "So it appears to me. Herdsmen live here, no doubt. Not too pleasant company. And these dogs howl as if wolves had bitten them. There are horses and men at the enclosure. No help for it, we must ride up to them, lest they pursue us if we pass. You must have been asleep." "I was." 1, 2, 3, 4 horses saddled, 4 men there at the enclosure. Well, that is no great force. True, they are herdsmen. They are doing something in a hurry. Hello there, men, come this way. The 4 Cossacks approached immediately. They were, in fact, herders who watched horses in the steppe during the summer. Zagloba noticed at once that only one of them had a saber and a gun. The other 3 were armed with horse-jaws fastened to staves, but he knew that such herdsmen were often dangerous to travelers. When all 4 approached, they gazed from under their brows at the newcomers. In their bronzed faces could not be found the least trace of welcome. "What do you want?" asked they, without removing their caps. "Glory to God," said Zagloba. "For the ages of ages." "What do you want? Is it far to Siravati?" "We don't know of any Siravati." "And what is this place called?" "Gusla." "Give our horses water." "We have no water, it is dried up." "But where do you ride from?" "From Kravaya Ruda." "Where are you going?" "To Chigirin." The herdsmen looked at one another. One of them, black as a bug and crooked-eyed, began to gaze intently at Zagloba. At last he asked, "Why did you leave the highway?" "It was hot there." The crooked-eyed man put his hand on the reins of Zagloba's horse. "Come down from the horse, come down. You have nothing to go to Chigirin for." "How so?" asked Zagloba, quietly. "Do you see that young fellow there?" asked Crooked-Eye, pointing to one of the herdsmen. "I do. He has come from Chigirin. They are slaughtering Poles there." "And do you know, fellow, who is following us to Chigirin?" "Who?" "Prince Yeremy." The insolent face of the herdsman dropped in a moment. All, as if by command, removed their caps. "Do you know, you trash," continued Zagloba, "what the Poles do to those who slaughter? They hang them. And do you know how many men Prince Yeremy has, and do you know that he is no farther than 2 or 3 miles from here? And how have you received us, you dog souls? What stuff you tell, the well is dried up, you have no water for horses. Ah, basilisks! I'll show you. Oh, don't be angry, Pan. The well is dried up. We go to the Kagamlik with our horses, and bring water for ourselves. But say the word and we will run for water. Oh, I can get on without you. I will go with my attendant." "Where is the Kagamlik?" inquired he, sternly. "About 1.25 miles from here," said the crooked-eyed man, pointing to a line of reeds. "And must I return this way, or can I go along the bank?" "Go by the bank. The river turns to the road about 1 mile from here." "Dash ahead, young man," said Zagloba, turning to Helena. The pretended youth turned his horse and galloped on. "Listen," said Zagloba, turning to the herdsman. "If the vanguard comes up, say that I went to the road along the river." "I will." 1/4 hour later Zagloba was riding again by the side of Helena. "I invented the prince for them in season," said he, blinking with his cataract-covered eye. "Now they will stay all day waiting for the vanguard." They shuddered at the mere name of the prince. "TC, you have such ready wit that you will save us from every trouble," said Helena, "and I thank God for sending me such a guardian." These words went to the heart of the noble. He smiled, stroked his beard, and said, "Well, hasn't Zagloba a head on his shoulders? Cunning as Ulysses. And I must tell you, had it not been for that cunning, the crows would have eaten me long ago. Can't help it, I must save myself." They believed easily that the prince was coming, for it is probable that he will appear tomorrow or next day in this neighborhood with a fiery sword like an archangel. And if he should only strike Bogan somewhere on the road, I would make a vow to walk barefoot to Chenstokhova. Even if those herdsmen did not believe, the very mention of the power of the prince was enough to restrain them from attacks on our lives. Still I tell you that their impudence is no good sign to us, for it means that the peasants here have heard of the victories of Khmelnytsky, and will become more and more insolent every moment. We must keep therefore to the waste places and visit few villages, for they are dangerous. We have got into such a snare that, as I live, it would be hard to invent a worse one. Alarm again seized Helena. Wishing to get some word of hope from Zagloba, she said, "But you will save me and yourself this time." "Of course," said the old fox, "the head is given to think about the body. I have become so attached to you that I will struggle for you as for my own daughter. But, to tell the truth, the worst is that we don't know where to take refuge, for Zolotonosha is no safe asylum. I know surely that my cousins are there. They are, or they are not, they may have left there and returned to Rozlogi by a different road from the one we are traveling. I count more on the garrison, if there is only half a regiment in the castle. But here is the Khagamlik and plenty of reeds. We will cross to the other side, and instead of going with the current toward the road, we will go upstream to elude pursuit. It is true that we shall go toward Rozlogi, but not far. We shall approach Brovarki," said Helena, "from which there is a road to Zolotonosha. That is better. Stop your horse." They watered the horses. Zagloba, leaving Helena carefully hidden in the reeds, went to look for a ford. He found one easily, for it was only a few yards from the place to which they had come, just where the herdsmen used to drive their horses through the river, which was shallow enough. But the bank was inconvenient because overgrown with reeds and soft. When they had crossed the river they hurried upstream and rode without resting till night. The road was bad, for the Khagamlik had many tributary streams, which spreading out toward the mouth formed swamps and soft places. Every little while it was necessary to look for fords, or to push through reeds difficult of passage for mounted travelers. The horses were tired and barely able to drag their legs along. At times they stumbled so badly that it seemed to Zagloba they could hold out no longer. At last they came out on a lofty dry bank covered with oaks. But it was night already, and very dark. Further movement was impossible, for in the darkness it was easy to stumble into deep swamps and perish. Zagloba therefore decided to wait till morning. He unsaddled the horses, fettered and let them out to graze. Then he gathered leaves for a bed, spread the saddlecloths over them, and covering both with a burqa, said to Helena, "Lie down and sleep, for you have nothing better to do. The dew will wash your eyes, and that is good. I will put my head on the saddle too, for I don't feel a bone in my body. We will not make a fire, for the light would attract herdsmen. The night is short, and we will move on at daybreak. We doubled on our tracks like hares, not advancing much, it is true, but we have so hidden the trail that the devil who finds us will puff. Good night. Good night." The slender young Cossack knelt down and prayed long with eyes raised to the stars. Zagloba took the saddle on his shoulders and carried it to some distance, where he sought out a place to sleep. The bank was well chosen for a halting place. It was high and dry, also free from mosquitoes. The thick leaves of the oak trees might furnish a passable protection from rain. Helena could not sleep for a long time. The events of the past night rose at once in her memory as vividly as life. In the darkness appeared the faces of her murdered aunt and cousins. It seemed to her that she was shut up in the chamber with their bodies, and that Bogan would come in a moment. She saw his pale face and his dark sable brows contracted, with pain, and his eyes fixed upon her. Unspeakable terror seized her. But will she really see on a sudden through the darkness around her two gleaming eyes? The moon, looking for a moment from behind the clouds, whitened with a few rays the oaks, and lent fantastic forms to the stumps and branches. Landrails called in the meadows, and quails in the steppes. At times certain strange and distant cries of birds or beasts of the night came to them. Nearer was heard the snorting of their horses, who eating the grass and jumping in their fetters went farther and farther from the sleepers. But all those sounds quieted Helena, for they dissipated the fantastic visions and brought her to reality. Told her that that chamber which was continually present before her eyes, and those corpses of her friends, and that pale Bogan, with vengeance in his looks, were an illusion of the senses, a whim of fear, nothing more. A few days before, the thought of such a night under the open sky in the desert would have frightened her to death. Now, to gain rest she was obliged to remember that she was really on the bank of the Khagamlik, and far from home. The voices of the quails and landrails lulled her to sleep. The stars twinkled whenever the breeze moved the branches, the beetles sounded in the oak leaves, she fell asleep at last. But nights in the desert have their surprises too. Day was already breaking, when from a distance terrible noises came to Helena's ears, howling, snorting, later a squeal so full of pain and terror that the blood stopped in her veins. She sprang to her feet, covered with cold sweat, terror-stricken, and not knowing what to do. Suddenly Zagloba shot past her. He rushed without a cap, in the direction of the cry, pistol in hand. After a while his voice was heard, "Yuha! Yuha!" A pistol shot, then all was silent. It seemed to Helena as if she had waited an age. At last she heard Zagloba below the bank. "May the dogs devour you, may your skins be torn off, may the Jews wear you in their collars." Genuine despair was in the voice of Zagloba. "What has happened?" inquired Helena. "The wolves have eaten our horses." "Jesus, Mary! Both of them? One is eaten, the other is maimed so that he cannot stand. They didn't go more than 300 yards, and are lost. What shall we do now? What shall we do? Whittle out sticks for ourselves and sit on them. Do I know what we shall do? Here is pure despair. I tell you, the devil has surely got after us, which is not to be wondered at, for he must be a friend of Bogan, or his blood relation. What are we to do? May I turn into a horse if I know, you would then at least have something to ride on. I am a scoundrel if ever I have been in such a fix. Let us go on foot. It is well for your ladyship to travel in peasant fashion, with your 20 years, but not for me with my circumference. I speak incorrectly, though, for here any clown can have a nag, only dogs travel on foot. Pure despair, as God is kind to me. Of course we shall not sit here, we shall walk on directly, but when we are to reach Zolotonosha is unknown to me. If it is not pleasant to flee on horseback, it is sorest of all on foot. Now the worst thing possible has happened to us. We must leave the saddles and carry on our own shoulders whatever we put between our lips. I will not allow you to carry the burden alone, I too will carry whatever is necessary. Zagloba was pleased to see such resolution in Helena. I should be either a Turk or a pagan to permit you. Those white hands and slender shoulders are not for burdens. With God's help I will manage, only I must rest frequently, for, always too abstemious in eating and drinking, I have short breath now. Let us take the saddle-cloths to sleep on and some provisions, but there will not be much of them, since we shall have to strengthen ourselves directly. Straightway they began the strengthening, during which Pan Zagloba, abandoning his boasted abstemiousness, busied himself about long breath. Near midday they reached a ford through which men and wagons passed from time to time, for on both banks there were marks of wheels and horses' tracks. Maybe that is the road to Zolotonosha. There is no one to ask. Zagloba had barely stopped speaking, when voices reached their ears from a distance. "Wait," whispered Zagloba, "we must hide." The voices continued to approach them. "Do you see anything?" inquired Helena. "I do." "Who are coming?" "A blind old man with a lyre. A youth is leading him, now they are taking off their boots. They will come to us through the river." After a time the plashing of water indicated that they were really crossing. Zagloba and Helena came out of the hiding place. "Glory be to God," said the noble, aloud. "For the ages of ages," answered the old man. "But who are you?" "Christians." "Don't be afraid, grandfather. May Saint Nicholas give you health and happiness." "And where are you coming from, grandfather?" "From Brovarki." "And where does this road lead to?" "Oh, to farmhouses and villages." "It doesn't go to Zolotonosha?" "Maybe it does." "Is it long since you left Brovarki?" "Yesterday morning." "And were you in Rozlogi?" "Yes." "But they say that the knights came there, that there was a battle." "Who said that?" "Oh, they said so in Brovarki. One of the servants of the princess came, and what he told was terrible. And you didn't see him? I see no man, I am blind. And this youth? He sees, but he is dumb. I am the only one who understands him. Is it far from here to Rozlogi, for we are going there? Oh, it is far. You say, then, that you were in Rozlogi? Yes, we were. So, said Zagloba, and suddenly he seized the youth by the shoulder. Ha! Scoundrels, criminals, thieves! You are going around as spies, rousing the serfs to rebellion. Here, Fedor, Alexa, Maxim, take them, strip them naked, and hang or drown them, beat them, they are rebels, spies, beat, kill them. He began to pull the youth about and to shake him roughly, shouting louder and louder every moment. The old man threw himself on his knees, begging for mercy. The youth uttered sounds of terror peculiar to the dumb, and Helena looked with astonishment at the attack. "What are you doing?" inquired she, not believing her own eyes. But Zagloba shouted, cursed, moved hell, summoned all the miseries, misfortunes, and diseases, threatened with every manner of torment and death. The princess thought that his mind had failed. "Go away," cried he to her. "It is not proper for you to see what is going to take place here. Go away, I tell you." He turned to the old man. "Take off your clothes, you clown. If you don't, I'll cut you to pieces." When he had thrown the youth to the ground, Zagloba began to strip him with his own hands. The old man, frightened, dropped his lyre, his bag, and his coat as quickly as he could. "Throw off everything or you will be killed," shouted Zagloba. The old man began to take off his shirt. Helena, seeing whither matters were tending, hurried away, and as she fled she heard the curses of Zagloba. After she had gone some distance she stopped, not knowing what to do. Nearby was the trunk of a tree thrown down by the wind. She sat on this and waited. The noises of the dumb youth, the groans of the old man, and the uproar of Zagloba came to her ears. At last all was silent save the twittering of birds and the rustle of leaves. After a time the heavy steps of a man panting were heard. It was Zagloba. On his shoulders he carried the clothing stripped from the old man and the youth, in his hands 2 pair of boots and a lyre. When he came near he began to wink with his sound eye, to smile, and to puff. He was evidently in perfect humor. "No herald in a court would have shouted as I have," said he, "until I am hoarse, but I have got what I wanted. I let them go naked as their mother bore them. If the Sultan doesn't make me a pasha, or hospodar of Wallachia, he is a thankless fellow, for I have made 2 Turkish saints. Oh, the scoundrels! They begged me to leave them at least their shirts. I told them they ought to be grateful that I left them their lives. And see here, young lady. Everything is new, the coats and the boots and the shirts. There must be nice order in that commonwealth, in which trash dress so richly." But they were at a festival in Brovarki, where they collected no small amount of money and bought everything new at the fair. Not a single noble will plough out so much in this country as a minstrel will beg. Therefore I abandon my career as a knight, and will strip grandfathers on the highway, for I see that in this manner I shall arrive at fortune more quickly. "For what purpose did you do that?" asked Helena. "Just wait a minute, and I will show you for what purpose." Saying this, he took half the plundered clothing and went into the reeds which covered the bank. After a time the sounds of a lyre were heard in the rushes, and there appeared, not Pan Zagloba, but a real grandfather of the Ukraine, with a cataract on one eye and a grey beard. The grandfather approached Helena, singing with a hoarse voice. "Oh, bright falcon, my own brother! High dost thou soar, and far dost thou fly." The princess clapped her hands, and for the first time since her flight from Rozlogi a smile brightened her beautiful face. "If I did not know that it was you, I should never have recognized you." "Well," said Zagloba, "I know you have not seen a better mask at a festival. I looked into the Kagamlik myself, and if ever I have seen a better-looking grandfather, then hang me." As for songs, I have no lack of them. What do you prefer? Maybe you would like to hear of Maruzha Boguslava, of Bondarivna, or the death of Sire Pahova. I can give you that. I am a rogue if I can't get a crust of bread among the worst knaves that exist. Now I understand your action, why you stripped the clothing from those poor creatures, because it is safer to go over the road in disguise. Of course, said Zagloba, and what do you suppose? Here, east of the Dnieper, the people are worse than anywhere else, and now when they hear of the war with the Zaporojians, and the victories of Khmelnytsky, no power will keep them from rebellion. You saw those herdsmen who wanted to get our skins. If the hetmans do not put down Khmelnytsky at once, the whole country will be on fire in 2 or 3 days, and how should I take you through bands of peasants in rebellion? And if you had to fall into their hands, you would better have remained in Bogans. That cannot be. I prefer death, interrupted Helena. But I prefer life, for death is a thing from which you cannot rise by any wit. I think, however, that God sent us this old man and the youth. I frightened them with the prince and his whole army as I did the herdsmen. They will sit in the reeds naked for 3 days from terror, and by that time we shall reach Zolotonosha in disguise somehow. We shall find your cousins an efficient aid. If not, we will go farther to the hetmans, and all this in safety, for grandfathers have no fear of peasants and Cossacks. We might take our heads in safety through Khmelnytsky's camp. But we have to avoid the Tartars, for they would take you as a youth into captivity. Then must I too disguise myself? Yes. Throw off your Cossack clothes, and disguise yourself as a peasant youth, though you are rather comely to be a clodhopper's child, as I am to be a grandfather, but that is nothing. The wind will tan your face, and my stomach will fall in from walking. I shall sweat away all my thickness. When the Wallachians burned out my eye, I thought that an absolutely awful thing had come upon me. But now I see it is really an advantage, for a grandfather not blind would be suspected. You will lead me by the hand, and call me Onufri, for that is my minstrel name. Now dress up as quickly as you can, since it is time for the road, which will be so long for us on foot. Zagloba went aside, and Helena began at once to array herself as a minstrel boy. Having washed in the river, she cast aside the Cossack coat, and took the peasant svitka, straw hat, and knapsack. Fortunately the youth stripped by Zagloba was tall, so that everything fitted Helena well. Zagloba, returning, examined her carefully, and said, God save me. More than one knight would willingly lay aside his armor if he only had such an attendant as you, and I know one hussar who would certainly. But we must do something with that hair. I saw handsome boys in Stamboul, but never one so handsome as you are. God grant my beauty may work no ill for me, said Helena. But she smiled, for her woman's ear was tickled by Zagloba's praise. Beauty never turns out ill, and I will give you an example of this. For when the Turks and Galats burned out one of my eyes, and wanted to burn out the other, the wife of the Pasha saved me on account of my extraordinary beauty, the remnants of which you may see even yet. But you said that the Wallachians burned your eye out. They were Wallachians, but had become Turks, and were serving the Pasha in Galats. They didn't burn even one of your eyes out. But from the heated iron a cataract grew on it. It's all the same. What do you wish to do with your tresses? What? I must cut them off. You must. But how? With your saber. It is well to cut a head off with this sword, but hair I don't know how. Well, I will sit by that log and put my hair across it, you can strike and cut it off, but don't cut my head off. Oh, never fear. More than once have I shot the wick from candles when I was drunk, without cutting the candle. I will do no harm to you, although this act is the first of its kind in my life. Helena sat near the log and throwing her heavy dark hair across it, raised her eyes to Zagloba. I am ready, said she, cut. She smiled somewhat sadly. For she was sorry for those tresses, which near the head could hardly be clasped by 2 hands. Zagloba had a sort of awkward feeling. He went around the trunk to cut more conveniently, and muttered. Pshaw, pshaw. I would rather be a barber and cut Cossack tufts. I seem to be an executioner going to my work, for it is known to you that they cut the hair off witches, so that the devils shouldn't hide in it and weaken the power of torture. But you are not a witch, therefore this act seems disgraceful to me, for which if Pan Skshetuski does not cut my ears, then I'll pay him. Upon my word, shivers are going along my arm. At least, close your eyes. All ready, said Helena. Zagloba straightened up, as if rising in his stirrups for a blow. The metallic blade whistled in the air, and that moment the dark tresses slipped down along the smooth bark to the ground. All over, said Zagloba, in his turn. Helena sprang up, and immediately the short-cut hair fell in a dark circle around her face, on which blushes of shame were beating, for at that period the cutting of a maiden's hair was considered a great disgrace. Therefore it was on her part a grievous sacrifice, which she could make only in case of extreme necessity. In fact, tears came to her eyes, and Zagloba, angry at himself, made no attempt to comfort her. It seems to me that I have ventured on something dishonorable, and I repeat to you that Pan Skshetuski, if he is a worthy cavalier, is bound to cut my ears off. But it could not be avoided, for your sex would have been discovered at once. Now at least we can go on with confidence. I inquired of the old man too about the road, holding a dagger to his throat. According to what he said, we shall see 3 oaks in the steppe. Near them is the Wolf's Ravine, and along the ravine lies the road through Demyanovka to Zolotonosha. He said that wagoners go by the road, and it would be possible to sit with them in the wagons. You and I are passing through a grievous time, which I shall ever remember, for now we must part with the saber, since it befits neither the minstrel nor his boy to have marks of nobility about their persons. I will push it under this tree. God may permit me to find it here some other day. Many an expedition has this saber seen, and it has been the cause of great victories. Believe me, I should be commander of an army now were it not for the envy and malice of men who accused me of a love for strong drinks. So is it always in the world, no justice in anything. When I was not rushing into destruction like a fool, and knew how to unite prudence with valor like a second cunctator, Pan Zatsvilikovsky was the first to say that I was a coward. He is a good man, but he has an evil tongue. The other day he gnawed at me because I played brother with the Cossacks, but had it not been for that you would not have escaped the power of Bogan. While talking, Zagloba thrust the saber under the tree, covered it with plants and grass, then threw the bag and lyre over his shoulder, took the staff pointed with flint stones, waved his hands a couple of times, and said, "Well, this is not bad. I can strike a light in the eyes of some dog or wolf with this staff and count his teeth. The worst of all is that we must walk, but there is no help. Come." They went on, the dark-haired youth in front, the old man following. The latter grunted and cursed, for it was hot for him to travel on foot, though a breeze passed over the steppe. The breeze burned and tanned the face of the handsome boy. Soon they came to the ravine, at the bottom of which was a spring which distilled its pure waters into the Kagamlik. Around that ravine not far from the river 3 strong oaks were growing on a mound, to these our wayfarers turned at once. They came also upon traces of the road, which looked yellow along the steppe from flowers which were growing on droppings of cattle. The road was deserted, there were neither teamsters, nor tar spots on the ground, nor grey oxen slowly moving. But here and there lay the bones of cattle torn to pieces by wolves and whitening in the sun. The wayfarers went on steadily, resting only under the shade of oak groves. The dark-haired boy lay down to slumber on the green turf, and the old man watched. They passed through streams also, and when there was no ford they searched for one, walking for a distance along the shore. Sometimes, too, the old man carried the boy over in his arms, with a power that was wonderful in a man who begged his bread. But he was a sturdy minstrel. Thus they dragged on till evening, when the boy sat down by the wayside at an oak forest and said, "My breath is gone, I have spent my strength, I can walk no farther, I will lie down here and die." The old man was terribly distressed. Oh, these cursed wastes, not a house nor a cottage by the roadside, nor a living soul. But we cannot spend the night here. Evening is already falling, it will be dark in an hour, and just listen. The old man stopped speaking, and for a while there was deep silence. But it was soon broken by a distant dismal sound which seemed to come from the bowels of the earth. It did really come from the ravine, which lay not far from the road. "Those are wolves," said Zagloba. "Last night we had horses, they ate them, this time they will get at our own persons. I have, it is true, a pistol under my svitka. But I don't know whether my powder would hold out for 2 charges, and I should not like to be the supper at a wolf's wedding. Listen. Another howl." The howling was heard again, and appeared to be nearer. "Rise, my child," said the old man. "And if you are unable to walk, I will carry you. What's to be done? I see that I have a great affection for you, which is surely because living in a wifeless condition I am unable to leave legitimate descendants of my own. And if I have illegitimate they are heathen, for I lived a long time in Turkey. With me ends the family of Zagloba, with its escutcheon in the forehead. You will take care of my old age, but now you must get up and sit on my shoulders. My feet have grown so heavy that I cannot move. You were boasting of your strength. But stop. Stop. As God is dear to me, I hear the barking of dogs. That's it. Those are dogs, not wolves. Then Demyanovka, of which the old minstrel told me, must be near. Praise be to God in the highest. I had thought not to make a fire on account of the wolves, for we should have surely gone to sleep, we are so tired. Yes, they are dogs. Do you hear? Let us go on, said Helena, whose strength returned suddenly. They had barely come out of the wood when smoke from a number of cottages appeared at no great distance. They saw also 3 domes of a church, covered with fresh shingles, which shone yet in the dusk from the last gleams of the evening twilight. The barking of dogs seemed nearer, more distinct each moment. Yes, that is Demyanovka. It cannot be another place, said Zagloba. They receive minstrels hospitably everywhere, maybe we shall find supper and lodging, and perhaps good people will take us farther. Wait a moment. This is one of the prince's villages. There must be an agent living in it. We will rest and get news. The prince must be already on the way. Rescue may come sooner than you expect. Remember that you are a mute. I began at the wrong end when I told you to call me Onufri, for since you are a mute you cannot call me anything. I shall speak for you and for myself, and, praise be to God. I can use peasant speech as well as Latin. Move on, move on. Now the first cottage is near. My God! When will our wanderings come to an end? If we could get some warmed beer, I should praise the Lord God for even that. Zagloba ceased, and for a time they went on in silence together. Then he began to talk again. Remember that you are dumb. When they ask you about anything, point to me and say, hum, hum, hum. Naya, Naya. I have seen that you have much wit, and besides, it is a question of our lives. If we should chance on a regiment belonging to the hetmans or the prince, then we would tell who we are at once, especially if the officer is courteous and an acquaintance of Pan Skshetuski. It is true that you are under the guardianship of the prince, and you have nothing to fear from soldiers. Oh! What fires are those bursting out in the glen? Ah, there are blacksmiths, there is a forge. But I see there is no small number of people at it. Let us go there. In the cleft which formed the entrance to the ravine there was a forge, from the chimney of which bundles and bunches of golden sparks were thrown out. And through the open doors and numerous chinks in the walls sparkling light burst forth, intercepted from moment to moment by dark forms moving around inside. In front of the forge were to be seen in the evening twilight a number of dark forms standing together in knots. The hammers in the forge beat in time, till the echo was heard all about. And the sound was mingled with songs in front of the forge, with the buzz of conversation and the barking of dogs. Seeing all this, Zagloba turned immediately into the ravine, touched his lyre, and began to sing. Hey! On the mountain. Reapers are seen. Under the mountain. The mountain green. Cossacks are marching on. Singing thus, he approached the crowd of people standing in front of the forge. He looked around. They were peasants, for the most part drunk. Nearly all of them had sticks in their hands. On some of these sticks were scythes, double-edged and pointed. The blacksmiths in the forge were occupied specially in the making of these points and the bending of the scythes. Ah, grandfather! Grandfather, they began to call out in the crowd. Glory be to God, said Zagloba. For the ages of ages. Tell me, children, is this Demyanovka? Yes, it is Demyanovka. But why do you ask? I ask because men told me on the way, continued the grandfather, that good people dwell here, that they will take in the old man, give him food and drink, let him spend the night, and give him some money. I am old. I have traveled a long road, and this boy here cannot go a step farther. He, poor fellow, is dumb, he leads me because I am sightless. I am a blind unfortunate. God will bless you, kind people. Saint Nicholas, the wonder-worker, will bless you. Saint Onufry will bless you. In one eye there is a little of God's light left me, in the other it is dark forever. So I travel with my lyre. I sing songs, and I live like the birds on what falls from the hands of kind people. And where are you from, grandfather? Oh, from afar, afar. But let me rest, for I see here by the forge a bench. And sit down, poor creature, said he, showing the bench to Helena. We are from Ladava, good people, and left home long, long ago. But today we come from the festival in Brovarki. And have you heard anything good there? Asked an old peasant with a scythe in his hand. We heard, but whether it is anything good we don't know. Many people have collected there. They spoke of Khmelnytsky, that he had conquered the hetman's son and his knights. We heard, too, that the peasants are rising against the nobles on the Russian bank. Immediately the crowd surrounded Zagloba, who, sitting by Helena, struck the strings of the lyre from time to time. Then you heard, father, that the people are rising? I did, for wretched is our peasant lot. But they say there will be an end to it. In Kiev they found on the altar a letter from Christ, saying there would be fearful and awful war and much blood spilling in the whole Ukraine. The half-circle in front of the bench on which Zagloba sat contracted still more. You say there was a letter? There was, as I am alive. About war and the spilling of blood. But I cannot speak further, for the throat is dried up within me, poor old man. Here is a measure of Gorelka for you, father, and tell us what you have heard in the world. We know that minstrels go everywhere and know everything. There have been some among us already. They said that the black hour would come from Khmelnytsky on the lords. We had these scythes and pikes made for us, so as not to be the last. But we don't know whether to begin now or to wait for a letter from Khmelnytsky. Zagloba emptied the measure, smacked his lips, thought a while, and then said, Who tells you it is time to begin? We want to begin ourselves. Begin. Begin. Said numerous voices. If the Zaporojians have beaten the lords, then begin. The scythes and pikes quivered in strong hands, and gave out an ominous clatter. Then followed a moment of silence, but the hammers in the forge continued to beat. The future killers waited for what the old man would say. He thought and thought, at last he asked. Whose people are you? Prince Yeremy's. And whom will you kill? The peasants looked at one another. Him? Asked the old man. We couldn't manage him. Oh, you can't manage him, children, you can't manage him. I was in Lubny, and I saw that prince with my own eyes. He is awful. When he shouts the trees tremble in the woods, and when he stamps his foot a ravine is made. The king is afraid of him, the hetmans obey him, and all are terrified at him. He has more soldiers than the Khan or the Sultan. Oh, you can't manage him, children, you can't manage him. He is after you, not you after him. And I know what you don't know yet, that all the Poles will come to help him, and where there is a Pole, there is a saber. Gloomy silence seized the crowd. The old man struck his lyre again, and raising his face toward the moon, continued. The prince is coming, he is coming, and with him as many beautiful plumes and banners as there are stars in heaven or thistles on the steppe. The wind flies before him and groans, and do you know, my children, why the wind groans? It groans over your fate. Mother Death flies before him with a scythe, and strikes, and do you know what she strikes at? She strikes at your necks. O Lord, have mercy on us, said low, terrified voices. Again nothing was heard but the beating of hammers. Who is the prince's agent here? Asked the old man. Pan Dashinsky. And where is he? He ran away. Why did he run away? He ran away, for he heard that they were making scythes and pikes for us. He got frightened and ran away. So much the worse, for he will tell the prince about you. Why do you croak, grandfather, like a raven? Asked an old peasant. We believe that the black hour is coming on the lords, and there will be neither on the Russian nor Tartar bank lords or princes, only Cossacks, free people. There will be neither land rent, nor barrel tax, nor mill tax, nor transport tax, nor any more Jews, for thus does it stand in the letter from Christ which you yourself spoke of. And Khmelnytsky is as strong as the prince. Let them go at it. God grant, said the old man. Oh, bitter is our peasant lot. It was different in old times. Who owns the land? The prince. Who owns the steppe? The prince. Who owns the woods? The prince. Who has the cattle? The prince. And in old times it was God's woods and God's steppe, whoever came first, took it, and was bound to no man. Now everything belongs to the lords and princes. All belongs to you, my children. But I tell you one thing you yourselves know, that you can't manage the prince here. I tell you this, whoever wants to slay lords, let him not stay here till Khmelnytsky has tried his hand on the prince, but let him be off to Khmelnytsky, and right away, tomorrow, for the prince is on the road already. If Pan Dashinsky brings him to Demyanovka, the prince won't leave one of you alive, he will kill the last man of you. Make your way to Khmelnytsky. The more of you there, the easier for Khmelnytsky to succeed. Oh, but he has heavy work before him. The hetmans in front of him, the armies of the king without number, and then the prince more powerful than the hetmans. Hurry on, children, to help Khmelnytsky and the Zaporojians. For they, poor men, won't hold out unless you help, and they are fighting against the lords for your freedom and property. Hurry. You will save yourselves from the prince and you will help Khmelnytsky. He speaks the truth. Cried voices in the crowd. He speaks well. A wise grandfather. Did you see the prince on the road? See him I didn't, but I heard in Brovarki that he had left Lubny, that he is burning and slaying. And where he finds even one pike before him, he leaves only the sky and the earth behind. Lord, have mercy on us. And where are we to look for Khmelnytsky? I came here, children, to tell you where to look for Khmelnytsky. Go, my children, to Zolotonosha, then to Troktimarov, and there Khmelnytsky will be waiting for you. Their people are collecting from all the villages, houses, and cottages, the Tartars will come there too. Go. Unless you do, the prince will not leave you to walk over the earth. And you will go with us, father. Walk I will not, for the ground pulls down my old legs. But get ready a telega, and I will ride with you. Before we come to Zolotonosha I will go on ahead to see if there are Polish soldiers. If there are, we will pass by and go straight to Troktimarov. That is a Cossack country. But now give me something to eat and drink, for I am hungry, and this lad here is hungry too. We will start off in the morning, and along the road I will sing to you of Pan Potocki and Prince Yeremy. Oh, they are terrible lions. There will be great bloodshed in the Ukraine. The sky is awfully red, and the moon just as if swimming in blood. Beg, children, for the mercy of God, for no one will walk long in God's world. I have heard also that vampires rise out of their graves and howl. A vague terror seized the crowd of peasants, they began to look around involuntarily, make the sign of the cross and whisper among themselves. At last one cried out. To Zolotonosha. To Zolotonosha, repeated all, as if there in particular were refuge and safety. To Troktimirov. Death to the Poles and Lords. All at once a young Cossack stepped forward, shook his pike, and cried, Fathers, if we go to Zolotonosha tomorrow, we will go to the manager's house tonight. To the manager's house, cried a number of voices at once. Burn it up. Take the goods. But the minstrel, who held his head drooping on his breast, raised it and said, Oh, children, do not go to the manager's house, and do not burn it, or you will suffer. The prince may be close by, he is going along with his army, he will see the fire, he will come, and there will be trouble. Better give me something to eat and show me a place to rest. And do you keep your peace? He tells the truth. Said a number of voices. He tells the truth, and, Maxim, you are a fool. Come, father, to my house for bread and salt and a cup of mead, and rest on the hay till daylight, said an old peasant, turning to the minstrel. Zagloba rose, and pulled the sleeve of Helena's svitka. She was asleep. The boy is tired to death, he fell asleep under the very sound of the hammers, said Zagloba. But in his soul he thought, Oh, sweet innocence, thou art able to sleep amidst pikes and knives. It is clear that angels of heaven are guarding thee, and me in thy company. He roused her, and they went on toward the village, which lay at some distance. The night was calm and quiet, the echo of the striking hammers followed them. The old peasant went ahead to show the way in the darkness. And Zagloba, pretending to say his prayers, muttered in a monotone. O God, have mercy on us, sinners. Do you see, Princess O holy most pure, what would have happened to us without this peasant disguise? As it is on earth, so in heaven we shall get something to eat, and tomorrow ride to Zolotonosha instead of going on foot. Amen, amen, amen. Bogan may come upon our tracks, for our tracks will not deceive him. But it will be late, for we shall cross the Dnieper at Prohorovka. Amen, may black death choke them, may the hangman light their way. Do you hear, Princess, how they are howling at the forge? Amen. Terrible times have come on us, but I am a fool if I don't rescue you, even if we have to flee to Warsaw itself. What are you muttering there, brother? Asked the peasant. Oh, nothing. I am praying for your health. Amen, amen. Here is my cottage. Glory be to God. For the ages of ages. I beg you to eat my bread and salt. God will reward you. A little later the minstrel had strengthened himself powerfully with mutton and a good portion of mead. Next morning early, he moved on with his attendant lad, in a comfortable telega, toward Zolotonosha, escorted by a number of mounted peasants armed with pikes and scythes. They went through Kovraets, Chernobyl, and Krapivna. The wayfarers saw that everything was seething, the peasants were arming at all points, the forges were working from morning till night, and only the terrible name and power of Prince Yeremy still restrained the bloody outburst. West of the Dnieper the tempest was let loose in all its fury. News of the defeat at Korsun had spread over all Russia with the speed of lightning, and every living soul was rushing forth. Chapter 21. Next morning after the flight of Zagloba, the Cossacks found Bogan half suffocated in the coat in which Zagloba had wrapped him, but since his wounds were not serious he returned soon to consciousness. Remembering everything that had happened, he fell into a rage, roared like a wild beast, stained his hands with blood from his own wounded head, and struck at the men with his dagger, so that the Cossacks dared not come near him. At last, being unable to support himself in the saddle, he ordered them to bind a Jew cradle between two horses, and sitting in it, he hurried on as if insane in the direction of Lubny, supposing that the fugitives had gone thither. Resting on the Jew bed on down, and in his own blood, he raced over the steppe like a vampire hurrying back to its grave before daybreak, and after him speeded his trusty Cossacks, with the thought in mind that they were hurrying to evident death. They flew on in this way to Vasilyevka, where there was a garrison of 100 Hungarian infantry belonging to Prince Yeremy. The furious leader, as if life had become loathsome to him, fell upon these without hesitation, rushing first into the fire himself, and after a struggle of some hours' duration cut the men to pieces. With the exception of a few whom he spared to gain from them a confession through torture. Learning that no noble with a maiden had escaped by that road, and not knowing himself what to do, he tore away his bandages from excess of pain. To go farther was impossible. For everywhere toward Lubny were stationed the forces of the prince, whom the villagers that had run away during the battle at Vasilyevka must have already informed of the attack. The faithful Cossacks therefore bore away their ataman weakened from rage, and took him back to Rozlogi. On their return they found not a trace of the buildings. For the peasants of the neighborhood had plundered and burned them, together with Prince Vasily, thinking that in case the Khmelnytsky or Prince Yeremy should wish to inflict punishment, the blame could be cast easily on Bogun and his Cossacks. They had burned every outhouse, cut down the cherry orchard, and killed all the servants. The peasants had taken unsparing vengeance for the harsh rule and oppression which they had endured from the XVIII. Just beyond Rozlogi, Pleshnievsky, who was carrying tidings of the defeat at Zhaltya Vody from Chigirin, fell into the hands of Bogun. When asked where and for what purpose he was going, he hesitated and failed to give clear answers. He fell under suspicion, and when burned with fire, told of the victory of Khmelnytsky, and also of Zagloba, whom he had met the day before. The leader rejoiced, and drew a long breath. After he had hanged Pleshnievsky, he hurried on, feeling certain that Zagloba would not escape him. The herdsman gave some new indications, but beyond the ford all traces disappeared. The ataman did not meet the minstrel whom Zagloba had stripped of his clothing, for he had gone lower down along the Kagamlik, and besides was so frightened that he had hidden like a fox in the reeds. A day and a night more passed. And since the pursuit toward Vasilyevka occupied 2 days precisely, Zagloba had much time on his side. What was to be done then? In this difficult juncture the Esaul came to Bogun with advice and assistance. He was an old wolf of the steppe, accustomed from youth to track Tartars through the wilderness. "Father," said he, "they fled to Chigirin and they have done wisely, for they have gained time, but when they heard of Khmelnytsky and Zhaltya Vody from Pleshnievsky, they changed their road. You have seen yourself, father, that they left the high road and rushed to one side. To the steppe. In the steppe I could find them, father, but they went toward the Dnieper, to go to the hetmans. Therefore they went either through Cherkasy or Zolotonosha and Prohorovka, and if they went even to Pereyaslav, though I don't believe that, still we shall find them. We should go, one to Cherkasy, another to Zolotonosha, along the wagon road. And quickly, for as soon as they cross the Dnieper, they will hasten to the hetmans, or Khmelnytsky's Tartars will pick them up. You hurry to Zolotonosha, and I will go to Cherkasy," said Bogun. "All right, father. And keep a sharp lookout, for he is a cunning fox." Father. I am cunning too." Having settled the plan of pursuit in this way, the leader and the Esaul turned immediately, one to Cherkasy, the other higher up, to Zolotonosha. In the evening of the same day the old Esaul Anton reached Demyanovka. The village was deserted, only the women were left, for all the men had gone beyond the river to Khmelnytsky. Seeing armed men and not knowing who they were, the women had hidden in the thatch and in the barns. The Cossacks had to search long, but at last they found an old woman, who feared nothing, not even the Tartars. "And where are the men, mother?" asked Anton. "Do I know?" answered she, showing her yellow teeth. "We are Cossacks, mother, don't be afraid, we are not from the Poles." "The Poles? May the evil one. You are glad to see us, I suppose. You." The old woman hesitated a moment. "The plague take you. Anton was at a loss what to do, when suddenly the door of one of the cottages squeaked, and a young, fair-looking woman came out. "Ai. Good men, I heard that you were not Poles." "True, we are not." "Are you from Khmelnytsky?" "Yes." "Not from the Poles?" "By no means." "And why do you ask for the men?" "I ask if they have gone already." "They have gone. Glory be to God." "And tell us now, did a noble go by here, a cursed Pole with a young woman?" "A noble? A Pole? I didn't see them." "Was no one here?" "There was a grandfather. He persuaded the men to go to Khmelnytsky through Zolotonosha, for he said that Prince Yeremy was coming here." "Where?" "Here. And from here would go to Zolotonosha, so the old man said." "And the old man persuaded the men to rise?" "He did." "And he was alone?" "No, with a dumb boy." "How did he look?" "Who?" "The old man." "Oh, ai. Old, very old. He played on a lyre, and complained of the lords. But I did not see him." "And he persuaded the men to rise?" asked Anton. "He did." "Well, goodbye, young woman. God be with you." Anton stopped in deep thought. If the old man was Zagloba disguised, why did he persuade the peasants to go to Khmelnytsky, and where did he get the disguise? Where did he leave the horses, for he fled on horseback? But, above all, why did he incite peasants to rebellion and warn them of the coming of the prince? A noble would not have warned them, and first of all he would have taken refuge under the protection of the prince. And if the prince is really going to Zolotonosha, in which there is nothing strange, then he will pay for Vasilyevka without fail. Here Anton shuddered, for that moment he saw a new picket in the gate, exactly like an impaling stake. No. That old man was only a minstrel and nothing more. There is no reason to go to Zolotonosha unless they fled that way. But Zagloba had disappeared. What was to be done further? Wait, but the prince might come up. Go to Prohorovka and cross the Dnieper, that would be to fall into the hands of the hetmans. It was growing rather narrow for the old wolf of the wilderness in the broad steppes. He felt also that being a wolf he had come upon a fox in Pan Zagloba. Then he struck his forehead. But why did that grandfather take the people to Zolotonosha, beyond which is Prohorovka, and beyond that and the Dnieper the hetmans and the whole camp of the king? Anton determined that come what might, he would go to Prohorovka. When I am at the river, if I hear that the forces of the hetmans are on the other side, then I will not cross, I will go along the bank and join Bogun opposite Cherkasy. Besides, I shall get news of Khmelnytsky along the road. Anton already knew, from the story of Pleshnievsky, that Khmelnytsky had occupied Chigirin, that he had sent Kravonos against the hetmans, and was to follow him at once with Tugay Bey. Anton was an experienced soldier, and knowing the situation of the country well, was sure that the battle must have been fought already. In such an event it was necessary to know what was to be done. If Khmelnytsky had been beaten, the forces of the hetmans would spread over the whole country along the Dnieper in pursuit, in that case there would be no sense in looking for Zagloba. But if Khmelnytsky had won, which in truth Anton did not greatly believe, it was easier to beat the son of the hetman than the hetman, a van detachment than the whole army. Oh, thought the old Cossack, our ataman would do better to think of his own skin than of a young girl. Near Chigirin he might have crossed the Dnieper, and from there slipped off to the Sech in time. Here between Prince Yeremy and the hetmans it will be difficult for him to make his way. With these thoughts he moved on quickly with the Cossacks in the direction of the Sula, which he had to cross just beyond Demyanovka, wishing to go to Prohorovka. They went to Mogilna, situated at the river itself. Here fortune served Anton. For Mogilna, like Demyanovka, was deserted. He found, however, scows ready, and ferrymen who took over peasants fleeing to the Dnieper. The Trans-Dnieper did not dare to rise under the hand of the prince. But to make up for this the peasants left all the hamlets, settlements, and villages, to join Khmelnytsky in rally to his banners. The news of the victory of the Zaporojians at Zhaltya Vody flew like a bird through the whole Trans-Dnieper. The wild inhabitants could not remain in quiet, though there especially they had experienced hardly any oppression, for, as has been said, the prince, merciless to rebels, was a real father to peaceful settlers. His overseers on this account feared to commit injustice on people entrusted to them. But that people, changed not long before from robbers into agriculturists, were weary of the harshness of regulations and order. They fled therefore to where the hope of wild freedom gleamed. In many villages even the women fled to Khmelnytsky. In Shabanovets and Vysoky the whole population turned out, burning the houses behind them so as to have no place for return. In those villages in which a few people still remained, they were forced to arms. Anton began to inquire at once of the ferrymen for news beyond the Dnieper. There were reports, but contradictory, confused, unintelligible. It was said that Khmelnytsky was fighting with the hetmans, some said that he was beaten, others that he was victorious. A peasant fleeing toward Demyanovka said that the hetmans were taken captive. The ferrymen suspected that he was a noble in disguise, but were afraid to detain him because they had heard that the forces of the prince were at hand. A certain fear increased the number of the prince's armies everywhere, and made of them omnipresent divisions, for there was not a single village in the whole Trans-Dnieper in which it was not said that the prince was, right here, close by. Anton saw that they considered his party everywhere as belonging to Prince Yeremy. But soon he set the ferrymen at rest, and began to inquire about the Demyanovka peasants. "Oh yes, they passed. We took them to the other side," said a ferryman. "And there was a minstrel with them?" "Yes, there was." "And a dumb boy with the old man, a lad?" "Yes, there was." "What did the minstrel look like?" "He was not old, heavy, had eyes like a fish, and on one of them a cataract." "Oh, that is he," muttered Anton, and inquired further, "And the boy?" "Oh, Father Ataman," said the ferryman, "an angel, out and out. We have never seen such a boy." In the meanwhile they were coming to the shore. "Ah, we will bring her to the Ataman," muttered Anton to himself. Then he turned to the Cossacks, to horse. They shot on like a flock of frightened bustards, though the road was difficult, for the country was broken into gorges. But they entered a broad ravine at the bottom of which was a kind of natural path formed by the flowing of a spring. The ravine extended to Kavryets. They rushed on some miles without halting, Anton, on the best horse, ahead. The broad mouth of the ravine was already visible when Anton suddenly pulled in his horse till his hind shoes crushed the stones. "What is this?" The entrance was suddenly darkened with men and horses. A troop entered in pairs, and formed 6 abreast. There were about 300 horsemen. Anton looked, and although he was an old soldier hardened to every danger, his heart thumped within his breast and on his face came a deathly pallor. He recognized the dragoons of Prince Yeremy. It was too late to flee. Anton's party was separated from the dragoons by scarcely 200 yards, and the tired horses of the Cossacks could not go far in escape. The dragoons, seeing them, rode up on a trot. In a moment the Cossacks were surrounded on every side. "Who are you?" asked the commander, sternly. "Bogan's men," answered Anton, seeing that it was necessary to tell the truth. But recognizing the lieutenant whom he had seen in Pereyaslav, he cried out at once with pretended joy, "Oh, Pan Kushel! Thank God!" "Ah! Is that you, Anton?" asked the lieutenant, looking at the esaul. "What are you doing here? Where is your ataman?" "The Grand Hetman has sent our ataman to the prince to ask for assistance, so he has gone to Lubny, and he has commanded us to go along through the villages to catch deserters." Anton lied as if for hire. But he trusted in this, since the dragoons were going away from the Dnieper, they could not know yet of the attack on Rozlogi, nor of the battle at Vasilyevka, nor of any of Bogan's undertakings. Still the lieutenant added, "One might say you wanted to steal over to the rebellion." "Oh, lieutenant, if we wanted to go to Khmelnytsky, we should not be on this side of the Dnieper." "That," said Kushel, "is an evident truth which I am not able to deny. But the ataman will not find the prince in Lubny. Where is he? He was in Preluka, but it is possible that he started yesterday for Lubny. Too bad. The ataman has a letter from the hetman to the prince. And may I make bold to ask if you are coming from Zolotonosha? No, we were stationed at Khmelnytsky, and now we have received orders to go to Lubny, like the rest of the army. From there the prince will move, with all his forces. But where are you going? To Prohorovka, for the peasants are crossing there. Have many of them fled? Oh, many, many. Well, then, go. God be with you. Thank you kindly, Lieutenant. God conduct you. The dragoons opened their ranks, and Anton's escort rode out from among them to the mouth of the ravine. After he had issued from the ravine, Anton stopped and listened carefully. And when the dragoons had vanished from sight, and the last echo had ceased, he turned to his Cossacks, and said, "Do you know, you simpletons, that were it not for me, you would soon be gasping, impaled on stakes, in Lubny? And now, forward, even if we drive the last breath out of our horses." They rushed on with all speed. We are lucky, and doubly so, thought Anton first, in escaping with sound skins, and then because those dragoons were not marching from Zolotonosha, and Zagloba missed them, for if he had met them, he would have been safe from every pursuit. In truth, fortune was very unfavorable to Zagloba in not letting him come upon Kushel and his company, for then he would have been rescued at once, and freed from every fear. Meanwhile the news of the catastrophe at Korsun came upon Zagloba at Prohorovka like a thunderbolt. Reports had already been passing through the villages and farmhouses on the road to Zolotonosha of a great battle, even of the victory of Khmelnytsky. But Zagloba did not lend them belief, for he knew from experience that every report grows and grows among the common people to unheard of dimensions, and that specially of the preponderance of the Cossacks the people willingly told wonders. But in Prohorovka it was difficult to doubt any longer. The terrible and ominous truth struck like a club on the head. Khmelnytsky had triumphed, the army of the king was swept away, the hetmans were in captivity, and the whole Ukraine was on fire. Zagloba lost his head at first, for he was in a terrible position. Fortune had not favored him on the road, for at Zolotonosha he did not find the garrison, and the old fortress was deserted. He doubted not for a moment that Bogun was pursuing him, and that sooner or later he would come upon his trail. He had doubled back, it is true, like a hunted hare. But he knew, through and through, the hound that was hunting him, and he knew that that hound would not allow himself to be turned from the trail. Zagloba had Bogun behind, and before him a sea of peasant rebellion, slaughter, conflagration, Tartar raids, and raging mobs. To flee in such a position was a task difficult of accomplishment, especially with a young woman who, though disguised as a minstrel boy, attracted attention everywhere by her extraordinary beauty. In truth, it was enough to make a man lose his head. But Zagloba never lost it long. Amid the greatest chaos in his brain he saw perfectly one thing, or rather felt it most clearly, that he feared Bogun 100 times more than fire, water, rebellion, slaughter, or Khmelnytsky himself. At the very thought that he might fall into the hands of the terrible leader, the skin crept on his body. "He would flay me," repeated he, continually. But in front is a sea of rebellion. One method of salvation remained to desert Helena, and leave her to the will of God, but Zagloba did not wish to do that, and did not let the thought enter his head. What was he to do? Ah, thought he, it is not the time to look for the prince. Before me is a sea, I will give a plunge into this sea. At least I shall hide myself, and with God's aid swim to the other shore. And he determined to cross to the right bank of the Dnieper. This was no easy task at Prohorovka. Nikolai Pototsky had already collected for Krychovsky and his men all the scows and boats, large and small, from Pereyaslav to Chicherin. In Prohorovka there was only one leaky scow. Thousands of people, fleeing from the neighborhood of the Dnieper, were waiting for that scow. All the cottages, cowhouses, barns, sheds in the entire village were taken. Everything was enormously dear. Zagloba was in truth forced to earn a bit of bread with his lyre and his song. For 24 hours there was no passage. The scow was injured twice, and had to be repaired. Zagloba passed the night sitting on the bank of the river with Helena, together with crowds of drunken peasants who were sitting around fires. The night, too, was windy and cold. The princess was worn out and in pain, for the peasant boots galled her feet. She was afraid of becoming so ill as to be unable to move. Her face grew dark and pale, her marvelous eyes were quenched. Every moment she feared that she should be recognized under her disguise, or that Bogan's men would come up. That same night she beheld a terrible sight. A number of nobles who had tried to take refuge in the domains of Vishniovetzky from Tartar attack were brought from the mouth of the Ros by peasants, and put to death on the bank of the river. Besides this, in Prohorovka there were 2 Jews, with their families. The maddened crowd hurled them into the river. And when they did not go to the bottom at once, they were pushed down with long sticks, together with their wives and children. This was accompanied by uproar and drunkenness. Tipsy men frolicked with tipsy women. Terrible outbursts of laughter sounded ominously on the dark shores of the Dnieper. The wind scattered the fire. Red brands, and sparks driven by the wind, flew along, and died on the waves. Occasionally alarm sprang up. At one time and another a drunken, hoarse voice would cry in the darkness, "Save yourselves! Yeremy is coming!" And the crowd rushed blindly to the shore, trampled on one another, and pushed one another into the water. Once they came near running over Zagloba and the princess. It was an infernal night, and seemed endless. Zagloba begged a quart of vodka, drank himself, and forced the princess to drink, otherwise she would have fainted or caught a fever. At last the waves of the Dnieper began to whiten and shine. Light had come. The day was cloudy, gloomy, pale. Zagloba wished to cross, with all haste, to the other side. Happily the scow was repaired, but the throng in front of it was enormous. "A place for the grandfather, a place for the grandfather!" cried Zagloba, holding Helena between his outstretched arms, and defending her from the pressure. "A place for the grandfather. I am going to Khmelnytsky and Krivonos. A place for the grandfather, good people. My dear fellows, may the Black Death choke you and your children. I cannot see well, I shall fall into the water, my boy will be drowned. Give way, children. May the paralysis shake every limb of you, may you die on the stake." Thus brawling, begging, pushing the crowd apart with powerful arms, he urged Helena forward to the scow, clambered on himself, and then began to brawl again. "There are plenty of you here already. Why do you crowd so? You will sink the scow. Why do so many of you push on here? Enough, enough. Your turn will come, and if it doesn't, small matter." "Enough, enough," cried those who had got on the scow. "Push off, push off." The oars bent, and the scow began to move from the shore. A swift current bore it downward at once, somewhat in the direction of Domontov. They had passed about 1/2 the stream, when on the Prohorovka side shouts and cries were heard. A terrible disturbance rose among the people near the river. Some ran as if wild toward Domontov, others jumped into the water. Some shouted and waved their hands, or threw themselves on the ground. "What is that? What has happened?" was asked on the scow. "Yeremy," cried one voice. "Yeremy, Yeremy. Let us flee," cried others. The oars began to beat feverishly on the water, the scow sped on through the waves like a Cossack boat. At the same moment horsemen appeared on the Prohorovka shore. "The armies of Yeremy," shouted some on the boat. The horsemen rode along the shore, turned, asked the people about something. At last they began to call out to the boatmen, "Stop, stop." Zagloba looked, and cold sweat covered him from head to foot. He recognized Bogan's Cossacks. It was, in fact, Anton with his men. But, as already stated, Zagloba never lost his head long. He covered his eyes like a man of poor sight, looking, he must have looked a good while. At last he began to cry, as if someone were pulling him out of his skin. "Oh, children, those are the Cossacks of Vishniovetzky. Oh, for the sake of God and his holy purest mother, quick, to the shore. We will resign ourselves to the loss of those who are left, and break the scow, if not, death to us all. Oh, hurry, hurry. Break the scow," cried others. A shouting was raised, in which nothing could be heard of the cries from the Prohorovka side. Then the scow grated upon the gravel of the shore. The peasants began to spring out. But some of them were not able to land before others were breaking the railing and cutting the bottom with their axes. The planks and broken pieces began to fly through the air. The ill-fated boat was destroyed with frenzy, torn to pieces. Terror lent strength to the raging people. And all this time Zagloba was screaming, "Cut! Slash! Break! Tear! Burn! Save yourselves! Yeremy is coming! Yeremy is coming!" Shouting in this fashion, he looked with his sound eye at Helena and began to mutter significantly. Meanwhile from the other shore the shouts increased in view of the destruction of the boat, but it was so far away they could not understand what was said. The waving of hands seemed like threatening, and only increased the speed of destruction. The scow disappeared after a while, but suddenly from every breast there came a cry of horror. "They are springing into the water. They are swimming to us," roared the peasants. In fact, one horseman in advance and after him a number of others urged their horses into the water to swim to the other shore. It was a deed of almost insane daring. For increased by the spring flood, the river rushed on more powerfully than usual, forming here and there many eddies and whirlpools. Borne away by the impetus of the river, the horses could not swim straight across. The current began to bear them on with extraordinary swiftness. "They will not swim across," cried the peasants. "They are drowning. Glory be to God. Oh! Oh! One horse has gone down already. Death to them." The horses had swum a third part of the river, but the water bore them down with increasing speed. Evidently they began to lose strength, gradually too they sank deeper and deeper. After a little the men on their backs were in the water to their girdles. The peasants from Shelepuki ran to the water to see what was going on, now only the horses' heads looked out above the water, which reached the breasts of the men. But now they had swum half the river. Suddenly one horse's head and one man disappeared under the water, after that a second, a third, a fourth, a fifth, the number of swimmers decreased each moment. On both sides of the river a deep silence reigned in the crowds, but all ran with the course of the water to see what would happen. Now 2/3 of the river was crossed. The number of swimmers still decreased, but the heavy snorting of horses and the voices of the heroes urging them on was heard. It was clear that some would cross. "Hi, children! To your muskets! Destruction to the prince's men!" Puffs of smoke burst forth, then the rattle of muskets. A cry of despair was heard from the river, and after a while horses and men had vanished. The river was cleared. Only here and there in the distance, in the whirl of the waves, looked black for an instant the belly of a horse, gleamed red for a moment the cap of a Cossack. Zagloba looked at Helena, and muttered. Chapter 22. Prince Vishniovetzky knew of the defeat at Korsun before Skshetuski had been found sitting on the ruins of Rozlogi, since Polyanovsky, one of his hussar officers, had brought news of it to Segedin. Previous to that the prince had been in Priluka, and from there had sent Boguslav Mashkevich with a letter to the hetmans, inquiring when they would order him to march with all his forces. But as Pan Mashkevich did not return for a long time with the answer of the hetmans, the prince moved on toward Pereyaslav, sending orders on every side to the detachments that the regiments which were scattered here and there in the Trans-Dnieper should assemble as quickly as possible at Lubny. But news came that some Cossack regiments disposed in outposts along the borders next the Tartars had dispersed or joined the insurrection. Thus the prince saw his forces suddenly decreased, and was grieved not a little. For he did not expect that those men whom he had led so often to victory could ever desert him. However, upon meeting with Pan Polyanovsky and receiving news of the unexampled catastrophe, he concealed it from the army and went on toward the Dnieper, thinking to march at random into the midst of the storm and uprising, and either revenge the defeat, wipe away the disgrace of the armies, or shed his own blood. He judged that there must be some, and perhaps large, portions of the army of the crown left after the defeat. These, if joined to his division of 6,000, might measure themselves with Khmelnytsky with hope of victory. Halting at Pereyaslav, he ordered Pan Volodyovsky and Pan Kushel to send their dragoons in every direction to Cherkasy, Mantovo, Sekernaya, Buchak, Styki, Troktimarov, and Rogizchev, to collect all the boats and craft which they could find anywhere. Then the army was to cross from the left side to Rogizchev. The messengers heard of the defeat from fugitives whom they met here and there. But at all the above-mentioned places they could not find a single boat, since, as already stated, the Grand Hetman of the Crown had taken one half of them long before for Krachovsky and Barabash. And the rebellious mob on the right bank had destroyed the rest through fear of the prince. But Volodyovsky crossed over with 10 men to the right bank on a raft which he had fashioned in haste from tree trunks, and seized a number of Cossacks, whom he brought to the prince, who learned from them of the enormous extent of the rebellion and the terrible fruits of the defeat at Korsun. The whole Ukraine had risen to the last man. The insurrection had spread like a deluge, which covering a level land occupies more and more space at each twinkle of an eye. The nobles defended themselves in large and small castles. But many of these castles had been already captured. Khmelnytsky was increasing in power every moment. The captured Cossacks gave the number of his army at 200,000 men, and in a couple of days it might be doubled. For this reason he remained in Korsun after the battle, and took immediate advantage of the peace to marshal the people into his countless hosts. He divided the mob into regiments, appointed colonels from the atamans and experienced Zaporozhian esals, and sent detachments or whole divisions to capture neighboring castles. Considering all this, Prince Yeremy saw that on account of the absence of boats the construction of which for an army of 6,000 men would occupy several weeks' time, and on account of the strength of the enemy which had increased beyond measure, there was no means of crossing the Dnieper in those parts in which he then found himself. Pan Polyanovsky, Colonel Baranovsky, the commander of the camp, Alexander Baranovsky, Volodyovsky, and Vurtsel were in favor of moving to the north toward Chernigov, which was on the other side of dense forests. Thence they would march on Lubeck, and cross the river to Brajanov. It was a long and perilous journey, for beyond the Chernigov forests, in the direction of Brajanov, were enormous swamps, which were not easy of passage even for infantry, and what must they be for heavy cavalry wagons and artillery? The proposal, however, pleased the prince. But he wished, before going on that long and as he considered unavoidable road, to show himself once more in his Trans-Dnieper domains, prevent immediate outbreak, gather the nobles under his wing, transfix the people with terror, and leave behind the memory of that terror, which in the absence of the master would be the only safeguard to the country and the guardian of all who were unable to march with the army. Besides this, Princess Griselda, the princesses Baraski, the ladies-in-waiting, the whole court, and some regiments, namely, the infantry, were still in Lubny. The prince therefore determined to go to Lubny for a last farewell. The troops moved that very day, and at their head Pan Volodyovsky with his dragoons, who, though all Russian without exception, still held by the bonds of discipline and trained as regular soldiers, almost surpassed in loyalty the other regiments. The country was quiet yet. Here and there had been formed ruffianly bands which plundered castle and cottage alike. These bands the prince destroyed in great part along the road and impaled on stakes. The common people had risen in no place. Their minds were seething, fire was in the eyes and souls of the peasants, they armed in secret and fled beyond the Dnieper, but fear was still superior to the thirst for blood and murder. It might be considered of ill omen for the future, however, that the inhabitants of those villages from which the peasants had not gone to Khmelnytsky fled at the approach of the army, as if fearing that the terrible prince would read in their faces that which was hidden in their hearts and would punish them in advance. And he did punish wherever he found the least sign of incipient rebellion, and as he had a nature unbounded both in rewarding and punishing, he punished without measure and without mercy. It might have been said at that time that two vampires were careering along both banks of the Dnieper, one, Khmelnytsky, devouring nobles, the other, Prince Yeremy, destroying the uprisen people. It was whispered among the peasants that when these two met the sun would be darkened and the water in all rivers run red. But the meeting was not at hand. For Khmelnytsky, the conqueror at Zaltya in Korsun, that Khmelnytsky who had battered into fragments the armies of the crown, who had taken captive the hetmans, and who was then at the head of hundreds of thousands of warriors, simply feared that Lord of Lubny, who was going to look for him west of the Dnieper. The armies of the prince had passed Sleporod. The prince himself stopped to rest at Filipovo, where he was informed that envoys had come from Khmelnytsky with a letter and begged for an audience. The prince gave orders to produce them at once. Then the 6 Zaporojians entered the house of the understarosta where the prince was stopping. They entered boldly enough, especially the chief of them, the ataman Sukaya Ruka, distinguished through the victory of Korsun and his new rank of colonel. But when they saw the prince such fear seized them that they fell at his feet, not daring to utter a word. The chieftain, surrounded by his principal knights, ordered them to rise, and asked what they had brought. A letter from the hetman, answered Sukaya Ruka. The prince fixed his eyes on the Cossack, and answered quietly, but with emphasis on every word. From a bandit, a ruffian, and a robber, not from a hetman. The Zaporojians grew pale, or blue rather, and dropping their heads on their breasts stood in silence at the door. Then the prince ordered Pan Mashkevich to take the letter and read it. The letter was humble, though it was after Korsun. The fox had gained the upper hand of the lion in Khmelnytsky, the serpent of the eagle, for he remembered that he was writing to Vishnevetsky. He flattered in order to quiet, and then the more easily to sting. He wrote that what had happened was through the fault of Chaplinsky, and that the fickleness of fortune had met the hetmans, hence it was not his fault, but their evil fate and the oppressions which the Cossacks had endured in the Ukraine. Still he asked the prince not to be offended, to pardon him, and he would ever remain his obedient and willing servant. And to win favor for his envoys and save them from anger, he declared that he had dismissed in safety Pan Skshetuski, the hussar officer taken in the Sach. Now followed complaints against the haughtiness of Skshetuski, who had refused to take letters from Khmelnytsky to the prince, by which action he had put a great slight upon the dignity of the hetman and the whole Zaporojian army. To haughtiness and contempt like this which the Cossacks met with from the Poles at every step, did Khmelnytsky attribute specially all that had happened from Zaltya Vody to Korsun. The letter ended with assurances of regret, and of loyalty to the Commonwealth, together with offers of service to Yeremy. The envoys themselves were astonished when they heard this letter. For they had no previous knowledge of its contents, and supposed that it contained abase and harsh challenges rather than requests. One thing was clear to them: Khmelnytsky had no wish to risk everything with such a famous leader, and instead of moving on him with all his forces, was delaying and deceiving him with humility. And waiting apparently till the forces of the prince should be worn out on campaigns and struggles with various detachments. In one word, he seemed to fear the prince. The envoys became still more subservient, and during the reading perused the prince's face carefully to see if they could find in it the hour of their death. Though in coming they were prepared to die, still fear seized them then. The prince listened quietly, but from time to time dropped the lids of his eyes as if wishing to restrain the thunderbolts hidden within, and it was as visible as if on the palm of the hand that he was holding terrible anger in check. When the letter was finished he answered no word to the envoys, but merely ordered Volodyovsky to remove and keep them under guard. Then he turned to the colonels himself and said, "Great is the cunning of this enemy, for he wishes to lull me with that letter so as to attack me asleep. Or he will move into the heart of the Commonwealth, conclude terms, and receive immunity from the yielding estates and the king, and then he will feel himself safe, for if I wanted to war with him after that, not he. But I should act against the will of the Commonwealth, and be held as a rebel." Wurzel caught himself by the head. "Oh, vulpes astuta. Well, gentlemen, what action do you advise?" asked the prince. Speak boldly, and then I will indicate to you my own will. Old Zatsvilikovsky, who had left Chigirin some time before and joined the prince, said. Let it be according to the will of your highness. But if we are permitted to speak, then I will say that you have sounded the intentions of Khmelnytsky with your usual quickness, for they are what you say and no other. I should think, therefore, that there is no need of paying attention to his letter, but after securing the future safety of the princess, to cross the Dnieper and begin war before Khmelnytsky settles any conditions. It would be a shame and dishonor for the Commonwealth to suffer such insults to pass unpunished. But, here he turned to the colonels, I wait your opinions, not giving my own as infallible. The commander of the camp, Alexander Zamoysky, struck his saber and said. Worthy colonel, age speaks through you, and wisdom also. We must tear off the head of that hydra before it grows and devours us. Amen, said the priest Mukovetsky. Other colonels, instead of speaking, followed the example of the commander, shook their sabers, breathed hard, and gritted their teeth. But Wurzel said. It is a downright insult to the name of your highness that ruffian should dare to write to you. A Koshivoy ataman has rank confirmed and recognized by the Commonwealth, with which the Kuren atamans can cloak their action. But this is a pretended hetman, who can be considered in no light but that of a robber, and Pan Skshetuski acted in a praiseworthy manner when he refused to take his letters to your highness. That is just what I think, said the prince. And since I cannot reach him, he will be punished in the persons of his envoys. Then he turned to the colonel of the Tartar regiment of his guard, Vershel, order your Tartars to behead those Cossacks. And for their chief let a stake be trimmed, and seat him on it without delay. Vershel inclined his head, which was red as a flame. The priest Mukovetsky, who usually restrained the prince, crossed his hands as if in prayer, and looked imploringly into his eyes, wishing to find mercy. I know, priest, what you want, said the prince, but it cannot be. This is necessary on account of the cruelties which they have committed west of the Dnieper, for our own dignity, and for the good of the Commonwealth. It must be shown convincingly that there is someone yet who is not afraid of that outcast, and treats him as a bandit, who, though he writes with submission, acts with insolence. And conducts himself in the Ukraine as if he were an independent prince, and has brought such a paroxysm on the Commonwealth as it has not gone through for many a day. Your Highness, as he states, he liberated Pan Skshetuski unharmed, said the priest, timidly. I thank you in Skshetuski's name for comparing him with butchers. Here the prince frowned. But enough. I see, continued he, turning to the colonels, that your voices are all for war, this too is my will. We march on Chigirin, collecting nobles by the way. We will cross at Brajin, then move to the south. Now to Lubny. God be on our side, said the colonels. At this moment the door opened, and in it appeared Rozvorovsky, lieutenant of the Wallachian regiment, sent 2 days before with 300 horse on a reconnaissance. Your Highness, cried he, the rebellion is spreading. Rozlogi is burned. The garrison at Vasilievka is cut to pieces. How? What? Where? Was asked on every side. But the prince motioned with his hand to be silent, and asked, who did it, marauders or troops? They say Bogan did it. Bogan? Yes. When did it happen? 3 days ago. Did you follow the trace, catch up with them, seize informants? I followed, but could not come up, for I was 3 days too late. I collected news along the road. They returned to Chigirin, then separated, one half going to Cherkasy, the other to Zolotonosha and Prohorovka. Here Pan Kushel said, I met the detachment that was going to Prohorovka, and informed your Highness. They said they were sent by Bogan to prevent peasants from crossing the Dnieper, therefore I let them pass. You committed a folly, but I do not blame you. It is difficult not to be deceived when there is treason at every step, and the ground under one's feet is burning, said the prince. Suddenly he seized himself by the head. Almighty God! Cried he, I remember that Skshetuski told me Bogan was making attempts on the honor of Kurtsevichovna, I understand now why Rozlogi was burned. The girl must have been carried away. Here, Volodyovsky, said the prince, take 500 horse and move on again to Cherkasy, let Bykovets take 500 Wallachians and go through Zolotonosha to Prohorovka. Don't spare the horses, whoever rescues the girl for me will have Yeremiovka for life. On. On. Then to the colonels, and we will go to Lubny through Rozlogi. Thereupon the colonels hurried out of the understarosta's house and galloped to their regiments. Soldiers rushed to their horses. They brought to the prince the chestnut steed which he usually rode on his expeditions. And soon the regiments moved, and stretched out like a long and many-colored gleaming serpent over the Filipovo road. Near the gate a bloody sight struck the eyes of the soldiers. On stakes of the hurdle fence were to be seen the severed heads of the 5 Cossacks, which gazed on the army marching past with the dead whites of their open eyes. And some distance beyond the gate, on a green mound struggled and quivered the ataman Sukaya Ruka, sitting upright, impaled on a stake. The point had already passed through half his body. But long hours of dying were indicated yet for the unfortunate ataman, for he might quiver there till night before death would put him to rest. At that time he was not only living, but he turned his terrible eyes on the regiments as each one of them passed by, eyes which said, "May God punish you, and your children, and your grandchildren to the 10th generation, for the blood, for the wounds, for the torments. God grant that you perish, you and your race, that every misfortune may strike you. God grant that you be continually dying, and that you may never be able either to die or to live." And although he was a simple Cossack, although he died not in purple nor cloth of gold but in a common blue coat, and not in the chamber of a castle but under the naked sky on a stake, still that torment of his, that death circling above his head, clothed him with dignity, and put such a power into his look, such an ocean of hate into his eyes, that all understood well what he wanted to say, and the regiments rode past in silence. But he in the golden gleam of the midday towered above them, shining on the freshly smoothed stake like a torch. The prince rode by, not turning an eye. The priest Mukovetsky made the sign of the cross on the unfortunate man. And all had passed, when a youth from the Hussar regiment, without asking any one for permission, urged his horse to the mound, and putting a pistol to the ear of the victim, ended his torments with a shot. All trembled at such daring infraction of military rules, and knowing the rigor of the prince, they looked on the youth as lost, but the prince said nothing. Whether he pretended not to hear or was buried in thought, it is sufficient that he rode on in silence, and only in the evening did he order the young man to be called. The stripling stood before the face of his lord barely alive, and thought that the ground was opening under his feet. But the prince inquired, "What is your name?" "Jelensky." "You fired at the Cossack?" "I did," groaned he, pale as a sheet. "Why did you do it?" "Because I could not look at the torment." "Oh, you will see so much of their deeds that at a sight like this pity will fly from you like an angel. But because on account of your pity you risked your life, the treasurer in Lubny will pay you 10 golden ducats, and I take you into my personal service." All wondered that the affair was finished in this way. But meanwhile it was announced that a detachment from Zolotonosha had come, and attention was turned in another direction. Chapter 23. Late in the evening the army arrived in Rozlogi by moonlight. There they found Pan Yen sitting on his cavalry. The knight, as is known, had lost his senses altogether from pain and torment. And when the priest Mukovetsky brought him to his mind, the officers bore him away and began to greet and comfort him, especially Pan Longin Podbipienta, who for 3 months past had been a popular officer in Skshetuski's regiment. Pan Longin was ready also to be his companion in sighing and weeping, and for his benefit made a new vow at once, that he would fast every Tuesday of his life, if God would in any way send solace to the lieutenant. Skshetuski was conducted straightway to Vishnevetsky at a peasant's cottage. When the prince saw his favorite he said not a word, he only opened his arms to him and waited. Skshetuski threw himself into those arms with loud weeping. Yeremy pressed him to his bosom and kissed him on the forehead, and the officers present saw the tears in his worthy eyes. After a while he began to speak. I greet you as a son, for I thought I should never see you again. Bear your burden manfully, and remember that you will have thousands of comrades in misfortune who will leave wives, children, parents, and friends, and as a drop of water is lost in an ocean, so let your suffering sink in the sea of universal pain. When such terrible times have come on our dear country, whoever is a man and has a sword at his side will not yield himself to weeping over his own loss, but will hasten to the rescue of the common mother. And either find relief in his conscience or lie down in a glorious death, receive a heavenly crown, and with it eternal happiness. Amen, said the priest Mukovetsky. Oh, I should rather see her dead, groaned the knight. Weep, then, for great is your loss, and we will weep with you. For you have come not to pagans, wild Scythians, or Tartars, but to brothers and loving comrades. Say to yourself, today I will weep over myself, but tomorrow is not mine, for remember that tomorrow we march to battle. I will go with you to the end of the world, but I cannot console myself. It is so grievous for me without her that I cannot. The poor fellow seized himself by the head, then put his fingers between his teeth, and gnawed them to overcome the groans, for a storm of despair was tearing him afresh. You have said, thy will be done, said the priest, severely. Amen, amen. I yield to his will, but with pain. I cannot help it, answered the knight, with a broken voice. They could see how he struggled and writhed, and his suffering wrung tears from them all. The most sensitive were Volodyovsky and Podbipienta, who poured out whole streams. The latter clasped his hands and said pitifully, Brother, dear brother, contain yourself. Listen, said the prince on a sudden, I have news that Bogun rushed off from here toward Lubny, for he cut down my men at Vasilyevka. Do not despair too soon, for perhaps he did not find her. If he did, why should he rush on toward Lubny? As true as life, that may be the case, cried some of the officers. God will console you. Skshetuski opened his eyes as if he did not understand what they were saying. Suddenly hope gleamed in his mind, and he threw himself at the feet of the prince. Oh, your highness, cried he, my life, my blood. He could speak no further. He had grown so weak that Pan Longin was obliged to raise him and place him on the bench, but it was evident from his looks that he had grasped at that hope as a drowning man at a plank, and that his pain had left him. The officers fanned that spark, saying he might find the princess in Lubny. Afterward they took him to another cottage, and then brought him mead and wine. He wished to drink, but could not, his throat was so straitened. His faithful comrades drank instead, and when they had grown gladsome they began to embrace and kiss him, and to wonder at his meagerness and the marks of sickness which he bore on his face. Oh, you look like one risen from the dead, said portly Pan Jik. It must be they insulted you in the Sach, and gave you neither food nor drink. Tell us what happened to you. I will tell you some time, said Skshetuski, with a weak voice. They wounded me, and I was sick. They wounded him, cried Pan Jik. They wounded him, though an envoy, added Pan Slashinsky. The officers, astounded at Cossack insolence, looked at one another, and then began to press forward to Pan Yen with great friendliness. And did you see Khmelnytsky? I did. Well, give him here, said Migursky. We will make mincemeat of him in a minute. The night passed in such conversation. Toward morning it was announced that the second party, dispatched on the more distant road to Cherkasy, had returned. It was evident the men of this party had not come up with Bogun. They had brought wonderful news, however. They brought many people whom they had found on the road, and who had seen Bogun 2 days before. These people said that the chief was evidently pursuing someone, for he inquired everywhere if a fat noble had not been seen fleeing with a young Cossack. Besides, he was in a terrible hurry, and flew at breakneck speed. The people also affirmed that they had not seen Bogun taking away a young woman, and they would have seen her without fail if she had been with him, for only a few Cossacks were following the chief. New consolation, but also new anxiety, entered the heart of Pan Yen, for these stories were simply beyond his comprehension. He did not understand why Bogun, pursuing first in the direction of Lubny, threw himself on the garrison at Vasilyevka, and then returned suddenly in the direction of Cherkasy. That he had not carried off Helena appeared to be certain, for Pan Kushel had met Anton's party, and she was not with them. The people now brought from the direction of Cherkasy had not seen her with Bogun. Where could she be then? Where was she hiding? Had she escaped? If so, in what direction? Why should she not escape to Lubny, instead of Cherkasy or Zolotonosha? Still Bogun's parties were pursuing and hunting somebody around Cherkasy and Prohorovka. But why were they inquiring about a noble with a young Cossack? To all these questions the lieutenant found no answer. "Put your heads together, talk the matter over, explain what this means," said he to the officers, "for my head is unequal to the task." "I think she must be in Lubny," said Pan Migursky. "Impossible," rejoined Zatsvilikovsky. "For if she were in Lubny then Bogun would hurry to Chigirin, and would not expose himself to the hetmans, of whose defeat he could not have known at that time. If he divided his Cossacks and pursued in two directions, I tell you that he was pursuing no one but her. And why did he inquire for an old noble and a young Cossack? No great sagacity is needed to guess that. If she fled, she was not in woman's dress, but surely in disguise, so as not to be discovered. It is my opinion, then, that that Cossack is she." Sure as life," repeated the others. "Well, but who is the noble?" "I don't know that," replied the old man, "but we can ask about it. The peasants must have seen who was here and what happened. Let's have the man of this cottage brought in." The officers hurried, and brought by the shoulder a sub-neighbor from the cowhouse. "Well, fellow," said Zatsvilikovsky, "were you here when the Cossacks with Bogun attacked the castle?" The peasant, as was customary, began to swear that he had not been present, that he had not seen anything, did not know anything. But Zatsvilikovsky knew with whom he had to deal. Therefore he said, "Oh, I know, you son of a pagan, that you were right here when they plundered the place. Lie to someone else. Here is a gold ducat for you, and there is a soldier with a sword. Take your choice. Besides, if you do not tell, we will burn the village, and harm will come to poor people through you." Then the sub-neighbor began to tell of what he had seen. When the Cossacks fell to reveling on the square before the house, he went with others to see what was going on. They heard that the old princess and her sons were killed, but that Nikolai had wounded the ataman, who lay as if lifeless. What happened to the young woman they could not discover, but at daybreak next morning they heard that she had escaped with a noble who had come with Bogun. "That's it. That's it," said Zatsvilikovsky. "Here is your gold ducat. You see that no harm has come to you. And did you or anyone in the neighborhood see that noble?" "I saw him, but he was not from this place." "What did he look like?" "He was as big as a stove, with a grey beard, and swore like a minstrel. Blind of one eye." "Oh, for God's sake," said Pan Longin, "that must be Pan Zagloba." "Zagloba, who else?" "Zagloba? Wait, Zagloba, maybe it is. He kept company with Bogun in Chigirin, drank and played dice with him. Maybe it is he. The description fits him." Here Zatsvilikovsky turned again to the peasant. "And that noble fled with the young lady?" "Yes, so we heard." "Do you know Bogun well?" "Oh, very well. He used to be here for months at a time." "But maybe that noble took her away for Bogun?" "No, how could he do that? He bound Bogun, tied him up with his coat, then, they say, carried off the young lady as far as the eye of people could see. The ataman howled like a werewolf, and before daylight had himself bound between horses, and rushed off toward Lubny, but did not find them, then he rushed in another direction." "Praise be to God," said Migursky, "she may be in Lubny. That he hurried in the direction of Cherkasy is nothing, not finding her in one place, he tried in another." Pan Yen was already on his knees, praying fervently. Well, said the old standard-bearer, I did not think there was such metal in Zagloba that he would dare to attack such a hero as Bogun. True, he was very friendly to Skshetuski for the triple mead of Lubny which we drank in Chicherin. He mentioned it to me more than once, and called him a distinguished cavalier. Well, this cannot find a place yet in my head, for he drank up no small amount of Bogun's money. But that he should bind Bogun and carry off the lady. I did not expect such a daring deed from him, for I held him a squabbler and a coward. Cunning he is, but a tremendous exaggerator, and all the bravery of such people is generally on their lips. Let him be as he likes, it is enough that he has snatched the princess from the hands of robbers, said Volodyovski. And since, as is evident, he has no lack of stratagems, he has surely fled with her in such fashion as to be safe from the enemy himself. His own life depended on that, said Migurski. Then they turned to Pan Yen and said, "Comfort yourself, dear comrade, we shall all be your best men yet. And drink at the wedding." Zatsvilikovsky added, if he fled beyond the Dnieper and heard of the defeat at Korsun, he was obliged to return to Chernigov, and in that case we shall come up to him on the road. Here is to the happy conclusion of all the troubles and sufferings of our friend, called out Slashinsky. They began to raise their glasses to the health of Pan Yen, the princess, their future descendants, and Zagloba. Thus passed the night. At daybreak the march was sounded, and the forces moved for Lubny. The journey was made quickly, for the troops of the prince went without a train. Pan Yen wished to gallop ahead with the Tartar regiment, but was too weak. Besides, Prince Yeremy kept him near his own person, for he wished to hear the account of his mission to the Sage. The knight was obliged, therefore, to give an account of how he had travelled, how they attacked him at Hortitsa and dragged him into the Sage, but was silent concerning his disputes with Khmelnytsky, lest it might seem that he was praising himself. The prince was affected most by the news that old Grodzitsky had no powder, and therefore could not defend himself long. That is an unspeakable loss, said he, for that fortress might cause great damage and hindrance to the rebellion. Grodzitsky is a famous man, really a decus iti presidium to the Commonwealth. Why did he not send to me for powder? I should have given it to him from the cellars of Lubny. He thought evidently that by virtue of his office the Grand Hetman should think of that, said Pan Yen. I can believe it, added the prince, and was silent. After a while, however, he continued, the Grand Hetman is an old and experienced soldier, but he had too much self-confidence, and thereby has ruined himself. He underestimated the whole rebellion, and when I hurried to him with assistance he did not look at me at all agreeably. He did not wish to divide the glory with any one, feared the victory would be attributed to me. That is my opinion too, said Skshetuski, gravely. He thought to pacify the Zaporogians with clubs. God has punished the insolence. This commonwealth is perishing through that same kind of pride, which is hateful to God, and of which perhaps no one is free. The prince was right. And in truth he was not himself without blame, for it was not so long since, in his dispute over Gadiak with Pan Alexander Konieczpolski, the prince entered Warsaw with 4,000 men, whom he ordered, in case he should be pressed to take the oath in the Senate, to break into the chamber and fall upon them all. And he did this through nothing else but insolent pride, which would not allow him to be brought to oath instead of giving his word. Maybe he remembered this affair at that moment. For he fell to thinking, and rode on in silence, his eyes wandering over the broad steppes which lay on both sides of the road. Perhaps he thought of the fate of that commonwealth which he loved with all the power of his ardent spirit, and to which the day of wrath and calamity seemed approaching. After midday the swelling cupolas of Lubny churches and the glittering roof and pointed towers of St. Michael appeared from the lofty bank of the Sula. The army marched without hurry, and entered before evening. The prince went immediately to the castle, where, in accordance with orders sent in advance, everything had been made ready for the road. The regiments were disposed for the night in the town, which was no easy matter, for there was a great concourse of people in the place. Roused by reports of the progress of civil war on the right bank and of ferment among the peasants, all the nobles east of the Dnieper had crowded to Lubny. They had come even from distant settlements, with their wives, children, servants, horses, camels, and whole herds of cattle. There had come also the prince's agents, under-starostas and all kinds of officials from among the nobles, tenants, Jews. In a word, all against whom the rebellion might turn sharp knives. You would have said that some great annual fair was going on at Lubny. For there were not wanting even merchants of Moscow and Astrakhan Tartars, who, coming to the Ukraine with goods, halted there in view of war. On the square stood thousands of wagons of the most varied forms, some with willow-bound wheels, others having wheels without spokes, cut out of one piece of wood, Cossack telegas, and equipages of nobles. The more distinguished guests were lodged in the castle and in inns, the unimportant and servants, in tents near the churches. In the streets fires were kindled, at which food was cooking. And everywhere was a throng, a stir, a bustle, as in a beehive. The most varied costumes and colors were to be seen. There were present soldiers of the prince from different regiments, heyduks and Turkish grooms, Jews in black cloaks, peasants, Armenians in violet caps, Tartars in fur coats. The air was full of the sounds of different languages, of shouts, curses, cries of children, barking of dogs, and bellowing of cattle. The people greeted the approaching regiments joyfully, for they saw in them assurance of safety and deliverance. Some went to the castle to shout in honor of the prince and princess. The most varied reports passed through the crowd, one that the prince would stay in Lubny. Another that he was going far away to Lithuania, where it would be necessary to follow him, a third, that he had already defeated Khmelnytsky. The prince, after the greeting with his wife was over, and the announcement of the journey on the following day, looked with anxiety on those crowds of wagons and people which were to follow the army, and be fetters to his feet by lessening the speed of the march. His only comfort was the thought that beyond Brogin, in a quieter country, all would disperse, take refuge in various corners, and be a burden no longer. The princess herself, with ladies in waiting in the court, were to be sent to Vishnevets, so that the prince without care or hindrance might move into the fire with his whole force. The preparations at the castle had been made already, wagons were filled with effects and valuables, supplies were collected, all persons of the court were ready to take their seats in the wagons and on horseback at a moment's notice. This readiness was the work of Princess Griselda, who in calamity had as great a soul as her husband, and who, in truth, was equal to him in energy and unbending temper. The prince was pleased with what he saw, though his heart was rent at the thought that he must leave the Lubny nest in which he had known so much happiness and had won so much glory. This sorrow, too, was shared by the whole army, the servants, and the entire court. For all felt certain that when the prince would be far away in battle, the enemy would not leave Lubny in peace, but would avenge on those beloved walls all the blows which they had suffered at the hands of Yeremy. Cries and lamentations were not lacking, especially among the women, and among those whose children were born there, and those who were leaving the graves of their parents behind. Chapter 24. Pan Yen, who had galloped in advance of the regiments to the castle to inquire for the princess and Zagloba, did not find them. They had neither been seen nor heard of, though there was news of the attack on Rozlogi and the destruction of the troops at Vasilyevka. The knight locked himself up in his quarters at the arsenal, together with his disappointed hopes. Sorrow, fear, and affliction rushed upon him again, but he defended himself from them as a wounded soldier on the battlefield defends himself from crows and ravens flocking around to drink his warm blood and tear his flesh. He strengthened himself with the thought that Zagloba, being fertile in stratagems, might make his way to Chernigov and hide on receiving news of the defeat of the hetmans. He remembered then that old man whom he met on the way to Rozlogi, and who, together with his boy, as he said himself, had been stripped of his clothes by some devil, and had sat 3 days in the reeds of the Kagamlik, fearing to come out into the world. The thought occurred to Skshetuski at once that it must be Zagloba who had stripped them in order to get a disguise for himself and Helena. "It cannot be otherwise," repeated he. And he found great consolation in this thought, since such disguise made flight much more easy. He hoped that God, who watches over innocence, would not abandon Helena. And wishing the more to obtain this favor for her, he determined to purify himself from his sins. He left the arsenal therefore. And on searching for the priest Mukovetsky, and finding him engaged in consoling some women, he begged to have his confession heard. The priest led him to a chapel, entered the confessional at once, and began to hear him. When he had finished, the priest instructed, edified, and consoled him, strengthened his faith, and then rebuked him, saying, "A Christian is not permitted to doubt the power of God, or an individual to grieve more over his own misfortune than that of his country. But you have more tears for your personal interests, that is, for your friends than for the nation, and grieve more over your love than over the catastrophe that has come upon all." Then he described the defeats, the fall, the disgrace of the country, in such lofty and touching speech that he roused at once great patriotism in the heart of the knight, to whom his own misfortunes seemed so belittled that he was almost unable to see them. The priest reproved him for the animosity and hatred against the Cossacks which he had observed in him. "The Cossacks you will crush," said he, "as enemies of the faith and the country, as allies of the pagan. But you will forgive them for having injured you, and pardon them from your heart, without thought of vengeance. And when you manifest this, I know that God will comfort you, restore your love to you, and send you peace." Then the priest made the sign of the cross over Pan Yen, blessed him, and went out, having enjoined as penance to lie in the form of a cross till morning before the crucified Christ. The chapel was empty and dark. Only 2 candles were burning before the altar, casting rosy and golden gleams on the face of Christ, cut from alabaster and full of sweetness and suffering. Hours passed away, and the lieutenant lay there motionless as if dead. But he felt with increasing certainty that bitterness, despair, hatred, pain, grief, suffering, were unwinding themselves from his heart, crawling out of his breast, creeping away like serpents, and hiding somewhere in the darkness. He felt that he was breathing more freely, that a kind of new health and new strength were entering into him, that his mind was becoming clearer and a species of happiness was embracing him. In a word, he found before that altar and before that Christ all, whatever it might be, that a man of those ages could find, a man of unshaken faith, without a trace or a shadow of doubt. Next morning the lieutenant was as if reborn. Work, movement, and bustle began, for this was the day of leaving Lubny. Officers from early morning had to review the regiments to see that horses and men were in proper order, then lead them to the field, and put them in marching array. The prince heard Holy Mass in the church of St. Michael, after which he returned to the castle and received deputations from the Greek clergy and from the townspeople of Lubny and Korol. Then he mounted the throne, in the hall painted by Helm, surrounded by his foremost knights, and here Gruby, the mayor of Lubny, gave his farewell in Russian in the name of all the places belonging to the prince's Transdnieper domains. He begged him first of all not to depart, not to leave them as sheep without a shepherd, hearing which, other deputies, clasping their hands, repeated, "Do not go away. Do not go away." And when the prince answered that he must go, they fell at the feet of their good lord in regret or pretended regret, for it was said that many of them, notwithstanding all the kindness of the prince, were very friendly to the Cossacks and Khmelnytsky. But the more wealthy of them were afraid of the disturbance which they feared would arise immediately on the departure of the prince and his forces. Vishniovetzky answered that he had tried to be a father, not a lord, to them, and implored them to remain loyal to the king and the Commonwealth, the mother of all, under whose wings they had suffered no injustice, had lived in peace, had grown in wealth, feeling no yoke such as strangers would not fail to lay upon them. He took farewell of the Greek clergy with similar words. After that came the hour of parting. Then was heard throughout the whole castle the weeping and lamentation of servants. The young ladies and ladies in waiting fainted, and they were barely able to restore Anuzia Borzobogata to her senses. The princess herself was the only woman who entered a carriage with dry eyes and uplifted head, for the proud lady was ashamed to show the world that she suffered. Crowds of people stood near the castle, all the bells in Lubny were tolling. The Russian priests blessed with their crosses the departing company. The line of carriages and equipages could scarcely squeeze through the gates of the castle. Finally the prince mounted his horse. The regimental flags were lowered before him. Cannon were fired from the walls. The sounds of weeping, the the bustle and shouting of crowds were mingled with the sounds of bells and guns, with the blare of trumpets and the rattle of drums. The procession moved on. In advance went the Tartar regiments, under Rozvorovsky and Vershel, then the artillery of Pan Vurtsel, the infantry of Khmelnytsky, next came the princess with her ladies, then the whole court, and wagons with valuables. After them the Wallachian regiment of Pan Bykovets, finally, the body of the army, the picked regiments of heavy artillery, the armored regiments, and hussars. The rear was brought up by the dragoons and the Cossacks. After the army came an endless train of wagons, many-colored as a serpent, and carrying the families of all those nobles who after the departure of the prince would not remain east of the Dnieper. The trumpets sounded throughout the regiments. But the hearts of all were straitened. Each one looking at those walls thought to himself, "Dear houses, shall I see you again in life? It is easy to depart, but difficult to return." And each left as it were a part of his soul in those places, and a pleasant memory. Therefore all turned their eyes for the last time on the castle, on the town, on the towers of the Polish churches, on the domes of the Russian, and on the roofs of the houses. Each one knew what he was leaving behind, but did not know what was waiting there in that blue distance toward which the tabor was moving. Sadness therefore was in the soul of each person. The town called to the departing ones with the voices of bells, as if beseeching and imploring them not to leave it exposed to uncertainty, to the evil fortune of the future. It called out as if by those sad sounds it wished to say farewell and remain in their memory. Though the procession moved away, heads were turned toward the town, and in every face could be read the question, "Is this the last time?" It was the last time. Of all the army and throng of thousands who in that hour were going forth with Prince Vishniovetzky, neither he himself nor any one of them was ever to look again upon that town or that country. The trumpets sounded. The tabor moved on slowly, but steadily, and after a time Lubny began to be veiled in a blue haze, the houses and roofs were blended into one mass brightly distinct. Then the prince urged his horse ahead, and having ridden to a lofty mound stood motionless and gazed long. That town gleaming there in the sun, and all that country visible from the mound was the work of his ancestors and himself. For the Vishniovetskys had changed that gloomy wilderness of the past into a settled country, opened it to the life of people, and it may be said, created the Trans-Dnieper. And the greater part of that work the prince had himself accomplished. He built those Polish churches whose towers stood there blue over the town, he increased the place, and joined it with roads to the Ukraine. He felled forests, drained swamps, built castles, founded villages and settlements, brought in settlers, put down robbers, defended from Tartar raids, maintained the peace necessary to husbandman and merchant, and introduced the rule of law and justice. Through him that country had lived, grown, and flourished. He was the heart and soul of it, and now he had to leave all. And it was not that colossal fortune, great as an entire German principality, which the prince regretted, but he had become attached to the work of his hands. He knew that when he was absent everything was absent. That the labor of years would be destroyed at once, that toil would go for nothing, ferocity would be unchained, flames would embrace villages and towns, the Tartar would water his horse in those rivers, woods would grow out of ruins. That if God granted him to return everything would have to be begun anew, and perhaps his strength would fail, time be wanting, and confidence such as he had enjoyed at first would not be given him. Here passed the years which were for him praise before men, merit before God, and now the praise and the merit are to roll away in smoke. 2 tears flowed slowly down his face. These were his last tears, after which remained in his eyes only lightning. The prince's horse stretched out his neck and neighed, and this neighing was answered immediately by other steeds under the banners. These sounds roused the prince from his reverie and filled him with hope. And so there remains to him yet 6,000 faithful comrades, 6,000 sabres with which the world is open to him, and to which the prostrate Commonwealth is looking as the only salvation. The idyll beyond the Dnieper is at an end. But where cannon are thundering, where villages and towns are in flames, where by night the wail of captives, the groans of men, women, and children are mingled with the neighing of Tartar horses and Cossack tumult, there is an open field. And there he may win the glory of a savior and father of his country. Who will reach for the crown, who rescue the fatherland, disgraced, trodden under the feet of peasants, conquered, dying, if not he, the prince, if not those forces which shine there below him in their armor and gleam in the sun? The tabor passed by the foot of the mound, and at the sight of the prince standing with his baton in his hand on the eminence under the cross, all the soldiers gave forth one shout, "Long live the prince! Long live our leader and hetman Yeremy Vishniovetzky!" 100 banners were lowered to his feet. The hussars sounded their horns, and the drums were beaten to accompany the shouts. Then the prince drew forth his saber, and raising it with his eyes to heaven, said, "I, Yeremy Vishniovetzky, voevoda of Rus, prince in Lubny and Vishniovets, swear to thee, O God, one in a holy trinity, and to thee, most holy mother, that, raising this saber against ruffianism by which our land is disgraced, I will not lay it down while strength and life remain to me, until I wash out that disgrace and bend every enemy to the feet of the Commonwealth, give peace to the Ukraine, and drown servile insurrection in blood. And as I make this oath with a sincere heart, so God give me aid. Amen." He stood yet a while longer looking at the heavens, then rode down slowly from the height to the regiments. The army marched that evening to Baani, a village belonging to Pani Khmelnytska, who received the prince on her knees at the gate. For the peasants had laid siege to her house and she was keeping them off with the assistance of the more faithful of her servants, when the sudden arrival of the army saved her and her 19 children, of whom 14 were girls. When the prince had given orders to seize the aggressors, he sent a Cossack company to Kanyev under command of Captain Poniatowski, who brought that same night 5 Zaporojians of the VIII Kuren. These had all taken part in the Battle of Korsun, and when burned with fire gave a detailed account of the battle. They stated that Khmelnytsky was still in Korsun, but that Tugay Bey had gone with captives, booty, and both hetmans to Chigirin, whence he intended to return to the Crimea. They heard also that Khmelnytsky had begged him earnestly not to leave the Zaporojian army, but to march against the prince. The Mirza, however, would not agree to this, saying that after the destruction of the armies and the hetmans, the Cossacks could go on alone. He would not wait longer, for his captives would die. They put Khmelnytsky's forces at 200,000, but of rather poor quality, of good men only 50,000, that is, Zaporojians and Cossacks subject to lords or town Cossacks who had joined the rebellion. On receiving these tidings the prince grew strong in spirit, for he hoped that he too would increase considerably in strength by the accession of nobles on the west of the Dnieper, stragglers from the army of the crown, and detachments belonging to Polish lords. Therefore he set out early next morning. Beyond Pereyaslav the army entered immense gloomy forests extending along the course of the Trubj to Kozlitz, and farther on to Chernigov itself. It was toward the end of May, and terribly hot. In the woods, instead of being cool, it was so sultry that men and horses lacked air for breathing. Cattle, driven after the army, fell at every step, or when they caught the smell of water, rushed to it as if wild, overturning wagons and causing dismay. Horses too began to fall, especially those of the heavy cavalry. The nights were unendurable from the infinite number of insects and the overpowering odor of pitch, which the trees dropped in unusual abundance by reason of the heat. They dragged on in this way for 4 days. At length on the 5th day the heat became unnatural. When night came the horses began to snort and the cattle to bellow plaintively, as if foreseeing some danger which men could not yet surmise. "They smell blood," was said in the tabor among the crowds of fugitive families of nobles. "The Cossacks are pursuing us. There will be a battle." At these words the women raised a lament, the rumor reached the servants, panic and disturbance set in. The people tried to drive ahead of one another, or to leave the track and go at random through the woods, where they got entangled among the trees. But men sent by the prince soon restored order. Scouts were ordered out on every side, so as to be sure whether danger was threatening or not. Skshetuski, who had gone as a volunteer with the Wallachians, returned first toward morning and went straightway to the prince. "What is the trouble?" asked Yeremy. "Your Highness, the woods are on fire." Set on fire? Yes, I seized a number of men who confessed that Khmelnytsky had sent volunteers to follow you and to set fire, if the wind should be favorable. He wanted to roast us alive without giving battle. Bring the people here. In a moment 3 herdsmen were brought, wild, stupid, terrified, who immediately confessed that they were in fact commanded to set fire to the woods. They confessed also that forces were dispatched after the prince, but that they were going to Chernigov by another road, nearer the Dnieper. Meanwhile other scouts returned. All brought the same report: the woods are on fire. But the prince did not allow himself to be disturbed in the least by this. It is a villainous method, said he, but nothing will come of it. The fire will not go beyond the rivers entering the Trilogy. In fact, into the Trilogy, along which the army marched to the north, there fell so many small rivers forming here in their broad morasses, impassable for fire, that it would have been necessary to ignite the woods beyond each one of them separately. The scouts soon discovered that this was being done. Every day incendiaries were brought in, with these they ornamented the pine trees along the road. The fires extended vigorously along the rivers to the east and west, not to the north. In the night-time the heavens were red as far as the eye could see. The women sang sacred hymns from dusk to the dawning of the day. Terrified wild beasts from the flaming forests took refuge on the road and followed the army, running in among the cattle of the herds. The wind blew in the smoke, which covered the whole horizon. The army and the wagons pushed forward as if through a dense fog, which the eye could not penetrate. The lungs had no air, the smoke bit the eyes, and the wind kept driving it on more and more each moment. The light of the sun could not pierce the clouds, and there was more to be seen in the night time than in the day, for flames gave light. The wood seemed to have no end. In the midst of such burning forests and such smoke did Prince Yeremy lead his army. Meanwhile news came that the enemy was marching on the other side of the Trilogy. The extent of his power was unknown, but Vershil's Tartars affirmed that he was still far away. One night Pan Sukhadolsky came to the army from Bodenki, on the other side of the Desna. He was an old attendant of the prince, who some years before had settled in a village. He was fleeing before the peasants, but brought news as yet unknown in the army. Great consternation was caused when, asked by the prince for news, he answered, "Bad, your highness. You know already of the defeat of the hetmans and the death of the king." The prince, who was sitting on a small camp stool in front of the tent, sprang to his feet. "How, is the king dead? Our merciful Lord gave up the spirit in Marek a week before the catastrophe at Korsun. God in his mercy did not permit him to live to such times," said the prince. Then seizing himself by the head, he continued, "Awful times have come upon the Commonwealth. Convocations and elections and interregnum, dissensions, and foreign intrigues now, when the whole people should become a single sword in a single hand. God surely has turned away his face from us, and in his anger intends to punish us for our sins. Only King Vladislav himself could extinguish these conflagrations. For there was a wonderful affection for him among the Cossacks, and besides, he was a military man. At this time a number of officers, among them Zatsvilikovsky, Skshetuski, Baranovsky, Bertzel, Makhnitsky, and Polyanovsky approached the prince, who said, "Gentlemen, the king is dead." Their heads were uncovered as if by command. Their faces grew serious. Such unexpected news deprived all of speech. Only after a while came an expression of universal sorrow. "May God grant him eternal rest," said the prince. "An eternal light shine upon him." Soon after the priest Mukovetsky intoned Dies Irae, and amidst those forests and that smoke an unspeakable sorrow seized their hearts and souls. It seemed to all as if some expected rescue had failed. As if they were standing alone in the world, in presence of some terrible enemy, and they had no one against him except their prince. So then all eyes turned to him, and a new bond was formed between Vishnevetsky and his men. That evening the prince spoke to Zatsvilikovsky in a voice that was heard by all. "We need a warrior king, so that if God grants us to give our votes at an election, we will give them for Prince Karl. Who has more of the military genius than Casimir? Vivat Carolus Rex, shouted the officers. Vivat, repeated the hussars, and after them the whole army. The Prince Voivoda had no thought, indeed, that those shouts raised east of the Dnieper, in the gloomy forests of Chernigov, would reach Warsaw, and wrest from his grasp the baton of Grand Hetman of the Crown.